from kids up to grown men. Walk through the gates of the coal miner's daughter to make a point clearer than the creek water. Who's the best? Who's it gonna be? In Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Can you feel the adrenaline? Dirt flies hypnotized by the wheel spin. Hear the crowd, everybody's whistling. Line on the field. If you can put it all together 3 times, this 1 week of racing could change your life. Everybody knows this is where it all begins. Do what you gotta do for 20 plus 2 out at the ranch.
All right, and for those of you just joining us on Racer TV, we are off and racing. Race number 3 on the day, 125C out on track. And we've got the number 76 of Gannon Lawson leading the way. Cole Coker sitting in second, and Jesse Artel.
Let me take it back, boys. Sorry about that. We're going to get Jadon in here. Hey, man, you did not make that one easy on yourself.
No, not at all, man. I got no sleep last night. Just thinking about this moto, man, and I'm honestly speechless. I just got to thank God. I just got to thank him, man. None of this would be possible by him. 13 years of dreaming for this moment. My trainer, ex-trainer Andrew Pierce, he's family to me. I only call him a trainer. He told me, remember all the hard days, remember all the struggles, remember being the slowest one in the group. And he said, go out there and seize the moment. And, man, it feels good.
He did it. Who else do you want to thank? This is amazing.
I got to thank the man above. Like I said, all glory to the Most High. My mom and dad for just busting their butts every single day to get me this chip, man. I got to thank the whole EBR crew. They're amazing. The whole crew at the bike dialed. Got to thank Altus, Yamaha, Dunlop, SKDA, Tamer, ODI, Fly 100%, Itmex Tire, Recluse, Tamer, and man, Sean Hackley, 152 crew, Andrew Pierce, the whole Crimes family, Jeff Crimes, Tucker, Miss Rachel, and Mom and Dad. We're national champions, baby.
Woohoo! Jadon Cooper, everyone. We're going to give you scholarship money courtesy of On Track School. Take some photos there. That's $350. You can apply to any form of education that you want. Thank you, Andre Lieb and everyone at On Track School. I need to get Revin Gordon and Jackson Driscoll on up, and we'll talk second and third. You guys in the tower can take it for a minute, and then we'll talk to second and third place.
All right, thanks, Jason. Yeah, watching on RacerTV.com, your leaders getting ready to make their way through the finish line, and we got a close battle, Kellen.
Yeah, Gannon Lawson is in our race lead now, but Makai Ulrich is trying to move into the second spot. I think he just got around the 27 of Osvaldo Nito, and Ulrich, I think he won. Yeah, he won both of our first 2 motos in this 125C class, so trying to get the clean sweep, but also just trying to win this championship.
And the 27 of Ozzy Neto trying to duck back onto the inside. The 27 going to leap off of the single and try to get back around the KTM.
All right, we're going to take second place real quick. Revin Gordon, you were so close to that one, but I know you want to thank some people.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, my whole family, friends back home, Team Green Kawasaki, Ryan Holiday, Mario, Derek, Alpine Star, Christian, Monster Army, Mike, Astric, Revin Graphics, Pro Taper, everyone that supports me, my whole family. It was a bummer I couldn't get that one done, but you know, we're just going to have to wait till next year, and we got other stuff to focus on. So overall, good ride, and yeah, 250B Moto next, so let's have some fun.
All right, let's hear it for Revin Gordon, second place. Jackson Driscoll, come on up, and we will give you our bronze. Good ride. Jackson, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Dirt Bike Depot, Factory Connection, Tamer, Twinner, my mechanic Colby for the week, Nick, 100%, Fly, Factory Connection, Enjoy Graphics, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, Jackson Driscoll is third. Let's send it back up to the tower.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. In this 125C class, man, there are some battles going on. Makai Ulrich, who was the rider that went 1-1 coming into this moto, he was just down going into the 10 Commandments. I'm not sure. I think he only maybe lost 1 position, but he's got to be careful because Gannon Lawson went 3-3 coming into this moto. So if Ulrich falls too far down the order, Gannon Lawson could steal this overall win away.
Megawatt, how many times yesterday or throughout the week have we seen a rider tip over and jump back up into this race because they knew they had time to get back into it? With these abbreviated motos today, not the day to tip it over.
Listen, you hear me say it, a small mistake at the ranch turns into a big mistake. Today, that's amplified 10 times, Zach. You do not have the opportunity to correct a mistake right now, so the best way to handle that, don't make any mistakes. Keep your head on the swivel, adapt to this track, and focus on that finish line.
So Lawson still leading. Ulrich did maintain second, and we actually have the 57 ride of Cole Coker moving up into the 3 spot right now. Coker is battling with Osvaldo Nito for an overall podium position here right now. So we got 2 guys that are right now 3rd and 5th on the racetrack, but they're 3rd and 4th in the overall positioning situation. So they have got to keep an eye on each other and figure out how many positions they can get between each other and maybe flip that overall and get on the box.
And hey guys, don't forget about the number 94 of Tucker Zimmerman running a 2:07 the last lap around. That's the 2nd fastest lap on track besides your leader Gannon Lawson. He's battling for a top 5 in this overall with Cole Coker in the 4th spot.
Yeah, those guys have definitely set themselves aside on apart on that lap time. 2:06 and then a 2:07 for Zimmerman. Those guys riding extremely quick. When we take a look at Ulrich, Coker, Artile, those guys are 2:11, 2:10. Osvaldo Neto in contention right now. He's run a 2:14 on the last lap. So Neto ran into some kind of issue, whether he stuck it into the deep stuff, maybe made contact with somebody, had a small bobble. But Neto making a big mistake there somewhere on lap number 5.
Well, it looks like he's got it back underneath of him pretty well here because he's closed up on the 57 of Cole Coker for 3rd spot. He's down the inside out of Storyland, and he'll make that pass stick. So Osvaldo Nito on the 27 back into 3rd place, and that kind of, sets in stone what we got in that top 3 positions, at least for right now.
Kellen, you see how cool, calm, and collected? I mean, it wasn't a big exaggerated move. There wasn't this big sense of urgency. Just put his head down, went to the inside, got a good drive, and made the pass.
And that's what you talked about this morning, Megawatt, is, guys that are finding those smooth lines on the racetrack and maybe conserving energy. It doesn't need to be a wild pass. You just got to make the pass happen at the end of the day, right?
And we saw the perfect example right there.
Absolutely. So Gannon Lawson checks in again out front. Man, he is on the move. 2:07 4 out front for Gannon Lawson. Makai Ulrich is still in second, but Ulrich with those 1-1 scores in the first 2 motos has afforded himself the opportunity to not need to win this moto. So sitting about 10 seconds down, 9 seconds to be exact, and he's just going to look like try to settle in that position as he's already got 7 seconds on Osvaldo Nito in 3rd.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Gannon Lawson. He can lead, he can stretch this thing out to a 30-second lead, but he's still got to have somebody get around the number 83. Oh, one rider going down as they're getting ready to make their way through the mechanics area. I couldn't quite see the number on it. It's just behind that Neto battle.
Was that maybe Artal?
Possibly the number 75.
Yeah.
But for Makai Ulrich, yes, got the comfort to know I don't have to win this race. Just manage the gap that I've got right now. Running a 2:06 that last lap, so he's more than comfortable running this speed.
Whoa, man down on the beach as well. Not showing on our camera right now.
Yeah, I also saw in the beach, I think the 79 machine of Travis Tucker, who was in our top 10 early on, went down, was unfortunately hit by another rider, and he is out of this moto. So hopefully he's okay. He did walk off under his own power, but an unfortunate situation there.
And there on the bottom of your screen, I think that is the 94 of Zimmerman chasing down the 99 of Williamson on screen right now. Williamson leaping into Storyland, hitting that triple. But Tucker Zimmerman been on the move, running a 2:10 on that last lap.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the other riders a little bit further back. It looks like maybe Nito, I'm not sure if he lost a couple positions or if he fell into that battle. We'll get an eye on where he is in the mix now because he was in 3rd. And there is Coker right there. So, yeah, did Nito lose positions to those guys again? We'll see. As our 76 of Gannon Lawson, man, he's pulled out a big lead right now. But this battle for what we think now might be the 3rd positions between Williamson and Coker, that's a good battle on the racetrack.
Absolutely. Zimmerman knocking on the door of this as well as the 99 dips to the inside, tries to take the short way. But good drive coming out. And check that, the little glance over. He wanted to see whether or not he could tell if the 2-lap card was coming out. These riders really intelligent, looking ahead.
And Gannon Lawson just picked up the white flag. Actually, had that 2-lap card out there for a bit, Zach. He just picked up the white flag, so now it is go time. The sense of urgency just escalated.
And Osvaldo Nito actually did lose a few positions, so Coker is crossing the line right now. He's moved up to third. Williamson now fourth. Zimmerman into the top 5, and then Nito across the line behind them in 6th. We'll see if that changes our overall positions. It does not. So Nito sticking in 6th will still land on the podium overall. As long as he stays there, Cole Coker just trying to get third in this moto then.
Nothing like having a little buffer. That's why you put in the time. That's why every pass, every position counts so much. Right now, he can give one up, and he's still in good shape, but that's the last thing he wants to do. And Zach, tell us about this battle starting to shape up.
There's the pass. Williamson makes it happen as they go through the woods coming into the 10 Commandments. He was able to jump to the inside and pinch off Coker. And one rider getting it done with the goggles off. I'm trying to see, is that Ulrich?
I think it is. I think Ulrich has pulled the goggles on the 83, so just doing everything he can to make it through this final lap without troubles. And he's got it wrapped around his arm right there to make sure he saves the goggles, maybe for the podium interview or whatever. But he could probably throw them. I think you might have someone give you some goggles on the box up there if you win the championship.
Funny you say that, Colin. Exactly what I was saying. I was like, I'm not sure what the value of those goggles really is right now, but I wouldn't want those things dangling off my elbow by any means while I was trying to put in perfect laps.
Yeah, he may be wanting to save them to say, I won the championship in these goggles.
That's right.
But he actually didn't win the championship in these goggles.
Exactly.
So they're not really a novelty item anymore. As Gannon Lawson on our final lap is about to bring us home to the checkered flag. He's going to do everything he can to try to steal this title away, but 3-3-1 scores look like they are not going to get it done this week.
And talk about tough decisions. Mekhi Ulrich had to make the call to pull the goggles off. I'm sure must have been absolutely blinded because we know that's not going to do anything to help your speed. But on screen right now, looking clean, feeling good with one turn left to go. The 76. Look at that, a fist in the air. He is pumped up right now. Gannon Lawson, you're a moto winner out here at Loretta Lynn's in the 125C class.
Love that emotion right there out of Gannon Lawson. We'll wait to see crossing the line. It should still be second place for Mekhi Ulrich, and it should be a championship-winning second place. There it is across the line. Mekhi Ulrich takes 125C this week. 112 scores, nearly perfect, but he'll take that championship hard way.
Listen, 112, Kellen, that shows dominance. Okay, that shows you were the guy without question. 112 is as solid as it gets, and he did it in all kinds of conditions this week. Okay, so that guy's proven he's a mutter. He can ride in the heat, and he can survive a short moto with the best of them. So hats off to him, Mekhi Ulrich. Congratulations on your championship.
Absolutely. If you're joining us here on Racer TV, I know we missed the first couple of motos. So in that Vet 30 Plus class, it was Brock Peterson who was able to seal the deal on the championship in that one. And then Jadon Cooper in our 450B class was able to also get the championship there. So a couple titles wrapped up before we went on air on Racer TV today, but great battles so far.
And you mentioned Peterson. Peterson did exactly what he needed to do. And I love that because these guys have a task.
Peterson did what he needed to do. This guy tried. Let's talk to our moto winner, Gannon Lawson. So close to the title, but it's got to feel good to get that gold.
Yeah, it feels good to get the win in the last moto. Got out to a whole shot finally, what I needed to do, and then just went out there and rode my own race out front.
Who do you want to thank, Gannon?
I want to thank Jesus Christ, my mom, my dad, my brother, my uncle, my grandma, Fly Racing for making me look the best I can, AO for making my suspension work good, Pro Taper, Elite Motorsports, Format Moto, Mobius, Scott, Amsoil, Dunlop, Twin Air, Amsoil, and everyone else I forget. Thank you so much.
There it is, Gannon Lawson with the moto win. And we're going to clear the deck for our championship bike. I'll send it back up, boys.
Thanks, Jason. Yep, hanging out up here once again. Going to get the championship bike up. Some more podium celebrations coming up next. It's going to be 85cc 10 to 12. And here we go, gates down. We are off and racing for the final 85 10 to 12 moto. And look at that from the inside. A close battle as they're headed through the first turn. And it's going to be Darren Pine grabbing the whole shot, Pine time here in Moto 3.
Thanks, boys, and let's get this party started here on the podium. It's a silver medal, but it's a whole lot more than that. It's going to unlock the AMA National Championship. Let's bring Mike Burkeen on up, and let's hear it for Mekhi Ulrich, your new 125C champion. And get a few of that as well. There we go. All right, Makai, you were sitting in an awesome position thanks to those great first motos. What was the strategy coming in here to moto number 3?
Honestly, just keeping it up on 2 wheels. We had to tip over, freaked out in moto, but we managed to get it done.
How good does that feel?
Incredible.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, dad, my trainer Jay, AEO, N-Lab, Lynx, Factory Connection, T-Rex, FMF, 67, 100%, GoPro, and everyone else, thank you so much.
Makai Ulrich, your new champion in 125C. Hold that up. We'll give you champagne, and you can pop that. And I'm looking for Coker, our 3rd place finisher, real fast. Then I'll let you pop that. And Enzo Serrani grabbed our whole shot. If Enzo's around, come on up 3rd place. Come on up. Our 3rd place finisher, who is Coker, our 3rd place finisher. If he's around, we'll bring him on up. Looking for 3rd. Looking for our 3rd place finisher in the moto. I'm going to send it back. Oh, here we go. 1 sec, boys. Hey, we had a last lap pass. Good job. Let's hear it for Braxton Williamson. Yeah, digging out a podium right there at the end. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank all my family for helping me get out here. My sponsors, Hicklin Power Sports, Stape Suspension, RTC Training, Rainer Modifications, Stape Suspension, everybody that helps me get out here. Thank you.
Braxton Williamson is 3rd. And real quick, whole shot award to Enzo Serrani. We'll hold that up. Grab that for me, Rob. Come on up, Enzo. I'm going to switch you. That's yours. Good job, Enzo. Who do you want to thank, buddy?
My mom, my dad, MX Tech Suspension, Scott Goggles, Troy Designs, Club MX, my whole family, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
All right, there's Enzo, our Stasic Whole Shot Award winner. I'm going to give an Oakley sunglasses certificate to our champ and send it back up to the tower.
Hey guys, we just got an announcement from the boss man himself. If you haven't already noticed, we have severe weather inbound and they say it's coming in a hurry. So everybody here in the pits, batten down the hatches, take down those canopies. Let's make sure everything's put up. We do have severe weather expected inbound and it is coming in a hurry. The wind already starting to pick up. So make sure you guys are battening down the hatches out here. Severe weather inbound.
Hey gang, make sure if your neighbors are on the track, take a look at the camps around you. Help tie down their canopies, help tie down their gas cans. Yes, absolutely, yes. Thank you.
So right now, the 50 of Maddox Temmerman is leading this race. He's got Wyatt Thurman right behind him as our 2 leaders have pulled away. Darren Pine actually had the early lead in this 85cc 10 to 12 class, but I think he went down on the first lap and lost it, so he's a little bit ways back. If you're Wyatt Thurman right now in 2nd place, you're currently in a championship situation as he's sitting on 2-1 scores. Darren Pine on 1-2, so they were tied going into the moto. That's our championship battle really to watch.
Well, I have to tell you, Kellen, when we take a look, Wyatt Thurman, Darren Pine, Braxton Mess, this is a who's who in 85. And I always love that. Look at Gage Dunham in the 6th spot. Nolan Ford. All these guys are capable. Marcus Trujillo, Wyatt Duff back in that 11th spot. How does that happen? That's how deep this class really is, bro.
Absolutely. A very stacked field in this 85cc 10 to 12 class. And yeah, we got conditions rolling in. It's going to start raining. These kids are going to have to deal with some weather out here.
Looks like our power outage last night.
You guys
on the hill.
Racer TV cameras are not doing it justice. It's like somebody threw a pair of sunglasses on the windows out here. The weather is inbound. Once again, guys, here in the pits, you folks in the infield watching, severe weather inbound. So please take the necessary precautions for that as we continue to watch these riders on screen. Now, if you're these riders on 85, 10 to 12, rain, snow, sleet, or hail, I'm not concerned about it right now. I've got tear-offs. I'm good to go.
Kellen, as we ride, it looks like this. Wyatt Thurman, Darren Pine, and Braxton Meese for that championship contention right now. But again, I'm trying to look over there. It is so dark, I cannot even see if that's the 2 card out. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is just yet. I was also paying attention to Darren Pine. He just made up 3 positions that last lap. He is now into 4th, and he was on Nolan Ford for 3rd when the cameras were watching for a moment there. So we look at our leader, Maddox Temmerman. He still has Wyatt Thurman on him, but Darren Pine, who is tied with Wyatt Thurman going into this final moto, he's throwing everything he can into this to try to catch Wyatt Thurman and our 2 leaders.
And I may be wrong, but I don't believe the 2-lap card is out. It's pretty dark outside as well.
It's a little early, yeah, maybe next lap or so, but just a question on that. Just explaining how dark it really is. We can't even look across the old tower and see.
Yeah, it's unbelievably dark here, but these kids, man, they are full focus ahead. They're still nailing all their lines around this racetrack and making sure that they're getting through clean. Maddox Temmerman still has a few second advantage right now, and we're trying to see if we can see if Darren Pine, he has indeed made that pass around Nolan Ford, so Darren Pine up into 3rd place, and he is going to try to close this gap down to Wyatt Thurman and try to steal a championship away.
Such a good point, Kellen. The moisture still in this track. Looks like we may have some more coming. Oh, your leader getting sideways coming up over the jump. He's able to hang on to it. Maddox Timmerman sending it up and over the triple. And you saw he took that inside line before those big jumps and lost traction on the back wheel. That number 50 broke out. 2-lap card is out. So 2 laps left for the number 74 to make something happen. But Timmerman stretching it back out a couple bike lengths.
So Pine just ran a 2:09.2 last time by. He's going to run out of time before long, but we'll see if he can use these 2 laps to close the gap down. Temmerman holds the lead, and for Thurman right now, Temmerman is his worst enemy because he's trying to get away from Darren Pine, and he has to get around Temmerman to do it.
Exactly. No easy task. And take a look at Dunham and Mees. They're bringing themselves right through the pack. They've locked into a battle. They picked up a couple positions last time around as well.
Look at that. Darren Pine now on your screen. He is closing that gap down. So the 74 who's in 2nd and the 58 in 3rd, that is your championship battle. They both were on 3 points coming into this moto, 1-2, 2-1 scores each. And so Darren Pine sees the 74 in front of him, knows he has to beat him, and it is go time.
This is what the championship rides are made of. How hard can you push in these final laps? Like we said, a little shorter races here, so you got less time to do it. Heart rate is spiked. How bad do you want it out here at the ranch?
Wow, Timmerman just sent it right there. You see him pencil that thing nose high across there. He said, we're not coming up short. Wyatt Thurman, hot pursuit right now on the number 74 machine. All eyes, though, on the number 58 of Darren Pine.
Yeah, Pine, you can see that gap has noticeably come down. I wonder if Thurman is able to maybe just take a quick peek back and realize that that is the 58 machine starting to close up on him, because he's no longer right on Temmerman, our race leader. And Darren Pine, man, this is about to be a 3-rider battle for the lead, but championship scenario-wise, it's that 2-rider battle for 2nd that we really got to keep our eyes on.
Watch your leader right here. The number 50 goes to this inside. You see how shiny it is on the exit. That Husky starts breaking loose. He doesn't quite get the same drive as Thurman. That could be for the pass.
Pine down. I think Pine just went down coming in our screen. He is trying to pick the bike up. He is stuck in the corner. He is now going to get going still, I think, in 3rd place. But, man, that's probably the end of the championship hope right there as he comes by our announcer's tower now. He's a little ways back.
That just might do it for Pine, as he is over a straightaway back now from Thurman. Anything can happen out here, but tough luck for Darren Pine, the number 58. Thurman running a 2:10 on that last lap, matching your leader almost exactly as they come by the billboards in the Yamaha Mechanics area.
I'm wondering what the pit board might say for our 2nd place rider there, Wyatt Thurman. Didn't get a chance to see it, but now with Darren Pine not on him anymore, he can settle down. He doesn't need to win this moto to win this championship. Maybe just let Temmerman go. Temmerman was 9-4, so a moto win could be huge for Temmerman here, but Thurman, he wants to win this championship.
Kellen, you know just as well as I do, this is about pride out here. These kids, 10 to 12 years old, they're trying to see who's the big man out here on track. These kids all keep up with each other on social media, and so they want to be the one holding the gold here in this final moto. And Timmerman got a great drive through the commandments, definitely opened that gap back up.
Yeah, able to work through a little bit of lap traffic right here, and you can see Thurman, he's keeping it close. I think maybe just in case of a mistake from Maddox Temmerman to get a moto win, steal it away here to not only end up the championship on top, but end this moto on top. But Temmerman, man, he's still jumping that big triple out into Storyland, and he's going to try to bring this thing home.
Kellen, we're looking at 3 totally different riding styles, Temmerman, Thurman, and Pine. Those guys, very similar lap times, but very different on the bike ride. Now, of course, the lap time for Pine, he fell over last time around. But when we look at these guys, Maddox Temmerman lets the bike move just a little bit. Pine always up over the bars and charging. Thurman keeps centered on the bike, tries to keep that traction over the pegs, that type of thing. 3 different styles, all 3 working and very effective here this morning.
That's the beauty of this sport, right? Is there's no one right answer. Oh,
problems for Thurman.
Yeah.
He got off balance in that corner, tossed him to the outside. Now let's see, the number 50 tucks to the inside once again. He's able to keep the drive straight, and he's only got a couple of turns left to go, but one of them's the Thor Sand Sweeper. There you saw Thurman take a look over the shoulder. Where did Pine go? I'm sure he heard him about a lap ago. So curious, like you said, Kellen, what that pit board was saying the last time around.
Right, he might be trying to settle it down, just realize, hey, this is a championship up for grabs that I got to settle it down and not lose it. So coming across the line, there is the checkered flag for our winner, Maddox Temmerman, and there is Wyatt Thurman, our champion, crossing the line in second place. Did a little bit of a slap of the bars. I think he knows he got it done.
Wow. And listen, how close. One position on either way made a big difference in our championship. And these guys, all the contenders in it, all of them leaving it on the track. That's what we expect here at the ranch.
Absolutely. With something like that, you heard J-Don Cooper saying, I got no sleep last night. I was just thinking about scenarios, thinking about lines, and all of that is going to pay off for Wyatt Thurman. Once again, a huge congratulations to Darren Pine as well. A solid ride. Just some tough luck here in this final race. Got to put it together 3 times out here at the ranch.
Yeah, Darren Pine's going to be bummed. I saw him after the finish line. He ripped a tear off and threw it to the ground. He knew that that was his opportunity to close up on Wyatt Thurman, and in the end, just couldn't quite get it done. Behind that, so we had Maddox Temmerman win, Wyatt Thurman second, Darren Pine third, Nolan Ford and Braxton Mess rounding out our top 5. Brody Moss was 6th ahead of Wyatt Duff, Ryder Lee, Maverick Gish, and Chase DeShiel inside our top 10.
All right, we're going to talk to our moto winner. We got him. Let's hear it from Maddox Temmerman. You did it. You got to be stoked on that.
Yeah, it's my first win this year, so I am pretty stoked.
How'd you pull that off?
I found a really good starting spot, got a good start, then just went for the win all the way through.
All right, who do you want to thank, Maddox?
Mom, my dad, Husky, Fox, DRS, FMF, OGO, and everyone else I forgot, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Maddox Temmerman with the gold medal. It's a big moto win there, thank you. We do have to move Maddox's bike off, and we bring our championship machine on up. Good job, though, Maddox. And we're going to look for our championship bike, which should be Thurman. Thanks, gang. And if Darren Pine wants to come up as well, we'll bring up Darren Pine while we bring the championship machine up. We'll talk to third. It was so close for the title. But that's racing at Loretta, as we almost always have some drama. We'll bring up Pine, and then we'll talk to our champ while we get this stage set. Well, this guy gave it everything he had. He gave it everything he had to try to get it done. He ends up with the bronze and second in the title. One sec. Hey, guys, you want to call this start? We'll be right back. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Weege. We are firing into turn number 1 with the 65cc 7-9 limited class, trying to get a peek out the window of who grabbed that hole shot. It is definitely pretty darker up here, so it's tough to see exactly who it was, but it is the 4 of Jaden Smart on that Cobra, who gets out front, gets the early lead, and already has a little bit of an advantage on the rest of the pack as we work our way through those first couple corners.
All right, we're all up here in the tower with our mouths wide open. What a start. Sending it down to Jason on the podium.
All right, good job, Jaden Smart, getting that whole shot. This whole shot went to Darren Pine, and he takes third in the moto. Should be second overall. Let's hear it for Darren Pine. You wanted it bad. A lot of times it comes down to that. You gave it everything you had in that last moto.
Yeah, it was good. I was obviously the fastest, but just couldn't put it together. And yeah, that's about it.
All right, who do you want to thank, Darren?
Oh, my mom, my dad, my big brother Travis, TTMX Van Martin, Gavin Player for always picking me up, 100%, Troy Designs, Luke from Troy Designs, Dunlop, HP Motoco, and Blazing Gun Dogs, and anybody else. Thank you.
Darren Pine, everybody. Solid week. Got a lot of moto medals. Let's bring up our champion, hanging on under pressure, getting it done. Let's hear it for our second place finisher and our new number 1, Wyatt Thurman. And let's bring Mike Burkeen from the AMA on up. He will hand over the number 1 plate. And this was hard earned. There was going to be some serious pressure down the stretch. Wyatt avoided the big one, and he holds on to get it done. Wyatt, I'm going to ask you, what was the pressure like in that moto to try to do what you needed to do in a short race, too?
I seen Darren go down. Or first, I didn't get the, I got a pretty good start. I got a really good jump, but it was deep out there on the start, and I just didn't get through it that good. And came out third. Darren crashed in the first couple corners, and it gave me the championship spot. So I just wasn't pushing too hard. It kind of got hard to see out there, and yeah, just rode my race.
Who do you want to thank for the national title?
Mom and Dad, KTM Orange Brigade, Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, 100%, Alpine Stars, Bell's Helmet, Guts Racing, Nahilo, C Moto, Dunlop, Hinson Clutches, Pro Taper, and everyone else that supports me. Thank you.
All right, there it is. You can take some photos. I'm going to bring Andrea Lieb on up. We're going to give some money for education with the scholarship race. That can be applied to any style of education. We'll take some photos there. And one more time, we're going to cheer. Let's hear it for Wyatt Thurman. Take it away, boys.
All right, Weeds, thanks so much. We are still watching Jaden Smart lead this race from Gavin Welsian with Anderson Waldell in third. Taking a little bit of a peek back here to the battle. That's a 97 ride of Forrest McPherson. He is actually trying to close up there. Or actually, Verhoeven just got around him on the 26, I should say. So Nico Verhoeven on the move. As you see the 74 of Waldell at the exit of the Commandments right there. And these kids out here are battling for a title. 2-1 scores for Jaden Smart. 1-4 scores for Cade Nightingale, and 3-2 scores for Anderson Waldell. Well, Nightingale, not the start he was hoping to get in this one. In fact, I'm not seeing him on our leaderboard. Is he? Wow, he's well down the order. Maybe he went down?
Curious, yeah, might be a transponder issue as well. I'm not sure. I see him in 14th currently is where he's showing up, and so, and who knows, like we said, could just be one of those bad starts. And of all the days to get one, this is not it. Jaden Smart, talk about making the most of a bad situation. He knew this is not the time to not be up front early. So Smart making the most of it. Welsian as well on the 32. But look at this freight train of riders we've got right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you guys all came in here running saying, man, he did not let off. Jaden Smart was on the pipe all the way into the first turn and rewarded with the whole shot. We got a rider down out of Storyland. That is the 66 ride right there of Eli Herrick. So Herrick picking it up. He was in our 8th position. We'll see if he can get going still near the top 10. There's the 97 of Forrest McPherson as they work their way through the sand section and over the Rocky Mountain. Got the 28 of Seth Chemnitz right behind him. So Verhoeven has kind of dropped from this group as he is pulling away ahead of this little pack of riders right here. And we'll see if this battle continues to go on as we head into the sand corner right here. Yeah, actually down the inside trying to get up there on the 97 was McPherson. Seth Chemnitz around the outside might make that pass stick, though.
Watching the riders make their way around the Polysport Pond. We saw yesterday that far inside was super thick, and some of these smaller bikes had trouble keeping the momentum up. 3 wide going around the corner, almost side by side as they make their way around the finish line once again. Jaden Smart, Gavin Wilsian, Anderson Waldell checks in third. Nico Verhoeven takes over the 4th place spot with Seth Chemnitz just behind in 5th. McPherson not having a great lap right there, going to try to turn it around here on lap number 2. Gavin McCoy jumps into the 7th place spot. Talon Henson in 8th. Cade Nightingale, the man on the move. Look at that, almost over 10 seconds faster than the rider in front of him. So Nightingale knows he's got a championship to fight for. He's rolling.
Yeah, moving up into that 9 spot, definitely on the move like you said. And I got to say, I'm going to knock on wood up here, but as dark as it is, I haven't seen raindrops just yet. So, it is raining a little bit. Not too bad, though. I'm trying to look at the puddles, and we don't see, like, huge splashes like we were seeing yesterday, just a little bit of raindrops. So the track is holding up well so far. That's a good sign at the moment. And Jaden Smart, man, he is pulling away. 9-second lead on Welsian. There through the Commandments go the rest of our runners, and you're seeing close battles really throughout the field right there. The 97 of McPherson still has Nightingale. There is our first look at Cade Nightingale into, looks like he's already maybe up in the 7th, around the 49 of Hinson right there. Talon Hinson on that KTM. So Cade Nightingale, like you said, he is on the move. 2:31.8 last time by. Definitely one of our fastest riders on the track. The only one faster than him is our race leader, Jaden Smart.
Yeah, McCoy not far in front either, so be on the lookout. Nightingale trying to make it happen here. He knows, I'm sure the pit board's saying, you got to get a couple more, you got to keep moving forward. And there is the rain we talked about. It is dumping. That must have been,
just as I said it.
That was fake wood you were knocking on there,
it's
Kelly.
Right here. I'm looking at it.
Poor kids out there. And this is a tough situation as well. Look, immediately we're reaching up, grabbing the goggles, and vision as well as grip going to just out of nowhere change things. That it is opening up. The bottom has officially fallen out here at the ranch.
And it's tough for a lot of these kids because, you know, they maybe went down to the line in the first place not knowing that this was going to be a rain moto. You know, we were in a pretty good situation, you know, maybe only like 25 minutes ago. It wasn't this dark or the rain wasn't coming just yet. So hopefully the goggle situation is pretty well sorted for all of them and we don't have any situations where they're going to have to toss them.
And what we're hoping for is as quickly as this storm came in, keep the throttle on, rainstorm, and get out of here as quick as you can, because right now we've had enough of it. We're tired of it, but we are still racing. We're going to try to bring this thing home in the 7-9 Limited smart handling business. Still running a 2:24 on that last lap. Absolutely flying, rain or shine, as Wellesian checks in on a 2:31, and Mikey Wayne's looking like a cat coming in from a rainstorm here.
Rough.
Yeah, looking like the skunk that I know we've all seen on social media.
Well, the rain's coming down hard enough to clear off the front plates for us, so that is one silver lining here. We can see the 32 of Wellesian right there. He is still dealing with some pressure from Verhoeven. Nico Verhoeven, he's really kind of closed that gap down in a hurry. He's done a 2:27 last time by to a 2:31 out of Gavin Wellesian. You also have Waldell still right there, so while the rain continues to pour down, the heat for this battle in second place is starting to intensify.
And I'm telling you what, Kellen, I am blown away. These riders are not checking up at all. Throttle's still wide open. We're doubling through the commandments.
Yeah,
and it sounds like we're going to be getting an update here. So we are watching closely right now. The rain is fine. That's not an issue. We don't mind running in the wet. Might not be the best, but we can do that. So maintaining, monitoring for lightning out there. But right now, we're full steam ahead. We're racing out here.
Yeah, today we'll run in the wet, right? Because we don't need to salvage the track for the rest of the week. We don't need to save anything out here. We just got to get these motos in. So a little bit of rain doesn't hurt. These guys will race through it. They'll rip the tear-offs. They'll clean the bikes up and all that business. And we'll have motos, but hopefully no flashes of lightning coming here today. So still the 26th there of Verhoeven trying to close the gap down on Wellesian. And my goodness, like, it is just absolutely pouring. We're starting to see some puddles on the racetrack already. A completely different racetrack than what they were racing 2 laps ago.
Absolutely. And Verhoeven, I just noticed he's running a roll-off system. So he was thinking ahead, must have saw the clouds on the horizon. So Verhoeven maybe a step ahead of his competition as far as vision goes. That could pay off dividends as this race closes.
And maybe also a little bit of help. We got our goggle guys running everywhere down here. Maybe they ran down, they knew the rain was coming, and they said, hey, you know, let's get these kids all set up and, you know, get them in some goggles for this moto that maybe we're going to have some rain and help them out.
And yet another advantage to being out here at Loretta's, we've got 100%. We've got Oakley. We've got Scott out here. Everybody taking care of their riders, paying attention to the weather. As we see, look at the big drop there in the Thor Sand Sweeper. It is really starting to take effect of the track, ducking down to the bottom side. He's just trying to bring this thing home right now, the number 26. And just as hard as it is on the rider, it's hard on the motorcycle as well.
We got our white flag out right now, so just one more lap for these 65cc 7-9 limited riders around this racetrack. Jaden Smart is in control of this race at the moment. It is a 15-second lead over Gavin Wellesian, and Jaden Smart coming into this moto with 2-1 scores, also in a great position to wrap up this championship. So just got to get through clean one more time. It looks like he might end up running into a little bit of lap traffic as we circulate on this final lap. There's the 74 of Anderson Waldell holding down the 4 ride, and Waldell, as it runs with this 4th place position, he's going to get himself 2nd overall in this championship with 3-2-4 scores. So a solid week at the ranch. I'm sure he wanted to get on the box one more time, but either way, you know, getting 2nd overall has got to feel good.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Ooh, problems there for the 26. We saw it. This thing is getting slick in a hurry. And
yeah.
Kellen, we talked about it yesterday. With the track already prepared for racing, then the rain comes. It forms even different than what we would see if we prepped for the mud. We thought we were just going to hold off. This storm came in, 5th gear pinned out of nowhere, and now this is what we're getting.
Absolutely. I mean, these ruts this morning already were wearing in quite nicely. They dug the track in pretty well, and now that we have hardened ruts, these kids are really having to, you know, navigate around and deal with the situation at hand. You're seeing them just kind of avoiding all those big main inside lines and trying to find a smooth line to the outside there in the corner 2 turns after the commandments. Coming through the commandments right there, trying to get a look. That looks to be, I think, the 24 ride maybe going by right there of maybe Holden Lampkin, or Maybe actually that was a 74 of Waldell. So, yeah, Waldell going through the commandments, and everyone's just trying to survive on this final lap, man. There's puddles everywhere. And the last thing you want to do as well, there's a lot of stuff still pushed off to the side of the track from yesterday, and we saw some of those guys, you know, stand it up along the edge of the racetrack. You do not want to get stuck in some of that deep stuff on the side of the track.
And these guys just as much trying to avoid the deep puddles, splashing up, trying to keep from dumping water all over the bike. But right now, there's not much you can do, as it is full steam ahead out here. These riders, both feet. I love I'm going to just go ahead and take both feet off the pegs and basically water ski through these turns that the kids are having to do. Getting a look at it on screen, this sand surfing out here.
Yeah, this is unbelievable how much water has come down in the space of about 5 minutes. There's our leader, Jaden Smart, on the last lap, just trying to dig through the sand one final time, and he is going to claim this championship so long as he gets through the last turn A-OK. He's going to tuck to the inside, splashing through the puddles one more time, but he's probably having fun out here. He's probably enjoying himself splashing through the puddles, and he's really going to enjoy this one. Jaden Smart takes the 65cc 7-9 Limited third moto win and the championship with it. On top of that, a great ride, got out front early with that whole shot, ripping it around the outside, and Jaden Smart will take home the championship this week in the 65cc 7-9 Limited class. Waiting for second place, Gavin Welsian across the line, and looks like everyone's getting through mostly okay across the line. Everyone already taking their goggles off as well. You can see they're just over it.
And how about Cade Nightingale as well, working all the way back up here. We're adjusting now our live timing screen so we can see the overall championship battle, but Cade had to have made well over 10 passes.
I think Nightingale, yeah, he got all the way to third.
How
at the
about
very
that?
end of
Look
that
at
one.
that. And that's going to move him up to second overall in the championship. So a huge last lap for the number, let's see, the number 10 of Nightingale will come in second place, and I think Anderson Waldell holds down the final overall spot on the podium.
So he went across the line side by side with Anderson Waldell, which was a battle for second place in the championship. That's just how close it is in these championship battles, all the way down to the checkered flag, and Nightingale going to get it by a nose. So it's going to be Smart, Nightingale, and Anderson Waldell are champions in the order of the class here this week. And Jaden Smart, Nico Verhoeven, Cade Nightingale, the podium, as we're getting ready to send it down to our Jason Wygant.
All right, we are getting absolutely smoked down here, and it doesn't matter because rain or shine, you got to perform at Loretta's, and this kid did. He grabs a massive hole shot. He gets the moto win, the gold medal, and the championship. Let's bring Mike Burkeen from the A-Man up, and let's have a round of applause for Jaden Smart. Yep. Here, I'll pull that out of there. You want to see that in the photos, that's for sure. There you go, Jaden. Here, I'll swap you a whole shot award for number 1. There you go. There it is, baby. Flip that. There you go. He did it all. Medal, whole shot, and we got to flip the medal. It's a lot of hardware, but he's been here before. And I also now know that this roof is actually just mesh, so it's not actually helping at all with the rain. They're already wet, so what's the difference for me? Come on over here, Jaden. I watch you all the time. My kid loves your vlogs, by the way. What about this moto? What was it like when the rain opened up, though?
Oh, I could like barely see, and it was just water everywhere.
Were you getting a little worried with the title on the line? A little scary?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Jaden?
My mom, my dad, Fox, Cobra Motorcycles, DRS Suspension, Tyson Engines, T-Rex Throttles, Gold Country Casino, Skyline Steel, Justin Costello from State Farm, Caleb, Greg, GC, CP Racing, and my brother and everybody else.
Jaden Smart, everybody, is your champion in 65. We're going to bring up Nico Verhoeven and Cade Nightingale. Jaden, this is yours. You can pop some champagne. Here, somebody help me. We got a bottle opener here, or do it on the side, whatever you want to do. I'm looking for Verhoeven and Nightingale. I'm going to give out second and third. There's a very wet certificate for Jaden Smart from Oakley to get a pair of sunglasses. There's Verhoeven. Well, this kid made a name for himself this week with some moto wins, a whole bunch of podiums. Second place goes to Nico Verhoeven. You from New Zealand, bud? How did you make this happen? How'd you get over here?
We just flew, brought some bikes, stayed with the Weirs, big thanks to them. Qualified at Parlour, and here we are now.
This has to feel awesome, the whole experience, right?
Yeah, one of my dreams come true.
Awesome, Nico. Who do you want to thank?
SP Tools, Fly Racing, Alpine Star 100%, Luke McGrath, White's Power Sports, Pewterline Oil, AEO, the suspension, Renthal bars and grips, and that's all.
We'll see you next year. Let's hear it for Nico Verhoeven. That's a really cool story. Second place, Kate Nightingale got third on the final lap. And pulling out a bronze. And we'll see if we get this one in before we drop the hammer on our next class. Never give up. That's Kate Nightingale for you. Taking this third with a last lap pass. Let's hear it for Kate Nightingale. Did you even realize you got on the podium in that moto? Did you even know what was going on with the rain and everything?
Yeah, I didn't. I got a terrible start. Just tried to pass as quick as I could. And then my dad said second overall if you pass him, and I'm like, go for it. And then I just made the last corner pass, and then yeah.
Got it done. Got it done. Who do you want to thank, Kate?
My mom, my dad, NSA Yamaha, Moose Racing, Alpine Star boots, Bell helmets, Dunlop tires, Rob Fox, Robbie Raynard, Ed, Danny, Donnie, Jake, and 100%.
Kate Nightingale. That's it for 65. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Weege, and it is Robert Fitch grabbing the whole shot in Senior 40 Plus, the final moto. There are puddles everywhere, and Jeff Emmig's got a good start on the 47. He is ahead of Mike Brown. I think Mike Brown likes these conditions, though. He's ready for it. He's eating it.
Yeah, this is not good news. The number 1 right behind the number 47. We got a big pile up on screen. We're watching outside our window. Only about 5 feet away before we can't see them through the darkness. But there is the number 1. This is your championship battle. He is trying to make his way around Jeff Emig. Jeff Emig knows this is got to put up the fight now. Keep Brownie behind me.
Yeah, Robert Fitch is going to lead us into Storyland right now, so he's got at least clear vision in front of him, but I don't know if you can call this clear with the weather conditions the way it is right now as he kind of paddles his way out there. Emig is still ahead. Oh, no, Brownie down the inside forces the issue and makes the pass. Look at these guys. Oh, my goodness, the puddles are so deep. Emig ripping a couple tear-offs just to get some clear vision there.
Yeah, that's Chris Kiefer, I believe, on the number 33, just behind. Kiefer, a good start inside this mix. Going to just try to hang on to Brownie right now. Fitch trying to run away early. There's the number 11 coming around as well. That's Ben Riddle getting into the mix. And look at that. These guys, these are incredible riders here, barely able to get over some of these jumps.
Oh, look at Brownie.
Look at the splash in there.
Brownie was trying to get to the outside there of Robert Fitch, and Fitch held it on a little longer just to get to that inside, and he just absolutely plastered him with water as they came into the corner. So Brown has to settle back in a second. Emig still in third, just ahead of Ben Riddle. So we're going to work our way through the middle part of this racetrack. Oh, look at them into the sand. Huge puddles on the inside. They're bouncing their way through. Robert Fitch is leading. Brownie, I think he got a little bit, you know, like let's not get up and battle Fitch for a minute. Let's get some laps in and we'll figure this out.
And Brad Gebhardt up here with Big MX Radio just was talking to me. That's crafty veteran riding right there. That is, hey, I see somebody coming up on the outside. I know I can splash him right now. And as this race goes on, he's only got so many roll-offs, so many tear-offs. And look at the ruts. Riddle trying to make a pass here around Emig.
Yeah, all the guys were doubling the triple after the finish line jump, and Riddle went and uncorked the triple. He seat bounced up it, and it looks like it's going to afford him a pass on Jeff Emig as these guys continue to just slosh their way over the tunnel jump. So our leader is now Mike Brown. Mike Brown has taken the lead through the mechanics area. He's gotten around Robert Fitch as we work through our first couple of corners. Fitch still second. Ben Riddle on the 11 ride trying to get up there and start battling with the 96 of Robert Fitch. You can see so many different lines, but they are all full of water.
Absolutely, yeah. No, even if it wasn't the veteran crafty riding, pretty much you're hitting puddles no matter where you go right now as Brownie.
Yeah, Brownie
making
taking
his way through.
Commandments. Robert Fitch not done yet, though. He is right back on the one machine. try not to land in those puddles. You don't want to get too much of that water sucked up into those radiators, as Brownie, just lays it into that inside, and they're just kicking water around everywhere. And it looks like Riddle got her way through there pretty clean. Brownie going to take us back into Storyland. It is Chris Kiefer in 5th, Shane Kelleher 6th with Christopher Hunter in 7th, John Boroff in 8th with Scott Metz in 9th, and Donald Letty rounding out our top 10 as we run.
Riddle's coming to the front.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, he wants a piece of Mike Brown. And he might just get it right now. Look at that, Ben Riddle making a pass on Mike Brown. Mud, the great equalizer out here at Loretta's.
Absolutely. Ben Riddle shot down that inside, made that pass on Mike Brown, and he is our new race leader. No stranger to championships here is Ben Riddle, a 5-time Loretta Lynn's championship out of Campbellville, Kentucky right there. So he is our new race leader, trying to stretch this thing out. He's got already a few seconds in hand. I think Brownie wasn't quite sure what the heck has happened to him, so now he's trying to just regroup. Oh my goodness, look at Riddle go through that inside rut. There was so much water he's shoving aside. But yeah, open up that gap a little bit. Brownie there in 2nd. Over the line right there in 3rd. That is Jeff Emig. So Jeff Emig moving up. He has also put oh no!
Oh, problems for Riddle.
For Ben Riddle, he is stuck. I don't know if the bike expired or if he is actually stuck. But
chain is off the bike. Yep, you can see the chain sitting. Wow, look at that. There's nothing he can do with that. Absolutely heartbreaking.
You hate to see that right there. He had just made his way all the way to the lead, and now he's just going to leave the bike standing on the inside line right there. Just said, you know what, I'm walking off. I'm all done. Hopefully no one gets stuck up behind that machine. But, man, that's unfortunate. Ben Riddle, he was on the move.
Ben Riddle's a strong guy. I know if he could pull that Kawasaki out, he would have. But for right now, that thing is sitting stationary as the battle is on behind that. So Mike Brown regains the lead with Jeff Emig not far behind, sitting in 2nd. Shane Kelleher rounds out the top 3. And Chris Kiefer now moves up into the 4th place spot.
Yeah, and Shane Kelleher was our fastest rider on the track last time by on that Honda, the number 88 machine. Now up into 3rd place, a 2:36 flat last time by. So there's Brown going down our back straightaway out of the first couple of corners. Emig there in 2nd. And we'll see if we get a flash look at the 88 of Kelleher in the background as he's trying to close up on our leaders. Well, Jeff Emig, you know, he's regrouped as well. He is not letting Mike Brown go. This is the closest we've seen him in terms of pace this moto.
Absolutely, yeah. Brown is doing exactly what he needs to do, riding smart, not taking any more risks than he has to. But for Jeff Emig, this is a great ride for him. You see him carefully, methodically making his way through. The patience that these guys have to single, single, single before they decide to go for a double. That's what's going to pay off in the long end. Not rushing to try to make up time, just slowly but surely ticking off a second here, a second there.
No question about it. It looks like Chris Kiefer on the 33 ride is actually taking over 3rd place. This is our battle for 4th between Shane Kelleher and I believe that might be Hunter on the 55 trying to sneak up the inside. He is just paddling his way through the corner. So Kelleher was able to go by, and now he is into the 4 position. So he dropped a position to Chris Kiefer, but yeah, he is now still in 4th place right there. Yeah, Ben Riddle coming down the announcer's tower right in front of us. He is walking with his helmet off. He is not happy about that situation. He was riding so well, and that's a shame the way that his moto has come to an end right there.
So
Chris Kiefer and the 55 of Christopher Hunter battling it out. Hunter trying to get down the inside, but Kiefer paddling. Oh, man, buries it in. So Chris Kiefer out of Hesperia, California, using the outside line right here. Chris Hunter on the inside out of Swarthmore, Pennsylvania. 2 polar opposites of the country here battling in the mud at Loretta's. And here we go. The battle's continuing on through the middle of the racetrack. There is Kiefer, and there goes Chris Hunter. So Pennsylvania native versus California native. We don't have much rain out in California, so Chris Kiefer not necessarily accustomed to racing in the mud, but doing a pretty good job right now, holding on to 3rd. Maybe trying to teach his son Aiden a little bit of lessons, because Aiden definitely struggled in some of the races we've had since we started falling. But Chris is on the move right now. So Chris Kiefer across the line, still in 3rd place. You got Jeff Emig checked in as our leader. Mike Brown is off the track. Mike Brown is pushing his bike just below our announcer's tower right here. So Mike Brown out of this moto. He is also pushing his bike. I'm not sure what's happened to the one machine, but he's just below us here in the announcer tower pushing his bike.
I was looking over. There was a KTM sitting just off of the 10 Commandments, and it was the #1 machine. I couldn't quite tell. This is incredible. A huge shakeup in this event. Mike Brown was coming in with a 1-1 score, and he had bad luck in his other class, so a heartbreaker for Mike. But look at this. Jeff Emig right now taking over the #1 spot, the number 47. This is, I'm sure Emig saw that. He says, hey, I got to keep this thing in survival mode, take care of this husky underneath me, and bring this thing home.
Well, Emig, he threw the goggles off, so now if he gets past, he's not going to have anything to protect his vision. As coming up behind him, Shane Kelleher on the 88 Yamaha is starting to mix it up. Kelleher went 23-4, so he hasn't even been on the podium this week. Now he's trying to go after a moto win in this final senior 40-plus class moto right here. This has changed everything up, and suddenly Jeff Emig in position to win this championship.
This is crazy. Chris Kiefer might just do it. He could beat Mike Brown in the overall, grabbing 2nd overall in the championship. I know he is stoked right now. And these guys the plan right now, hey, try to stay out of the deep water. Stay out of getting dirt covering the radiators. Let's just bring this thing home. You see the smoke coming off of the Husky. It is brutal for both man and machine out here. We're seeing another motorcycle being pushed by a rider off the side of the track just outside the tower. They're dropping like flies out here.
I'm watching this walk of shame. I'm watching Ben Riddle with the chain came off. You were leading, and Mike Brown with the title. His bike being pushed off. Riddle and Brown are walking back to the pits without their motorcycles together. A moto win for Riddle goes away, and a title for Brown goes away. That's unbelievable drama, and you know these are two guys that know how to handle these conditions. Sometimes there's nothing you can do.
Absolutely, Weege, and you can tell the frustration is written all over their body language as they walk back to the pits in frustration. But hey, we have a tremendous battle for the lead going on. Shane Kelleher is all over Jeff Emig for the race lead as we're coming down. White flag is waving. Emig and Shane Kelleher going to battle it out for this win. Nothing between them. Chris Kiefer still holding on to the 3rd spot, so he's just kind of biding his time back there. Maybe they get together and we'll see what happens. But this battle is still going on. This is going to be absolutely wild all the way down to the flag. There's a 25 machine going down the straightaway right there, and that appears to be Robin Niss on the 25 Husqvarna. He's in 24th. As we're looking for our leaders, there they are. There's Jeff Emig and Shane Kelleher. Look at Kelleher, feet off the pegs, hanging it out as he splashes through the puddles. Emig also through those deep puddles. Oh, man, this is going to be a great battle to the flag.
You know, they say you wave Jack Daniels in front of some of these plus 40 riders. He sees the Jack Daniels on the back of Jeff Emig, and he's like, I think I want to get up to that, get around it, maybe have some Jack Daniels waiting on him up at the podium if he's able to bring this thing home after a race like this. Look at Emig has ditched the goggles now and just nursing his way around. Emig known for the smooth style, taking his time.
And these guys are still moving. Emig knows that Kelleher's there. They both were in the 30s last time by 2:37 for Jeff Emig, 2:34 for Shane Kelleher. Everybody else, 2:49, 2:59, well down that order with the times that last time by. So they opened up 19 seconds on Chris Kiefer, who is still in 3rd place there on the 33 Yamaha. But Emig, he's just trying to survive right now. He's splashing through these puddles. He's got one foot off the inside peg just to plant his foot in case he gets a little bit sloshed around awkwardly or something like that, making sure that he keeps it on 2 wheels. And again, 1 foot off the inside right there as he's going to take us down this back straightaway, able to still leap up on top of that tabletop jump and use the advantage of leaning back on the machine to get all the way through that sand section. Unbelievable.
We saw the younger riders, they go and throw both legs off. These vet riders, they're able to hold just the one leg off just in case. And it looks like the camera operators, a couple of media riders, getting the photos, having to use the flash as dark as it is out here. And they're wanting to get the shot. Jeff Emig, as he makes his way around the Thor Sand Sweeper for the final time, the flash bulbs are ready. We're getting excited here.
Emig is still not out of the water just yet, and I think that's Kelleher down the inside that just took the lead away from Jeff Emig. Emig got splashed in the face. He had to wipe his hands, and he's looking up like, what just happened? You just gave the lead up. Shane Kelleher through the final turn, I think is going to cross the line with the win, and he does. Shane Kelleher takes the win in this moto, but Jeff Emig is going to win this championship as he crosses the line. He'll go 2-2-2 to win the title. Look at the 27 machine. He's running the bike across the line. 96 of Robert Fitch. He was up there early on. He's also pushing it over the line. Unbelievable end of this one.
Robert Fitch, that was your whole shot winner, was it not?
It was, yeah. So he's pushing. They're just going to push their bikes all the way down to the mechanics area together. They'll talk about their moto, say, what puddle did you get stuck in?
Yeah, where'd you go down at?
Did you get cross-rutted in and all that stuff like that? As a 25 machine, he's going to cross right there. That again is Robin Niss, who's a little bit further down. There is Chris Kiefer on the 33 ride. He'll cross the line in third. No goggles as well for him, so he had to finish this one off, but he'll get on the box and be able to thank some sponsors. He also got second overall in this championship as well, as it looks like I think Dennis Stapleton is going to finish up third overall behind him. So Emig, Kiefer, Stapleton, our podium here in this senior 40-plus class.
Exciting racing, chaos there. I mean, just like we said, it was a war zone out there. It seemed like we never knew who was going to go down next. And just when you thought you had it figured out, boom, the track reaches up and grabs you.
Now the 5 of Michael Mercer crossing the line there, taking the goggles off. So our top 5 in this moto, by the way, it was Shane Kelleher with the win, Jeff Emig second, Chris Kiefer third, Christopher Hunter ended up in fourth, and Scott.
Well, there's your third
5.
Moto Championship drama, no doubt about it. But when it got nasty, hey, this guy can say beat Jeff Emig. Nothing wrong about that. We got a moto win for Shane Kelleher. Woo! Come on over here. Hey, scary conditions out there. Was all right for you?
Very scary.
Scary guy.
That's it. That's what we're named after.
What was it like out there?
Can't even explain it. Underwater the total time.
Look, I'm sure you've raced Southwick in a ton of horrible conditions. This ranks right up there. This is this bad.
Oh, yeah. I was underwater up to the seat a few times, and I had to pull the goggles, which I never do. So I got some crusty eyes, but we held it pinned.
All right, you got a gold medal. Who do you want to thank, scary guy?
Hydro Earth, FXR, Kelleher Sealants, Factory Connection Suspension, my wife, my sons, my mechanic Justin. They all play a big part.
Shane Kelleher with the gold in the last moto of the day. And wow, rear fender's all twisted up. He gets it done. I'm going to bring Robert Fitch up here real quick. We'll give it a whole shot award. And Shane, this bike goes off, and we'll bring the championship machine on up. Fitch. What's up, buddy? Yep. All right, let's give out a Stasic whole shot award to Robert Fitch. Hey, we need to get Jeff Emig's bike on up to the stage. So Emig, bring your bike on up. I'm going to do myself a favor here. We need the Emig bike on up. They're bringing it. All right, Fitch, who do you want to thank for the whole shot real fast?
I got to thank Rocky Mountain Cycle Plaza, Tamer for getting me out there, FMF, my wife, Oakley Fly, Cherubies, Rhino Power, everybody. Dunlop Tires, dude, they hooked up, just slingshotted me out of there. I was pumped. Thought I had the win. Like, it was pretty simple to ride. I love mud, training in it. And, man, on Monday we had a clutch issue with the rod that goes, and the second lap the rod went again, and my clutch was locked out. I couldn't use it, and that's it. I'm done, you know. So it's kind of a bummer with the Yamaha deal, but it is what it is. I made it up here for a whole shot. It got me there. It's a great week. I got a 4.3, so I'm pumped. I'll be back next year full trained, though.
All right, he'll be ready. Let's hear for Robert Fitch, our Stasic whole shot. Where's our third place finisher? I'll talk to third, and we'll bring our champion on up here as well. Third in the moto goes to the Mud Master of the High Des. Come on up, third place. And Emig, you come up as well and get all the championship hardware ready. All right, let's talk to third place finisher. All those High Des Mud Motos pays off for Chris Kiefer.
Look at all the people on the stand.
Oh, it's packed for you, bud.
Crazy.
I know it's been exactly the week you wanted, and your class has gone totally to plan, right?
Totally, yeah.
Totally.
I was just telling the Verb guys, I was kind of tired all week, doing a lot of stuff for Aiden. The rain came, and it woke me right up, dude. Like, I was excited.
Oh, I thought it would be the opposite.
No, because I never get a chance to have an epic mud race. Now I have a story to tell.
Okay.
Raced Emig and Brown in the mud, got second overall, which is way better than I thought it was going to be. So overall, I'm happy.
All right. Do you always find a way? Always find a way to be pumped on moto. Who do you want to thank, Kiefer?
First and foremost, my wife. I love her so much. She helps me out a lot. My son for keeping me young and keeping me on my toes. Love him a lot. And, of course, FXR Racing, Andy and Brad taking care of me. 60 helmets. Aaron from Oakley, he's been kick-ass all week. My roll-offs were awesome. And Dunlop tires, ran a 14 all week. It was awesome. And the KYB guys, and, of course, Steve Mathis, my happiest friend on earth, Steve Mathis. Eddie Larrett for and Aiden has a real job and kicks ass on our bikes, so thank you to everybody.
All right, there it is. Third of the moto, second overall, Chris Kiefer. Great mud rider. Now let's bring up our national champ. And where's Mike Burkeen from the AMA? We'll hand out the #1 plate. He does it by virtue of the silver in the moto. You never know. You never know, baby. You just got to be in it to win it, as they say, and he's won it. Let's hear it for Jeff Emig. And there it is, the #1 plate. First of all, did you even – yeah, it's going to be beautiful for the minis. Dude, first of all, did you even know what was going on as far as Brown, the bike, the title? Did you even know that?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, I seen – like, second off the start, I was in the first turn. I backed off. I probably should have stayed in it to get that Stasic hole shot money for BJ. His kid needs a new Stasic battery. But so I said, okay, second. And these guys were bombing it. And I could hear Brown back there. He goes by. I'm like, okay, you know, attrition's going to be the thing. Like, you got to finish the race. I hear, like, the ghost of my dad yelling in my ear, finish the race, don't fall down. It was all that. And so I was, okay, it was cool. And then I realized, okay, I think I just went into first. You know, but I also seen Brown get stuck or whatever happened in that turn, and I heard him yelling at his bike, and I said, oh, did I just get lucky? Get a little Loretta's luck right there. So you got to finish it, you know, probably unexpected as quick as Brown was this whole time, but the old 300 two-stroke, make America two strokes again.
I wish I had more people here, but they're getting completely soaked. Yeah, this is the smallest crowd Jeff Emig has ever celebrated a title in front of. Who do you want to thank, man? It's really been fun having you back.
Especially BJ Burns, MX University. Look, he's standing out there in the rain. He loves it. We were on the line, and we're like, hey, you have to embrace the suck. Like, we choose to be here. This is what we do as motocross riders, and we choose to do this. And if you tried to explain it to anybody else, I don't think you could. Like, why are you here? But, of course, ODI grips, Rhino Power, let me look at my visor, Elevate, MX Locker, Viral Goggles, We Big Gear, Jack Daniels gear going to be available sometime soon. My girlfriend Jessica for being here, and my son Jagger, there he is. First time he's been here when I race, so much fun. A lot of people back me on the bike, like Twisted Development, FMF, Enzo, Hinson, Asterisk, I don't know.
It's muddy at this point.
Hey, MX Filter Service. Hoodie, I got some filters for you. Coming back. All right, hey, thanks, everybody.
Jeff Emig is your champ. Congratulations. Get it done in the mud. And one last thing. You got it. And some champagne for you as well. This is a guy who actually knows how to pop that. Shake that whenever you want. They're already wet anyway. And I'm going to go hide under these tents. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. And we're in a bit of a holding pattern while they do some track work right now. We're seeing some massive puddles in the first turn that are getting cleaned up right now. So just trying to at least get a little bit of topsoil on that so they're not splashing through a lake over there.
Lake Loretta being drained as we speak here in the first turn. As I think that, Kellen, I honestly think just in the small amount of time that we've had the rain falling today, I think that might be even bigger of a puddle than we saw yesterday.
It really might be, yeah. I mean, that's where we've seen the water pooling up most of the first 2 days that we've had rain here this week. And man, this rain came down so fast. Like, it just was immediate. It was like turning the lights on, more or less, or turning the shower on or something. Like, it just came out of nowhere, you know? Well, not out of nowhere. We saw it coming, but it definitely turned on real quick.
It was that water balloon that you pick out that's flying right towards your head, and then it just dumped on us, just absolutely obliterated us. So right now doing a little bit of track maintenance. I don't even know if maintenance is the proper word. Track salvation. Just trying to get this thing capable of running. And if you're these riders sitting on the starting line right now, Jeff Emmick made a great point. You got to embrace this up. Look, conditions not optimal. Track not optimal. Number one plate still up for grabs. The game has not changed. Essentially, we're motocross racers. This is what we do. You know, it is a benefit. That's something. You know, we talk to arena cross. We talk to supercross. It is great. We got lights. We got all of this. This is the nitty gritty. This is the sport that we love. We're dirt bike racers. This is what we're out here for. Rain, shine. We're going to go racing.
Absolutely. You know, we go racing in all conditions here in motocross, and normally at the ranch we expect to see really hot days, you know, 100-degree temperatures, stuff like that. We've avoided that this week, and instead we got more or less the flip side, right? We got a lot of heavy rain, a really wet racetrack to deal with, and, you know, the riders, whether it's that hot or whether it's all this rain, they got to be ready to go and ready to race and, you know, bring all the stuff down that they need, get the bikes ready, and make sure that they can finish the motos, which unfortunately, you know, it does seem like it cost Mike Brown a championship this last time out. You know, couldn't quite get it all the way to the checkered flag. But that's what happens, you know. You gotta make sure that you're ready to go, and you know, unfortunately for Brown, it didn't work.
I mean, we've seen it in the pros, too. How many times has there been Southwick, a perfect example, notorious for being brutal on the machines, just like the riders, and championships have been altered. You know, Christophe Pourcel having bad luck at some of these due to mechanical issues, and some of it may not even be your fault. As we saw, Brown, he didn't go through the puddle, but the guy just in front of him did, and he caught the short end of the stick, basically threw a bucket of water on him. And so, yeah, you got to be careful out here. A lot of patience is going to be needed, especially in the younger classes. I think those guys, I don't want to say they're immature, because they're extremely mature for their age and for being the racers that they are, but they get hyped up, right? They get excited, they get antsy, and as soon as the gate drops, they are wide open. Yeah, today is exactly, Mikey Wayne just said, today's going to be a learning lesson. Hey, sometimes you gotta think long term. You gotta say, hey, I probably could do that first double into the 10 Commandments, but I know I can do the second double. So let me roll these first two and then pull the trigger, and that might be the difference. You may be able to make a pass, or just as simple enough as not falling over. If you get a good start, could bring you on the podium.
Yeah, and more so in these conditions, right? You start turning to conservation of the machine, right? You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you follow someone into a deep puddle and get stuck with them, and then obviously that hurts your case, or really just a situation of maybe being close enough to anybody and getting splashed like we saw Mike Brown. You know, he was following Robert Fitch to that sand corner, got lit up with a bunch of splash, and suddenly he was covered in water, and I mean, he's already covered in water, but covered in more water, right? So, you know, a lot of the times we look at these conditions and we think back to like the 2008 Daytona Supercross, Chad Reed leading that all the way to 2 corners to go, but again, bike conservation, right? Didn't make it all the way to the flag. Instead, Kevin Windham, who we've had up here a few times this week, did make it to the flag, took that checkered flag, and was able to win the race. And that's what you're going to need to do here today, right?
Yep, we're out here naming mud motos. I'm thinking, you know, Budds Creek 09. Honestly, I'm thinking Troy 03, where it was so wet the race almost didn't even happen, and they ended up having to cancel it twice. We're not quite there yet. It didn't happen. It was originally postponed and then later canceled, but we're too far in. We're too deep, and like we've been saying, the last couple of days, there has been track preservation. That has been the talk. Even when it was not raining as hard, the track was going to be unraceable if we would have immediately put bikes back on track. It is championship day. We got third motos to get done, and so as soon as we are capable of getting the bikes on track, we're running this thing. Poor Loretta Lynn's ranch out here, it's going to take a beating, but it's got the best of the best to go out there and do what they've got to do for the final motos out here on this championship Saturday. So still watching this lake drain out of the first turn, and as far as I know right now, we are basically just on a holding pattern.
Yep. Well, it's not the first time that we've seen a Loretta Lynn's. You know, they've got to push the mud off. They got to put it somewhere and just get it off the track at first, right? And then afterwards, they'll come back in, they'll clean it up, and they'll make this place look pristine. And we'll go racing again here next year. And it'll still be the Country Club of Motocross, and it'll still be just a great time for everybody here at the ranch. So, you know, it's just part of it. We get rain, we get these elements. We still got to get these guys on the track and go racing and crown some champions, which we've already crowned, I believe, 6 champions here today so far. Vet 30 plus, 450B, 125C, 85cc, 10 to 12, 65cc, 7 to 9 limited, and senior 40 plus. We've already got those motos off all 3 motos done, champions crowned, and man, you know, we get to this end of the week. It's been a long grind for a lot of people, but when you get up on the podium like Jeff Emig right there and suddenly you're a champion, that's what it's all worth it for.
And I really like, you know, Chris Kiefer. I'm a big fan of his, not only just as a rider, not only as a tester, but just as a fan of the sport and a representation of the proper mentality to have at this sport. I think it's really cool what he's doing with his son, Aiden, both of them going out there. And we know Chris wants to do well. He wants to win, and he has done well. He's done a great job this week, but he just finds the positives. At the end of the day, even when he has those bad races, he sits back and says, yeah, I just had a bad race, but I got to ride my dirt bike today. I got to go out and do what I love, hang out with people I enjoy being around. And in situations like this, I think that's the kind of mentality that succeeds, as we saw in that race.
Well, it's an important lesson regardless of these type of conditions, right? You know, even the guys that this week have not had the week at the ranch that they were hoping to have, and they're leaving here with results that they're maybe disappointed by. Look, at the end of the day, we still got to come out here. We still got to get on our dirt bikes. We got to race some of our buddies and really, you know, just have a good time with family and friends, many days here, many nights, having a good time, and that's the whole point. You know, it's dirt bike racing at the end of the day. We're supposed to be having fun.
Absolutely.
You know?
And I think it's tough. We talk about the zoomed in lens. When you're here at the ranch, you sit there and you're like, oh, you know, I finished 31st. And to a lot of riders out there, they're not happy with that. But I can tell you, because I have been that guy watching on RacerTV.com saying I would do anything to get 41st out there just to be able to put on that bib. And so as these riders make their way back to their hometowns and back to their local tracks, they're going to have their buddies that, hey man, what was Loretta's like? And quite honestly, what I think is so cool is the racing, maybe about a quarter of the conversation. What was the beach like? What did you do at the Monster Energy Arena? What did you do throughout the week? Let me see your Moto Tees t-shirt, because like we said, sure, racing's a badge of honor out here, but it's a privilege to be able to get the entire Loretta's experience.
100%. And you know, those stories of everybody that when they're done here at the ranch and they look back and they see everything that happened, like you said, it's not about the racing for a lot of people. You know, it's those fun memories you shared in the motorhome with the family, and maybe you were playing games, especially during these rain delays that we've had. You know, you busted out the cards and maybe played some games and stuff like that, or you know, you came up with some trivia. We've had trivia up here in the announcers tower, even with the on-track folks. So we've done stuff like that, and you know, it's really just memories like that you build as a family and build with your friends and stuff like that. And that's the whole point, right? You know, have a good week at Loretta's and leave here with a smile on your face.
Absolutely. We even heard Malcolm Stewart when we asked him about the 50 shaft pass. He said, I'm going to be honest with you, I remember it, but I don't really remember the racing. I remember hanging out with my friends. I remember the track that we built next to the camper that we played with our toy dirt bikes on, you know. And so for a lot of these kids, sure, they want to go out and do the best that they can, but it's just a great, like Kevin Kozat says, it's a motocross family vacation with some of your best friends out there on the track.
Right. Well, I mean, you know, I got a chance to talk to a lot of our current pro athletes there on the pro motocross circuit before we came to Loretta's here a couple weeks back, and a lot of them echoed the same sentiments, is that during this week, during the intensity of the battles and the pressure that you feel of trying to do a good job on the racetrack, you maybe lose sight of some of the more fun things. And then when you look back on it later, you realize some of the things that you wish you would have cherished a little bit more, wish you would have held on to a little bit more. So, you know, that's kind of the important lesson, right, is take it all in this week. Don't just think about what you did on the racetrack. Think about the friendships that you made, the connections that you've made, the people that you got to meet this week. You probably met so many people here, especially with these delays and everyone running around and talking to people and stuff like that. Those are huge, you know. Those are huge in your life as you move along, and you know, those are the things that you'll look back on eventually and realize, man, those are the things that I definitely got to take with me.
You know, I made a good friend when I was able to race out here in 2015. 2016, stopped racing motorcycles. He lives in the bottom side of Australia now. Got a friend on the other side of the world just because we both rode dirt bikes here. So we said it in the beginning of the week, you still got time now. If you haven't already, go to the person parked to the left of you, park to the right of you, introduce yourself. How was your week? Tell me how your motos went. What did you do during the rain delays? And make a friend out there, because we are a big community, but a small community in retrospect. And so this motocross family, no excuse. Well, you got friends all over the place. If you can't find one, come find me and we'll chat it up.
Absolutely. I mean, you put it perfectly right there. It's a motocross family at the end of the day. We have a lot of people in this sport, and sometimes, you know, tensions run high and you maybe don't like your competitor, or you don't like someone for whatever they said about you or whatever. But at the end of the day, we all just love dirt bikes. We all just really enjoy watching the racing and really enjoy the camaraderie of it and the feeling, the adrenaline rush that you get from getting on a motorcycle and going out there and being able to support your friends or support your family family that are the ones that are out there going on the racetrack. So it is, like you said, a family, and that's what we have to take away from this week, no question about it.
Absolutely. Mother Nature teaching us a lesson, even if it's a hard one. We needed to learn it, and I think we've done a great job. Like I said, I've been blown away with how well the track has been able to hang on. I mean, folks at home, if you're not here in person, if you haven't trudged through the mud, it's unbearable out there. I mean, walking through some of the parts of the pits where the track crew isn't working day and night really gives you an idea as to how bad this could be. And so we're still, as we speak, doing everything we can to get water off and get bikes back on this Loretta Lynn's track.
Yeah, a massive credit to all the track crew, right? Like, they have been at the drop of a hat when we need to get them on the racetrack to clean something up, especially after those lengthy delays on excuse me, Thursday and Friday. They just were out there immediately cleaning stuff off, getting all the slosh off the top, making sure that we had a raceable racetrack, especially because, you know, like we said, we sealed it yesterday, and to make sure that there was an opportunity to still save the racetrack, they did. They really did a great job of saving the racetrack. By the time we got racing yesterday afternoon, you know, we almost had dry spots by the time we were racing, and then certainly by the end of the day, there were some really great lines developed, and this racetrack turned into a pristine condition, I feel like, at a certain point, and we were about to have it again today. You know, they did a great job overnight.
And
we
then
didn't
you
have
mentioned the rain.
and
then you
I know,
mentioned
it's
the rain.
my fault. I look. It's my fault. I tried to knock
Kellen
on
Brower
wood.
knocked on fake wood, and this is how this all started.
This is not fake wood right here. That is real.
Something must have been wrong.
I don't know what you call it.
Not a high enough percentage, I guess.
I know. I apologize, but
yeah, bamboo, Mikey Wayne said.
The rain was coming regardless. It was getting dark.
It is, but yeah, you could see that thing coming from a mile away. It was like you could see night on the horizon as it rolled in, and like we said, hopefully as quickly as it came in, it's going to leave us as well. As it's still sprinkling a fair amount out there. They're draining the water, and you talk about getting the track ready, but there's a lot around the track and in the center of the track that has to be prepared as well. Obviously, we got the best of the best in all aspects as far as safety committee, medical personnel on staff, photo and video. Let's be honest. We need the Insta bangers. We need the social media updates. We need, you know, Matt Rice out there. He's got to get the shots, right? And so the infields have got to be kind of somewhat manicured as well, because as we've seen several riders get pitched off to the left or right. Next thing you know, we got big ruts coming through the infield as well. So as much as they have been working on the track, they've been working on the infield, around the track, fire lanes to make sure medical staff can get anywhere if somebody gets hurt. I seriously, I cannot say enough about the crew out here at Loretta's, and we bring the best from the best around the country, some with probably a little more experience in this type of weather than others, and they just put their heads together, figure out a plan, and execute it no matter what gets thrown their way.
You know, you're absolutely right. Like, we saw Mike Brown and Ben Riddle walking off in the infield together, and the KTM crew was able to get Brownie's bike out, and they were pushing it down, but it was because, like you said, they're doing some work to the infield of the track too, to make sure that there are those lanes for riders to walk off if something goes wrong, or the medical team to get down there and be able to take care of riders that have had an issue. And hopefully it's not too bad, but still, you want the medical team to be there quick. You don't want them to be stuck in the mud or something like that. So, like you said, all around the racetrack doing a terrific job cleaning stuff up. You see on our camera here, even pushing some of that slop off as we go through the Wall of Fame area right there. Just standing puddles everywhere, but, you know, a little bit of moving the dirt here, pushing it there, doing this, and draining it right here, and suddenly you got a raceable racetrack again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we can see, the conditions weren't pristine to begin with, so just trying to mitigate the damage as much as possible, and try to, I feel like it comes down to, we don't want people's machines to lock up. We don't want you to have to, these aren't watercrafts at the end of the day. So if we can do what we can to get the standing water off the track as much as possible, we're going to do that. The rain is lightening up a little bit, so hopefully it'll drain quicker than it'll dump down, and we'll be able to get off and rolling here momentarily. But big shout out, I mean, probably 20 riders or so sitting on the line at the moment. You're just sitting there. I mean, they got the umbrellas up, but I'm sure they're humid. If they're not already soaked from riding the staging, and you just gotta say, hey, this is what's coming. This is what it is. And what I have seen, Kelly and I was talking about this after the last start, in these type of conditions, as sloppy and difficult as the first turn is, I think it might actually be advantageous to line up on the outside. I was watching the angles that these riders are having to make. Usually we see those farther inside gates. They come in quick, they get a good jump, and they're hard on the brakes, able to pivot, grab the whole shot. Here it seems like just outside of the doghouse, even some of the far outsides, Jaden Smart comes to mind, you're able to make that angle angle earlier, especially with a good jump, and not have to cut the bike as hard, not have to chop the throttle. So we've seen some hole shots coming from unusual spots here in these mud motos.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, in these conditions, momentum is a premium, and so once you get the ball rolling, you don't want to have to brake and stop and pivot and turn and get going again in this first turn, which, you know, it was pretty wet in that first turn for a couple of those races. I'm sure it'll get cleaned up pretty well right now, but even so, you're still going to have all that slosh. And so, you know, we even saw Vincent Way yesterday coming into the first turn. He had the whole shot, but he still was trying to turn and pivot and just found that little breaking point where the front end, you know, he tucked it down, slid for a long ways, unfortunately got hit, but was able to get up and keep going. And it's just things like you're saying right there, you know, it's one knobby too far, or it's one little turn too much, and suddenly you're on the ground and you got a whole host of riders coming behind you. So those outside gates certainly might come into play later today for some good starts.
Yeah, and you can expect somebody like Vincent Way, somebody with good people around them that are monitoring the situations and taking a look. They may say, hey, I'm not saying you have to, but at least take a look out there, because we've seen it done. It has happened in the dry conditions as well before. You know, AC on the Super Mini comes to mind. But here specifically, as we talked about the big puddle coming out of turn one, I cannot express how crucial or how beneficial it would be to be the first guy in that. If you're not getting sprayed, that's a huge advantage coming into turn two.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just spray everybody else behind you. You're like hydroplaning through and putting splash behind you. There's a pretty famous photo of Alex Martin off the start here at Loretta Lynn's when we had the National here. He was on the inside and he got sideways and splashed everybody to the left side of him full of water. Hampshire had a pretty good start and was immediately ripping tear offs before they even got to the first corner. And it's things like that, like you're saying, you know, you get a little bit of clean air ahead of you and suddenly everybody else behind you is in the wet.
I'm telling you what, mud motos, not often are they complimented as far as the photo opportunities, but coming out of the first turn, usually you got the one rider, obviously been doing GNCCs this year. Craig DeLong comes to mind. Our third round was an absolute mud fest, and he was on that Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. Nice, clean, and shiny, and every single rider behind him was just coated in mud, and they were maybe 100 yards onto the course. And so it's interesting to see. Actually, it's quite easy to see how beneficial it is to grab the whole shot in these mudders. You're able to stay a little bit cleaner, stay a little bit lighter, and of course you don't have to pull that tear off, roll off, or some of those guys probably having to ditch the goggles immediately.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen that in the few motos that we've had since it started raining here, where they go through the first corner and you see one shiny number plate going down that next straightaway. Everybody else already just completely soaked with mud, covered up. They're grabbing their goggles, they're ripping stuff down the next straightaway. So yeah, I mean, like you say, that clean air is massive to get out front. And just for the simple fact of you're then able to see which lines have the least amount of water, because if you're behind that, you're getting roosted, you don't see anything. Yep. Suddenly you're in a deep puddle because you couldn't even see it.
Absolutely. It's you know, very similar to driving in a rainstorm. When it starts dumping too much, all the lights, all the colors kind of blur together. Next thing you know, you're bumping into the back of somebody. Oh, I didn't realize you were coming to a stop there. And so we saw that in that last race. A lot of those insides got bunched up. I don't want to say quite a bottleneck, but it was basically a traffic stop of riders wheel to wheel because they didn't see the rider in front of them. There was nowhere to go. And when you do break that momentum, as moist as it is out in the air, goggles going to start fogging up if you're not able to keep the momentum moving forward. So vision a problem. Another thing that I don't think we talk about a lot is grips. Here, when it is this muddy, there's a good chance you may hit the deck at some point. You may go down. You get mud coated on your grips. People may think it's even with the fuel injection, it's very easy to turn the throttle. I guarantee you get mud caked on that, you're not able to get a good hold of the throttle. It makes it pretty sketchy out there for those guys.
No question about it, and that's when we start seeing people running two towels off of either side of them, because say you fall on the left side, that towel is suddenly soaked with water and mud anyway, so you have to grab the right towel, wipe your hand off, maybe grab it real quick and wipe the grips off. So yeah, definitely no question about it. Grips are a bit of a premium here, and you know, you need to be able to still feel the bike underneath of you regardless of the conditions.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we are continuing to try to get this track drained off. Track crew hard at work. Looks like the rider's still sitting on the line. We're going to go and get a message from our sponsors real quick, and we'll be back, hopefully dropping the gate here soon.
Before one thing before we go to commercial break, just got an update from Jared Bolton. They are going to be cutting out the billboard section right there on the start straight. So you basically come over the jump, and you're going to continue straight into what is turn number 1. So again, they're cutting out the billboard section. So you'll go straight right into turn 1. And the other announcement he wanted to make was, hey, flaggers, don't go far. Don't run away. we want to get this thing going as soon as possible. As soon as we've got that okay, we want to roll. So there you go. Adam, let's take it away to commercial. We'll be right back.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Cometic Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment, whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends. Professionals and enthusiasts depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
Driving force of amateur motocross. Team Dunlop, Elite.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
The Earth is 70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
Are you ready? The
Super Motocross World Championship playoffs kick into high gear at C-Max Dragway in Charlotte. The world's best 22 riders face off on a one-of-a-kind track in pursuit of the first ever World Championship and the sport's biggest prize. Don't miss the final quest for the Super Motocross World Championship, fueled by Monster Energy. Get tickets now at supermotocross.com. FanFest included with purchase.
This Racer TV broadcast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. AMSOIL. Run with us. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.
All right, and we should be back here on Racer TV. Once again, if you're just now joining us, no surprise, the rain has come and dropped a little bit on us, but I believe we're starting to get closer to getting the bikes back out on track. We've been draining and draining small lakes out of the track, and I mean, I don't know what else you can say. This is the best we can do right now. Mother Nature continues to just throw curveballs at us.
Yeah, they pushed a little bit of sand in through that first corner. They're trying to clear off this big lake at the exit of the Yamaha Mechanics area, but they are also going to cut the Wall of Fame section out, right? So we're going to go off that tunnel jump straight through the first corner complex into the second couple corners right through here. So just a key to remember for those of you folks in the pits that are maybe heading to the line soon, that section by the Wall of Fame cut out for the time being. And
yeah, we're going to keep hitting that because making sure everybody's paying attention to it. Moms, dads, mechanics, when you got the little one on the line, maybe right before they get ready to fire it up, just say, hey, don't forget, you're not turning after the finish line. After that double, you're going to go straight, because that's going to be a higher speed section. They are going to be able to pick it up a little bit as they go straight off the backside of that. And so I'm curious to see. We got mini senior 2 sitting on the line right now, and we talk about putting the blinders on. You get into the race mode, and these guys, they've practiced, they've run 2 races a certain way. I'm curious to see whether or not you have a kid that just heat of the moment forgets.
Yeah, well, we've had parity, I feel like, through the conditions changing in this class particularly. You know, we had Jace Wolf go from a 5th in the first moto, wins that second moto, so also in the mix right there. Vincent Way on 1-2 scores, so a little bit mixed up, and like you say, maybe we have some of these other riders that have had 2 rough scores. You know, we even saw in that first vet moto that we had a guy that did not finish in the top 10 in either of his first 2 motos get second place in that first vet 30-plus motos. So you could have a situation like that where, you know, these riders are sitting on the gate and they're like, man, it hasn't gone really my way. One start changes everything.
Absolutely, yeah. It's as once great said, trials are opportunities to overcome. Hey, look at this as an opportunity. I didn't get a great jump when it was dry. I didn't get a great result when it was dry. We're trying something different. Not dry out there right now. What are you going to do? Are you going to back off the gate? Did you do all that work to get out here and give up? No. So you're going to go out there and give it 100%. And I think that's another thing that just makes it exciting here in these third motos. If you're sitting there saying, oh, my buddy that I'm watching at home on Racer TV, he didn't really do that good in the first 2 motos. I don't know if I'm going to stick around for this moto. I'm telling you, don't count your buddy out. Absolutely. Hang out with us, listen to us chatting it up, and then these third motos have been super exciting. We had a side-by-side. That was the closest finish we've had all week long and it was just before Racer TV picked up, obviously having to run that earlier schedule, but a mere knobby separating riders for the win. And so, yeah, these third motos, they might be mud motos, but they're still just as exciting.
Yeah, for those of you that are watching that didn't get a chance to see that, obviously, because we weren't on air just yet, just reimagine Jalek Swoll and Jet Lawrence side by side across the line. It was like reliving that all over again. It was literally a knobby, as you say, just putting the nose out just a little bit farther, and that's what these conditions are going to obviously, lead us into, is situations where last turn passes, last lap passes even, that could change the order and maybe even change championship scenarios as well.
And one of the things we've talked about throughout the week, these riders are smart. Oftentimes they're keeping track of their competition. I know this guy's in 6th place. I know this guy's in 3rd place. As we've seen a couple of times, when everybody's the same shade of brown, it's hard to gauge where your competition's at. We've seen riders get past, they think, oh, that's just a lap rider, he's getting back. Oh no, wait a second, I just gave up 2nd place. I just gave up 3rd place in the championship. And so we start to see some confusion, some mental mistakes out there as well.
Yeah, and it's tough to gauge, right? Because in some situations, especially if you're in a championship position, you see someone come up behind you, might be concerned it's someone that you're battling for the championship, and if you don't know what number they are or anything like that, you might race them harder and put yourself in a situation where you might also go down because you're pushing the envelope right there when maybe you didn't even need to battle that person. Maybe it was a lap rider or someone that's not in championship contention coming up to catch you. So it's really a bit of a mental battle as well, trying to understand what position am I in, who am I battling with, where are they on the racetrack, and not get caught in a situation where you might put yourself on the ground.
Absolutely, and the same thing can be said for those lap riders. Let's say you're sitting in that 12th place spot. Hey, you're battling for a top 15. You are fighting tooth and nail for every rider around you. You're not sure whether that's Vincent Way coming around to lap you, or whether that's Johnny Sprocket that's in 13th that's been hot on your wheels. And so all of these riders gonna be fighting each and every rider, passing any riders that they can around them, because hey man, I don't know if you're my competition or not, so I'm just going to try to get in front of you.
Absolutely, and we talk all week about the winners and the guys that finish in the top 5, but there's riders here that a 15th place is a big win for them, or even getting inside of the top 20, right? So to do, be in a situation where you're in those battles, you're trying to get a position or a result that you're really eyeing up to end off your week, you might send it a little bit harder and just see like, I don't care if it's a lap rider or who I'm passing, whatever, I am going for it because I want to get that result that I'm looking for.
Absolutely. This Loretta's is one of the only races where I feel like you have riders that set goals. Hey, let's get inside the top 20. We hear that in the pros. Hey, I just want to get a point. I just want to get inside the points. So trying to break inside that top 20, the top half of your class, a huge deal. If you can, try to get under impound. Try to get under those tenths after the race. That's a huge accomplishment. And for a lot of those riders, that's a dream come true. Just to be able to be called over, hey, you got to put your bike on this stand and hang out with us for a couple of minutes. And so, yeah, different goals for different riders out there. We've got several riders that are consistent up at the top. You look at Cole Blecka. He's got a 3-3. He's competing for top 5 finishes. He's battling for a championship. And then you've got guys like, let's say, Dakota Baker running on a 14-16. Or you've got Joseph Shipley running with a 13-12. They're battling out for top 10 overall finishes out here. That's a big deal for these guys.
And look, even for this class right here, even getting into the top 20 could be considered just a building year for you. Maybe they're coming, excuse me, off an injury or something like that. And then next year they go at it. Really, they get inside of that top 10. They maybe battle for a top 5. And then some of these kids as well, it could be a situation where they haven't fully taken the racing side of it super seriously until they get to this age. So then you're starting to see, the fruits of your hard work pay off a little bit by getting into the mix, battling in those top 20 positions, and continuing to build towards coming back to the ranch next year and doing what you're really hoping to do.
Absolutely. And Mini Senior 2 sitting on the line right now, kind of the middle ground of the 85s and the Super Minis. Mini Senior kind of right in that middle point. So you're starting to see these riders figure themselves out as racers. Hey, I like scrubbing. I'm a big corners guy. They're getting more confident. They're starting to grow up. They get a little I don't even know the right way to say it. They get a little chip on their shoulder. Yeah, they kind of start to develop these racer personalities, and then as the years go on, you talk about building blocks. Hey, let's get a solid top 10 this year. Maybe we have one more year in Mini Senior. Maybe we jump up to the Super Mini class and we battle with the next level of riders my age. And so it's going to be exciting to watch.
And they're also, in their own right, they're actually literally growing, right? They're growing into their more adult bodies. The shoulders are broadening. They're getting stronger, and they're building a base towards getting into a level where you can jump up to to a 250F or even a 125, right? Make that transition and feel like you're ready for it because you've done the hard work beforehand in this mini senior class or in a super mini division to get to that next level.
And that's such an interesting point that you bring up as far as the actual physical size of these riders. Like, a lot of these kids hit growth spurts. You know, they're going through that awkward phase. And so for a lot of these riders, maybe they're not clicking the best on these little bikes. Myself personally, I was never a pro, but it took me a while. I was a bigger guy, got on the big bike, started jiving a little bit more when I moved up to a 125. So some of these riders, hey, we're getting the fundamentals. You've made it to the ranch, so that's a huge deal. You clearly got something figured out. But maybe once they get on the bigger wheel frames, whether it's a super mini, whether they jump to the schoolboy classes on a 125, and then it's like, oh wow, we just needed this kid to get on a big bike, and he's on fire.
Absolutely, no question about it. As we look forward through our race order, once we do get back racing, like you said, we got that mini senior 2, 13 to 15 division coming up next. After that, we'll follow with the 450C group. 250B limited will be after that. 65cc 10 to 11 limited, and then we'll get into our final 250 Pro Sport Moto after that. So we got motos rolling up here that are going to be some good ones to watch, no question about it, and hopefully not too long till we're racing once again.
So once again, draining the water off the track. I'm watching it rolling. It's flowing. I promise you, it's getting off. And yeah, we're looking at first turn. It's like the lake disappeared. So hopefully we will be firing these bikes up soon and dropping the gate on Mini Senior 2, crowning a champion before long.
No question about it. We'll bring Mikey Waynes in here. What's up, Mikey?
Hey, how are you? Doing well, man. I gotta say, Megawatt and I were talking this morning, and I said, this is one of those races where while you're here, you're like, this sucks. This is awful. I'm miserable. I want it to end. But this is the weekend. This is the Loretta's event that in 2033, in 2043, we're going to say, man, do you remember Loretta's 2023? It was absolute chaos. This is a story for the history books, if you will.
Exactly, no question about it. You know, we've had some tense moments, of course, this week with the ever-changing schedules and everything that's going on. But like you say, when all is said and done, we'll go back afterwards and we'll be like, man, that was wild. Do you remember this? You saw that? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, this is unbelievable. So, you know, it's all about making memories down here at the ranch. Either way, whether it's, you know, you had a great week of racing or if you just had fun driving around and visiting friends and stuff like that, all about the memories that are made here.
That's it, man. We welcome into the booth from the Shoals MX Training Facility, GNCC XC1 Pro. Stu Baylor, man, you've been air quotes quiet this week, man. What have you been up to?
Man, I've just been watching the guys and watching a really weird week play out.
Yeah, for sure. And I got the first thing Stu says when he comes in was, "Somebody get me a bike." You do well in this, I think.
I know. I think given this year with the GNCCs, this is like just a normal day.
Yeah.
We're used to it.
This has been a day at the office for us on the off-road side. And Stu, it'd be easier for you out there because, man, you don't have to dodge any trees, right?
Absolutely.
Be simple.
You've got water holes.
Water holes.
Yeah. After Georgia this year,
oh my God,
I think I can navigate some water holes.
Yeah, we raced down at Aonia Pass for the GNCC, and that was quite possibly the most miserable I think I've ever been. And then I'm like, you know what? Shut up. You had to endure it for 30 minutes on the start, and you get to go in the TV booth after that. You guys had to embrace it.
Yeah, I was just watching and some old videos from Georgia and showing some of the moto kids that are worried about their bikes.
Yeah.
And showing videos of my airbox. It was pretty. The fact that these bikes made it is pretty impressive. But obviously, you have to know what you're doing, and you have to be able to read the track under the water, and that is a very difficult part.
Oh, I like that. You need the the depth gauge, if you will. So you talk about some of your riders you've got out there and some of the successes you've had this week.
We've had Canyon Richards has had some really good rides. We've had some mediocre rides with some other guys. Lots of passing, going back and forth, some crashes. A lot of kids that are new to the ranch, and you know what I see being a professional racer, trainer, is a lot of guys put so much emphasis on this race, and it's Loretta's, and absolutely it is Loretta's. I mean, it's huge, but some kids beat themselves because they see it as this is Loretta's, and they I mean, for what, the last 5 months they've been prepared for this single event. When they get here, you see a lot of guys that seem to choke or not be where they need to be, and some guys prevail. There's other kids that may have been sixth in a qualifier, barely made it through, coming out and getting podiums. And I think a lot of that's just the mindset. And I've seen a lot of kids. You know, you can watch the guys at the line. I've been by the start. I've been in the mechanics area. You can see the kids that are like, all right, this is just Loretta's, and the kids that are like, this is Loretta's. And you know, that's a big thing, trying to build champions and race winners, is showing up and doing the same thing that you did every day to prepare. But man, there's not much you can do to prepare. Like day, this is honestly experience and a little bit of luck. Absolutely, there's going to be some luck that plays in, as we saw at the last moto. There can definitely be some luck that's going to play in for the rest of the day, especially the 5 or 6 motos when we first go back racing. I'm sure these guys are. It looks like they're trying to get the track trained, but obviously with the rain that we've had this week, I know from running the equipment throughout, we have to change tracks. Well, there's only one track here.
Yeah, exactly.
They've done the best they can, but at this point, with the showers we've had, they've had to windrow it. They've had to push, and we've got some low spots that weren't there. And they're doing everything they can, but I don't think that there's going to be much avoiding these first 6 motos are going to be absolutely gnarly.
It's interesting. We talk, Moto 1, you talk about, okay, now the middle game comes into play when you get late in the moto. Right now, the middle game starts when you're on the starting gate.
And the middle game for these guys has been going on for an hour.
Oh, I know. You think about that, too. If you get any kind of delay, you've already got the adrenaline and the nerves going, staring at that gate, waiting. And now it's like seconds or minutes or hours to those guys down there right now. And you got to think they're shivering, freezing right now.
Absolutely. I mean, and it could play good for some of the kids. Like I was talking about the ones that have thought about, this is Loretta's. Maybe they've chilled out. Maybe they've sat through this long enough. They're like, you know what? It's the end of the day or end of the week. We just got to get through it. But no, the track is, man, sitting up here in the tower, the camera view we have on the start does no justice.
No, it doesn't. I mean, there's ponds and lakes everywhere. I don't know what else to say about it. Just gnarly conditions. I think we got to. I hope we're getting close. And as a reminder, we are cutting out that last we heard, cutting out the billboard section that runs right there in between your mechanics area and your start straight. And we're getting an update right here. All right, sounds like we are just about ready to go. We just got word on the radio. We need all of our track workers, our flaggers, back to your stations. We are just about ready to roll. So kudos to the staff. We did want to take a break today, but given the crazy weather we've had for 3 days straight, that's the circumstance we're in. So we are making the best of it, and we will continue to rifle through our motos here today. Let's reset the deck here. Mini Senior 2, as Zach Herron rejoins us in the booth. Man, highlight some of those riders.
Man, so let's see what we got going on here. Right now, it's looking like Jace Wolf had a 5th in Moto 1. He was the winner there in Moto 2. Taking a look, Jonathan Getz, another name we've said a lot about, with a 2nd and a 4th. But I feel like the big name right now here in this Mini Senior 2 is the 27 of Vincent Way, running a 1-2 so far. So he is definitely leading the championship chase right now. And I'm trying to take a look on our screen here on Racer TV, see if I can figure out exactly where Way is lining up. We saw he had some great starts. He had the whole shot, and he just pushed a little too hard and ended up going down. Way has been extremely fast all weekend long, but this 3rd race start is going to be even more crucial than usual, Mega.
Oh, no question about it, Zach. And Vinny's been on the gas, as you said. The guy's made some incredible passes, had some good rides. But listen, all bets are off right now. When we take a look at this track, we take a look at these conditions, like you said, these next 5, 6 motos, it is what it is. The same track for everybody, but I have to tell you, there's no guarantees, and like I said, all bets are off right now.
Without a doubt. And, Stu, we were talking about these kids sitting on the line right now. What's going through their head? Obviously, you're a little more comfortable in these conditions than I would say a majority of the moto crew is, but you've got to have an idea. What are they telling themselves right now?
Man, I think a lot of them right now are kind of searching for answers and asking questions, and that would be the best thing to do, absolutely. I mean, you see there's not too many kids standing right there with their bikes. I'm sure they're trying to look around and just see, all right, what's it like out there? Can Dad make a phone call? How's the sand section? Is there a water hole here? And that, I mean, no sight lap, that would be, if I was sitting on the line, that's what I would be doing. The ones that are sitting there and not asking questions, man, they're terrified.
They're in for a ride right now for sure. And yeah, kind of one of the worst things you could do. Just sit there and think. Just think yourself into a hole, because you can psych yourself out of this just as easily as you can psych yourself into this.
Oh, yeah, the mental game comes into play bigger than ever right now. And when we take a look at grips, goggles, it just everything is affected, right, Stu? There's not one aspect that isn't affected by that. We're going to get clogged up counter shafts, okay? The grips and the gloves are going to go to crap in the first half a lap. You may pull every tear off by the end of the first lap. You may have 90 feet, like Kevin said, of roll-off flying behind you. All these things add up to the results. All these things, the bike's going to get heavy. You're going to have foam everywhere, all over. Just trying to do everything you can, but there are no guarantees in these conditions.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny. I had this discussion with some of our guys. Luckily, I had the GNCC rig here, our rig, so we had some raincoats, some things that with GNCC, you automatically come for you don't know what. So we're prepared for just about anything. And I look around, and these guys aren't ready with their roll-offs. They don't have little things taken care of. And my guy who's on the line, I promise he's got that.
I guarantee there's a taped-up air box. There's foam underneath the shifter. There's sealing going on everywhere. He's got some extra silicone on that bike. Maybe probably got a rag tucked in his waistband right there. So Stu got these guys ready. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, there's tricks to the trade for this for sure, and who better to have it than like Stu said, this of all years for GNCC. Plenty of mud experience for these riders, and some of our riders on the line right now racing that GNCC series as well. And if I was one of those guys, I'd be sitting here saying, all right, here we go. I'm going to be excited here. Those guys don't get a sight lap. They go full race out onto a course. They get to ride around and look at it if they want. But that's a whole nother thing. These guys are used to getting a sight lap. And I think we're getting ready to drop the gate. Here we go.
Bam, it's down. We are rolling. We're back to racing. Splish splash. Let's do it.
There is the number 27 from the far inside. Let's see.
And look at number 1, baby, GNCC.
Shocked.
Sorry, Megawatt. I had to throw a stab at you. We're ready now. We're ready now. Man, that is going to be a long race.
Wow. This is absolutely treacherous. Enjoy the look of brands and gear while you can, because things are about to get very similar. So just behind the number 27, that is the 41 of Caleb Wood, one of those GNCC riders we were mentioning. Trying to see who exactly that is out front. It was a KTM fender, but
62? Was that a 62?
Possibly the number 60.
Kevin DePino.
Maybe it'd be
Kevin DePino.
Kevin DePino, okay, out front leading the way. It's 52. The 52. All right, yeah. So Kevin, another one of those top 10 riders. He had a 6th in Moto 1 and a 10th in Moto 2. He's leading the way right now in the mud. Taking a look at that. Both feet off the pegs, already tiptoeing this thing through as they make their way into Storyland for the first time. And look at
There's some stories to be told in that land.
Oh, that's a scary story. Vincent Way, that is the championship right there. He's leading the way in the championship at the moment. Kevin DePino getting the whole shot. And so we're taking a look out of the windows, trying to see exactly. It did look like he was able to get back up and running.
But Stu, that goes back to now his grips are totaled.
Absolutely.
Okay, now the mental game's starting to suffer just a bit. The pressure's on. Now all of a sudden we may have a bent shifter, that type of thing. Just so many things come into play.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, it's funny that you brought up the counter shaft. I actually, at the GNCC here years ago, busted the counter shaft in that exact corner while we were racing during a mudder. I think 2010. And it looks like we have a new race winner, and look who that is. I think you can call this race. I think you might know this guy.
Yeah, I was about to say, a familiar face here. The GNCC boys representing out front. Caleb Wood getting the job done. He's got some sweet graphics under that mud, rocking the Def Leppard look, and pour some sugar on him. He is out front right now, getting away from him, feeling good. And like we said, confidence is key out here in this type of conditions, Mega.
Hey, gang, we had a family that lost their riding gear. They put it outside. The sanitation department picked it up by mistake. It was in a garbage bag. That gear has been found. That gear is now at registration. So if you lost a whole bag of riding gear, you've been looking for that for a day or so, it is over at the MX Sports registration. You'll be able to claim that.
Hey, copy that. We always love being able to say when we found something. We always announce when something's lost, but finding something, get some good news there.
Yeah, I love delivering the good news, Zach, for sure.
And look at this. Caleb Wood, you see he's got the extra large hand grips on, trying to deflect the mud. And this is exciting stuff. Caleb Wood running a 2:29 on that last lap. Kevin DePino sitting in second with Kane Bolasina rounding out your top three. Vincent Way was able to pick the bike back up in fourth with Jace Wolf rounding out the top five at the moment.
And Stu, these guys get it. Nobody playing follow the leader right now. No. You're giving fair room to everybody. You're riding 3 or 4 lines over. You saw DePino and Wood right there. All they're extremely close. Those guys were riding totally different lines. Want to stay out of that mistake zone, as I like to call it.
Yeah, definitely. And but right when the rain started, well, little backstory with Caleb, he was waiting on the rain. Absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt.
He saw the dark sky.
Literally, a lot of guys were.
He rolled up to the line and he was kind of bummed. He's like, man, I thought it was going to be raining by now. And then obviously the bottom dropped out, and you could see through the helmet, face lights up. He's ready. First thing I said, outside.
That's the backside to this rain. For every kid that said, oh, no, there was another kid that said, yeah, let it rain. So,
with
for sure.
Especially the youth racing GNCC
no
this
doubt.
year, man, those guys have had the absolute worst of conditions every single time. So he's probably a better mud rider than I am at this point.
Oh, shoot. And on top of that, these guys are used to going 90 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I think for him, the trouble that he's had the rest of this week is it's like lap 5, he dropped 6 seconds. And he's usually, lap 5 for him here is lap 1, not even lap 1.
That's right.
He's just
That's
warming
exactly
up.
right. You better believe it.
Yeah, so the outsides here, you're going to play a favor hitting the outsides because the way they have to drain the track. So with Caleb, believe it or not, that guy can run a dozer probably better than Kevin Winham. I know you guys have been, I'm just saying, I'm throwing it out there. This kid eats, sleeps, and breathes. Oh, no.
Problems. That's Wood. He's stuck under the motorcycle. He's able to get the bike pushed off. I think he's trying to get back up.
And there you see it. Now we're starting to see the bikes collect around here and there, Stu. That looked like Eli Tomac at the National down here in the Bermuda Triangle.
The track
sent that thing to the bottom and just left it.
Yeah, yeah, he was buried under that thing. But, yeah, I mean, this track is going to get... This isn't going to be the worst of it.
Oh, no.
As the runs get deeper, the water finds the lines, it gets deeper and deeper, and it is absolutely going to get worse lap by lap.
And, Stu, I would rather ride the soup all day than the thick, tacky, sticky stuff. This thing's going to get rutted out, whooped out, nasty, and as it starts to dry out, it's going to get thick and heavy. It's just going to suck you right under.
Most definitely.
Now your leaders making their way through the finish line. Kevin DePino takes over the #1 spot. Caleb Wood able to jump back into second place. Vincent Way has worked his way back up into the podium contention. There on screen you see the number 52 make his way through the commandments. Got a good flow, able to jump through those things, looking smooth.
I was just looking where he was actually from. I see South Carolina. We've had a lot of bad weather, so no doubt DePino knows exactly these conditions. We've had a lot of rain in the southeast this year, and man, I'm sure with him, he's probably living at a facility, and at the facilities, we don't stop.
Absolutely.
You got mud, go ride.
Yeah, Kevin hanging out over there at south of the border, MX in Hammer, South Carolina, and it looks like
Caleb down again.
Caleb Wood having some more bad luck, unfortunately, just outside. And wow. Bike getting away from him there.
That?
Throttle stuck.
And yet, mud stuck in between that grip and the housing, correct, Stu? I guarantee that's what happened there.
Yeah, definitely. It's man, the stuff is getting deep out here. But how about DePino, man? He is absolutely checking out right now. This kid is on rails.
We talked about the benefit of not having to have anybody immediately around you, staying clean, staying light, and DePino making the most of it at the moment.
And I've watched these kids everywhere. I love their program. The DePinos, KK and Kevin both. I've seen them South Carolina State Championships, Minios, just all over the place. And they just got that solid programs, too. They don't do anything really special. They don't do anything out of the ordinary, but they do everything well, and they focus on it.
And that's something you have to do here. You don't want to come in and do too much. You want to be... You want this to be a comfortable race. You want it to be a comfortable atmosphere, no different than any other race. And that's kind of what I've been trying to tell my guys. Like, man, it's you have to almost think it's just Loretta's. Even though it is Loretta's, you have to come here and think it's just Loretta's.
Don't overthink it.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Taking a look back on screen, two riders locked into about. Look at that, absolutely plunging into those ruts. And you go into those things with standing water, you don't know where the bottom of the rut's at. You don't know exactly how deep that thing is. We've seen some riders, they get caught up in it, all the weight gets thrown to the front.
And once those grips are wet and muddy, you hit something like that soft spot pocket, it's going to throw you right in front of the bike. Hands are going to come off. That's where the problems come in. So it's one of those, it's that condition where you have to check up just a little bit. When you see that water, just a little check up. Try to get the front end light just in case. And, man, I see, like, for a GNCC, for a mud race, one of the big things that I always do, and a lot of moto kids don't have them, is a big bump in a seat. Because when that seat is absolutely covered in mud, your hands are covered in mud, the only thing you can rely on is a monster seat bump to keep you on the seat.
The hump.
Yeah, the hump. You know Lane Michaels.
For sure.
You've seen his. His is
absolutely
like a full bar pad, maybe a bar pad and a half. Keeps you on the seat.
I think when he was a kid, on like one of his 65s or something, we literally used a sponge. We took the seat cover off, and we made it with a sponge. We stuck an old sock in there. We did whatever was necessary. But he was a small guy.
Yeah.
He wasn't heavy, he wasn't big, so it made a big difference keeping him forward, no question.
Hey guys, taking a look at the timing here. Vincent Way now up to the second place spot, running a 2:35. That's about 2 seconds faster than Kevin DePino. So the number 27, he's starting to figure things out as well, as we see Caleb Wood, heart of a lion here, not giving up once again. Able to keep it on two wheels, but you get into these long ruts, the balance gets thrown to the outside. It's a war zone out there right now.
And you see how easy it is to just get a momentary stop.
Yeah.
You came in there with full momentum, then you got stuck for 1 second, and then you're back on the gas. We already see, I believe, Way's got his goggles off. It's just survival right now. We talk about surviving 3 motos, but Stu, this adds a whole new dimension to it.
Man, it's actually kind of cool. I think we're going to see some wild results for overalls, especially in some of these amateur classes, like the younger amateurs. You're going to see kids that maybe had a 16-11 won and a DNF for the guy that should have won it.
And this is bragging rights. This is bragging rights, too. This is ego, okay? When you leave out of here in the third moto, like you said, you got a 16, you got an 11, and this and that. You come out of here with a top 5 in the mud, dude. That's bragging rights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you see the high lines, like running that outside. A lot of kids are putting themselves down at the bottom of the track. You can't carry the momentum, which means a lot more wheel spin. So when you got that wheel spin coming out of every single corner, man, it just digs that hole deeper and deeper. So avoiding the insides is going to be the trick today. Definitely in the sand corners especially. You saw the middle, the inside over here behind us is so wet. That's where all the waters run to, the top edges. But don't flirt with that dirt that they've pushed off the outside.
You better believe it, because a lot of that stuff is soupy and thick. You get out there, you start riding that clutch, you get on the back of the bike, and next thing you know, you're underneath of it.
Man, this kid, wow.
Absolutely, yeah. We got the white flag flying. 1 lap left to go for your leader. Kevin DePino leading the way right now, picking his way through lap traffic, and still got that clean number plate. He is really rolling. Let me pull up the lap time here for this last lap. This guy was absolutely flying. Somebody's got to tell him it's muddy out there. Running a 2:38 on that last lap, but Vincent Way running a 2:35. So be on the lookout, see if you see that white front fender.
Again, DePino not doing anything extraordinary. Feet on the pegs most of the time, centered over the bikes, too, and he's kind of making it look easy.
DePino goes off the side of the 10 Commandments.
There it is. As soon as I say it, there it is, you know.
Wow, it just goes to show.
But how quick did he recover, you know? So that just tells us, you know, they're focused, they're doing what they need to do. But it's easy to see, as Stu said, the guys that came to the line prepared and the guys that didn't.
Yeah, definitely. I think he saw the rain falling. No different than my GNCC kids right now, saying, "All right, I got this." He's obviously a bigger kid on that 85. He knows his strength's going to come into play, and he's riding. Man, he is absolutely shredded. I want to take this kid to a GNCC.
Right on.
Absolutely.
I love it.
You bring up the size. Do you feel like being a taller rider is somewhat beneficial in these conditions?
Most definitely. Just being strong, and I mean, none of these ruts are straight. They've got hooks. They've got a lot of problematic areas, and being a smaller guy, you kind of go where the bike goes. A bigger guy, you can kind of muscle through, make the bike do what you want to do. And I don't think this kid's went down yet.
So did you just officially invite the DePinos to snowshoe next year?
Come on.
Is that what happened?
I'll put you under the tent.
I love it, man. Fantastic. I love it.
One rider going down hard here in the Thor Sand Sweeper just outside the tower. We're watching the 52 kicking his way through the Rocky Mountain Sand section for the final time. You can see that KTM starting to feel it as well, as he is just trying to nurse this thing home. It's a balance out there. You want to push, you want to go as fast as you can, but still you got to make sure the bike's going to make it all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, definitely. And right now it's actually the bikes are going to be able to make it to the finish line a lot easier right now with the water, because it's blowing off the radiators. It's cooling down the engine. As the water goes away and the ruts get deep and the engines get packed up, we're going to see a lot of bikes getting towed back.
Again, we're going to see chain guides, countershaft sprockets. We're going to see radiators. Then it's going to get thick and sticky. When the moisture goes away, now you've got molding clay.
Here we go, guys. Final corner. Here comes your leader. throw the mud at him. He doesn't care. Still getting the job done. Kevin DePino going to grab the checkered flag on the final lap. And taking a look, that might be Vincent Way there. This might be the champion.
Telling you, Stu, you got my curiosity up now. I want to see DePino in the mountain too.
Hey, he's from South Carolina.
For sure.
Come on, let's go. Any of the races. Georgia this year would have been great for him.
So it looks like Vincent Way, I believe, should wrap up the title. He was coming in with a 1-2, and I think a 1-2-2 will do it out there. Going to try to get the official word. It looks like with that kind of smile, that looks like I got the title. Look at that, just tossing the bike up. He's like, yeah, I'm tired, but that's when you know you're in shape. You still put the bike on the stand after the race.
That's a combination smile. Thrilled for the championship, thrilled it's over.
Yes.
I guarantee you that's a double.
Yeah, there's a certain sigh of relief after being able to say you put through this, and a certain level of pride these guys are going to have. Look at one rider trying to fire the bike up, coming out of that final corner. Looks like they are going to be able to get it up and running. But this thing is a fight all the way through the checkered flag. And sounds like Jason Wygand is down on the podium trying to get everybody wrangled up here. And we're going to talk to your top three and crown a champion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're ready. Well, all moto wins at Loretta's are memorable, but this one might even be more so because of the conditions. Oh, yeah, the rain jacket on the whole time. Well done. And you know, when you're racing and stuff like this, you want to get that whole shot, and that's exactly what Kevin did. Stasic Whole Shot Award, gold medal, Kevin DePino. Dude, how long were you sitting out there in the rain before this moto?
It's been like an hour, man. I'm just happy to be up here again.
How gnarly was it out there?
I love mud, so this is literally used to me.
Oh, awesome. All right, who do you want to thank? This is so cool to get up here.
My mom, my dad, my brother, God for keeping me safe. Monster Army, 100%, Traction MX, SOB, KTM in Brazil, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, let's hear Kevin DePino with the gold and your Stasic Whole Shot Award in Mini Senior. If you can help him, we got to bring the bike off. We're going to bring the championship machine on up. And if third place also wants to visit us on the podium, that would be Caleb Wood, our third place finisher in Mini Senior. So I'm looking for third and also for our second place finisher with the bike. And that's a hard stopping moment. I saw at least one fall from Vincent Way in that moto, and he was able to pick it up and quickly refire the bike. Let's bring up third place. And if you want to bring the number 27 machine, here it comes. Third, let's talk to our third place rider while we bring the bike up. Let's say for Caleb Wood. Good luck with that bike. Woo, you made it happen. Hey, Caleb, tell me about your moto there. It had to be gnarly.
Yeah, I think I was like second off the start, passed for first, and you know, I decided sand tasted pretty good, so went in over in the sand, and then kept pushing, and bike shut off over there. I ripped my my tape off my airbox and my vent hose, and then, you know, decided I really like taste of dirt, so ate in the commandments as well. So yeah, just pushed as hard as I could and came out third.
Quite an adventure. Wow. Who do you want to thank, Caleb?
Oh yeah, God keep me safe. My mom, my dad, the Shoals MX, Stuart Baylor, Cody Groves, Joey Crown. You know, we've been working our butts off all month, and just Shoei helmets, KTM, LS2, Focus X gear. You know, I'm drawing a blank. Everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Caleb Wood on the podium in Mini Senior. Awesome. Thank you, Caleb. And now we hand out a silver medal, which is going to unlock a national championship in the mud. It was high drama. He got it done. Let's welcome Mike Burkeen from the American Motorcyclist Association to hand over the #1 plate in Mini Senior 2. Our champion is Vincent Way. We'll talk to Vincent here real quick, and then we'll get to this next moto.
Well, guys,
it's always tough in a third moto at Loretta's, but dude, you probably sat there for an hour in the rain, and then I saw you went down in Storyland. It had to be pretty nerve-wracking in these conditions.
Honestly, dude, I thought it was going to be a lot drier. That was insane.
Yeah, was that maybe the worst mud race you've ever done?
By miles.
Did you go down back there real quick?
Yeah, first lap I went down and Storyland hit a massive rut that didn't look that deep, and then basically it was underwater and then tipped over.
You had to be thinking, oh, what if the bike doesn't start?
Nah, I wasn't stressing it.
All right, that's how you do it. How good does this feel to get this done?
It feels awesome. I can't thank my family enough. Everybody coming out to watch me. My Husqvarna, FMF, Monster Army, Alpine Stars, Answer, Bell Helmets, Arma, Pro Taper, Daniel, Maddie, everybody, thank you so much.
There it is, our champion, Vincent Way. Take it away, boys.
All right, thanks, Jason. And we are off and rolling here in the 450C. And, boys, it looks like it is a good one out there.
Yeah, what action coming out swinging on the start. One rider going down. Look, two of our top three tipping over in one corner. There is Chase Haynes. That, I believe, is the guy on the move for a championship here. And we will see. He was about third or fourth. He made a couple of passes in the one corner. Haynes trying to make his way towards the front.
Wow, look at this. So this is not an unfamiliar sight here this week in the C class, I should say, as we see some riders going down there on screen.
And look at that. Look at the front end of Haynes. They're dipping down, and that's the type of stuff that can swallow a motorcycle right there. You got to be careful getting into that thick stuff. Your leader going down right there. They're trading it off back and forth. Feet coming off the pegs. Haynes, I'm trying to see, does he have his, no, that's a rag. I thought he might have had his goggles off already. Just getting on the back of that Cowie and hanging on for dear life. They make their way by the tower here for the first time. Your leader out front just wide open on a 125. So I believe that might be Ulrich.
And it looks like Stephen Copeland, I believe, on the number 97 in second.
So we will wait to see here. Going to pull up live timing and scoring here. Oh, mine's so it was Dagan Strickland grabbing the whole shot. A Carolina boy had good starts all week. And we're waiting for the updated timing and scoring to come through. I'll try to get you a look at exactly who's inside your top five. So it's Bo Reed leading the way coming out of Mill Springs, North Carolina. And then Chase Haynes sitting in the second place spot. Stephen Copeland hitting third. Reed McCarthy in the fourth place spot. And Dondre Ruse holding out the top five.
All right, so on screen we see the number 79 and the number 97 coming through, heading to the Cometic corner and into the 10 Commandments. So, Stu, the rain's starting to slow down a little bit, and now we see it starting to thicken up, and this will bring a whole new set of challenges.
Yeah, definitely. You can see they're trying to keep that front end. That was a good move, keeping that front end out of the water. But every once in a while, you want to hit a little bit of water if you can. Right now, you can still save the bike, you can save the radiators. The water's kind of your friend in some of these conditions. Sometimes at the GNCC's, like, man, I want to see a little bit of water. I know where the deep spots are. You can kind of tell what the deep spots are. Go clean that bike off, clean off those radiators. You obviously don't want to go in the insides here in those deep water ruts. That's where that soup is. You might get stuck, but man, one down. It's going to be this Storyland section, I think, is probably going to be one of the worst.
I think that's Copeland that was in third. Yeah, on the Yamaha. Haynes was just in front. And that is the 55, I believe we're looking at. Dondre Ruse, who was last shown in fifth. I believe he's picked up at least one spot since then. And you see just kind of trying to skate over some of the ruts. And that's an interesting point that you bring up there, Stu. Every once in a while, hitting that little bit of water, cleaning off the radiators could be beneficial to the length of the motorcycle life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the GNCCs, conditions like this, we're going to stop.
Was that our second place?
I think it was definitely a Cowie. We'll have to see. They should be coming right here behind us now. So
Haynes is still on the motorcycle. Haynes just coming by the tower.
So it wasn't the second place guy, but definitely treacherous conditions out here. And in the GNCCs, you're going to see every single lap we're blowing off radiators. So a little bit of water doesn't hurt. A little bit of water right now is going to keep that engine clean, keep it from getting packed up. Like I say, Moto 5 or 6, that's where it's going to change completely. These first ones are going to be slop as the mud gets heavier. I would say we're probably going to have to, at some point, see these dozers come back out. Some of these insides, as you saw back there in the sand, definitely getting deep. It's going to continue to get deeper and deeper to the point that it's either take the dozers on the track or we're going to have to spend a few minutes cleaning bikes out of these ruts after the races. So obviously with the time frame we've got today, shortening the races, it's honestly probably a good thing for these conditions. I know a lot of people were bummed, but I guarantee moms and dads right now are like, hey, that's one less top end we got to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough on not only the riders, but the machines just doing everything they can to try to make through it. And there's all kinds of tricks of the trade. We've been talking about it since the races hit the track, whether it's for the grips, whether it's the grip of the seat, whether it's the vision, of course. And so bringing out all the stops here, look at that, both feet off the pegs. And these guys are just plugging through it. They don't really crack the throttle. They just throw the legs off and say, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to get slow before your corners, get slow down in the straightaway, and be on that throttle, keeping that tire clean while you're getting through there is definitely going to be key on this day. And see a lot of guys rolling these commandments, man. That's going to, with what you see, those squiggly ruts, I call them, the guys going back and forth, it's going to make it tougher for the racers behind them to hit these marks. And even up into the Pro Sport Motos, these crazy lines that these guys right here are not going to be able to hold their bike straight like those guys. Now these top riders are going to have to ride amateur lines, which I ride at a facility a lot. There's some days we let the other guys out first, and man, it makes it tough. Like when you are one of the better riders and you get in their lines, like sometimes you ride with blinders. So I think all the way up into Pro Sport, we're going to see some different guys that are able to compete in these weird lines.
So, and as we said, this Storyland section back here, I feel like might be the closest to that thicker, sticky type mud. It seems like it's grabbing the bikes and bringing them to a halt. And yeah, that's such a great point. We saw that throughout the week, where as the dirt dries up, you're watching Dax Bennett get shot off to the left or right. We know he's more than capable of controlling the motorcycle, but these lines grab the wheels at the last second, square edge bumps at the top of lips, and you're basically just going for a ride.
Yeah, definitely. There's almost no control at that point. And man, one thing about these guys that are at Loretta's, they are absolutely on it. Like they've hyped up this event and they ride different here. They are riding so aggressive. Like obviously Dax Bennett can be a top 10 national rider, and we saw him get beat by guys who obviously weren't. But man, watching these guys here, I said it the other day, there's like 50 kids here that are all the same speed. Who's going to be the guy that can take it to nationals? And it is treacherous. Like these guys, it's fun to watch, man. It's fun racing this entire week. Just started coming here a couple of years ago. I wish I would have been doing it my whole life and at least coming to watch that racing. The intensity level here, it is do or die.
Absolutely, yeah. We've been talking about it. The passes have to be made out here. Nothing is given to you. Nothing comes easy. You have to force an issue.
Yeah, props to Baylor, too. He came in last year prepared, man. Knew the history, man. Had your stats, had the numbers. I was impressed last year. I was pumped, dude. I was like, this guy sits at home and watches. He follows a little bit, and let me tell you something. You knew past champions, past results, so great job.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I watch you guys from the house. We eat, sleep, and breathe motorcycle racing. So when I'm sitting at home and Loretta Lynn's is going on, you can bet I'm watching. But watching from home is not. It doesn't do justice to the racing that is here. I mean, all the way to the back of the pack. Like these guys are cutthroat, and it goes back to they're all the best. They're all the best. From wherever they're from, they're used to winning. Yep. And man, a winner has a different mindset. A winner is going to line up every single time. Cutthroat. It's time to go. And even the guy in 42nd, guess what? He's the best at his track. He's the best where he's from.
Absolutely. No question. So it looks like Reed still out front. Haynes still in the number 2 ride on that 79 machine. And the 55 on Bruce looking to put it on the box here one more time in this 450C. 3 laps in.
Looking like the Cowie just trying to do everything he can to keep moving forward. For a lot of these riders, you see them going shooting off to the side, and rather than trying to keep it on track, they're like, hey, I'm going to just take a quick little U-ey off in the road and jump back on here, because you try to cut too soon, we see those front ends tuck. It's real easy for the wheel to lock up. You push yourself right back onto the ground.
And Zach, Haynes keeping Reed honest there. Only 5 seconds separating him. So if any mistakes happen, Haynes will be right there to capitalize on it, as well as Ruse, only 8 seconds behind Haynes. So this one not that separated as we saw the mini senior two.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see. I've been keeping an eye on the lap time for Haynes. He's been picking away at it, and I'm trying to see whether or not this.
There,
So,
just checked in.
yeah.
So lap 4 still up there. Let's see what that gap is. Back to second place.
Taking a look, it was 5.6 seconds the last time we saw it. Haynes losing the second place spot. So now Dondre Ruse jumps into the second place spot, only 8 seconds back from your leader. And Chase Haynes holds the third place spot, 3 seconds back from Ruse.
And there is your leader now on screen with that clean bike. That's the number 51 of Reed.
Oh, almost going down, holding on to it.
Has 3 close calls in one corner.
He crashed. He just
I
never
mean,
hit the ground.
he went from the outside line to the inside line, dog paddled, skipped, cross-rutted.
And I believe that red fender there just entering the 10 Commandments, I think that is Dondre Ruse. Might be wrong, but he was coming quick here, running a 2:37 the last time around compared to Bo Reed's 2:42.
So 5 seconds faster with an 8-second deficit. He's in sight. And the Commandments, he's in sight.
Absolutely.
And man, that's when you start getting hungry, especially knowing these short races.
Dangle it in front of him like a steak in front of a dog as he is coming quick, trying to catch up. He's within sight a couple of bike lengths even. And we talk about riders facing competition. How much of this is they're racing against the other racers? How much of this is just racing against the track itself?
Well, I would say for the leader right now, it's been racing against the track itself. But he's in a delicate position. He knows his lines. He's only hit his lines. You look at second place, he's been making passes. He's been riding with other guys, and you can learn where is the faster line. You see another guy in that line, you remember it that next lap. All right, I've got to be right here. I've got to find myself here. So it puts him in a position to where he could possibly capitalize on a win. And man, that's GNCC there. We're racing past four-wheelers, pulling bikes off the track.
Pulling bikes off the track. Glad to see the rider was back on the bike. It was standing up straight the last 2 laps. But the number 51 right now picking his way through, getting ready to come by the tower once again. Not, I wouldn't quite say up and over, but they're still catching a little bit of air over these tabletops.
And the white flag is out, so he'll be getting checkers this time around, I do believe.
So this is it. This is for the 3rd Moto win. And looking, the 51 had a 7th in Moto 1, but a bad Moto 2 with a 34th. So he is going to be stoked to respond like this, be able to get up on the podium and get a gold medal to go along with it. There we go. The number 51, Bo Reed, going to grab the win here in 450C Moto 3.
All right, we'll see if DeAndre Ruse will be able to hold on to it for second and Haynes for third. There's Haynes now coming across, and we will toss things down to Jason Wygant on the podium here in just a second.
Just want to make sure we get our 3rd place finisher across to wrap up that title. And we got it. Chase Haynes has locked it up here in this C division. Good? Yep. Let's bring you on up.
Welcome to the shit show, brother.
It's beautiful. All right, well, we got a gold medal. That is well done because seriously, man, in these conditions, even if you're out front, you never know, but he holds on. Let's hear it from Bo Reed. Yeah, Bo. There you go. Somehow, some way, this is going to go straight. Bo, what was it like out there, dude?
That's the worst thing I've ever ridden.
Were you worried at all, or did you have any tough moments, or was it actually pretty smooth?
I didn't have anything to lose, so I might as well send it.
There you go. Who do you want to thank, Bo?
I'd like to thank TRP Racing, Kyle Travis, Creative Motorsports, Proline Suspension, K-Tech Suspension, Poocher Racing, Roost MX, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
Bo Reed, everybody. A gold medal at Loretta's. Bo, I need you to grab your bike. We're going to bring the championship machine on up. Dondre Rue, I'm going to bring up for our number 2 position. So, Dondre, come on up. I'll give you the silver. Yeah, Dondre. Couple podiums for this guy. Let's hear it for Dondre Rue. Nice, bro. How was that?
It was pretty fun. It was pretty gnarly, though. I almost got stuck a couple times.
Yeah. It's down to you can get stuck out there. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Dondre?
Mom, Dad, Game Moto, FXR, ODI, Sunstar, Beast Moto Lab, and everyone else. Thank you.
Second place, Dondre Rue. Let's get the championship bike on up. I need 79 to come on up. We're looking for the Chase Haynes bike. Bring the bike up. And our hole shot winner, let's bring up Dagan Strickland with our hole shot, and we'll talk to him as well. A bronze medal is going to unlock your AMA National Championship. Let's get the number 1 plate presentation. Let's bring the plate on up to the stage. Let's bring the plate on up. There's the bronze. And with that, he'll have enough points to collect the AMA National Championship, Chase Haynes. Great job, Chase. I'm going to be asking every champion this all day. What is it like to try to ice a title in these conditions, man? It had to be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I was just hoping for a good start. Came out of the gate like 3rd, and just I used to race deadlift, so I'm okay in the mud, and just tried to get the title.
Yep. Did you have any close moments out there, getting stuck or roosted or anything like that?
Just like on the start, dude. I pulled every tear off, but just tried to make my way through.
Did you go no goggles?
Yeah.
Oh, like the whole moto?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it takes. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Team Green, Fly Racing, Maxima, everybody else, thank you.
Chase Haynes is your new national champion of 450C. I'm still looking for our hole shot winner. By the way, Chase, you're going to get a certificate from Oakley. These are sunglasses to a lucky lady in your life. And you get to pop the champagne. So while you grab the champagne, you can start peeling that foil back. Let's bring our hole shot rider on up, and I'll give him a gift card from Stasic. Come on over here. 1 sec on the champagne. Let's hear it for Dagan Strickland. How'd you pull that? Dagan, now I know. Dagan, how'd you pull that?
I did my normal start, and I just clicked my gears right and held it around the first corner.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Dagan?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my brother, God for keeping me safe, south of the border, Dunlop.
Looking for the bike, right?
That's about it.
All right, Dagan Strickland, hold that up. Stasic, hole shot. You can keep that, Dagan. That's yours. And now we get to spray the champagne. I think that just twisted off, buddy. They got it. And we are locked and loaded for more racing in the mud. And Greg Albertson, thank you for knowing how champagne works. There we go. We're done in the C class. And now I know what gets our camera. It's not the rain. It's the champagne.
Champagne showers flying down there on the podium with Jason Wygant. 450C wrapped up. And we got race number 9 getting ready to take off. Here we go. Gates down. 250B Limited taking the track. Here we go. KTM flying from the inside, but it looks like that might be the number 75 possibly of Jeremy Fapani grabbing the whole shot. And I'm telling you what, folks, that's bad news for the rest of the B class. Fapani leads them into turn 2, feet off the pegs. Look at that, the one rider almost coming to a complete stop on the outside of the turn. They're getting ready to make their way into the 10 Commandments for the first time. Fapani's got a white front fender just behind him, possibly the 32.
74.
The 74 maybe, I'm being told here.
404.
The 28 of Jared Hannon up there as well.
And so we've got Most of the B limited class coming through there, and that ought to tell you exactly what the conditions are like. You got most of the B class having to double, sometimes single their way almost all the way through. Is that your leader? Fapani goes down. I think Olaf just made a pass around another rider for the actual lead. Fapani trying to get the bike fired back up. He can't get the motorcycle to start. He's got another rider stuck behind him. Oh, look at this. This is just an absolute traffic jam here as they make their way into Storyland. This is a scary story being told here right now for Fapani. The 75, look, I believe he's, and he gets collected by another rider going down. He's trying to get, and he is not happy right now. This is tough. This is one of those situations. It's just a bad deal for everybody involved. Fapani not giving up, picking that KTM back up. Looks like he's got it running, and Fapani's back out and on the roll, but he's got his work cut out for him. More chaos ensuing at the backside of the Rocky Mountain sand section. Your leader coming by the announcer's tower for the first time, and it is the number 14, Zayden Mason, putting it up front. Got a great drive around that sand sweeper. And the number 14 getting the job done. We got the number 71 coming in second place. 22 is third. And the number 22 in third.
And we've got like a 9-second gap on lap 1. Wow. Chaos. The turn 2, I don't know if you saw it, it collected everybody behind the top 10. I was sitting here watching. Turn 2 was absolute chaos. It was one after another just getting piled up, and man, that's given some breathing room for the leader.
Without a doubt, and that's kind of right now, that's a great thing. You're not having any immediate pressure. Hey, I think the outside's going to be better here, maybe the inside here, as we see the number 11 sitting in the second place spot now.
That is Mason Halsey there on that number 11 machine. And Zayden Mason, your leader there on that number 14, went 5 and 25 there in Moto 1 and 2.
Yeah, taking a look now, it looks like it's going to be Nettleton in the third place spot with Bell holding down fourth. Ralston rounds out the top 5 with Concannon knocking on the door as well. We're taking a look at our sheets in front of us, trying to put together exactly how this championship's going to shape up. But right now, there's Nettleton sitting in the third place spot, getting ready to head back towards Storyland. We've seen what happens there. Seems like you go towards that inside, right through there, really, really deep, coming to a stop, and especially on those first laps when the group is bunched up. All it takes is one rider to go down, and you can get caught up 4 or 5 riders deep.
Exactly, just like Jeremy Fapani just did, and that is your second moto winner. He was second in your first moto, so that is really going to change the championship fight for him. He'll have a lot of ground to make up in this one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we have so much trouble distinguishing who is who, because it'd be impressive to watch Fapani try to bring it back towards the front. Obviously, he's got the speed and the fitness to go along with it, so I expect him to be making a lot of passes. We'll update you as he pops his way onto our timing chart. But for right now, Mason on number 14, getting the job done with Halsey in second. There we see the number 11. Oh, get a big kick coming into that corner. And he comes to a stop in the inside line. He's going to get past. I believe that might be Nettleton getting around him. He's trying to fire the Yamaha back up. And he's off and rolling, slinging mud. And, problems for, I believe, 28 maybe. That's Hannon on the KTM possibly. That is the 28. Slicing through the puddle there.
And looking at the top 10 after the first 2 motos, I think only 3 are in the top 10 in this moto. So definitely going to be a shakeup in the scores coming out of this one.
Yeah, this is, I'm glad I'm not the guy in charge of doing the championship math here, because there's going to be a ton of passes all the way to the end in these conditions. Oftentimes, those last couple laps, people have settled into their spot. Here, there's going to be flip-flopping all the way down the top 40.
Our screen is showing Jeremy Fapani checked in that 21st place. So going 2-1-21, if it finished the way it is now, that would put him third in this championship on that number 75 KTM.
And isn't that crazy? Fapani possibly still able to put it on the podium here, and I think he's only going to move forward, barring any more tip overs or mistakes. And we're watching the number 11 trying to come back after getting caught up on that inside line in the stand section.
And Jeremy Papani has moved all the way up into 11th place. That is going to put him second in this championship fight right now. Leah Olaf there on that number 32 is going to be in that number 1 spot as far as the championship is concerned.
And hey, attention on site, attention on site. We need Wyatt Thurman and Darren Pine from 85, 10 to 12. Wyatt Thurman and Darren Pine, we need you to bring your Moto 3 medals up to the trackside office. Once again, from race number 4, 85, 10 to 12, we need Wyatt Thurman and Darren Pine to bring their Moto 3 medals up to the trackside office. Now, back to the action on track, watching a rider head their way back into Storyland. And the stories this corner is going to be able to tell right here, Jackson.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And guys, the rain has pretty much stopped out there, so it is really starting to thicken up, and you can see the weight on those bikes as the fenders are flapping coming through Storyland.
Yeah, everybody might be saying, oh, great, the rain stopped. It's a double-edged sword there, because just like Stu was talking about earlier, this mud's going to start thickening up. You'll see it collecting on top of the riders, collecting on the helmet, collecting on the front, collecting on the bikes, basically making the bike drag around an extra 50, 60-plus pounds.
Stu mentioning maybe wanting to hit some of the puddles to wash some of that off, and I think that'd be good advice going into these next few motos.
And that's those little tricks and trades, those little insights. Not something that everybody be thinking about. Hey, maybe this lap avoid the puddle, but next lap maybe I should hit this one real quick. Ain't that right, Stu?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously not in a corner, but if you see one in a straightaway, you know it's not too deep. I would take advantage of it for the radiators and seg the bikes. I mean, we've seen bikes blowing up just after a deep prep out here. So. You know, 20 minutes, which I guess now it's a little bit shorter, but 15 minutes, as hard as these bikes can go, is definitely going to get these things hot and cause some issues as they're checking through the finish here for lap 3. See some lap times. I think we've got some guys in the back just around that top 10 that are running some really fast laps. So. Look at third place. So Olaf has made his way up to third place with a 2:37. Still not up there with the leader, but look at the lap time here for 5th place. Checking in with a 2:24. So let's see, where does that put him for the championship? I think we've got one rider on the move, and he's moving fast.
So the rider that has now moved his way into the 3rd place spot, the 32 of Liam Olam, he is coming in with a 1-2 so far. So this is for a championship right here if he can continue to keep the pace up. Now, the rider that he's got to worry about is the 75 of Jeremy Fapani. Fapani's scores are coming in a 2-1, so they are tied coming into this final race, and Fapani has already worked his way.
He's 4 seconds down, but ran an 11-second faster lap time. So Fapani is the 75 that we saw go all the way to dead last in Storyland on lap 1. This guy is riding with a vengeance.
And guys, Fapani only has to get past one more rider, and that will put him in the driver's seat as far as the championship is concerned. So this next lap is going to be a crucial one going into this championship.
No, he has 8 and 6. Sorry, he has
2 more passes.
We
did some wrong math. Thanks, Kevin. So 2 more passes, but that is very likely here in this one, as he has been able to come back from 21st there on that first lap.
And I think that might actually be the 95 that we were looking at, Evan Stewart, and he is battling with Olaf. I believe that should be the 32 right there on the Yamaha, making his way through the Rocky Mountain sand section. You can see, I mean, bikes, riders, everybody stuck on track here. And look, we got a pass coming. I think this is Fapani.
I think this is for the overall right here, and pass around the outside. That I see a 5, so it's got to be him. Absolutely on rails. This kid is determined after that lap 1. I mean, he was 42nd. We saw him check in 21st, but that kid came out behind every rider on the field.
He's riding orange, but he was seeing red. 40th after that crash. White flag coming out. Your leader. 1 to go. Fapani tiptoeing his way through the inside. And they are on their last lap.
On screen is your leader. That is the number 14 of Zayden Mason, making his way into that comedic corner, now into the 10 Commandments. And look at how that hard base is starting to show itself now.
Yeah, you're starting to see almost the hints of red underneath. Mason been able to keep the goggles on, stay out of trouble so far. curious, this might be the 22 of Nettleton.
And I got to call this right now, but I think Fapani's going to come up to second. He's still running a 2:25. We're second place at 2:38, 12-second deficit. This kid is hungry.
Yeah, Fapani absolutely a man on a mission.
Fapani is in the driver's seat as far as the championship is concerned. If he'll place where he is now, he is good to go as far as the championship. So he needs to concentrate on the end goal here in this one.
Evan Stewart checking in fourth. Liam Olaf rounding out the top 5. Then Jared Hannon, Dylan Howard, Mason Holsey, Ryder Bell, and Ronald Johnson sitting in the top 10 with 1 to go. Taking a look on screen.
That is
a lot of outsides. I'm seeing. They've been listening to Stu Baylor.
And I'm just looking back in the storyline right now, and it looks like we've got the second place and the third place guy sitting in the same long, muddy corner. So I think we've got about 6 seconds for him to catch up to that second place, and he's cut that deficit in half the track.
This is incredible to watch. Fapani, we didn't even think he was quite close enough to be considered for a pass. Then he shows up out of nowhere, blows by, and is still charging forward.
And that is Jeremy Fapani on your screen now.
And you can see still fighting the bike, front end going every which way, just hanging on for dear life as he makes his way through the Rocky Mountain sand section for the final time. This should be your leader on screen, getting ready to come to the checkered flag. The number 14 of Zayden Mason going to grab that third moto win here in 250B Limited. And we're watching outside the tower, see whether or not we're going to have a pass for second and third.
All right, so Zayden Mason winning this one. That's going to put him 5th overall in the championship as we wait for our second and third place to come through the finish line. Who is it going to be? Is Jeremy Fapani going to be able to get in that second? And no, he is not. There they are now on screen. So it is going to be Mason Nettleton with that second place. Jeremy Fapani going to round out our top 3 in the moto, and Jeremy Fapani is going to be your 250B Limited champion.
How about that? Fapani had to fight tooth and nail to bring that thing home too. At one point in the race was almost dead last, brings it back to third. So we're going to wait to see the rest of the top 5 there. It looks like Stewart should be checking in fourth. Liam Olaf was last shown in 5th. Dylan Howard actually jumps up into the 4th place spot with Jared Hannon grabbing 5th. And JJ Kincannon 6th. Mason Halsey rounds up in 7th. I'm sure Jason's down there trying to get everybody wrangled together. Once again, we've got a white Chevy Silverado behind the work area that needs to be moved. And we're going to now get a look at your top 10 officially here. Zayden Mason, Mason Nettleton, Jeremy Fapani, Dylan Howard, Jared Hannon, JJ Kincannon, Mason Halsey, Evan Stewart, Ryder Bell, and Ryder Gwynn rounding out the top 10. And I believe we are going to throw it down to Jason Wygant, getting ready to talk to your podium and crown us a champion.
Thanks, boys. Just had to make sure that third place finisher came across to win the title. Now we're ready. Congratulations to our moto winner in the mud out front, Zayden Mason. This bike's pretty trashed. Honestly, I saw you a couple times out there. It almost seemed like you were good. Seemed like you were riding well.
Yeah, I just maintained a safe pace and didn't do anything over my head.
Yeah. Has to be fun, though, to be out front Loretta's, whatever the conditions are.
Oh, yeah. It's fun when you're in first in the mud, but when you're far back, it's no fun at all.
Yeah. Who do you want to thank for this, Zayden?
I would like to thank Coach Rob from Complete Racing Solutions, SSR, Big St. Charles, Mika Metals, Nahilo, EVS, and anyone else who support me and family here. Thank you, guys.
Zayden Mason with your moto win. I do need to take the bike off because we're going to bring up the third place machine to crown a champion. I'm looking for Mason Nettleton, our second place finisher. We'll bring up Mason Nettleton. So we had Zayden Mason with the win, Mason Nettleton with second. This is 250B Limited. And it's getting wilder and wilder with these motos. I mean, this championship comeback was unreal. Let's hear it from Mason Nettleton. Here, come on front here. How was that one?
It was wet, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Hey, let's get the number 75 motorcycle and rider on up. So, Mason, any scary moments out there, or you felt fairly in control?
Felt pretty good. Start was a little sketchy. I pretty much fell right over the gate, but ended up coming around the third turn pretty good and did it.
All right, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Chris and Kylie Canning, Justin Coquinos, Motorbikes Plus, Need for Speed Racing, Capella Racing, Power Band Suspension. Is that it? I think FXR 60. Yeah, everyone else. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Mason, second place. And now we'll bring the number 75 up, and this is an all-time digging it out ride. Trouble early, comes back late, salvages a podium, and with it, most importantly, the championship. And this is going to be a battle all week, we knew, between Fapani and Olaf, and Fapani comes out on top. Let's bring the rider up. Oh, he's posing for the videos right now. What a comeback in the mud. Let's hear it for Jeremy Fapani. Unbelievable. I'm going to welcome Olivia from the AMA up to present the #1 plate. Jeremy also grabbed the Stasic Whole Shot Award. And there it is, our 250B Limited champion. And hold that too. I don't know, you got to hold the gold helmet. We got whole shots. Well, look, anyone looking at the photo right now would be like, oh, Fapani got the whole shot and he got the title. It was easy. No, man, you were buried. Yep. You were buried.
Yeah, so got off to a really sick start. You know, got out of the gate really good. Just grabbed good shifts, had a really good rut coming out, and yeah, we were going good. And then I truly didn't think it was nearly that deep. That was the gnarliest track I've ever ridden. So came out of the triple into Storyland, and then over that roller just got a little top heavy. Went over, had people coming into me. Couldn't get the bike started. I was sitting there and I was like, oh, we're done. But yeah, I didn't think I was going that good, and then saw 32 and I was like, oh, we're good. So I'm pumped on that. And yeah, that was one of my favorite motos I've ever done, and I'm just pumped right now.
Oh, it's unbelievable to make that comeback. Never give up, right?
Exactly.
Who do you want to thank, Jeremy?
My mom, my dad, my mechanics, Tyler and Wyatt. Beeks, he's been a huge help all year. KTM Orchard Brigade, 100%. Monster Mike and the whole Monster crew. Dunlop tires. AEO suspension, you guys have been huge this week. Bike's been working amazing. Pro Taper, my trainers Jared, Ivan, whole Baker's Factory. You guys have, you're the guys that got me here, so thank you very much.
Jeremy Fapani is your champ. 250B Limited in wild circumstances. We had him outside the top 20. He comes back for 30, gets it done. These guys can pose for some photos. I'm going to give him the very muddy now Oakley certificate to get a pair of sunglasses. And the only thing left to do is spray some champagne. I'm going to send it back up.
Professional grade there, way of testing your microphone. Just thump it real hard.
Well, I mean, it's Kevin Kelly. I mean, what do we expect?
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to insult you, Kevin, by saying you're amateur level, but I guess here at Loretta's,
I am an amateur.
That's
and
fine.
This is an amateur race, so yeah, you want an amateur announcer to do it. Those kids probably need to go to the ER as soon as they are done getting out of that river there. Splish splash. He's got blue hair already. It started off, it was brown, so it's already happening. Yeah, right. Track looks good. Got a little water down. Put a little water down this morning. They'll have a water truck out there in no time, right? Hey, Gypsy Tales is in the house. Track looks good, right? Let's get Jace on over here. Hop on. Let's bring you in. Hot mic you right on in here. Come on. Let's go. You, me, Stuart Baylor. I'll turn your mic on here. Doing a little bit of maintenance here. We'll have these guys double jumping in no time, right? Yeah, man. Let's go. What do they say? It ain't clean bike racing, it's dirt bike racing, son. You picked up our accent yet? You're from Australia. How are we sounding now? Let's give me your best American from the South accent.
Oh, I need a line. Feed me a line. Oh, we going dirt bike racing today. Rain, hail, or shine, boy.
There you
How was that? Was that right?
That was good. And I couldn't do your accent nearly as good, so.
I'm a son of the South, some say, you know.
Son of the way down south, like below the equator.
Son of the Southern Hemisphere,
South. Right? Is it wintertime down there? Is it next month down there? I don't know how this even works.
Well, it's tomorrow winter.
Tomorrow winter. Dead of winter right now?
Yeah, right now. That's why I'm running.
I would chase summer all year long like you're doing, bro.
Pretty much.
That's right, the endless summer.
That's pretty much the plan.
Well, you're getting all facets of Loretta Lynn's, man. You've seen the good, the bad. This is fun, though. I mean, what can you do? Just have a good sense about it and just let it rip.
Yeah, I mean, these are kind of the situations where you just got to say, well, you know, everyone's in the same boat, almost literally.
I was watching the vet class, and I'm just in my head, I'm coming up with scenarios, because I saw about 10 gates open. I know some of the guys go, you know what, I think I'm just going to dip. I got to work at Advanced Auto Parts tomorrow morning. I got to be on shift or whatever. And there were some other guys, you know what? Then we'll give it a go, man. I'm just going to call in one more day, and I watched that guy just fly through the air with the greatest of ease. He made it about 100 feet, hit the deck, and he's like, that was a bad choice, man.
Dude, if you get the whole shot today, that is
greatest whole shot of all time?
Orgasmic experience.
All time.
Like it's you're elevated, like you can hear the sound of your roost hitting the other dude's face. Like it has to be the most rewarding start of all time.
Can you speak to that, getting a whole shot, not just here, but here in this environment at this very moment? It must be magical, right?
I don't ever get the whole shot. So you are asking the wrong person.
So exactly, you would even.
I wouldn't know what to do if I got the whole shot.
You would just immediately grab front brake window and then
I would crash in turn two. Right. Absolutely. Like I'm obviously quite a bit thicker than the rest of the crowd. So
with 2 C's.
Yeah.
Big bones.
Maybe
baby.
3.
Thick.
Maybe 3. Okay. Yeah. It's So my bike doesn't move quite as fast. I can get the jump, and I'm getting out drunk for sure.
But again,
but I think it would be a great like.
There we go. That's what I'm
I got one whole shot in the last 6 years in XC1. So
let's not change it because you're doing pretty good.
It works. It works for me. Yeah, I definitely works for me. It makes me angry, and I always want to know.
Yeah,
the one time that I got the whole shot, led for 6 miles, and absolutely weeded back to back.
But he's the one dude that can literally shoulder charge trees down.
Right.
So it's like the start, just like
lays into trees.
Oak trees.
Get that tree out of here.
Oak trees, yeah. That is one thing the size comes in.
We're back? Yeah, there we go. So
we're good. We're back. We're live. We're live, people.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
All right, so we went to wireless for 1 word, 2 words. Now we're back here. So
back on the acoustics.
Mr. Holbert here, taking care of business up in this announcer's tower. Getting this track cleaned up. We'll have water trucks going to take a little bit of a break here, put a little water down, give this track a little drink, as Megawatt likes to call it. It's
she thirsty.
She's got her fill. I think she's hydrated now. I think Arma has taken care. Arma Sport has taken care of that. Scott Sepkovic took care of us yesterday.
Big time.
Yeah, man. Good stories with Scott. Arma Sport over there. Still hydrating. I think they just dumped a lot of that stuff in that pond over there. You can just
put some blitz on the track. Just put your whole shot right. Fill it with some blitz out front.
So if Tony Alessi was here, I was telling Weezy last night. I said, when you walk up, so you can't go in front of the gate, right? But does it mean, could you, let's say, buy a 50-pound bag of Quikrete and just sling it out in front of the gate? Could you not do that?
Sure. Imagine if he just rolls up the start line with a mouthful of powder, just pouring into the right.
Looking for
everything, dude. He can't talk the rest of the moto because it's set.
In his mouth, man. He's only got a finite amount of time before it's
goddamn Michael Unless he got that whole shot.
Bro. He got the whole shot.
I hear lime works good.
Lime? Yeah.
Well, if you're up front, not behind.
It's not too soon.
No, it's been a while.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Award ceremony at 2 p.m. So we're going to be giving out some awards for a certain amount of races. That kid is going to the bathroom in the creek there, it looks like. Probably want to stay out of that.
I tell you what, these are character building days, though, right? Like some of these kids
you're
are going to
building immunities too. Whatever's happening in that, you're building some immunities. You're not getting nothing after. You spend a little time in that. You stay in that creek for a little while, you won't get any of. You won't get sick COVID, ever. Nothing.
No.
It's done. So that is a COVID vaccine right there, floating in that in that pocket.
Especially when you mix it with like a Corona or something like that. So it's the ideal concoction.
So again, we are in just a little bit of a hold here, as Stu even called it. Like, I think they're going to have to take some tractors out there and kind of smooth a few spots, or at least push some of that stuff out. We're going to get down to the tectonic plates here, the lower level portions of the plates here, and Gondwana will rear her ugly head here. The supercontinents, if you will.
Yeah, obviously the track crew every year we see different dirt, and if you show up a little bit earlier, you see a lot of different dirt.
That dirt right there, Barry Higgins did laps on that dirt in 1983. The stuff we're pulling up right now has, I think the North was marching its way down to Sherman and his crew were headed to Atlanta on that dirt right there, boys. That's a fact.
All I know is if they didn't bring in the couple hundred loads the last 2 years, we would be, I mean, the track would be non-existent with how much they've had to push it this week. So the couple hundred loads of sand is the only saving grace, because right now some of the track is lower than the surrounding track.
You're absolutely right.
We're, I mean, as far as you can go, and you know, running equipment at the facility, riding, training. When you do stuff like this after the ruts are already there, it hides some secret spots, like right here where we see the dozer on screen. So obviously he's cutting a good bit, but man, that rut
it's still there.
It's usually still under there.
Push dirt over it, and it's waiting for you to roll your ankle right up.
The leader usually finds it.
Yeah, that's a great point, because they're just pushing dirt over these 18-inch ruts, so it looks like it's basically a booby trap.
Yeah, and it's not. I mean, it's going to help the majority of the track. Absolutely, it will definitely help the majority of the track. But there are spots like right here where he is. They've already taken so much dirt out of this corner. If he goes to the bottom of that rut that we saw bikes buried in, another foot deep,
I just saw
then you're lower than the surrounding ground. It's just going to get worse and worse. That rut will come back, but it's, I mean, it's making the track where we can at least get some more racing off of it, because it wasn't going to be many more motos before we saw absolute chaos. And it looks like we've got some minis on the gate.
I think that dirt is so soft. I really don't think there's any like legit hard beat out ruts. If it were yesterday, I might agree with you when you pushed dirt over that, but I just, that dirt is so soft, man. I mean, I just saw an 88 CR250 get pulled out of there that we didn't even know was there. We just pulled that thing up from the depths of this race. We're going to go radio silent for just a minute as we are continuing to work on some
silence.
Yeah, for the track, and we'll be right back with more nonsense from the announcer's tower.
Y'all want us to throw it to a commercial?
You might want to go back to bed.
So, you want to, can we throw it to a commercial?
Yeah.
All right, so while we are in a slight hold, doing some track work, I believe we're in a little bit of a delay. We will toss it to a commercial, pay some bills. We'll be back in 2 and 2.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Cometic Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment, whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends. Professionals and enthusiasts depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
Driving force of amateur motocross. Team Dunlop, Elite.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
Are you ready? The Super
Motocross World Championship playoffs kick into high gear at C-Max Dragway in Charlotte. The world's best 22 riders face off on a one-of-a-kind track in pursuit of the first ever World Championship and the sport's biggest prize. Don't miss the final quest for the Super Motocross World Championship, fueled by Monster Energy. Get tickets now at supermotocross.com. FanFest included with purchase.
Friendly reminder about parking your vehicles on the side of the road. We can't have that. We've got to keep this road open. It is a county road. That goes for the entire facility. The paved roads, folks are trying to get in and out. These RVs are ginormous. The trailers are big, so cannot have these roads clogged up. And if we pull you out, if you get help getting pulled out, that doesn't mean you get to cruise up the road and just hang out somewhere else on the side of the road. Actually, there should be plenty of places to park at this point. A lot of folks have already rolled out, so I would suggest if you get pulled out, keep it moving, man. Just get out of here. Like, just keep it moving. Get on back to the house. Go on now. Get. We're happy you came, though. Welcome back to Racer TV. A beautiful Chamber of Commerce day here at Loretta Lynn's. Got to keep just a smile on your face. It is what it is. We're going to have some fun. I've tried to talk to some kids, and they're like, whatever. My dad's got absorbing out some money, obviously. So
the kids have no idea how much this stuff costs.
Yeah, he shouldn't, and they should not know how much it costs. If your dad is telling you all this stuff on the way home, you know how much money I spent. That's not the wrong. That's the wrong philosophy with your kids.
You're scarring your child.
Yeah, you're not going to college because of this week.
yeah.
No, but man, have some fun. Wash your kid off with the pressure washer. That's the pro move. As soon as you're over, just hit that thing up, and that's the first step of. But what about 8 steps? This is a 9-step process.
You're in a 12-step program if you decide to race today.
Yeah, your RV will finally be cleaned about December. Your mom will finally get that thing cleaned up sometime by the end of the year. So have fun with it. Let it rip. And I don't know, man.
Use genuine parts. Use
OEM parts.
This is a time where you really need to just lean back on the OEM stuff. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good play.
That's the move. Just OEM bearings.
Don't get extra horsepower. Do you really need the extra horsepower? You need longevity. You need that bike to finish this moto. I was talking to I'm going to drop. James Coy used to work for Pro Circuit. I was saying, what's worse? He goes, dude, the mud is a problem, but he goes, the water will crush you. Dude, this guy has like a gutter system in his airbox for funneling water away from the airbox so it drops to the bottom, doesn't get sucked into the motor. I'm like, are you serious? I love hearing setup technique. Well,
I was just at Brad West pit, Aussie in the 250 class, and man, the whole their Yamaha is just taped up. The entire bike.
You don't want any vents. You don't want anything.
And you get no water in that bad boy because there's some legitimate puddles out there.
Standing water, that was his biggest concern was standing water. He goes, mud, we can keep that off the radiator, keep the motor cool.
Yeah.
But
even man, there's a lot of speed that is coming off water from the other bikes too. Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like you're getting sideways. It's like sideways rain, big old fat rain.
Lots of rain, bro.
Oh, okay.
What do you got?
So let's not do that.
Wow, Stu, can we say whose bike that
That's
is?
my bike.
That's your bike.
I finished like that.
That thing has a gallon of water in the airbox. Whoever prepared your filter, that's your hero there.
Dude, I'm just saying that the KTM engine, like that's a testament right here.
That is unbelievable.
Pretty impressive. I mean, I'm not sure how many gallons of water went through that filter, but Georgia GNCC this year, worst mud race. I've been racing a long time and a lot of bad races. GNCC, I got to throw a stab at C Moto guys, but it's the same crew, but man, the show goes on.
You don't stop.
Like it's raining, it's flooding, no dozers on the track. Let's go racing.
Hey, and one thing,
it's kind of the point.
We have at least 30 feet to play with. You guys come into these little funneled out areas, and there's 2,000 guys that are going to go through a 2-foot swatch of earth, and we're going to dig that thing all the way down to the.
Dude, Moto's definitely gnarly, and there's something obviously too like that format. But when you're in the bush, and
the woods. Boys.
So we're in the woods. Okay, so when you're in the woods, and you're like 3-4 kilometers from the truck.
No,
and you're
okay, come on,
a couple miles.
This is America, son. We don't use no metric system.
And you're just stuck, and your goggles are fogging, and you got arm pump. And there's no one there to help. That's a real test of like that's your man card right there. It's like someone's gonna pull. If you don't get this thing out of this hole, they're gonna revoke it. They're like, sorry, dude, you ain't a man.
You're not a man.
Yeah, that's like it's fun to see like when you watch here at Loretta's. The kids that you're like, that guy could do a GNCC.
Yeah.
There's not many, but like number 75, Jeremy Fapani.
From Arizona, the hotbed of GNCC, right?
That guy right there could, like, that's the grit that when nobody's around and you think you're out of it, like, that's the grit that it takes. Because you don't have fans on the side of the track the entire way. You don't have. You're racing the track.
Yeah.
You're racing the track and going as fast as you can with what you're given.
And your DMs are not blown up after a GNCC win, right?
Mine do. I've got a lot of rednecks.
Dude,
I've got a lot of rednecks.
The amount of people, that DM me, you need Stu Baylor on the podcast. It's like we're in the hundreds, like honestly hundreds. It's insane.
Stu Baylor joining us in the booth. This is just another day at the office for Stu Baylor. In fact, he's in the catbird seat. He's not muddy. He's normally out there slugging it out with you guys.
I might go out and do some belly slides down that stuff later, just for fun. Just because I know that the last 3 rounds of GNCC are probably going to be like this. I'm just going to go get mentally prepared.
It's called acclimating.
Yeah. I might just go run through the 10 Commandments for fun.
As you should. So we pushed some of this sand off of this big sweeper. We're down to the original dirt that Barry Higgins won on a 4-stroke here in 1983. True story. Davey actually told me that. He goes, you know, another fun Barry Higgins fact. It always comes back to Barry Higgins. He fought in the Civil War. He raced here in 1883. Then again, 100 years later in 1983. The guy's done it all. I saw him. He's still alive, still motoring around out here. He's like, this is
drinking moonshine.
Yeah, that's how he's pickled.
That's how he stays alive.
Good to go.
Speaking of drinking moonshine, you know, I watched your list of the 5 things to do.
I haven't done it yet. Yeah, can we make that happen tonight?
I think so. I think we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna find Ryan Sipes.
What's that?
Have you done the 4 things?
I've done 5, but mate, we need 6.
Yeah, there's definitely got to be 6. And he missed the beer tent, like.
No, I've been in the beer tent.
Oh, you were?
I got a wristband.
Well, you were there. It wasn't on the list.
I kept it on.
Yeah, that's a memento.
I didn't see that on the list, but so there's actually 7, like beer tent and then moonshine.
And not that stuff you buy at the racetrack.
Give me the good moonshine.
The man had his finger and swirls it around.
Give me one with some flies in it. Like, you know when you look at it and there's like minerals and stuff. I'm like, damn, that might be a tiny bit of gold.
Or the fly.
It's like, you know when they go panning.
Yeah, panhandling.
I want that. I want some panhandle moonshine, baby.
DNA in that moonshine, brother.
yeah.
I think we can find some.
I want to get a passport after that. After drinking that moonshine. That's how American I want that moonshine to be.
A Technic shot as well.
Yeah.
So we'll discuss the plus 25 turnout there with the moonshine.
Yeah.
You're in?
Yeah.
I'm 30. I'll do plus 30. There's no way I could.
Hey, so Ryan
there's no way I could qualify for
Ryan
25.
Sipes, Kevin Windham, you want in on this? Kevin, if you want in on this.
Sipes just called me out. He's already texted me. We're doing it.
So we have a plan. So Verb Moto needs to cover. You need to qualify at the area level, then the regional, race the plus 25 class with Ryan Sipes. But here's the deal. They're going to let the gate drop. And then they're just going to go look at each other, and then they're going to have their own race, 1v1, settle the score.
Race pink slips. I think
right.
I think the winner gets the bike, too.
Lay your bike, hand that bike right
I think Verb can definitely get some content out of this.
I think so, for sure.
That's a great idea.
I would love to see one of you, like either you leave with Ryan's bike or K-Dub leaves with both of your bikes. Like, dude, they all come with like a 3-bed trailer but bring one bike, and it's like, we're just prepping, bro.
Dude, I don't think I could beat Wyndham. I mean, he looks like he's gotten back in racing.
He's in shape, dude. Yeah. He's doing like he's doing big like marathons and stuff like that. Yeah.
Forrest Gump, like that. I mean, I saw it. I thought I saw him out here as a flagger, and I saw a guy that looked like Forrest Gump,
So you saw the 2 year ago Kevin Wyndham.
I was like, hey, old Kev's back. He's over there flagging. But no, Kev was up here, cleaned up, looks like he's ready to race.
Been on a dozer with the family. They all had skiddies running around here.
They drove here in a dozer.
In a skiddy.
Yeah, from Baton Rouge.
That's a long ride. Dude. You got to replace those tracks every few states.
He's ready, dude. He's in shape.
Yeah, he says he's lost the weight. He says, and he trains some kids that are in the pro sport. He goes, I said, where do you think you finish? He goes, well, I run with those kids. I've got their speed. I'm like, come on, man.
I would give anything.
Plus 25.
Yeah.
His wife, he goes, now, Kevin, we can't just commit to that over. We got to think about it and all that. I'm like, hey, so you're saying there's a chance, man?
The amount of talent that Wyndham has, like when you see him do certain things on a motorcycle, like it's next level. I mean, it's next level. There's no way he's lost that much talent.
No.
He's lost more weight than talent, I promise.
There it is. That's a shirt right there.
Dude,
that is a shirt.
I am the guy that struggles so hard to ride. Like, I'm the guy that makes riding look so hard.
Miserable.
So I just have, like, the ultimate frame of reference. You know, I'm like, hey, I'm over here just making
about it.
Every rut that I go through is just, like, life or death, you know? And then you see a guy like Wyndham, and it's like someone's just butter and toast.
Yeah,
just
baby.
butter and toast.
Just surfing,
I'm like, oh, bro.
beautiful wave.
I am out here on Struggle Street.
Yeah,
I can do it right now.
Well, the rain's eased off, which is good.
Yeah, we're good. This reminds me of the Charlotte Supercross about 93. I saw Jean-Michel Bell just absolutely ruin guys in the rain. Another guy. When I think of smooth riders, you got Everts, Wyndham, Jean-Michel Bell, and now Jet. Yeah. Those are the four smoothest guys I've ever just like.
He raced Manjimup Motocross the Nations 1992. Emig was on the team for USA, and he's got like that iconic photo dragging the bars. They used to have like a high point wall kind of deal.
That's right.
Jean-Michel Bell on a CR 500. Just made that track look effortless, and that's another track that I've had the honor of struggling my way around. So when you go back and you watch videos from 92 of him on like the gnarliest sand track,
it's a different track compared to everyone else.
Oh yeah, he wasn't riding the same thing. We don't do the same sport.
Right. I love the fact that he came over here, Jean-Michel Bell, won our titles, took our women, and smoked a big skinny cigarette and said, I'm out. He rolled out. The guy just disappeared, like right at the pinnacle of his career. He goes, I've done what I need to do.
Yeah.
Like, no, I want a shot at this guy. And he was like, no.
My work here is done.
Women are easy, and so is just sport. Jean-Michel Bell, legend. He's still around, too.
Wouldn't it be nice to be that guy?
That talented.
I'd give anything to be that talented at anything. Even if it was like...
What would it like checkers? I'd be the most obnoxious checker player ever.
I would love it.
Yeah. Look at those four kids on the gate. The 65 10 to 11s. All right, boys. How we doing down there? Hey, raise your hand down there on the starting gate if you are ready to race. Let's see it. Yeah, there we go.
We got a few hands.
Few random little psycho kids down there. Yeah.
The dads never uncross their arms. They're like, I'm not raising my hand.
Hey, put your hand down.
Somebody scream. All right, all those fans on the fences. Are we ready?
Was this how you saw Saturday Race of TV going down right now?
Look at the rain coming down. Oh, my God.
The camera doesn't even do justice on the starting line. Like, it is an absolute... Dude, I just looked at the radar. It's gone. It was gone.
They hate me right now.
We're going to have to turn the volume down because sound travels louder through water.
Yeah, we got to crank it up, man. We're having some fun.
I think the guys on the dozers definitely also looked at the radar. They're like, it's done. Let's slick this track up. Should have waited just a few more minutes.
Oh, man. It's going to be an hour till the heavy stuff comes down,
Well, the Yamaha kids are about to clean up on their jet skis. Yamaha's had some secret weapons in the back of the semi. They're going to load those things down.
Yeah,
couple Cowie jet skis.
Still got time. The most prized possession right now is a roll of duct tape somewhere in that pit. Somebody's duct taping everything that moves on that
right now.
Yeah.
Dad just scratching his neck out.
Hey, got some of that duct tape, dog? All of it, dude. You got some of that Maximum? Yeah, player.
I'm telling you, I looked through the pits the other day, and I'm watching all these kids while it's raining, and nobody knows what to do. Nobody has a mud cover. Nobody has, like, ODI makes these. See?
Yeah.
ODI has these strips that you can put on the front of your grips that lock in your fingers. The old school, you would remember pencils, wire tie some pencils on there. Surely you got no Moto got. All right, you look confused. Anyway, Woods guys, like you throw a pencil on the front, it hooks in, so when your hands are covered, you've still got your knuckles grip, like a larger seat bump. All the things, the foam on the helmet, like we've got
These guys are pros.
We've got it stashed in the rig.
Yeah, I mean it's a guaranteed 3 out of 5 years at Loretta's something like this is happening.
Yeah. So. Right now, people are headed to my tent going,
"You got some numbers?"
Hey, what were you talking about?
Yeah, he's not here. Stu's up here.
Yeah, I mean, just when you come to this event, and it's kind of funny because it is a week event. We've seen bad weather here before, and at this point, we've kids started training for this. Some of them 5 years ago. Some of them made it in, and for the last 5 months, that's all they have done is prepare for this. And then they show up here
to have it come down to 9
without any pencils.
And they don't have any of they have no pencils, exactly. But yeah, I mean it's little things. You know, wrist racing makes some mud grips, and when your grips are covered in mud, you throw this piece of foam on. Some guys will wire tie Scotch-Brite around the front of their grips. And anything you can do. Hell, maybe you even take
wire tie their hands too.
That's what I was about to say. Maybe you can take the wire tie to the grips,
like
or leave. You know when you get the snag from wire tie. I hear Moto guys. You probably don't even wire tie.
No, I know what that is. And that'll shred your fingers, right?
I'm an old school grips guy.
Like don't even tuck the wire, and maybe your fingers won't leave.
It'll just dig in.
Yeah, it'll just dig in.
And you'll actually become.
You could literally just like sew your fingers with wire tie to the.
You got a doctor friend that really wants to sew you to the bike, sew your feet to the bike.
But yeah,
I mean, the old school like snowcross stuff, like with the grips that are built in with the gloves. You just
you do that.
Nice and warm.
Yeah, there's still some guys that we see do that. I don't go to that extent.
It's like clipless mountain bike stuff. You just clip into your motorcycle. And you're ready, baby. Let's go.
My brother still does that. The mud covers. I mean, the big,
giant,
ugly mud covers. I mean, he usually does very well in the mud, so I can't knock him. But like the old school enduro style. Yeah, there are levels.
Willing to go there to look like a dork. You're gonna look.
Yeah, like I kind of want to look. Yeah, like I'm already fat. Like I kind of gotta look good. Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah, so all these things, I'm looking through the pits, and it's like
3 C's.
Yeah, you ain't fat, you thick.
Just thick, yeah.
That's good.
But I'm looking through the pits, and it's like, man, we've prepared for years, months to come here, and you should have a checklist. Like
you're right, dude. You've done everything else. You've got 9 RVs, 14 bikes.
Yeah.
Your dad's got a wife or girlfriend. They've checked all the boxes, man.
Absolutely. Maybe 2 wives, 2 girlfriends. You never know. But yeah, so we've got to have a checklist, and I'm sitting here looking at my kids, going, man, I didn't even think to tell them this because as a GNCC guy, we've been doing that since we were on 65. It's like
no big deal.
Dad had the mud covers, the big ugly ones. We had over at the rig, I had hand guards. None of my guys had hand guards, and I'm like, what if you go down? Your grip is ruined.
With you right now, they all set up.
Yeah, we rated. Chirby's luckily hooked us up. We've got a ton of hand guards. They were for the GNCCs.
What do you think you could get for those right now?
Oh, I'm guaranteeing we could get an auction. You said you worked at the flea market earlier. Let's go.
Yeah.
Those will be on eBay right now.
Absolutely. No, it's the little things. You know, you bury that hand guard in. It usually somewhat protects the grip, and those things matter. I mean, especially in these conditions. And yeah, you may not run hand guards the rest of the year, but when you're here, like you're here for a week. You can't control the weather. Be prepared.
Yeah, you got to expect
more.
Especially, I mean, I'm talking to the moms, dads out there. You guys have spent so much money to get here,
and that's why they come to you. Like those are the 1% that. Well, I'm being serious. That's the 1%. Like if you're a top 5 guy going into this moto, and you didn't prepare that motorcycle like you prepared your body and took off work and did all the other things, that's a bummer. Shame on you. Shame on you.
And we got a saying in Australia: better be looking at it than looking for it.
Boom.
Write that down.
Is that when you're in the bush? Right, that's another shirt. Did you come up with that when you were in the bush?
That's my old boy. Yeah, he would have come up with that in the bush. Better to be looking at it than looking for it.
Some of your folks back home commenting on the show, they enjoying watching Loretta Lynn's?
Yeah, my brother's been pretty tapped in, actually. I woke up the other day pretty late because I thought it was going to rain, to a message going, oh, it's raining there, eh? And
He's on it.
I haven't even been outside yet, bro.
Yeah, and you even said, like, you've never been here, and you've seen all the footage, all of it, but it's like going to the Grand Canyon. Until you just lay your eyes on it, you have to see it.
This is like, you know when you go to, like, you hear people say, I went to Vegas and had, like, a bender. and then you leave.
This is a motocross bender.
This is a motocross bender. That's exactly what this is. And you know
Overload.
what?
And
you need every now and again, you need a good bender.
Dude.
And I think that this is a pretty good way to get that fixed, you know.
Hey, and you'll agree, just if you are in the want to get in the business of motocross, probably the single best week of networking you can possibly do. The pro 100%. Side, the amateur side, everybody is here. All the pros are here, the trainers, like everything.
And the best part about this week for me has been, to speak on that point, right, is that it's all the people that want to be here. Like, there really is no bad vibes, you know. Like the people that have come here from the industry. Like Malcolm Stewart was here.
Dude, his vibe is so good.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, I mean, I'm just hanging. And then Big James and Sonia was here. It was Sonia's birthday on Thursday, so happy birthday. And then Malcolm's like, oh, do you want to get out of here for your birthday? And she's like, no, I want to be at Loretta's. So I think it's been really cool just to see there's so many people that are here from the industry, from the pro side, from the industry side. They all want to be here. They've all got a dope story. I mean, Nick Way was saying that he was probably one of the first guys that went from 50s all the way through, like, kind of that generation when people started doing that, and he's got amazing memories, you know.
Oh, wow. We're about to make memories now as we move on to the 65 10-11s.
Rack them up, boys. Rack them up.
I think they just said time schedule's getting tight. Sorry, boys. Let's go have some fun, because this track is looking brutal. Yeah,
I don't think they would have a problem with that if you did that. But hey, this is motocross. Like we said, it's not clean bike racing. It is dirt bike racing, son. As
you're gonna learn today.
You about to learn, you son. I done learned it.
I'm low-key excited for this moto. I'm not gonna lie. I think that this is
man. Somebody's about to become a legend.
Dude.
And so's their mechanic.
And the track crew is
sweating
right now.
Oh.
They're
yeah, like, you know, you're about to get on that racetrack. You're about to kick 97 kids up. You're getting your hands dirty, literally.
Look at this. Look at this inside rut coming into the commandments below us. I mean, it's falling over. It is going to catch fork legs on a 65.
All right, so kids,
65 is not going to there.
Hey, Stu, let's, like, right now, I'm being dead serious. Take a look around the racetrack. Those kids that are on the gate can hear you. Any advice? Like, stay high?
Stay out of the inside. Yeah. So every corner is sloped, and it's supposed to drain. The high side, but don't go all the way up to where they've pushed the dirt off the track. The high sides will keep you a good line. You'll start to see the lines form. Try to aim for those.
Maybe.
And do not get buried on those tight insides. That's where the ruts are, and these kids, you can hear them revving up. The door is open. They are ready.
65 10-11, limited to I don't know what, baby, because they're about to be unlimited right here when we uncork these little guys.
There's a lot more kids on the gate than in the adult classes. I think we're missing 3. So only 3 said, this isn't for me. There's 4.
They don't have to work.
Yeah.
It's still summer for them. Hey, if they miss a month of school, they don't care. It's awesome. All right. They don't pay for parts. That's a great point.
Oh my God.
They got, I mean, that was a tidal wave. They got hit by a 10-foot wave, and look at that, my man. From the outside.
Respect.
Legend, yes. Respect.
That's the best feeling.
Look, that's the whole shot we're talking about. He's still got it. That kid is on a rail right now. Who is that?
You better just keep her on the back.
24.
The best part about these kind of motos, too, is there's a handful of dudes that are on the line, and they're just going, boys, let's go right now. They couldn't be any happier to be out on the track. And I'm guessing that
Aiden Steinbrecher,
number 24 with the whole show, I think he was one of those guys that was just licking his lips on that start line.
There he goes through the 10 Commandments.
You were right about that inside rut. That is swing arm deep.
Yeah, you see the kid stuck there?
We tried to tell you, boys. They're making it through. They're paddling through.
Hey, respect, man. These guys are doing good.
And I know we're having fun with it. This is still a championship moto, and we do have the utmost respect for these kids, for their families, for all the hard work. And it comes down to this. It's heart, man. It's desire. Aiden Steinbrecher, number 24. Let's see how he went in his motos. Wow, he has a 3:14. He can go 3:14.1.
Imagine, 10, no doubt. Imagine that. He is out there ripping right now, though.
Oh no, the flagger.
That's one of those. That's one of those lines too, where you said that there'd be a bit of a rut that was left over.
Definitely. It's very deceiving, but look, Smart has handguards on.
It has handguards, and he's still in the number 2 spot.
Yep.
I think that's Easton Graves out front on the 31.
Oh, that's go again.
Here we go. No, don't. That's the muck you were talking about. Don't go too
Yeah.
far out. You want to stay in the dozer tracks where it's been worked.
The tracks are good, and between the tracks where that blade kind of back drags across, it hides a lot of imperfections. When that water's below where the ruts were already deep, those end sides are definitely going to be treacherous. And
Aiden Steinbrecher still trying to crank that bike.
Yeah, we got eyes on him. This could be an epic comeback ride right now because he was
over here. Sorry to interrupt you there, Chase. Your leader, number 31, I believe it's Easton Graves. He's got almost a perfect week. I think he's only lost one moto. He's got a 2 and a 1. Yeah, he's got everything ones except for the 2, and he led when he got the 2.
I actually got to spend some time with Easton Graves last night, and his dad sat there and he said, "Man, we just want to have fun. We're hard. Like we love this stuff, but we just want to have fun." This kid looked at me and he said, "I'm not here for fun. I'm here to win."
That's what I like to hear.
And I was like, "All right."
I think that's the perfect balance to be like a mini parent. You'd be like, "Son, you just go."
He got that inside. Look at it. Look at him. This kid wants it. He's picking up that front end.
Let's get. There you go. Come on, bud. He's out of Louisiana, so he's used to these swampy conditions.
He's still in the lead.
Still got a great.
He's still got a big.
Come on, let's crank that bike up. Let's get him going. There we go. Easton Graves. Yes, the crowd loves it.
He needs this one bad.
Get out there. Look at those guys, man. Cheer for these kids, man. I'm stoked to see all those folks that are out here. Easton Graves still out front. All right, take
and he is on the send.
He is full send right now. Watch this. Timmy Coombs will be proud. The Blackwater 100 reincarnation here.
But that is the perfect balance, right? You got the kid that he's like, "I ain't here for fun, I want to win." Then you got the dad that's saying, "Buddy, let's keep this in perspective. This is just a dirt bike race. Let's have fun." You can have that balance. I think that's the move.
Especially at that age. Like, how do you teach that? How do you teach, I didn't come for fun, I came to win?
No, that's a gnarly dude. Now, there's our second place rider just behind him, Shoma Nagasawa, the number 66. So we've got a race for first and third. You would think everybody would be spread out and talking DNFs, but Nagasawa is right here with him as we go. He went through that deep rut on the inside. Nagasawa says negative on that. He's on a Yamaha. Folks, we're going to have a race for the number 1 spot if Nagasawa.
Yeah, he's catching.
Yeah, he's right there. And then you have Brody Bircher in third, Connor Vargas, Chase Brennan. What's the goggle setup here, man? Just use them as long as you can.
Tear-offs on top of roll-offs. 7-stack laminates right on top of the roll-offs, and then pull until there's no pulls.
That's Brody Bircher, number 30 on your screen. And that is a $5,000 motorcycle stuck in the mud for sure. Look at that. There's some roll-offs on my man there.
And it is still coming down right now, guys. Wow.
So we talked about mud and how heavy it is, and this is really, honestly, the mud's not sticking to the bike. It's a water issue, if anything, is that you're worried about, because the mud flops right back off.
Definitely.
It's just a wheel size issue for these guys right now, too.
True story. There's Nagasawa right there on the 66.
So do we miss Graves? I did see a KTM on the inside of the track after commandments. I'm not sure.
That's the 22 off the side of the racetrack. Don't have.
But yeah, there's Graves right at the end of commandments. Yeah. He's just buried. That's one of those spots. That inside, you can see his tire was. Yeah. It didn't look bad, but the dozer just kind of covers up some of those ruts that were there from before, and definitely got to watch out for those insides. The high lines are going to be good.
I don't think there's going to be any high lines at this point. If you've got a boat named the Ark, then you're going to be okay. There are a couple of riders off to the side. Graves still has a shot though. 2-1 moto scores. I mean, this is going to be a radical third and final moto, so it's championship up for grabs for several people at this point. Nagasawa, let's see how he finished in his moto, the number 66.
How many laps are we looking at for these guys right now, do you think? Because we're one lap in. This is going to be a war of attrition.
So very consistent motos for Nagasawa, 17 and a 17 and now a 1. Proving he is quite the mud rider for sure. So.
Yeah. So, hey, one of those dudes licking their lips, right? There's a bunch of guys. There's a bunch of guys that are sitting on that gate going, "This is my moto," and there's a lot more that are sitting there thinking they will not be able to get it done.
Number 25 has closed the gap right here behind us. I think this is a battle for second place. So
25. Hey, what's up, Wes Kane in the house, my man?
Bircher and Vargas.
Yeah, there you go, Connor Vargas.
Dude.
We're going to reset and re-rack them as they come across with their transponders. Thank goodness they have those, or we would be in trouble. Easton Graves was your leader. He has 2-1 moto scores. Nagasawa now takes over on the number 66, we believe. Unbelievable. This is all time. This is all time.
They will never forget this Loretta's, ever.
Nope, not at all. It's like a Bush commercial. Like, All right, so Vargas now out front, the 25. Nagasawa is second, and Jackson Vick is third.
Now
so Jackson Vick, look at that, 1-3-3 scores. Kevin Windham, our spotter up here. This is going to be the best place in the house to watch. 1-3-3 scores for Jackson Vick. Now he's in control of this championship. Oh, no, Easton Graves is pushing the bike off. Looks like water might have been the culprit here, so that is going to do it for his championship. That's unfortunate, man.
And is that Vargas that just went down, the leader?
The 25.
So the lead swapped again now. So Nagasawa with the 17-1.
Actually, we got Vic. I think Vic was in front of Nagasawa when they came through there. So those three guys were all nose to tail.
There's Nagasawa. There is the number 70 of Jackson Vick right behind him, right?
Yeah, so this is the battle for the lead.
Look, Griff Carter out there, man, in the mix right there. I like it.
And how cool is this about motocross that we can have maybe some of the worst conditions that you could possibly race it, and there's a battle for the lead.
Exactly. They're not spread out. They're going to, I mean, it's going to be a battle of mechanicals, I believe. Just keep your bike running.
Look at that inside right. That is a trench right there, dude.
Yeah, that is a hurricane route, evacuation route there. I think that's third and fourth, just right behind them. That might be Scholl and Brennan. Totally guessing. There's Nagasawa on the blue Yamaha, the orange KTM of Vic. You don't want to get too close and take all that water on. Have to turn the bilge pump on there and pump that water out.
Man, and I'm looking at Easton Graves just pushing his bike right here behind the tower, and he is bummed. He's throwing his hands up, but he knew he was the guy, and he is definitely upset on that one. That's a heartbreaker with the 2-1 moto scores.
That's unbelievable.
Running up front, but man, it's racing.
Well, Davey Coombs has said it pretty well this weekend that you can't luck into a championship, but you can definitely luck out of one, and I think that's an example. Easton Graves out of lucking out of a championship, unfortunately.
Yeah, same goes to Canyon Richards, man. I think he's had 4 outstanding motos that ended with some sort of tragedy with the motor. So, shout out to you, buddy. I hope you've taken something from this weekend, just like Easton Graves, man. You guys were in the mix. There's the 91. There's Azat Nagasawa on the ground. Not many Yamahas out there, and I would venture to say that might be the 66 of Nagasawa. There it is. He's cranking that bike up. Man, again, shout out to everybody out there getting wet for these little dudes. Here, take these goggles. It's a $250 set of goggles. The bike won't fire. Get that thing going. There we go. Nagasawa. There's the number 689 coming through. And
oh, he's got it going again.
Kevin Windham, man, this reminds you of Daytona, maybe Anaheim 05. That was a good one, right? Great one for some. He's like, oh, that was a good time. Yeah, if you're winning, it feels good, right? I've never experienced that. You ever won a race? Ever?
I've won one race. It was the most random race of all time. It was like a B class at a Melbourne Supercross.
And you did?
And I was on Craig Anderson's race bike from the year before. And I got the whole shot, first whole shot ever. I won the race, and I was like, I didn't know what was happening behind me. I was like, are they red flagging this thing? And I'm like the only dude out there, and I never won a race again. So,
great question. Hey, yeah. Who would have thought? I've never won one. I got fourth one time. Terrible. I'm terrible.
And Vic, who was sitting second, now has a 21-second lead coming across that one. So he is absolutely checked out.
Just are you looking to sign him for GNCC?
I am scouting. I got the semi here. We're scouting for the GNCC guys right now. I'm looking for that.
So you're already working on Jeremy Fapani.
So you're walking up and be like, you would never race motocross again, son.
Jump in the trailer, boy. I'm going to take you somewhere.
Yep.
Look at that.
Let's watch the weather and see when you're racing for me.
Yeah. You're about to live in these woods.
He's our rain rider. We bring him in. He's a specialist.
Look at him go.
He's standing up casually.
Standing up.
The heaviest white flag ever is trying to wave in this rain. It's a blanket 10-pound flag there. 4-lap races, huh? Well, the laps are 3 minutes, so that's exactly 12 minutes. That's spot on.
Might take 25 to clear the track.
That's a good point. Yeah, these bikes will be for sale on eBay on your way home. You'll find some steals.
You can pick up one of these for 75 cents.
Sell off the truck prices. Just take it. Pick it up. It's on the track. It's yours, bro.
One lady owner. Never raced.
Yeah, right. All right, Jackson Vick, we are watching you, my man. You have a championship in your sights.
So what's his moto scores before?
He's going to have a 1, a 3, and a 1.
Oh, I mean, hey.
He was ready for it. He wanted to square off with Easton Graves. He's the one kid that did the sight lap yesterday and won a moto.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously can't speak as an expert, but I feel like there's a big advantage in doing a sight lap in a day like this, you know. I don't know what you're giving up exactly on the start,
motor.
but
that bike probably has 6 good laps in it. You just took one of them away on a sight lap, so I don't know.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, you can control it on the sight lap. You're not going to go and bury yourself, but you can find out where the deep spots are. You can just scope it out, and it's definitely an advantage. Just going into this race blind, the best thing these guys could do is hope that their dads have their phone and watching live feed and can see what we're seeing here.
Sure.
And at least pay attention to the lines. Yeah, and,
no live feed.
And live feed. Oh, we're
there
back.
It is. We're back.
But yeah, I mean, just seeing where the deep spots are right here, especially the right side. Where he just went was much shallower than the left. Where they're just where the dozer cuts are, where they're draining the track, like just knowing where that stuff is. I would be sitting there watching live feed and trying to figure out where are the bad spots, where do I need to stay away.
Some of those kids floating down the middle of the 10 Commandments where the little floats off the creek now, kind of drifting into our racetrack. So guys, stay off of the racetrack, floating from the creek into the racetrack.
Yeah, and obviously the speeds aren't gnarly right now, so you can kind of spend the time looking for. You're almost worthwhile. Going for the shallow spots, you know.
Crown him right here. Jackson Vick, you are the champ. Jackson Vick will go 1-3-1 in the 65 10-11. Unbelievable. Great ride for Jackson Vick.
And he will earn himself a Loretta Lynn's championship.
100%. He did not look into that one. Chase Brennan, we are looking to see him. He's got a 4 and a 4 and an 18, and that will be good enough for second if this thing holds. An 18th will still
get you on the box.
That's crazy.
That's a wild year at Loretta's right there.
Yeah, and then you got an 8, a 15, and a 7. That'll get you a podium spot. Never even top 5.
I just picked the first 5.
That is a radical 3 moto score right there.
Congratulations, you win.
Let's go ahead and give Wyndham a mic here.
He doesn't want it, man.
Got a question.
I do. Let's go.
25 plus. Me, you, and Sipes.
Here we go. You can answer that question.
Oh, it's happening.
They're recruiting Kevin Wyndham live. It's on, buddy. You're good.
Was that a call out?
That was Sipes. It's a Sipes call out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm in. I got to qualify.
Can
I qualify? I don't even know if I can qualify.
You should have a champion's exemption or something.
You guys should have to do the same area and regional.
Yeah,
let's just really drag this thing out.
Yeah.
Southeast sounds good.
I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I'm not even sure I could make Loretta's anymore. I got to go through an area and a regional.
Yeah, you got to do the area of the regional.
The boss lady was a hard maybe. Last year she was a hard no, so I'm making progress.
So by next year,
you just got to make it think it's. You got to make her think it's her idea.
That's right.
It will never be her idea for me to start racing again.
All right, boys, that's enough accents up there in this tower. My gosh, I got the Stu Baylor Gypsy Tales podcast just dialed in right now. I think it's inevitable, boys. Did you guys just become best friends?
I think so.
100%. Yeah, we were in the DMs before this. So.
Yeah, it's happening. Let's get our champion up here. He even ends up winning the moto, and heartbreaker for Easton Graves, who was leading early, and I think his bike, like many others, probably didn't make it. We never saw him come through again. So let's get Jackson Vick on up here for the big celebration. Eden Steinbrecher has her whole shot award, and we'll talk to some other riders as well. But let's get our champion up. And he does it in style with the gold medal. Looking for the #1 plate. It's a mess down here, folks, as you can probably imagine. Let's hear it for Jackson Vick. Come on over here, Jackson. Listen, in these conditions, man, were you purposely at some point trying to like save the bike and not splash too much? Were you just riding, or were you thinking about things?
I was just slowing down because if you went into a pothole with a bunch of water in it, you couldn't see. I about crashed like 4 times doing that.
Okay, so you were trying to use strategy to get to the finish.
Yeah.
That's smart. That means you earned it. Who do you want to thank, man? You got a national championship.
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, JK Cycles, Adventure Moto, Huxon Brand, JG Vic Consulting, Answer Racing, Dunlop, MCT, Matt Cleveland, my trainer. 100%. Everybody helps me. Thank you so much.
All right, let's bring Mike Burkeen from the American Motorcyclist Association up and hand out the 65cc National Championship to Jackson Vick. Congratulations, Jackson. You're going to get Oakley sunglasses for a special lady in your life. Maybe mom. Oh, there we go. It's going to be muddy no matter what we do with it. Trying to, like, handle this gingerly. Congrats, Jackson. You can go hang out. Your bike can stay here. It's fine. I need to bring up our second and third place finishers, and also Aiden Steinbrecher, who grabbed the Stasic Hole Shot Award. Second place, come on up. Easton Kirby taking second place. Yeah, Easton. Same thing. What did it take to just keep the bike running?
Yeah, you can't go down, or you're gonna. If you're on the ground, you can't win or get on the podium. So I just tried to keep my bike up and stay out of the deep water, and I did.
All right. How good does this feel, dude?
It feels awesome.
Who do you want to thank, Easton?
The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. SOBMX, Dunlop, East Coast Trust Bodies, Hot Rods MX, Dunlop, Bonsai, 100%, and anyone else. Thank you very much.
Easton Kirby taking second. All right, Easton. I missed who got third. I was up here and getting this podium ready. We'll bring third place on up. Thank you. And also Eden Steinbrecher with the whole shot. We'll take third place. Oh, hey, coming into Canada, and he said, I have the creek in my boots. Tell everybody your name.
Parker Hat.
Parker Hat from Canada taking third place. Okay, creek in your boots. I'm going to ask all the 65s. What did it take to just keep the bike running to the finish?
Just try to stay off the clutch, I guess.
Yep.
I was just trying to hold it on, and because every time you'd hit a puddle, I would just go, over the bars almost.
Have you ever ridden in conditions quite this bad?
This one's probably the worst, but Washougal last year was pretty bad as well.
Okay, got a lot of experience. Who do you want to thank for coming all the way down from Canada to make this happen?
My mom and dad, my nana and pops, Fox Canada, Husqvarna Canada, my grandma and grandpa, BFD, no, Fox, wait, no, I already said that. M7 Designs, Matrix Concepts, CGR Suspension, Caleb, my trainer, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Let's hear it for our third place finisher in the 65. Good job, Hap. Excellent. Get that creek out of your boots. Thank you. And Eden Steinbrecher, I'll give you the whole shot award if he's still around. I see the bike and I see the rider. Well, who the heck knows in these conditions? I saw a rider not get out of the gate and be 10th at the end of lap 1, and then we had another guy get a whole shot. You never know what's going to happen in these conditions. Let's hear it for Aiden Steinbrecher taking the Stasic whole shot. I feel like it was coming around for you as the week got on. Did it get better and better? Obviously, not the finish you wanted in this one, but was it getting better in general?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What happened after that whole shot?
Oh, so in the coming out of Storyland, that right, I didn't realize that they pushed all the mud on the outside, and I just got stuck in it. Like, the mud went almost to my handlebars, and I could not get out.
Woo. All right, well, you survived at least to get the whole shot award. Who do you want to thank?
The Lord Jesus kind of keep me safe. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, Fox, I'm sent, Dunlop, Gas, everybody at Gas, everybody, Dunlop, Factory Connection, and everybody who supports me. Thank you.
Aiden Steinbrecher with the Stasic whole shot award, and that's going to do it for 65, 7-9. All right, we send our congrats out to Jackson Vick, and I'm sending it back up to the announcer's tower with the new besties.
Yep, we live 250 Pro Sport on the line, I believe. Jace McAlpine, Stu Baylor, Kevin Windham giving us all the good stuff off air that he cannot talk about. We've almost got him convinced to come race Loretta's, and that needs to happen.
I've already paid his entry.
Yeah, it's happening. We got the
Hey, we still doing a 20-minute moto in this division? See if you guys can find out about that. Got a couple interested people down here looking for the final word. 15, I believe, is what we're going to do, but let me know if you guys know for sure, just so we can let everybody know.
As far as we know, that is correct, Jason Wygant, but I don't know much.
No, we know. 15 is what you're thinking?
15 for Pro Sport.
Okay, 15 for Pro Sport. Confirmed.
All right, so the rain stopped. Get this thing plowed up, get it all turned up for you, boys.
I think the track's dry already, right?
Yeah, the sun's out. It looks really good if you zoom in. Yeah,
just need to stop for about 90 seconds and we're good.
Yeah, we're good. Hey, again, props to all you 65 riders. You guys are little warriors, and congratulations again to Jackson Vick, Easton Kirby, Parker Hatt. That was your top three. Jackson Vick, your national champion, 65, 10-11. I mean, what a way to turn your day around. You don't know how it's going to go down. Easton Graves was having the time of his life, a great week, and then it just all went sideways. So, but that's the game we play.
And you got to get up this morning knowing someone's going to win this title. If they're running these races, someone's going to be a champion, and it might as well be me. So.
Okay, guys, if you're not an announcer, out.
That just happened.
That's me.
Yeah. No, you're an announcer. Kevin Wyndham's an announcer.
Kevin Wyndham's a racer
again. He's going to be a racer now.
We just have a little negotiating to do beyond this, I think. Sounds like we got to get Dottie in on this one. So.
Come on, Dottie, let him
She's
play,
competitive.
Please.
She's competitive. She wants these wins too.
Yeah, man.
And he also said, did I hear him right? Say that Brownie.
I think
Brownie 25. Yep.
I think they all need to pop down in that 25 next year.
That's going to be the class.
That'd be a good time. Yeah, 25 will be fun. And now we just need to start. We just need to put pressure like we do for Straight Rhythm for all these guys to come back and race. Like it starts now. You can't do it in March.
Yeah.
Like we have to get them on board now to give them time to get their bodies ready, get their wife,
get the mind right,
everything, get it all set up. Kevin's in that sweet spot though. He lost all the weight. Now he's looking good. Now he's like
pretty much there.
This while I have this
That's rough.
power,
I mean, I got the body of an athlete over here, and I mean, I think I got him covered.
Yeah, Stuart Baylor 3C's thick.
You're praying for rain too.
I am praying this week right here. This is the week that I need.
He's going to be out there on the start straight every morning of Loretta's next year, just dancing on the start. Everyone's like, "What's Stuart Baylor doing? Right? He's doing the rain dance, son."
Kev's pretty good in rain as well.
I've seen him win a mud race a time or two.
You got Daytona. Did you do it there at Anaheim as well? What's some of the more
iconic?
You can jump in here, just shoot the breeze till we start racing. If you don't want to announce it's on, you're ready to go.
Yeah, I've always had the mud approach of just having fun. And growing up in the South, obviously we had a lot of mud races. My fair share of Loretta Lynn's mud races and others, but just go out there and have fun. Try to be selective, obviously. That was obviously, I know it was small wheel bikes, but that was all about survival. So the mission kind of changes, and don't have to always find the fastest line, but try to protect those gloves, goggles, everything else.
Do you ever run the pencils on the grips?
I've never heard of that.
Never heard of that either.
You guys are learning
about that?
Nah, never needed to.
We don't need to tell. We don't need to tell all the secrets just yet. We don't need to tell
all of Loretta's before. Now you don't.
Yeah. No, not now. Not now. He obviously didn't hear it. Let's not talk about it.
We're real quiet, like.
Yes, sir. Stuart Baylor with us. Jason McAlpine from Gypsy Tales, Kevin Wyndham, and me. I'm like the low man on the totem pole here. You guys are bringing the enjoyment, the excitement. Kev, do you miss being out there on the track or the dozer? Because you've been out there on the dozer quite a bit this week.
At this point in my career, I was really all about making things smooth, which was nice, you know, like,
another 5 minutes for my moto, and let's get this thing jazzed up.
I need to start planning my motos around it right after intermissions. The track looks really fun after an intermission, but it was brutal, man, and especially Monday, and as it worked in, it's it's gotten to be a really great racetrack until obviously the rain came, and they're still doing a great job at giving the riders the best they can. It's just cards are stacked against them, but yeah, I've been riding sections. I don't do a lot of laps anymore, especially on one where we have thousands and thousands of bikes, 42-man gates every drop. It's brutal out there.
Yeah.
And the paddle tire. Everybody's running the paddle now. Digs that track out deep.
Yeah, it does. It really does. You're a big fan of the paddle tire, Chase.
Look, I've been blowing up a bit lately. I think that they should. I don't know why. Like every other motorsport, we just regulate like what tires, what tracks. You go like you can run inters here, where we've got 2 hards here. I think for some of the tracks where there's no. You would never pick that. If you were just doing laps to go and try and do your best lap time on track, you'd never pick a paddle. But when they rip the start so deep, so then I'm just not for when your hands forced and you would ride something else. I just think it makes the tracks a little bit less interesting than what they could be.
There you go. Up for debate.
But that's just my uneducated opinion.
I'd love to hear Kevin's input on that.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think you were pretty particular with tires back.
Honestly, the paddle wasn't really around unless we were in Glamis in my day. I was about the only place you ran a paddle. But, the tire companies obviously have done their research, and a lot of the guys that run them, I think they know what they like. And although it was ironic that I was talking to the guys on the B class, and the field was pretty much split 50-50 on who was going with the 34 or the old scooper. So, I think it's rider choice, obviously. And, you know, the tire companies come a long way, just like the OEMs and the manufacturers of aftermarket products and the power they're making. So seat of the pants and rider preference at this point.
Yeah, and they do work good. Like the paddle tires these days work insanely good.
Most definitely, but like where I struggle with it is man, the face of a jump, especially here. You know, the faces aren't jumping or aren't running that much, so these jumps, these kids are laying into it and trusting the tire as if it is a paddle or as if it isn't a paddle, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Like,
I just don't like when everyone else would 100% not run a paddle, but then they need to for the start. That would be like the only thing I would like to eliminate. And Hurling said that at Trentino, I went for that GP, and they were all running a paddle. And as soon as that was the talk in practice, was like, who's running the paddle, who's running the scoop. Jorge Prado put on the scoop. Literally everybody pulled in, everybody put the scoop on, and it just forced everyone's hand, you know. So
it's almost like when you see a rider do a triple, you're like, well, it looks like I got to do that.
Yeah.
Which I've never done. I have never done a triple. Doubles, I won't even mess with those.
Let's fill them in.
Yeah, there's Dax Bennick, head down. We see you down there, Dax, looking good. Check that helmet out. They finally came up with the little visor thing built onto the helmet. Look how serious he is. I'm so tough. Look at me.
He's got to be looking for there's a big moto for him career-wise. I think it's going to be one of his last motos at Loretta's, like kind of ending an era of amateur racing. And you know, those guys at the top echelon of these amateurs, they want to go out on top.
Go out with a bang. Yeah, he's got a 7 and a 2, so gonna need a little help. And if this is the moto to do it, you might actually get it. So.
And just a lot of expectation from other people around too, you know, like it's not just his own pressure to want to win, but there's a lot of industry expectations for a guy like Dax that's on that Star Yamaha team to get it done, you know.
Yep. Rob Fox up here from Dunlop. What do you got,
he's
man?
He's coming to take
talk
me
about
out.
his scoop tires.
Heard about the scoop.
He don't want to talk about it. Rob, jump in here, man. Kevin Wyndham's going to hand the mic off to you, Rob Fox.
Wow,
from yeah, right. So welcome to the booth, the dry booth, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Hold that mic right up close.
There we go. How's that? Yeah,
that's perfect. So we get ready to watch these guys go, and so let's talk tires for a minute. Like, where are you going with tires today?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not running a MX-14, you're kind of missing out the scoop tire. Even though it does have this hard base, you got to have that drive off the start. We even seen the minis yesterday struggling just to get through that start. To have that scoop is definitely the way to go. Out there, no matter what, you really need to have that forward drive. With the conditions, you're not going to be leaning over as much because there's not those big ruts to get in. So you want that forward, straight up and down drive. Our new MX-14 really works well, even in the harder stuff, as we've seen top pros run it throughout the last few years. I know it's a little controversial, but we... I
mean, I'm the only one saying it, so it's not really that
we understand where you're coming from, but we're trying to make the best performing tire we can for the conditions. And, you know, with the bikes advancing so much over the years, we got to have a tire to perform to keep up with that. So that's a tire to have right now. It's just sloppy, but to have that forward drive is it's worth it.
What about air pressure? What are we doing on a day like today in the mud?
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, they're not hitting the big, huge jumps. They're not, you know, going through the big rollers, not going as fast. You can run a little bit lesser pressure to flatten out the tire profile to get a little bit better drive in those harder corners that when you're coming out and maybe sliding a little bit, the lower pressure definitely helps the tire absorb those bumps and get a better slide feel. So we're running about 12 PSI in the rear and about 13 or 13 and a half on the front.
Are you ready to get home and see your family?
Yes, no, my 2.5-year-old has been watching dirt bikes on TV and looking for daddy, so I'm ready to go home. Yeah, so hi fam, ready to get home. So it's been a long week, but it's awesome. Enjoy coming here every year, and it's a great event. It gets better and better each year.
Couldn't agree more. Rob Fox from Dunlop. Before they head out, they pick some tires up before they head home?
Yeah, definitely. Come on, stop by, see Jeff Cernick and the crew. They're up there. We want to empty the trailers. So we got some great deals for you guys to take home. We got our new MX-34 that just came out weeks ago. Come check that out. We have plenty of those. We also have MX-14s. We kind of sold out on some of the big bike sizes. We brought more than we ever have before. So we appreciate everybody's business, and we appreciate everybody choosing to ride Dunlop tires.
Thanks a lot. That's Rob Fox from Dunlop, folks. We're happy to have Dunlop always at all the big races. These guys come to everything, man. We're stoked. Anytime you need a tire, those guys are there.
I know it's a bummer. I know you were looking forward to going and grabbing that.
They're all
sold out.
Hey, I'm all for. I got one of those on my bike in Dubai. There's no way that you can ride around that track without it. They're a good tire. They work unreal.
Nope, you're right. You're right. I can't.
I'm excited.
Doesn't that go against what you? Hold on. Whoa.
I'm not saying it's not a good tyre. I'm just saying if all the guys are saying we'd rather run like a 34, but we can't because of the start, then I'm saying, all right, let's say no one runs a 30.
Spec it out for this.
Yeah, just spec it for this.
3 rounds.
Southwick, let's go. Redbud, let's go. Millville, let's go. But then, you know, Parlour, Hangtown, maybe something. Then we go. And then no one does it. That's my only. I'm not saying it's not a good tyre. It's a great tyre.
Still helps Dunlop. They'll still sell a ton of tires.
Oh yeah. What's that?
There you go. Now we're going to get into.
Ooh, okay.
Getting into semantics now.
So,
what makes a paddle tire by definition?
Yeah. Then we'd have to come out with rules to signify
Spacing.
what is the height or the spacing. We'll just develop a new tire that
satisfies that.
Yeah. There is a height rule, so you can't go over a certain height, and you can't run like a dune type style. Jimmy Weiner back in the day, he used to run one. So there are rules in place for the height. So the MX-14 and some of the competitor tires are at the max height for sure. But I understand what you're saying. But a lot of that too is the bikes. The bikes are making so much power in Supercross and outdoors. But if we start getting into crazy rules.
If you ask Casey Stoner, so Casey Stoner reckons there should be a spec, like a Supercross tyre, where they should change like knob height, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
and so just because of the way the tracks are breaking down in that as well. But you're right, you can go infinite with rules. And
the cool thing with Supercross and outdoors is that it's an open tire company. So any company can come in and helps our development. It helps us push. We want to be better than the competitors, so it ends up trickling down to be better for the consumers. You know, F1 is a spec tire. Road racing is a spec tire, but for us, for motocross, we want the best, and it really pushes us. And in the U.S., we come out on top. We have the biggest market share. So to have a set rule for individual races, it would be kind of difficult, I think. But I understand where you're coming from. But I think the power of the bikes is what's, I think, chewing up the tracks.
Yeah. No, it's fair. And they are good. It is crazy how good production tires are for like what we can buy these days is just like a customer to go and ride. Like, it actually is insane, the technology that does filter all the way down to the bottom level.
Yeah, no, it's been the closest it's ever been over the years between a race factory quote-unquote spec tire versus what you can buy production. Our new MX-34 has the same carcass design and tread pattern as our full-on race tires. Years ago, when Kevin used to race and guys in the back, they were special stuff that it was just too hard for us to produce at a level. But now with technologies and production and stuff, it's so close. Everyone thinks, oh, you're going to be 5-6 seconds a lap faster. It's not that big. The biggest thing is just the products that we put into the tire. They're a little bit more expensive, and they're only made to last one moto. So the consumer wouldn't really want to have that. It wouldn't be worth it. And that difference between the performance and durability is not worth it. Yeah, but it is for me to see it too, just how crazy, how close production tires are to those race tires too.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Good chat, Rob Fox, breaking down tires for us.
Put me in my place.
At the molecular cellular level. Yeah, man, take that, Rob says. Not on my watch, son. No spec tires.
I got called a lefty. Just for saying that. I was like, bro, if you're going to call someone a lefty in a motocross comment section, you need to give yourself an uppercut, brother.
Yeah, take a punch to the face.
No, I think it's good to have those questions asked. I think that helps the sport in general. So I'm not bashing you at all, for sure. So
he likes jiu-jitsu. Why not?
We can take this tire chat outside.
He went all country on us again. So again, we are in a little bit of a holding pattern as we are working on the track. We were anyway, but now we are back to just. Got the machine over here behind us. Good deal. Wes Kane in the booth there. What do you got over there? Come here. Come on, man. Let's hand the mic off. Come here to me now. Come on. Come here. I know that's a good boy. Yes, he is. That's a good boy, Wes Kane. There he is.
All right.
Welcome to the booth, buddy.
How you doing?
It's not a day at Loretta's if we don't get to talk to you and see how things are going. He's got the cleanest white boots ever. Like, I don't know if you walked on water all the way up here like our Lord and Savior, but
that's confidence right there.
I've been doing a lot of praying here. I've become very religiously holy the last couple of days with some of these riders, just wanting them to have the best finish they could. You know how hard these guys work for this, Kevin.
No, absolutely.
You know, they work very, very hard. I don't care if you're a 50 rider, just entry level getting into this, or you're one of those guys sitting on the gate right now. Your life, your blood, everything you put into this family is what the Super Bowl right here. So
yeah, I mean, there are stories that go back years, like guys where the ride depends on what you do at this ranch over the 6-day period. And there's a few kids that are on the line right now. Fingers crossed that they can put down some good motos, some good finishes, and ride off into the sunset in a box fan somewhere, or excuse me, a tractor trailer.
And we know how important this third moto is. You know, it's never over till this third moto is a charm, and that's what makes Loretta's the mystique, the irony, the mystical path that it takes is that third moto. Nobody's safe till that third moto's done and that checker's done and the last bike rolls off to where you're going to end up.
Yeah, and we threw a wild card at you, and we said we're going to throw a little rain at you and see how your team works, the mechanical skills, your bike setup, all that.
It used to be Loretta's, you always counted on one good day of rain to have a good motor, but this has been constantly raining and raining and raining, and Jeff Russell and them are doing well and above what's commanded to do to keep this track in the best possible racing shape ever for these competitors out here. So hats off to Jeff Russell and the crew and everybody out there with muddy and soaked boots. I saw Davey walking and, you know, wearing a raincoat, we got umbrellas, and you have to see, does he just look outside and it's raining and just go to heck with all that? I'm going out there in my t-shirt and shorts and my sneakers and dealing with it.
Well, I got to do.
It's Woodstock, baby.
That's a soldier.
They didn't stop Woodstock. They ain't stopping Loretta's.
We keep racing.
Yeah, you just go.
Hey, Wes, and I tell people all the time that you come by the racing side, honestly, like you raced, you did all that as a radical guy, fresh out of the Marines, kicking people out of chairs at Okeechobee Motocross or wherever you did that at.
It was good.
Kicked the whole family out. That story is awesome. He kicked the dad and two of his sons, blasted them out of their chairs. They said something. He rolls out over there, yelling at Willie Manning, right, for being in the C class. Say it. Let's hear it. We got a minute.
All right. So
fresh out of the Marines. He's hyped, dude. He's chiseled.
Well, there was a winter ram, and I needed to go. I knew I wanted to go racing, but I stayed up too late. So if I was going to get up to Gatorback, I needed to get on a road, and I woke up and it was late, and I had a flat tire, and so I went to a bike shop and realized Willie Manning was there, and I'm like, "Hey, you got a tube?" He said, "No, we're closed." Well, he come to find out he's like my second cousin. So you got a bike I can borrow? And he's like, "No, I'm getting one next week." So long story short, I said, well, we'll go riding together. So there was a place, it's called 45th Street, underneath the power lines. Any day, Tom Carson used to come down there, Frank Stacy and the boys on Huskies, Bob Hamill would come down there.
Hey, look, get to the fighting. That's what we're here for.
All right, so I told Willie, it was nothing but whooped out. 2 minutes, 3 minutes of whooped out stuff. I said, if you can ride this track for 1 month, I'll take you racing. I mean, he was off the track crying, I can't do it. Give me 1 month. I take him to his first race in C class. Guy wins. Next thing you know, I got this dad and his two sons. They come up to me and they're like, "Hey, that guy's some from out-of-state B rider, pro guy you brought down here." Money. Next thing you know, I got a guy on my back. He's still on the bike. He's still sitting there looking over a truck bed. I got 3 guys. It's a Pier 6 brawl. I got the dad, kicked the guy in the face. It just got really crazy. And we still laugh and talk about it.
Yeah, that story.
It was a rough bunch.
You folded them all backwards in their chairs. You said I kicked all pop, and they're all down. And it's like that. I like that version better.
It's nothing I was proud of. But if you come at me,
sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
I'm not proud of it. But if you come at me with 3, we gotta dance.
You get front kick to the chest, son.
We gotta dance. So but that's all fun. Florida racing, it's all good.
Florida racing. It's part of the Florida tourism department. I'm Wes Kane. I'll karate chop you when you cross that state line.
But that's when you had all the guys used to come down. Gatorback had the national right in the middle of Supercross, and everybody used to come down. LaRusso, all the Pat Barton, and all them guys. So you had the Gold Cups, the warm-ups. The Winter Ram had warm-ups back in the day. Then you had Winter Ram. Kevin, you know all about that. Spent many a time in Florida. And then
I just never came across a bad CJ. He didn't have to kick guys and punch guys.
Well, the guy wanted to fight, so if you want to dance, we'll dance a little bit. I was a little younger. I do a little things. I do a little things smarter now. A little smarter. I'll talk my way out of it if I have to.
And you come by honestly again when your 2 stepsons, Derek and Drew. I mean, those kids were top-level kids. So I told some other guys about that. They said, "What, Wes was a mini dad?" I'm like, "Yeah, man. He was on the road, cross country, zigzagging all over the place."
52 weekends a year. We raced. Me and Brian Johnson, Big B, y'all call him over at MTF. They lived in Miami, so we kind of merged together at one race in Clewiston. The kids were in like 65 beginner, and then Davey was on a 50, and then we just said, you know what, we're going racing. We're either going to do it or not. So a promoter that I used to race for when I was a kid started a racetrack at the fairgrounds. So my dad, who had Jupiter Cycle, gave us a couple bikes, and next thing you know, we're going to do it. You know, we're going to do it this way. So, you know, a couple of box vans, motorhomes, you know.
Off you go.
You know, we had a lot of good times here. You know, when you got 20 Loretta Lynn's bibs hanging in your garage,
with your kids, right?
you've done your toll if you got a couple kids. So
you've been on the tour. You've done it.
Yeah, we've been on the tour. Then luckily I got the opportunity through Dean Diaz and Jeff Cernick, and you know, to announce some racing, and my, you know, industry career took off from there, where I got to do a lot of cool stuff with Arena Cross and Feld Entertainment and good stuff. You know?
There you are. Wes Kane in the tower with us.
I mean, Kevin, you were announcing at Hillbilly Hills
when your kids were racing.
Yeah, and you were up there, and I think you were like 15 or 16 years old.
Absolutely. You and I were running around the same races, didn't even know each other, but good friends ever since, for sure. We hit the Buku Arena Cross Tour, the tour that ruined marriages, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Nah, the sport's been good to me, I will say. You know, it's you get in what you put into it, and you know, we're all in it for the right reasons. You know, Kevin, you know, I got to watch that guy's last pro race here. We're actually, me, Pop Ferry, we're standing over on the fence. His dad was standing behind us, and when Kevin went by, the whole fence broke off, and everybody was laying on the ground, and his dad was over laughing and looking down there. It was me, Pop Ferry, Larry Bell, and the fence broke. Boom. And here comes Timmy. And bam, 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 get over there, fix that fence. They need a barrier over there. But I do remember Kevin's dad standing there laughing at us, watching him win his last title here at Loretta's. That was a long time ago.
18 motos in a row, baby.
But who's counting, right?
Oh,
hey, we're doing good. Track work, guys, still going on. We got 250 Pro Sport on the gate. Mark Finesse sitting in the seat, the hot seat right now. He's sitting with a 3 points.
Yep, 2-1 scores for Finesse.
So he's sitting there. Then you got GT sitting there with a 3-3. And then Dax Bennick with a 7-2.
7-2, yeah.
7-2, so he's 9. And then it can be anybody's race right now. This is where dreams come true and hearts could be broken here. Go ahead, Kevin. Oh, it's a picture. Hey.
Oh, Kevin's posing as an announcer. Lead forward there, Stu.
This one. He's the real announcer.
What a professional, Kevin Wayne.
All right, guys.
Grab
I'm going to dip out. Mikey Waynes, you want to jump in? You got any comments here?
Let's go racing. I mean, send it. At this point, let's send it. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's fire them up on the line there, boys. Put the pressure on these marshals. Let's go.
Let's go.
We on? Are we on? Doesn't sound like it to me.
Says you're on.
All right. Oh, I'm that one? I'm that one. All right. I just came up here, the largest cavalcade of announcers I've ever seen. Maybe because we got a brand new tower. Let's see. We got Mikey Waynes. We got Kellen Brower. Jackson in the back. Zach there. And then all of our guests. Are you a guest? I mean, you've been the smartest one with the rain all week. Keep showing up only when it stops raining. Stu Baylor's here. Gypsy Jace is here. Kevin Windham is here. Wes Kane stopped by. Megawatt is here. That was a tragic mistake yesterday when they said, you guys got to fill in more of the dead time. And then we brought in 18 people to be able to handle that. And then it led to, I know you guys are looking at the screen right now saying, oh, what a mess Loretta's was this year. No, it led to Gypsy Tales, Jace, and Stu Baylor becoming best buds. And then who knows what's going to happen. And
then a 25 Pro Sport call-out that is going to get K-Dub back on the line here.
Oh, Pro Sport. Pro Sport? Wow, that's...
Wait, or did I say 25 plus? Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm adding to this.
No, that would be impressive.
Brown, Wyndham, Sipes. Myself.
In Pro Sport. And you?
25
calling you out now,
25 plus. Yeah, Sipes called me out earlier.
Okay. I mean, you have a lot of analysis. Let's see if you can actually, can you do as you say?
Probably not.
All right.
No.
This was your year, bro.
Yeah, I know.
This was your year.
This was my year. Like that's
you had Brown covered in that motor.
I think this is the time.
We're finally racing here in Pro Sport, back underway after a ton of track maintenance, and the rain is finally gone here at Loretta's. And that's Gavin Towers with a whole shot on the 15. And Towers is in contention in both Pro Sport classes. He desperately needs a moto win, and he's put himself in position to do it. Oh!
And these guys are just straight out of the gate and
Lux
absolutely sending it.
Yeah, Lux Turner, that was risk and reward. He almost threw that away, but it paid off. He got the lead. Boomer is third. Finis is fourth going in. And who just tipped it over on the entrance to the 10 Commandments? I'm trying to get the numbers on that. Is that the 84?
54.
Oh, that is Jeffrey Hurling's down early in this 250 Pro Sport.
54, I think.
54, yeah. We don't have an 84 on the list. That's Leo Tucker, who just
tucked her in,
yeah, in that corner. Oh, there is Dax Bennick. I literally thought, oh, Bennick is off the track. Nope. That's just the track. That's what the track actually looks like. I can't tell the difference in the water truck lanes, which we haven't needed to use much in the last couple days. Towers is in second. It was KTM in fourth. Oh, another rider down. Is that Bennick?
Both of the boys were down there.
I think so. All right, so Lux Turner in control right now. Is that Boomer, who has moved up?
It does look like it.
Ahead of Towers. Well, this is it for the two-time jet ski champion from Lake Havasu. Going to put those skills to work. Boomer has, I'm not joking, jet ski championships, legitimately. And one year, he brought a jet ski to Loretta's. I don't know why he would do that. And he did a backflip in the creek on a jet ski. I mean, for the foresight to be like, let's just bring the jet ski from Arizona just in case.
He would have won this moto if he was on a jet ski.
Yeah, that start would have been helpful to be on it. And if that is him, look, he struggled in the semi-muddy moto they had earlier in the week. I think he finished.
That is him, and he is riding very well.
Absolutely.
The gap is closed.
Wow. Okay, so forget that mud moto earlier in the week. That wasn't a good one. This is great as he's closing in on Lux Turner. Gavin Towers is third. And Towers, this has been his thing. He's just been consistent in all the motos. Hasn't had a bad one yet.
So who are we at?
Boomer is at a 117, yeah. So he's essentially out of this. I think Towers might be in position right now. 3-3-3 right now.
And Dax Bennick second.
Yeah, Bennick went 7-2.
Top right.
Oh, it's Finis. Finis is who I have to look for in this one. The 2-1 coming in, and I don't see Finis anywhere yet. He started about 4th, 18th for Mark Finis, who is at a 2-1 coming into this moto, and he started the moto well. So could it be Gavin Towers? Could a 3-3-3 get it done? He already just tossed the goggles. Yep. He tossed the goggles already. Wow. Oh, here's the battle for the lead, boys. It's getting tight between Boomer and Lux Turner. And Turner goes down. Oh, if you're Boomer, you're so happy. You just avoided so much roost by not having to make that pass. Towers goes by in second. Gavin Towers could be in position for this one now. He'd have a 3-3-2. That would be plenty to win this 250 Pro Sport title. Now, Bennick has a 1-7. He'd need a disaster, but he already got one because it's not a good one for Finis. Yeah. This is crazy, man. I just can't believe it's turned out like this. I mean, I've been to Loretta's 23 years now. I've seen plenty of rain, plenty of mud, but nothing like this week. 3 straight days, just dominated by these conditions. Boomer out front. But again, Boomer, what's his title hopes? That's 17th, I think, in that second moto. Yeah, we had him 8th, 9th in most of that moto. Then he crashed out of the top 20. Boomer's looking at a 117. That's not good.
Mikey and I just said the same thing coming down the hill a minute ago. We have not seen this kind of consistent. Now, we saw us cancel in the afternoon, 19, 18, somewhere around it, cancel the whole afternoon.
Yep.
But we came back and made that up.
Yeah.
I have not seen this much rain consistently for 3 days ever down here at the ranch.
And it just goes to show what what this championship means to the sport in general, you know, like to the families, to the riders, that, you know, there's no quit in any of these dudes right now, and these guys are just fully prepared to go down with the ship and leave it all out there on the track right now.
Oh, yeah. No one was going to be happy if they said, let's just call it. Everybody wants to race.
Oh, there's rumblings and scrambling up on the hill right now. They're making prep. I mean, those pressure washers are flying over. The dads are talking about, believe me, nobody was headed home. I'll guarantee you that.
Nope. Man, I'm impressed with Boom Air in the mud. I mean, that second moto was not good, but he has proven he can ride this stuff. What a run. But there's Gavin Towers, just went by. It would be his championship if it ends like this with 3-3-2 scores. Here's Dax Bennick. Parker Ross took over third. Remember, Lux Turner went down. That's Ross on the Honda. Bennick on the right side on the Yamaha trying to take over third. Bennick is going to need to pass. Oh, Ross, who just crashed. This is wild. Okay, Bennick's up to third. He's going to need to get to Towers and then hope that Towers has a problem and put about 4 or 5 riders between him and Towers, or Gavin Towers is going to have this championship.
And those guys ride together, right? They spend a bit of time together at the goat farm.
Yep. His last couple laps, 2 seconds quicker too. So you know that could happen mathematically.
Kevin Kelly Finnis had another bad one. Oh man, the bottom has dropped out for Mark Finnis, who came into this moto in position. He had 2-1 moto scores, but the mud, man, it's a great equalizer. It's a great scrambler. I mean, it's just a lottery out here in these conditions.
But I think these are the conditions, like to what Stu was saying earlier, you know, like these are the ones where you just got to keep your head in the game and stay in it. Like we've seen some crazy results already today, win overall championships.
That Fapani moto, Fapani had the whole shot.
Absolutely.
Crash went to about last.
Yep.
Thought he was done.
Yep.
Came all the way back to third, won the title.
Rolled right through and went out of here with the hardware, buddy. You're exactly right.
And I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but Dax just sending that into the sand section with these conditions. Yeah, I mean, that's ballsy. This kid knows what he's got to do. He knows he's got to make it right now.
It's funny. He actually said the muddy moto that he had yesterday. He said he liked that track condition the best of anything this week. He said when it was really weird and bumpy and square edge and mini cycle bumps, he's like, at least they had done a lot of track maintenance. He's like, I didn't mind it at all. I felt that the track flowed better without all these different ruts and bumps and lines from all the different bikes. These conditions do not bother him clearly, and he's riding well, but only in third. Can he catch Towers? He's still 2 seconds quicker.
And so he's going to need a bit of luck. Like even if he catches and passes Towers, then.
Yep.
But I mean, this is the day where literally anything can happen. So
definitely one mistake, losing the front end, stuff in that thing, it's going to be that 7 seconds. But these are some of the best riders. I mean, these are the guys that we're going to see lining up for nationals. These guys don't make too many mistakes even in these conditions, but it's very, very easy to throw away.
And I think that's just when Lady Luck's going to come into it too, when it comes to just water, you know, standing water on the track. You might get sprayed by another guy. I mean, you could do everything right and still not win this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, these guys are going to lap probably 20 guys, and they're going to have to play with those conditions, and you never know. Like you say, you never know when the guy tucks the front right in the same line you're in. So definitely not following guys right now is definitely not the place to follow. And Dax being so long, like right there, he's got those long legs. He can paddle through. He can put that bike where he wants, and he's riding really well.
And he's stiff arming that bike right now. Absolutely. He's making that bike go through that soft stuff exactly where he wants it. Some of these guys letting the bike, you know, they're moving a little bit and they're riding a little loose. The problem with that, you let the bike go loose right now, Stu, and it does get away from you.
It gets,
you know what I mean? He's real loose. No doubt.
And, you know, something else to point out, like, obviously you guys saw during this entire intermission, they've been pushing the track. Well, what it's done is it's narrowed out the track significantly. So the lines that were available are much less.
And there's some hidden lines under that soup right now as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you watch Dax and some of these guys, and I'm sure we don't have the camera on our leader, but I'm sure the same thing with him. Like keeping that weight back, so you can see Dax trying to carry front wheel over as much as possible, keep that front end light. That's just that it's riding safe, riding smart. These kids have ridden in these conditions. We've seen the videos they post at Gate for them. It rains, they go out.
Oh, absolutely. They practice for these days. They work for these days. And when we talk about the body position, we talk about the throttle control. Stu, it is just so easy to get out of shape that quick. And there's a quick shot of Bomer right there.
He was down.
The number 29 picking himself up. So your leader, as we just said, anything can happen. And there we see it. So Gavin Towers getting some new life. Dax Bennick maybe getting the first of a couple favors he needs.
And you got to wonder, did he stick his hand down in that mud? I mean, that completely changes the race.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Did he get a piece of that mud between the grip and the throttle tube like we saw earlier today?
You never know. Yeah, these conditions are definitely so far playing into I think they call him Juju, right?
Yeah.
The pencils, there you go.
Speaking of fish out of water, you've got Noah Viney, California kid there in 4th place too. So I don't know where he found these conditions to prep, but he is, he's making it work right now.
It's one of them anomaly things that you wouldn't think that happens. Bob Hanna come out of the high desert, okay? Wins motocross of the nations in the mud at Unadilla, goes to Southwick under nasty conditions, has more wins than anybody there. The guy turned out to be a mud rider. He never rode mud as a kid in his life.
Viney training with Rhino, I bet he probably stands out there with like a water hose and sprays him just for fun.
Yeah.
If there's no mud, we'll make mud.
He waterboards him.
Waterboarding, yeah.
Oh my God.
California's shutting down the water on him.
Wow. Look at that, outside the tower. Some of the riders still sending that massive double. I don't know if I've seen anybody doing that yet.
Yeah, these boys are not scared. There's a title on the line, and there's a group of them that want it.
And now the gap's closed 9 seconds back to Towers. Still saying 5 back to Bennick, but that one mistake, gotta wonder. I mean, a lot of change. Had a 21-second lead.
Right.
Muddy grips, muddy gloves.
Mental.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mental.
A lot. That one tip over could completely change the outcome of this thing. But so far, he's maintaining it, and I would say he's probably got more clear vision than anybody else on the track.
So right now, looks like that was the 44, maybe the 34
of.
34 was Bryce Shelley, but he's a Yamaha, and that was definitely looked like an orange fender. So we're trying to put the pieces together here. Now taking a look through the Rocky Mountain sand section.
I have a new respect for you guys calling GNCCs, because I'm sitting here and I'm trying to figure out
who's who.
Who's who. Like, a rider by their riding style, but,
sure.
But when this happens, they throw that riding style out the window.
Yeah, you're used to the gear, the helmet, those kind of things, man. That goes away, and that happens with you guys too. Believe me, when you're watching Racer TV, Johnny Gallagher's the absolute best at identifying you guys when you're covered in mud.
And it's only off of riding style.
Exactly. He knows where your elbow is.
Yeah.
Okay. He knows where your head is. He knows.
He sees my gut.
Well, yeah. Well, you're easy to identify. You got that built-in traction. That's all.
I would say I would give you guys like a neon helmet so that you knew when I was coming, but I think you definitely tell my brother and I.
Yeah.
But outside of that, it's got to be difficult to call. Like when you put the camera on Dax Bennick, obviously being taller than the majority of the guys, you'll be able to tell him. But I mean, right now, like we're obviously looking at Balmer, but it's like, how can you tell? Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, I mean, I think we're following the leader. Yeah.
There we go. There it is. We got it. You were right.
Look at that. I'll be Mikey Waynes in no time.
White flag coming out. So 1 to go for your leader.
So Gavin Towers right now is looking like he is going to get it done.
Gavin Towers used to these conditions. He come out of Pennsylvania. He's ridden Mall, Pleasure Valley, High Point, Dublin Gap, all those places. When it gets to Tomahawk Raceway, if you guys have never been there, trust me, when it rains, it gets muddy. It gets steep. It gets deep, tacky, that kind of stuff. So Towers, on the other hand, compared to a lot of these California kids, Florida kids, he's used to the mud, believe it.
And you'll hear stories that on any given day at the goat farm, he'll be the fastest dude on that track. So.
And I love this too. I met him when they were on like 65s. They used to come through the shop, get parts and stuff. And his dad, Kevin, and his mom, they're world champion barefoot water skiers.
So he comes from good stock.
Barefoot water skier. Well, guess what? They know how to prepare. They have that mental toughness. You're talking about hundreds and thousands of a second there. in that barefoot water skiing. So they're just a neat bunch of people, man. I've always been big fans of theirs.
Hey, look at the number 3 Kawasaki, Jaden Clough, now bumping up into the 4th place spot. I believe we saw Parker Ross have a big flip over right here into the Thor Sand Sweeper. And so Clough going to move into 4th. That'll put him, I believe, 5th overall. Problems, one rider going down. This is
just
gonna
have to avoid that, man, like the plague.
The longest last lap of Barmer's life right here. It's going to seem like every lapper is somehow magnetically attracting towards him.
Yeah, they're doing it on purpose.
Yes.
Yeah, right. The ones on 2 wheels, they're moving obstacles, and you got to look out for the ones laying on the ground as well.
Dude, look at those ruts, man. Like, that is a lot.
That is insane.
They showed that thing a little bit ago, and Bomer had both feet off. He was off the seat, both feet off the pegs. Just strictly hanging onto the handlebars. That thing jumped sideways, clear out of the rut.
Hey, well, at least it's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one way to look at it.
Right, yeah, at least, yeah.
It's cool.
We got somebody positive here.
Yeah. It's nice and cool out there,
Loretta's
guys.
is definitely not a place you want to go if you enjoy the weather.
Yeah.
From one extreme to the other.
Pretty much, and it is bright right now, but I believe, here we go, coming through the final corner, falling down, getting back up, and still hanging on to it. There it is, the number 29, Julian Ballmer, going to grab the win here in 250 Pro Sport, and we wait to see the number 15 of Gavin Towers.
There he goes.
And I think that's him right there. Coming across the line, there's the rev, the celebrations. He is pumped up right now.
And I tell you, that's a way to do it. That's consistent in a gnarly week of racing. I mean, he had dry conditions, he had the roughest tracks, hot tracks, wet tracks. So that's definitely a well-deserved championship right there.
Yeah, we said the other day, just under 100 degrees to today.
Yeah.
I mean, seen everything under the sun, and we talk about surviving down here. That's exactly what he did. The equipment survived, he survived, the mental game was there. Man, I've seen this guy spit out the front so many times. I've seen him endo and cartwheel so many times. That's a tough kid right there, dude. I will guarantee you Towers is.
I'm no lip
As
reader.
all our athletes are, but he played the long game down here. I got to agree with you for sure.
I'm no lip reader, guys, but I just saw Julian Bummer say, at one point I just closed my eyes and sent it. These guys are just doing what they got to do, and there is the champ. Towers getting the hugs.
Is that his first championship at Loretta's, or do we know?
Not 100% sure. I believe he got a title. Towers, look at that. Now he's taking the helmet off. Absolutely good. He's pumped up.
And I think that's just kind of the thing with these conditions, you know, like you got to just get out of bed, you just got to put your socks on, and you just got to be ready to go out there and get it done, you know, because they're gonna hand these championships out. Someone's gonna win these things every single moto here today, and you know, why not be a guy like Gavin Towers that's just come out and got it done.
Towers is one of those guys that I feel like just performs out here, and it sounds like Jason Weigand's ready down at the podium.
Yeah, we're getting Julian Beaumer ready to go. Well, he definitely proved he can ride mud. There's no doubt about it. Moto 2 is where this one slipped away. He's going to get 2 Moto wins, come up short of the title. I think it's going to be 1:17.1 for Juju's scores. But what a ride. I mean, he had to make passes. He caught riders. We'll bring him on up, and we'll talk to our Moto winner, and then we'll talk to our champion. So that was maybe the worst Pro Sport Moto conditions-wise I've ever seen down here. We've obviously had tons of muddy races, but that is next level. And although it's a step short of the championship, you can take some pride in knowing he was able to win this one. It's a jet ski champ. Legit. Paid off. Let's hear it for Julian Beaumer. Needed the jet ski, dude.
Yeah, for sure. It was the first couple laps were definitely a bit watery. Broke in a little bit towards the end, but the first couple laps were definitely, there was a lot of water, but it was fun.
Did you want to prove you could ride mud? That second moto got away from you, but you really showed something this time.
Yeah, I struggled bad yesterday in the mud, so today I just tried to focus on having fun and not worrying about it too much. Just go for it, and then so we'll see what happens.
All right, who do you want to thank for 2 moto wins in this class?
I'd like to thank my trainer, Davey. We've worked our butts off. See him at Bud's Creek with Daisy Dukes. We made a bet before the moto, so
I like it.
If I won, he has to wear Daisy Dukes at Bud's. So
be on the lookout.
KTM Orange Brigade, Scott, O'Neill, Alpine Stars, a whole team around me. We've worked our butts off, and I'm super stoked to be here, and everyone else, thank you.
There it is, our moto winner, Julien Beaumer. And look for Davey Millsaps in the short shorts in 2 weeks at Budds Creek. Third in the moto went to Dax Bennick. We need, there you go, Pedro. We need the 29 moved off. We need the 15 bike moved on. I will take up our third place finisher while we do the bike swap. So let's bring up the 41. Also, Lux Turner grabbed the whole shot if he wants to come up and visit as well. And gates dropping. I'm going to send it up to you guys, and I'll talk to Dax Bennick and Gavin Towers in a moment.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. The gate is down on Mini Senior 1. And from the inside, Vincent Way, far inside, keeping it clean around turn number 1. And the number 27's got your early lead.
Yeah, this is a class where Vincent Way has struggled this week. 4:12 in the moto so far, so maybe a little bit out of it. But these results have also been all over the place. Cole Blecka coming in with 3 5 scores with a chance at winning this championship. But man, oh man, Vincent Way, as he hangs off the back of that Husqvarna, has got the early race lead.
Taking a look now, I believe that's the number 52 fighting in second place. Caleb Wood there in the third place spot. Wood, we saw earlier, have a strong performance. Whoa, getting a little crazy there coming through the commandments.
All of them are getting crazy, man. They're trying to get paddled through this inside line before the commandments. Got a couple guys held up, just trying to spin the bike around and get out of that deep inside rut. But everyone else so far making it fairly cleanly through, which is always tough to do on these smaller machines, on the Mini Senior ones here.
And watching as the rest of the field makes their way out of the commandments, back up to the front. There is Vincent Way on the number 27, almost coming to a complete stop. Look at how deep that is. That's a GNCC rut right there. Almost coming to a complete stop, having to lift the legs up off the pegs. And the 52 hot on the heels as well.
Was 52 the Mini Senior 2
Yes,
winner?
yes.
By a long shot.
DePino, I believe.
DePino.
And then there is Caleb Wood knocking on the door as well. We know Caleb feeling good about this. Impressive for them to get the bike ready in that
All right, thanks, guys. Good stuff there in that mini class. We'll get back to it in a second. I want to give a bronze medal out to Daxton Bennick. Let's hear it for third. Who do you want to thank real quick here for a pretty good run in this class?
Yeah, Lord Jesus Christ, the whole Monster and Star Racing Yamaha team, my mechanic Morgan, the engine builder Georgie, Swanee, my trainer, and just everyone at home watching. Thank you very much.
Got one more, right?
Yeah, I'm setting 1-1 in that one, so just looking to ride it home. The conditions are pretty gnarly today, obviously, so yeah, it's yeah, couldn't see past the third lap. So,
but imagine. All right, let's hear it for Dax Bennick taking third in this moto, and now we're going to bring up our second place finisher in the moto and Mr. Consistency throughout the week, and he was digging deep for these moto finishes, and now we get to crown him the Pro Sport champion. First title ever at Loretta's, Gavin Towers. I'm going to hand the number 1 plate over here from the AMA. And there's our number 1 plate. There it is. All right, GT, I know you were bummed at the end of a lot of the motos this week. You didn't want to make excuses, but whatever you did to dig deep and get the finishes you got, 3-3-2, it did it. It got the job done. All that work paid off.
oh my gosh, that was the most stressful. I mean, 15 minutes, that felt like freaking 30 plus 2, but oh, I don't even know what to say. Like, I thought this, going into this week and how we started, I thought this would never happen. And you know, last year was my first moto win. I still only have one, but now we finally have a number 1 plate down here. Man, this is surreal. I don't even know what to say. Like, I just can't thank my family and Danny, Ed, and Jake, ACL. And if you would have told me at Gatorback that I'd be sitting here with number 1 plate, man, I probably would have just slapped you because I would have been so pissed that you told me that, because I definitely was not thinking that. But then I started getting healing, and I pretty much told my mechanic if I get healed in time, I'm not letting anybody win a championship. So I'm just happy to finally deliver to my team, who they deserve it. As much as we all work hard, and I just can't thank them enough. Like, it's awesome. They deserve it just as much as my family and I do. It's awesome. I'm so happy to finally deliver. We finally can put the bike up in the shop, and I'm so pumped.
Let's hear it for our national champ of 250 Pro Sport, Gavin Towers. Lux Turner, I got to give a whole shot award to. You can hang out here as long as you want, Gavin. There is champagne down there. This one's going to be yours. I got to get it back up to the tower, though. Shout out to Lux Turner for the Stasic whole shot award, and you guys take it away.
All right, thanks, Jason. We're looking back out. It is Vincent Way leading the way, running a 2:24 on that last lap. Kevin DePino checks in second. Caleb Wood in third. Then Austin Kama and Kane Balacina rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, on your screen right there, we're looking at the 19 of Austin Camden as he's working his way around. 4th place after the first lap and starting to maybe run away a little bit from the riders behind him and try to close that gap down to Caleb Wood. But Kevin DePino, as you guys were talking about, he won that Mini Senior 2 Moto a little bit earlier today, so maybe these conditions suiting DePino on the 52 machine a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Another familiar face, the 41 of Caleb Wood.
Is that way down on the inside before the finish line?
Oh, wow.
Somebody's kicking the bike, and DePino has taken over the race lead, so I believe that may be Vincent Way. Yeah, he's trying to rock it back and forth and get it going. He's completely stuck. He continues to bury that rear tire down as he sits on the rear fender.
Wow.
So Vincent Way, oh, man, this class has just been brutal to him this week, and another issue here in this third moto.
If it hasn't been one thing, it's been 2 or 3 others for the 27. Wow, tough break. He was running strong. He was careful. He was picking his lines. You could tell he had a plan and must have just misgauged on that inside as that Husky is buried. Now taking a look back on screen, the 41 of Wood chasing down.
That's the 19 of Camden.
Camden,
so that's
yeah.
your battle for second place right now. DePino in the lead, about 8 seconds gone, but as we enter the commandments right now, that is the 19 on the right side of your screen of Austin Camden, and on the left side, jumping through, getting those doubles, as Stu Baylor had pointed out up here, getting those doubles through the commandments today for our Caleb Wood in third.
Caleb is sending it through here. Caleb very experienced in these conditions, so look at that, going a little to the outside, trying to keep the momentum up, and there it might pay off. I thought he was going to slingshot around the outside, got caught up in the thick stuff. I think he's able to keep it going, moving forward. They're going to lose a little bit of ground, headed back into Storyland.
The smooth line turned into the rough line, which is what we're seeing kind of everywhere on this racetrack. You find a smooth spot of the racetrack, and it goes right into a muddy section. Oh, Camden around the outside, going to weave through a few downed riders right here. These guys doing a really good job of staying back on the motorcycle and keeping that front end light, not getting stuck or buried down. And the battle will continue as we come out of Storyland. We got a rider down on the inside. I'm trying to see, is either of those DePino? Oh, and the 19 gets kind of hung up.
Camden.
To go through that deep, mucky mud right there.
There's a pass from Wood. Now moves into the second place spot.
Yeah, kind of swapping through the sand section a little bit. Just keeping my eyes peeled to see. Okay, so DePino is still in the lead. Neither of those riders down coming out of Storyland were our race leader. And DePino, man, he just continues to stretch out this race lead. Oh, and that is, I think, Camden down again at the end of the sand section. Kicks it up first kick right there and is off and running again. I think he may still be in the third spot. We'll see if we see Kane Bolacina on that Husqvarna sneak into the fray. But indeed, Caleb Wood is now up into second place.
And Caleb was able to catch a glimpse of your leader going the opposite direction coming out of the Thor Sand Sweeper. There is the 41. And he's been kind of locked into a battle these last couple laps, so now he's got some clean air in front of him. We'll see what the 41's able to do with it.
So with scores all over the place, we had DePino go 7-7 the first 2 motos. Our sheets right now are showing us that Colby Lesser, who's actually in 5th, has the points in hand to win this title, going 5-4-5. Again, just shows how much parity we've had in this mini senior 1 12-14 class, and Lesser in a position where he can maybe clinch this without even stepping foot on the podium all week long.
And I'm telling you what, he better be careful, though, because Kevin DePino, if he is able to stay out front, as Lessar now moves into 4th, so that's a little bit of buffer there for Lessar. But if he falls outside that top 5, then it'll move Kevin DePino into the number 1 spot.
Absolutely. Want to make a quick announcement. Awards, as we mentioned, will begin at 2 p.m. We'll begin with race number 1 and keep going through the classes until we get caught up with the race orders. So, again, that is awards beginning at 2 p.m. today. So keep an eye on that as we move closer to that time. We're still about maybe an hour and 45 minutes away from that.
Back onto the track action here, looking at the 10 Commandments.
Starting to see kind of one main line developing through that, right, I guess the left side of the Commandments, the right side of your screen. We are not experiencing any more rain, so we're going to see the track start to dry out in some areas. Dry is a loose term because it's definitely not dry, But
thicken, I think, is the proper word.
A much better term there for sure.
It's gonna go from a soup to a cake batter out there. As we're starting to see riders being able to get off the bike. The bike remains standing in some sections, and it's right now they're able to kind of push through it. Like you said, get off the back, keep the front end light. But it's going to start reaching up and grabbing these fronts here soon, especially on the smaller bikes, as we see.
I think that's Wood that's stuck right there. So that is going to be Camden going around the outside, moving back into second place as Wood is trying to get going. Boy, oh boy, it is so deep. Yeah, it's just buried down in there for Caleb Wood. So, he's back going, but he just made another mistake. He tipped over as they come through the exit of Storyland right now. So Camden up ahead. I'm not sure. I think that might be Lesser actually right behind Camden now. I'm trying to see.
Oh, we're missing something because Wood's actually behind us. So,
yeah, what you're seeing, that man, the track is dangerous. Where you talked about the dry spot, that's where you want to be, and then it leads you to Never Land.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, we should be seeing the leaders checking through the finish line right about now, and we have 3 laps complete.
So it is still the 52 checking in. And then Caleb right behind, running
3 seconds, running a faster lap time by 10 seconds. So there's my GNCC guy.
Yeah,
Hopefully he can come to life for
here
this
we
last
go to
one.
Love Fest again. That GNCC Love Fest.
Hey, I saw you sit down. I saw you sit down.
So sometimes you just have to be embarrassed sooner or later with that. I'm telling you.
And he just passed for the lead. It's our day. It's our day to just give me one day. You had the first 5.
Hats off to.
And he's in the lead.
You're killing me now.
It's okay.
He's in the lead.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Let's call it. You call it. I want you to call my Woods guy.
I'd rather not.
Caleb Wood making the move around DePino into the number 1 spot. And we're trying to see what
DePino in the commandments right here.
Yeah, Caleb's already through him.
Yeah, Caleb, I believe, is getting ready to be heading towards Storyland.
Yeah, so he just kind of snuck up and caught everybody off guard there a little bit. We'll get eyes on the 41 machine, using that GNCC knowledge to his liking right now as he stays on the pegs and continues to stretch out the race lead. DePino's still doing great in second, though. I mean, these guys are 39 seconds or 29 seconds ahead of everybody else on the racetrack.
And I mean, Caleb had a lap time 10 seconds faster than your former leader of DePino there. So Caleb really attacking the track. He still feels comfortable. He's confident. As now it looks like the 52 is taking the goggles off. That could play into this as well.
Yeah, Caleb's came off. Actually, I'm biased, so I had to watch. He is family, by the way. A lot of people don't know that.
Oh, here we go.
So I had to be biased. But he pulled his turn 3, which he should never, I thought I taught him better.
We'll talk to him about that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to discuss this.
Fog up in the goggles?
Oh, DePino making a big mistake. I wouldn't say fog that early, but a water hole can get behind your tear-offs or your roll-offs, and just at that point, there's nothing you can do.
I would expect better prep from a GNCC guy myself. If I was a known mud dominator and that was my game, I would.
Remember, they're used to having pit stops.
I would make sure that my vision
you
was
had
key.
me up here. You had me up here. I would have been there. I would have had him a little better prepared. But we're gonna have to work on that. That'll definitely be a topic. I'm coming more prepared next year. I'm gonna give my guy.
I hope so. I'm behind you. I'm for you, dude. I hope so. Yeah, dude.
I'm trying.
Listen, we get your enthusiasm and we get your energy behind somebody. Hey, those guys will be champs. There's no doubt. Vincent Way got rolling again somewhere around 32nd. He's made his way back up into the number 16 spot. But it's just telling the tape for Vincent Way. I believe 4:17. Now he's sitting in 16 right now. As you said, track's been cruel to him so far this year. No doubt about that.
Well, particularly in this mini senior 1 class. He's done all right in his other class so far this week, but this one has just been unfortunately brutal for him. The white flag, by the way, is waving right now. I don't know you can call it a white flag anymore. We're starting to lean towards brown flag for the last lap of the race, but hey, last lap for these kiddos to try to get something done, and Wood now 24-second lead, still running 2:31 lap times. Everybody else well behind that right now. A 2:59 out of DePino, Austin Camden at a 2:42. So Caleb Wood, he is laying it down.
So right now, watching DePino still picking his way through on this final lap, going to try to hang on to that second place spot. Caleb Wood.
I think I'm going to have to make my way down there. I see you guys, but this I feel like there's going to be a lot of tears. I think the mom's already teared up over here.
Hey,
So
we'd love to see it.
When we see you again, you'll be covered in muddy hugs.
absolutely, yeah. I got my 2-year-old is over here, so he's cheering for Cal.
Awesome.
We call
That's
him
right.
We call him Cal.
You know it, right on. I love it.
Yeah, they got a thing. So I know he's on his feet. So I'm going to let you guys carry it from here. Thank you guys for having me.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good. Stu Baylor
Always a pleasure, Stu.
making his exit and headed down towards the podium area and hoping to see Caleb Wood bring it home here in this Mini Senior 1 final moto of the day. He wanted to wait for the track to get downright dirty out there to bring it home.
Hey, man, I'm excited about Stu focusing on Loretta Lynn's.
I'm
excited about him putting some effort behind it, making the preparations, and that guy, everything he does, he goes full bore. We know that, and he makes a commitment and a decision like that, man. They will be a force to be reckoned with.
Everybody knows Stu is fun. He's funny. He's cool to be around. But Stu's a warrior. He's an athlete, and he's very intelligent. He plans this stuff out great, and you're seeing it with his riders.
Look at him. Even with these cowboy boots on, he's sprinting down through there, down to the tunnel.
Nothing can slow him down. We're looking.
Absolutely not.
He's going to stop and take a picture. He's going to stop and get the
Got to get the shot.
Yep.
Man, I think that was turned the other way. I think that was a selfie while he was running.
So I believe that is Caleb Wood. Yeah, he's fist pumping.
There we go. Fist pump from Stu. You know it, man.
Caleb Wood is.
Whoa, almost wiped out. Stu spun out with the cowboy boots on, about went down.
Caleb Wood's working his way through that final turn. The white flag will be pulled back, and that checkered flag should be waving any second now. There it is, Caleb Wood. He's looking back. He's not really sure the checkered flag now waves.
Yeah, I don't know if they were 100% sure that was Wood. So Caleb pulling off. Yeah, he's pumped up now.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, Caleb Wood takes the win, and we're looking for
very good
DePino to cross the line. And I think he's going to win this championship because Lesser started having issues. Lesser fell back to 9th, so DePino, we're taking a look at our timing screen here. It looks like Kevin DePino crossing the line in 2nd place is going to win this title. Unbelievable turnaround for him. 7.72 scores to get it done.
Yeah, you're going to see some radical moto scores here. We've already seen it, man. That is nuts.
It's been absolutely insane, Kevin. Very few champions have a moto win this year.
Yeah, we saw a kid that didn't even get top. He got one top 10 and like a 17 and a whatever, and he got a 3rd.
Yeah, I didn't even see that one.
That was in the 65 class.
Unbelievable.
Thanks to Scott
right, yeah,
Sepkovic up here with the
yeah, for sure.
Arma smoothies. These are delightful.
There you go.
You're getting one. You'll have one here, buddy.
Yeah, right on. Thank you.
Well, I was going to get right to Caleb Wood here, but unbelievable how muddy he is, so I'm going to let him clean up. We'll crown him as the moto winner, and that one changed right there at the end. Kobe Lassar with about a lap and a half to go. It flipped, and I believe it's going to be Kevin DePino's title for finishing 2nd. He led most of the moto. He finishes 2nd. That should be enough in what's probably going to be the wildest class as far as math is concerned. We already had like the first moto winner also have a 17th or something. The other moto winner had like a 15th, so they were out of it before this moto even began. Let's get our moto winner, Caleb Wood, back up here, and then we'll talk to our champ. So we need Caleb Wood. Come on up, Caleb. All right, he stepped it up down the stretch, and he's going to be rewarded with the gold moto win for Caleb Wood. Whew, eyes probably hurting for sure. Try to let you clean up as much as we can. What was it like out there?
Oh, dude, it was brutal. My roll-offs, dirt got up under him first lap, so I had to toss him. And, you know, fighting through the pack without goggles is not fun at all.
Wow. But you got a gold at Loretta's. You got to be stoked no matter how it happens.
Oh, yeah, super happy.
Who do you want to thank, Caleb?
God for keeping us safe, my mom, my dad, Stuart Bailey, the Shoals MX, Joey Crown, Suspicious Solutions, Michelin Tires, my brother, you know, didn't have rear brakes like 20 minutes before the race, so really worked hard to get rear brakes before the race. So yeah, just Shoei helmets, LS2 goggles, Focus 6 gear, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
Moto winner for Caleb Wood. Nicely done. All right, we got to pull this muddy bike off the podium. We're going to bring up Kevin DePino's bike. Austin Camden, I think, held on for third. And Vincent Way had our whole shot. So if Vincent's still around, we'll give him a whole shot award. He's had a couple of those this week. Is Austin Camden around? Austin, come on up. Pull the bike up. You're good. And then we'll give out the bronze, and then we'll crown our champ. Let's hear it for our third place finisher, Austin Camden. All right. I'm sure it was nuts. Take me through that moto.
It was rough. I got a pretty good start. Crashed a couple times, but got up here, so that's good.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Shannon Ide, Daniel Blair, Jeff, Christina from Roost, FMF, Asterisk, O'Neill, Factory Connection, and my mechanic Kyle. That's it.
Okay, let's hear it for Austin Camden, third place. And now we clear the deck and we will bring up our new champion. We're going to bring a #1 plate to the stage as well. Silver medal, gets it done. He's going to collect the Oakley sunglasses as well. Here's the silver. I'm going to invite Mike Burkeen from the AMA to the stage to give him the big one, which is the #1. Let's hear it for Kevin DePino. #1 plate's coming. This class is already crazy with the moto scores coming in. Did you think you had a shot at it?
I had no clue I was going to be up here again, but, you know, my dreams came true once again, and I'm just happy about that.
And how bad was the conditions, man?
Oh, it was way horrible than this morning.
Yeah. One sec. Now we can hear. Who would you like to thank, Kevin?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Saab MX, Monster Army, Roost, 100%, Traction MX, God for keeping me safe, of course, and everybody else that I forgot. Thank you so much.
There it is. Let's hear it for Kevin DePino. I'm going to send him back up the tower. I have a whole shot award and a couple other things we got to sort out. If Vincent Way's around, we'll talk to him, but you guys take it for now.
All right, we'll get back down to you. But yes, Masters 50 just fired off to life. Jeff Emig is leading, but Brian Carroll actually grabbed the whole shot on the 55 Yamaha. We just heard no Mike Brown in this moto.
Yep, no motor. Mike Brown not able to get a motor together. And so now the 47 of Emig, he knew. You could tell how hot he came out of that gate. He knows what is at stake here. And he's trying to keep clean, too. He's got the nice neon boots. You can actually still see a little bit of the neon as they go off into Storyland.
He's in championship mode for sure. He's going to have a 1-2 and whatever he gets here. There he is, Emig out front, so he is in control of this one. Tough break for rider number 49 who went down on that start. And there's the 47 paddling through the wet stuff. There's Kevin Kozan. I believe he went down as well. So good to see Kevin, our MXers for Jesus, pastor back up on 2 wheels. It's a tough man sport right here, boys.
44, that's Gregory Paymark.
That's it.
Through the deep mud back there. Man, that one corner right there, it's like if you leave a static camera on it, you'll probably catch all of the action from the race.
It's all happening right there, you're right.
And Storyland this whole week, I felt like even when it was dry, we saw incredible ruts, people slowing down to almost a stop even before the weather came. So
you guys called it perfectly, Never Neverland now? Yep. That is absolutely perfect.
Scary Storyland.
That is very scary.
Yeah. You go back there and you don't come back.
You don't ever
just disappear back there.
Good dirt bikes go to die. Thanks to Scott Sepkovic for popping in. Arma in the house, taking care of the entire announcer crew.
Some good stuff there. Yeah, that was awesome. Gonna have to start making these smoothies. As we watch up and over the Rocky Mountain, nobody going to be sending that thing out to flats today.
I think we're looking right here. I think that's maybe the 51.
51?
Right? Yeah, the 51 of James Max, who was 6th in our last moto, and he's got the 54 of Scott McGill right behind him. Wow, Scott McGill, 37-35 in the first 2 motos, and now he's right up here in the mix.
Right in the mix. He's one of those guys that, man, I hope it rains. He might have, I mean, probably not, but there's some psycho guy out there that just loves this kind of stuff. Where's Barry Carson at?
I'm not sure. I saw somebody paddling coming through the corner before the commandments, and it looked like it might have been a Suzuki.
You would have to think he would be a guy.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was maybe Barry or not. We'll get a look out and see where we can see the 28 machine coming through.
Same bike you rode 6 years ago here.
Yes, indeed. 3-3 scores for Barry coming into this moto. So without Brownie here, have to say, I guess maybe the closest competition in terms of a championship scenario against Jeff Emig. But I don't know. I think Jeff Emig's just taking off here.
Yeah, Jeff doing exactly what he was looking to do. Got out front early and has almost 2 straightaways. Basically the entire 10 Commandments here as we see the 55 of Carroll starting to enter the 10 Commandments. Now on screen, the wood section right there, Stu Baylor was talking about how narrow the track is getting.
Watch out.
That was tight.
Take that.
That could have been bad.
He had nowhere to go, man. The 54 is like, sorry, bud.
Yep, no kidding. Yeah, the rain is starting to fall just a little bit again. We got some water coming down on the track again.
Might be a blessing right now, Kellen. Keep this thing soupy, keep it sloppy instead of thickening up and tacking up and getting really heavy. It honestly might be a blessing at this point.
I just don't see it drying out, man. I see it being nasty until about 6 weeks from now.
Yeah.
When do we come back here? Do we do a GNCC anytime soon, or have we already done that?
Only thing I know of is the ATV race next week.
No more?
Yeah, next week we're going to have ATV Pro MX here.
That's it. Oh, so
at
we
the
gotta
ranch
we
as
gotta
well.
turn this
So
thing
yeah,
around.
those guys, they'll put a squeegee to the track next week, and
they'll actually push all that good dirt that's off to the side back on and try to spread it out and reuse it. That's a lot of money and a lot of soil amendments they added before
and
we
then the
got
quad
started.
guys will just spit it off the
Shoot
side
it
of
off
the
to
track
Dixon,
anyways. It's
Tennessee.
going to be over there in the pond and in the infield.
Yeah, just leave it there. We're going to send it there anyway.
Hey, but you know what? Big shout out to our quad friends who really stepped up down here with the neighborhood and with Waverly and all the recovery efforts of that. You know, Live to Ride 88, Deb and her crew over there really stepped up and wanted to join and be part of the whole motorsports community down here, not bike and quad and this and that. We're all one family, and hats off to them.
Absolutely. Our first look at Barry Karsten, number 28. I just said absolutely. I think there's a drinking game back there in the woods. They were telling me about that. Absolutely.
Absolutely. No question about it.
Yeah, for sure.
There is Barry, like you said.
Doing exactly what he wants to do here.
Sloshing his way around this racetrack. We're getting to the point with the rain coming back down. We already had a few lines kind of getting developed, and now everyone's just crossing over them, and we got a jigsaw puzzle of lines out there again.
The squirreliest ruts ever, man. As they go into Storyland, though, the ruts are taking the proper shape. They're not zigzaggy.
No, that looks almost normal, like what we normally see going into Storyland. Oh, we got to ride it down right here on the exit of Storyland. That might be the 51 of Max down. Is just picked it up and got going again.
Thank goodness for electric start. I mean, that has to be just key here.
No question.
Charge that battery up good because you know you're going to need it in this moto. So a 2:37 was the lap time. Emig laid down an official one, 2:37 to 2:49 for Carroll. Frenchie with a 2:50. There's Jeff right there. It is a battle of attrition. Gets past the number 15, I believe, a lap rider. That is Jeremy Barone. Fro cautiously working his way through. He spent some time on a muddy racetrack. We all know that.
Yeah, he's looking really solid, just making sure he picks the right line.
Just straighten that bike up.
Look how far ahead he's looking, too, right? He'll get into a run
Just
and then
look.
forward and see, okay, where's this thing actually taking?
Right. It may take you all the way to the concession stand. Oh, wrong rut, man. Bummer.
I'm going to weave through a little bit of lap traffic back here in Storyland. And you can see pretty much everybody. Oh, man, look, we got 3 riders stacked up on the outside of Storyland right there. Is Emig, he's going to the far inside. He's just kind of paddling his way through right there. Good grief.
Hear that, Mike? We're going to bring Scott Sepkovic in here for a moment. Scott taking a break, delivering a boatload of goodness to us up in the tower. And what do you have going on at ARMA?
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate with this weather, and especially for, you know, ARMA rider Mike Brown. You know, it's a bummer for him, but, you know, just wanted to say, as much as it's a bummer with all this weather, all of you can capitalize on it because we are having a rainy day special over there. We sold out a bunch of our product and FedEx a ton more in, and now we have a bunch of inventory and no one out and about the last 3 days. So come on over. We got 50% off all these amazing products. We aren't a discount brand. We don't typically do that, but we're going to hook you all up. So come over, say hello, grab some products for your next events, and let's hope that next year we have sunshine like we have for at least the last 5 I was here. I think we made up for those 5 here the last 3 days. But yeah, I just want to give a shout out to all the people that are here and you know, having a good family time. It's unfortunate that some of you didn't achieve your goals because of this rain and your bike problems and this, that, and the other. But that's racing. You know, never give up. Failure's not an option, and just continue and fighting and doing what you do. Everybody travels safe. come over, make sure you get some product there. We also have Fire over there, which will give you a little boost in focus, get you drive home. So everybody, come on over. Actually having a little rain sale, but we can call it a fire sale too. Come on over, say hello, stop by. 50% off everything. We don't want to ship anything back home. All right, guys.
Thanks a lot, Scott Sepkovic. Fell off the truck prices over there at ARMA, and you got a great bunch of guys that work with him. You partner, I believe, with Nick Way and Jeremy McGrath and a host of other fine individuals. Chad Reed.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to those guys, Jeremy McGrath, Chad Reed, Adam Cincerilla, Nick Way, all the other shareholders, Dave Eller, great people, and just here trying to make sure that we make the best-in-class supplements. We use best-in-class ingredients, clinical doses. We like to consider ourselves the Ferrari of supplements. We formulate for performance, not profits. We believe the profits will come when you perform your best. So we'll sell a lot of product when all you guys try it and you perform well. So come on over, get the best stuff. Make sure you check the ingredient list, look at your ingredients, do your research. You'll see we're not messing around. We make the best stuff in the class. So good luck, have fun, drive safe home.
There it is. Thanks a bunch, Scott Sepkovic. As we continue to watch the guys that could probably use that stuff the most, the old guys. I'm one of the old guys. I could ride this class. I could qualify for it. I could not qualify. I could by age. That's the only way I could qualify if you just had to have a license, a driver's license.
Eligible.
We are eligible for the process. There's the number 47. Said he drove from California to Texas twice for his area, then his regional. So he had to go all the way across country essentially to get qualified up. Jeff Emick.
Yeah, we're going to walk away maybe with 2 championships this week.
How about that?
It's worth it in the end, right?
Never give up. That's what he was talking about, because Fro could have packed it in, just melded in, if you will, but he is a champion himself, literally.
We saw...
Yes, you got to fly by those guys for sure. You don't waste any time.
Yeah, we saw, I think Gregory Paymart got around Carroll last time through the flag stand, so he's up into the 2 ride now. I think that also jumped him ahead of Barry Karsten overall, so he's also second overall, sitting in second place. But Barry, he's still charging.
He's coming.
He's trying to close down on Carroll before this thing's over.
Barry was about 18th or 16th, and now he's up to 4th. So wouldn't be Loretta's without Barry Karsten getting a horrible start, getting muddy and dirty, and being on the podium.
Yeah, we just hoping down there that Barry does get all the way to Brian Carroll, so that
that's right. He wants to talk to
Barry
him
one
so bad.
more time.
That's right.
I'm trying to see whether the white flag is waving or if it's about. Yeah, it looks like the white flag is out.
Yes, sir.
It is. It's a brown flag at this point. And there's Emick. He sees that white flag, man. That is a sight for sore eyes right there for sure.
Man, everyone kind of funneling to that one line coming across our first turn complex right there, because on either side it is a lot of slop, and Emick just making it look real easy, flowing through these corners.
The fastest he went was on that start. That was a violent, I need to get away from these people start for him.
Using the outsides here. Yeah, I mean, we're just looking at, it's all just basically slop over there coming through that third corner. And it's not really pick your line, it's just kind of point and go at that point.
Sure. Well, Paymart and Carroll coming through for their 4th lap now. 255, 253 for Carroll. Paymart with that 255, so Carroll is closing in.
Yeah, just taking a peek out, seeing if we see Barry Karsten going over the line yet to see if he's made up any time. He was pretty far back, so I don't think he's going to be able to close the gap down to Carroll in the end, but still a good ride for Barry to come from way back like you guys had mentioned.
And Emick, getting bounced off just a little bit there. Having to slow down if he needs to, whatever it takes, making his way off into Storyland. And look at that, taking a little look ahead. He's got a group of riders.
They're hanging out.
Yeah.
Don't go here, Jeff. Go get over here.
Jeff, can I get a picture real quick?
They're like, hey, dude, do me a favor. Tuck in right here, and we'll just play follow the leader.
Yeah, that rut was occupied. It's like being in the bathroom. It's occupied, bro. The rut is occupied.
You know it's bad when the riders on track are pointing you lines.
Go around.
Go that way.
Go that way.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, we got to change.
Here.
I've never seen this before. We're down in the podium. We have a change in our champion in the previous class because Colby Lassar on the last lap was making up time. There was such a huge gap. He never gave up. He had it. He lost it. He got it back. Come on up to the stage, and we have our champion. Let's hear it for Colby Lassar. And come on up and hand over the #1 plate, Olivia, and We did wait on the plate, handing over to super double check the results, but 2 minutes after DePino came by, Lassard came by with enough points, and he is your champ. You actually had the points for most of the moto. Did you go down at one point?
Yeah, I actually went stuck before the triple into Storyland. It took me a while to get up. I was probably down for like 25 seconds. I was actually terrified when I was down. I was like, I just lost it. But I charged on the last lap, and I just never gave up and passed, I think, 3 or 4 kids. And I don't know, it was a surprise. I got the dub.
Amazing, Colby. Who do you want to thank, man?
I want to thank Thor, 100%, Pro Taper, Thunder Valley, LSR, Lesser Painting, Bell Ray, A&H Auto Care, Guts Racing, Bell, Servius, Defy Graphics, and Kyle Cheeseman, Kyle Cheeseman, Ryan Sipes, and I want to give a huge thank you to Robbie Raynard at Raynard Training Complex. We've been putting in so much work, and some days it's really hard, and it paid off.
All right, he's done it. Colby Lassard is your champion.
All right, we thank you for that. And crossing the line, Jeff Emig will take the win in Masters 50 Plus, and with it, take home the championship this week. 1-2-1 scores for the 47 machine. Looks like Paymart will finish up this race in second place, and also second place in this this week's championship as well. Brian Carroll crossing the line in third, and then eventually we'll see the 28 ride of Barry Carson finishing up in fourth, which should at this point seal him third in this class for the week. So there's some more of our riders crossing the finish line.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a rush down here. Emig's already in, as you guys noted, but Lassard is still taking his photos. And that was, like I said, about 1.5 minutes before Lassard got in. That's how big the gaps are in these mud races. But we did get the points right. It's going to be Emig, Paymart, and Carroll in this class. And we'll clear the decks for Emig in a moment.
So there it is. Jeff Emig is going to get the job done, celebrating, waiting his turn to go up and talk to Jason Wygant. And man, I think Jeff is really excited on this. He was coming back. He was excited about bringing it back to the ranch, and look at what he was able to do with it.
It tells us a lot. There's no guarantees. You know, everybody talk about Mike Brown, Barry Carson, this and that, Emig on a different bike, blah, blah, blah. There are no guarantees down here at the ranch. Emig did his homework. There's no question the guy's in shape. You know, he pays attention. He's got a great machine, but he's able to just be consistent, put it together. And this year he comes out here with 2 titles.
No, you guys keep going up there. Sorry, we're going to move this bike off, and we got to bring Jeff Emig's bike on up. You guys can keep chatting.
So yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this is what it's all about. You go out here for the chance. You go out for the opportunity, and you never know. We've seen in these conditions, riders have triumphant results. Riders have, you know, horrible races, and then obviously Jeff able to put it together and bring home a #1 plate. So it's exciting to see the different things people have had to overcome this week. There's been a lot going on, different conditions, bike issues, crashes, all kinds of stuff, and that's what makes holding that #1 plate up so sweet.
No question about it. I'm sure Jeff, of course, wanted to actually race Mike Brown this moto. It's a shame that Brownie couldn't get back out there, but either way, I mean, Emig to slosh his way through both of these motos and end up on top, I'm sure he'll feel pretty satisfied with the way everything went this week for himself.
Let's do it down here. How about that? And in the end, 2 titles will come his way in one day. 2 more national championships at Loretta's. Let's bring the #1 plate on up and hand it over to Jeff Emig. Well, Lady Luck absolutely on the side today. The gold, this is the second time we got you, and it just worked out. It just worked out. Brown's engine went down. He didn't even make it to the gate in this one, so who cares? Everything worked out fine.
Yeah, it's a lot different than in that second plus 40 moto when Brown whooped my ass. I was like, well, we're going to have to settle for second for the rest of the weekend. But, you know, that's why I guess why you race all 3. You know, it's unfortunate that he had the bike issues he did. I mean, you know, Mike's the fastest vet guy there is out there. You know, I started this journey April 16th. I took a year off, called BJ, said, hey, I'm coming back to the area qualifier. And he's like, when did you start riding again? And I'm really kind of just shocked right now that I ended up with 2 of these #1 plates when they're, when a guy like Mike Brown and the level that he's at is in these classes, it makes it really difficult. But I just have so much fun in the mud. I knew that I needed the whole shot. I'm not sure who was second, but it was like every time I heard him next to me, I just went that direction. But it's super fun also riding this 302 stroke. It needs a lot of development work on it, if you will, and twisted development, put together some good mappings, the FMF pipe and silencer. Other than that, it's stock. Got some bars and grips, Enzo suspension, Emic Pro grips. Other than that, it's pretty stock, but in the mud, it's so much fun to ride. It's so easy. And I honestly, I just had a really fun time riding. It was good.
All right. Not just the win, but the riding as well. You want to thank some more people, Jeff?
BJ, of course. My girlfriend Jessica's here. My son Jagger here. He's got that grin on his face. All the good people that back me, from Rhino Power, MX Locker, Elevate Motocross. What am I missing, BJ? ODI grips, Wee Big. I actually have some tear-offs left on these new Viral goggles. That's how good it went. I got some tear-offs left after a night or after a race like that. So a lot of good people backing me, and certainly all of the fans are still here cheering me on, all of us on in the 50-plus class. It's crazy. It's the 50 Masters. Yeah. I mean, that's got a good sound to it, So it's just good to be back at the ranch one more time and grab 2 more of these. That's cool.
Master of the Masters, your #1 plate, Jeff Emig. Jeff can hang out as a bottle of champagne I'll give you. I got to talk to 2 other riders. We got Paymart and Carol. And this champagne is... you're good in the champagne, says Jeff. Wow.
Hey, you know what?
That's real willpower.
It's time for some Jack and Diet Cokes now.
You earned it, buddy. He said Friday night. He had to wait till Saturday. Have a good time. Let's give a silver medal out to our old friend. I'm not taking an insult. I didn't mean it literally. But our old friend, Greg Paymart, finishing up in 2nd. Woo. Well, good to see you. I'm hoping MKS, maybe you can make some mud boots next year for us. That would really help down here.
Yeah, we're working on it, But if I bring mud boots, it's going to be nice. So maybe I should. 1 pair. And we have perfect weather. A little rain at night. But yeah, dude, man, I finished 2nd behind Jeff Emig.
Nice to say that.
I was looking for those results back in the mid-90s. And I could, and I didn't. But, never late than never. But it's awesome. The Cowie worked great here. Log it down. I keep telling myself, stay off the clutch. Stay off the clutch. Keep moving forward. And, the FMF, I killed the whole shot. Awesome, Everybody at home, Crossroad Power Sports, as always. Camp Original, True Ride Suspension. Worked awesome all week here. Number of stuff. Couple click here, couple click there. It was great. My mechanic, Michelle. Girlfriend Shannon, she took off 2 weeks to come do this. The vet riders are just through privateers of Loretta Lynn. We load ourselves, we prep our bikes. The girlfriend comes, does the goggles, she does clean the helmets, so we are the privateers. It goes full circle. We're back to being 20 again.
It's a good point. Yeah, you're not at some facility. You're just doing your own thing whenever you can.
No, cut the grass. I'm always caught on fire, almost burned with it. Was pissed off. Missed half a day of training. It's just life, Yeah.
All right, there it is. Congrats. Really one of our good guys to get in the podium. Let's hear it for Greg Frenchie Paymart. Yes. And let's bring Brian Carroll. Awesome to have him back. And not just a bronze for Flying Brian, but also a Stasic Whole Shot Award. These days we see his son actually on the pro side. Not too shabby yourself still. Let's hear it for Brian Carroll with the bronze and the Stasic Whole Shot. What happened to the old American flag, though, man? That was the trademark for a long time, Brian.
Yeah, I definitely wore that since I don't even know when, but just the country right now is in a little turmoil. We turn things around, make motocross great again, and you'll see that flag come out.
All right, I like that. And the gear looks good anyway, right? We're going to represent that. How would that moto go with the great start?
Obviously, I got the whole shot. Jeff came up the inside. I said, I'm not beating you. Go right ahead. I just rode a real kind of fast the first lap, got out, and then I said, you know what, if I stay off the ground, I'm going to be good. Just picking lines, and then I got caught with a couple lappers that fell. Frenchie got by me. I almost got back by him again, but I'm like, nah, you're good. I'm going to just stay here. I know he'll run me hard, so I was good with 3rd getting up here finally.
All right, that is awesome. Let's hear it for Brian Carroll in 3rd. Sorry, you want to thank some people?
Yeah, I definitely want to thank TCD Suspension. They've been helping me and my son out for years now. Definitely worked good out there. I want to thank Pirelli Tires. I want to thank, FXR for sure. They've been helping out a lot. Extreme Pool Builder's been helping out a lot. I want to thank local tracks back home, Englishtown Raceway Park, and Chris and Alex from Field of Dreams letting me practice there and get in shape and making the track as rough as they can for these conditions, which nobody can compare to this. But yeah, there's other people. Scott Goggles. I had my goggles on last race in that mud the whole time. This time, the whole time. Obviously, I got a good start, but Bell helmets. I'm sure there's other ones that really help, but just thanks everybody. The Coombs family, you guys for sticking it out through this, just putting this race on. It's just an awesome event.
Appreciate it, Brian. All right, let's hear it for our third place finisher in the Masters 50. And guess what, guys? Sun's coming out. Temperature's starting to go up. We're about to get the full Loretta's menu today. We'll be right back.
Sun is coming out indeed here at Loretta Lynn's, and it's not going to dry up much, I don't think. I think we've got a pretty wet track the rest of the day here, but at least warm it up like we said down on the line, and we got a little bit of track work going on as well. But we are set to get racing here in 250B, the final moto of their week here. And just to kind of give you guys an update on what's going on in this class, we got 2-2 scores for Drew Adams coming into the final moto, Christian Janik on 6-1, Logan Best on 8-3. Our first moto winner, Casey Cochran, remember in this class on, I believe that was Thursday, I think it was, he dislocated his shoulder and came back and was able to race yesterday in Schoolboy too. But man, oh man, we got a mixed bag here. That's crazy, right? He got 5th in that moto as well.
It's nuts. And it looks like the creek has almost jumped its banks, but it hasn't, obviously. But it's just the amount of water in the pits.
Good grief, that is unbelievable right there. Wanted to give a quick reminder as well. The awards will begin at 2 p.m. That is 2 p.m. for the awards beginning, and they will begin with race number 1 and keep going through the classes until they get caught up with the race orders. So that is the award ceremonies beginning at 2 p.m. for anybody that's looking on.
Until they catch up and get real time with the race.
Yeah,
and
right, exactly. Yeah.
Of course, there's that 30-minute protest period that they have to post the scores. They have to wait 30 minutes. If anybody has a problem with them, they can fix them. Now is the best time ever to make sure that transponder works. You want to make sure you're getting scored, and also now is the time to remind you to return your transponders as your day finishes up. And then for those of you headed home, we bid you a fond farewell and safe travels back to home, wherever that may be.
It'll be inevitable regardless of which. So someone will be, whatever, 8 miles down the road, and then they'll go,
forgot the transponder. Yeah, yeah. Make sure, or you just bought one, and they'd rather have the transponder, honestly, because they need these for events that are continuous. So make sure you return those transponders. We will harp on that.
Absolutely.
Or they will harp on your credit card. Good shot of the folks out there in the sun now. How about that? We see you on the bleachers out there.
Yeah, soaking up a warm day here in Tennessee. Didn't expect to see that.
Did not.
The way things were going this morning. But hey, the sun's out. It's shining, and we're going to end this, hopefully end this week with a little bit of fun and sun.
We're going to start this one with a bang. 250B class. These little maniacs are fun to watch. Drew Adams looking for a moto win.
Yeah, so 2-2 scores for Adams coming into this one. Like we said, Christian Janik on 6-1.
So that's 7 points. Drew has 4 points.
Yep, correct. 8-3 for Logan Best. So
11.
It looks like it's kind of coming down perhaps to what happens between our two Team Green Kawasaki riders here. But, I mean, we could have spoilers come into play as well. Casey Cochran coming back, trying to rebound and maybe win this final moto with a DNF in the middle, so not a factor in the championship side of it, but always want to end on top at the end of the week if you can.
We talked with, who was it we had on Radio Fox, and they said, Dax Bennett. He said, my dad told me not to lock the whole shot device. You don't lock that thing down on the mud race. So he goes, and I did not listen, and he goes, I got the worst start when he got that bad finish. So that's a little trick from Dax, and his dad was like, don't do it. You don't want to do it, son. And he did it, and the was not the start because you want as much weight, obviously, on the back, where normally you're.
Now that you say that, how many kids out
popping
there
those things up?
They're going to lean down and say, wait a minute, we got to stop doing that.
Yeah, I saw a few kids doing that. So, I mean, your choice, but that's straight from Dax Bennett. He didn't listen to his dad. I said, Dax, if like Bobby Regan would have told you not to do that, you would have listened, right? He goes, oh, absolutely.
No question about it. All right, we'll get racing here shortly. Pushing a little bit of water off the track, like we said. Cleaned up a couple corners. Looks like coming out of Storyland, they're doing a little bit of work, and then that corner 2 turns after the commandments before that triple jump. They're also pushed a little bit of slop off the top.
I mean, if we could just keep the rain off this racetrack, we could, and the sun hits it for a bit, we could give you a decent race.
Yeah, they keep pushing a little bit of like some sand on here in the first corner and a couple of other areas around this racetrack, and then the rain comes and it kind of pushes it all the way again. So
it is deep. I mean, it is like the water is deep, deep, deep. We flipped it. It's rain. We flipped it. It's rain. So we can't go hunting dry dirt. That won't be really found. It's going to have to dry out.
Oh, look at the pit area.
Right.
Not much dry dirt out there.
We are the water table.
Yep. I think the driest dirt on the track right now is anything that's on the track. Everything
That's a good point.
Everything else is sloppy and muddy, and you got people burying their shoes in the ground.
Handful of folks didn't make it for this third and final moto in our 250B class. Man, is that the move? Kind of find one of those gates like the kid on the Yamaha out there with nobody on either side for 2 gates. Gives you room to waddle around, and those guys, because we've seen these kids come off the gate, it gets a little like they need a DUI. They're coming out curving all over the place.
Maybe. I mean, we had Ryan Holiday from Team Green up here, and he had one of his guys line up on one of the far outside gates, like we saw Jaden Smart get a whole shot from out there earlier today. And they're saying, you know, being able to swoop that first corner and not let off beyond the rear tire all the way through is kind of a premium right now instead of getting on the brakes and turning. But to your point as well, don't have anybody start next to you.
Right.
Maybe you can, you know, be on the back and going a little left and right, and you're not hitting anybody.
Right. Or they're hitting you.
Right.
I mean, that requires some research there. You have to go down and check out the first turn, see what's happening with slop. If they move stuff out. Yeah, I mean, you could get out there and then they move some stuff around. You're like, oh, no.
Yeah, especially when they do a little bit of cleanup after or before this moto, I should say. Then, you know, you're coming into sections where there's ruts, and then it's clean again, and then you're back down into the ruts real quick, and you don't know what exactly you're hitting.
And there have been varying degrees of mud. We've seen it all, from wet, sloppy mud to kind of working its way towards sticky mud, tacky mud, wearing white after Labor Day. That's really tacky. So it's just different kinds of mud here.
Well, they throw everything at you for the week of Loretta Lynn's.
West Cane's boots.
Motos. Yeah, West Cane boots. Yeah.
Hey, I'm West Cane here now.
West Cane's boots, it's like all these kids running the white gloves. You know, he's got the white boots walking around, and he's trying to
fashion statement.
Fit in with the youngins.
That makes him a norm trooper instead of a storm trooper.
A norm trooper, not a storm trooper. He's got those rubber boots.
All right, so we will be set to drop the gate here in 250B shortly. A few little intermissions here and there, like we said, just to clean up the track. And it seems like it keeps coming after we get a big rain. They maybe let a moto or two run, clean it, and then we go like a moto, maybe another, and then it starts raining again. Hopefully that was the last of the rain.
Yeah, we've actually gotten it so low we're like below sea level using that term, but like, you know, the track is kind of elevated. They built this thing, they got lanes where it's supposed to hold the water, but we're kind of getting down to really nowhere for the water to go. So let's hope we're done with that. Well, maybe a 7-hour window we can squeeze it in here.
Right. Looking back to yesterday, once the sun did come out, it seemed to kind of disperse the clouds a little bit. You know, we still had some overcast hanging around, but the sun did burn it off a little bit, and we were able to, you know, get a little bit drier conditions. So hopefully that's the case here, that the sun just kind of burns those clouds off, right? It just keeps it warm here. We don't have any of those big storm clouds roll back in for the rest of the day, and we can get all these motos done and dusted for the week here at Loretta Lynn's.
Right, still got a couple pieces of equipment out there on the track, making just a couple little touch-ups and adjustments. Don't want to really jeopardize the integrity right now of the race surface, but just flatten a few things out real quick, get a little more grip if we can, get a little bit of that slop out of the way before we get back into our next moto.
So coming up next is going to be the 125 Junior 12 to 17 BC. Following them, we're going to have the Junior 25 Plus, the 250C, and the WMX.
Yeah, guys, back at the pits, be sure to keep an eye on the schedule as the day goes on, because we keep having these little breaks for some track maintenance, and they just come out there as they can. So when you think your moto might be coming up, just keep an eye on that schedule. Keep an eye on what track is out there. Keep listening to what we're calling as a race, because if you're maybe 4 or 5 motos out, you don't want to miss the call for your last moto to go to the gate out there.
Exactly, Kellen. So make sure to keep up with us as well, guys, as the award ceremony. It will be starting at 2 o'clock with the first of our classes, and we are going to run until we catch up with the moto order. So once again, guys, we will start our award ceremony there at 2 p.m.
Yep, hand out a little bit more hardware from a week here at the ranch. Some big awards to give out, no question about it.
Yep, you won't want to miss that. That's going to be a good one. Get all of our awards taken care of here on this rainy day. And Kellen, it looks like the sun has came out just a little bit.
Well, speaking of awards, right, we've already had one of the Pro Sport classes wrap up, 250 Pro Sport. We see Gavin Towers win the title. We still have Open Pro Sport to go, which Daxton Bennick's looked pretty good in that situation thus far. But, of course, all those riders in those classes chasing the Nikki Hayden Amateur Horizon Award win to leave here from the ranch as, you know, the person with, so to speak, the brightest future ahead of them, more or less. And going to be interesting to see, you know, what we make of all the results from this week, because it's been really tough. A lot of different results, winners, and then obviously Towers didn't even win a moto, still gets the overall win in that class there. So I'm sure they'll be dissecting who gets that award, and it's going to be fun to see who walks away with that hardware.
Yep, that will be an interesting one. So once again, just doing a little bit of track maintenance, smoothing some of the areas out, and then we will turn this 125 Junior loose here on this Loretta Lynn's course.
No problem.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of cleaning up here before the 10 Commandments in the Cometic corner. That was where we saw some problem areas. A lot of guys going to the inside in that turn before the Commandments, and there's a little bit of kind of standing water that was there that definitely made that sloshy situation on the inside worse. So nice to see that should be ironed out and a-okay to be able to take that inside line and get into the Commandments cleanly. We haven't seen too many people be able to double their way cleanly through the Commandments today. But maybe a little bit of sunshine can dry out the lip of it, and we'll get a few guys actually rolling through there pretty cleanly. This 250B class here is a group of riders that we could see maybe getting back on the horse and doubling their way through.
Definitely could. Definitely could, and we are going to see if the rain has stopped. Like we've said all day, we're going to see this go from kind of a soup to a cake batter, so that will present its own set of challenges here for the rest of the evening at Loretta Lynn's.
All right, well, that rain stopping is exactly why we're getting that track work right now, right? They're trying to get ahead of it before it gets any deeper than it's already gotten to this point. Make sure that they kind of get that top slop off the track a little bit, and we start getting a little bit better of a base layer underneath of that. I think that's a good sign, though, that we're cleaning the track up as much as we are. And I haven't peeked at the radar myself, but hopefully that's a good sign that maybe we're starting to get a little bit closer to in the clear and not see too much more rain coming. And eventually we can get down and have a nice racetrack to race on before the day is done.
Exactly. Exactly. Hopefully so. As we see them still here on the dozers in the 10 Commandments, very deep going through those 10 Commandments, as Kellen was saying. Hopefully we can see this course get back to a raceable position, a jumpable position, I should say.
Yeah, the tough part about the 10 Commandments is a similar situation that we see often in in Monster Energy Supercross, right, is where the transitions are the worst part. The top of the jumps, yeah, there's some ruts in them, but those are no different than what we see maybe throughout the rest of the week. It's really those transitions. You get those deep ruts where you can maybe drag a foot peg through and lose all of that momentum that you had. Even if you did get a double in, you bottom out in transition, you're in a bunch of sloppy stuff. Maybe the foot pegs drag and you can't get that next jump, which is really what it comes down to when you lose momentum. You're not able to get that next one, and then the next one becomes a bit of a struggle. So cleaning out those transition, I think, is going to do a lot of help with getting people to get through that section a lot cleaner.
A lot less vulnerability once we get that smoothed out, for sure.
No question about it. The fans are ready, though, man. We got a good group of fans still in the bleachers, hanging out, ready on the trackside to watch this 250B Moto. Which has a lot of the sports futures superstars in it. A lot of amateur support from our top teams as well in this class, so cool to see how these riders fare this week, because this is a group of riders that we'll see building within the next few years, ready to make that transition into the pro ranks. I mean, even if we talk about a Casey Cochran, he's a rider who already is a Supercross Futures champion and looking to, you know, probably make that transition to the pro ranks rather soon. Got all of our Team Green riders in this one as well, and more riders who, so far this week, they've had good results, and I feel like are starting to show, you know, potential suitors for their riding capabilities. Hey, man, like, take a look at me. I would love to be part of your programs and try to ride for you and give you some great results.
Exactly, and we're going to get to see in all conditions here this 250B Moto ride-in. So that will be a good example of what these young riders can do in all aspects of racing, not just dry, not just the heat, but in the mud, in the soup, in the cake batter. So we are about to see them go down in 250B.
Yeah, we're now into the classes that definitely ran mud motos at some point in time, and just to give you guys like an indication of what we saw when these guys went out on the track late in the afternoon on Thursday. Yeah, we saw Christian Janik. I feel like Janik has been one of the riders that since the rain has started falling, he's really been able to turn his week around. He was able to get the win in that class on Thursday. Drew Adams, his teammate, followed him home in second. Logan Best, I actually remember that. That was a great battle between himself and Best. And yeah, they were going back and forth trying to fight for that win. Eventually went to Christian Janik. And then again, we can't forget that Casey Cochran also is coming off that dislocated shoulder, and he's looking to factor in. Colin Allen with a 7th in that moto. Nicholas Israel, who we saw earlier today, just fighting tooth and nail all the way to the checkered flag, and was able to win a moto earlier today. I believe that was our 450B class that Israel snuck a moto win in there. And yeah, Casey Bernard with a 4th place finish. He's on 7-4 scores. So there's some guys here that I think, you know, they come into this last moto, they saw how they performed in Thursday in these conditions, and they tell themselves, look, you know, we got scores kind of all over the board right here. If you're Casey Bernard, you got a 7-4. You know, even if you're someone like, you know, Logan Best, 8-3, Jordan Renfro with a 10-5, you're saying, things go my way, I maybe get on the podium this moto, and maybe even into the top 5 or podium overall for the week, because I can just get one good moto out of this week.
Yeah, exactly. And the most consecutive rider we see here in this one is going to be Drew Adams there with a 2-2 finish. So, you know, he is hoping to do that once again here in this 250B class.
Yeah, Adams out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Christian Janik out of Oak Lawn, Illinois. So a couple of guys here from fairly close by. Probably used to these conditions, probably used to a little bit of rain. And so they were maybe excited when they saw the rain fall. And they're like, okay, all right, yeah.
For some, definitely.
Go what I was hoping to do in the first moto. If you're Janik with a 6th, and you're like, okay, now we got a different condition ahead of us, and able to pull that win out in the second moto as he looks to build into trying to do it again here in this one. Well, we're still getting a little bit of cleanup done, and soon enough we will send these guys on their way.
And you know, Kellen, we saw some riders barely only having one moto in the top 10, and that was just barely right there in the top 10. getting up into that 3rd place in the championship. So you know some of these guys in the 250B class with all those different scores are hoping something like that can go their way.
You're absolutely right, Jackson. That's what I'm saying. You know, we got guys that they had one good moto, one bad moto so far, and with the parity that we've seen today from these conditions, again, you go to the line thinking anything is possible. There's a chance that you could walk out as a moto winner, just be able to get up on the podium and thank some sponsors that got you here this week, or even if things get really wet and wild, maybe, you know, you end up in championship contention or even for a podium contention overall, like we said. So, like I said, a lot of guys going to the line with some extra hope. A guy like Hayes Edwards, 18.8 in his motos so far out of Montgomery, Texas. He's looking to have a strong 3rd moto here today as well. So it'll be fun to watch how this class kind of shakes down. Enzo Temmerman, 3.11 so far for him on the 81 ride. He's also looking to get going. And we'll see what he's able to do. And soon enough, we will send these guys on their way.
We see them down on the starting line now.
It's interesting to see the umbrellas come back out because obviously the rain's not falling, but it's the heat.
Now
it's
the
sun coming out, so instead of umbrellas because of the rain falling on your head, you're trying to get a little bit of shade out here. That's how quickly the conditions can change.
And you know, we were talking about Daxton Bennick earlier with the hole shot in the mud, saying not to lock that hole shot device. He said he went ahead against his dad's judgment and he didn't get that good start. When we were mentioning that, I noticed one of the Kawasaki's down on the line, popping their suspension, getting that unpreloaded. And so we'll see if maybe that advice could help some of these guys out here.
Well, really, you know, the point to that is we've seen already maybe about 20 feet out of the gate, there's obviously like a little bit of a soft spot that these guys go into. So just getting to that point, you don't want to be over the front of the machine at all. You definitely want to be on the back of the bike once you're out of the gate, immediately leaning back, making sure you're getting the power down. And like you say, not having that hole shot device down is a great way to do it because it shifts your weight back instead of being kind of pushed forward on the seat closer to the tank, right? The bike is literally pulling you back, and that's why you get that traction on that rear tire and start pulling down the straightaway. So we're getting the first turn cleaned up right now by the looks of it. And then we will be just about ready to go. So I'm sure that down on the gate, they're anxious, man. They've been sitting there for a little while now. And they've been envisioning how they're going to get this start the whole time. They've just been going through their head on repeat. Okay, when am I going to get off, you know, that first shift off out of the gate? At what point am I going to start turning into the corner? Because you go straight for a little bit, and then obviously this is kind of like a right-hand sweeper here. So you go straight for a little bit, then you see maybe who's left or right of you, and you start leaning into the corner, just maybe rubbing a shoulder here or there. And hopefully, by that point in time, you're far enough ahead of the rest of the field that you can just take your line that you've been envisioning the whole time, get into that inside hay bale and swooping out and grabbing the Stasic hole shot. Yeah, look at that. I mean, we got the pit boards being fanned on riders down there. It's definitely warming up at the ranch.
And it is going to get humid when the sun officially does come out. It will be hot and humid here at Loretta Lynn's. And that is what we are used to, though, as we are getting ready to let this 250B class hit the track here in just a little while. Once again, guys, we want to remind you that the award ceremony is going to start at 2 p.m., so that'll be about 45 minutes from now. So the award ceremony going to be at 2 p.m. today. We were going to run until we meet up with our current moto. So once again, guys, make sure to go down there for the award ceremony. We're going to start things off with the first of our classes there at 2 p.m. And Kellen, going back to what you were saying a minute ago, I can only imagine the nerves having to sit there. That, for me personally, that is one of the most nerve-wracking things. Sitting on the line, you have something come up, and then you have to sit there even longer. It's already nerve-wracking enough, and especially somewhere here at Loretta Lynn's. Even the most courageous people are going to feel that burden of racing here.
No question about it. I mean, you go through staging even, and the nerves are starting to build as you get ready for your moto. They get you on the gate. You're all revved up and ready to go, and then got to wait for a little bit of track cleaning. You know, it happens, of course. We've all been there. We've been there on the gate and see the water truck roll out, for example, or what have you, and think, okay, all right, got to settle the nerves back down and get ready to start rolling forward again. But certainly, no question about it, they are, in their own minds, building up to, okay, we got to get back in the zone here. We got to get revved up and ready to go.
Okay, guys, we have got a new update from our race director. We are going to do the award ceremony at 3 p.m., correct, Mikey? 3 p.m. Okay, so now we are moving things from 2 to 3 p.m. for the award ceremony. We will start it off with the first of our classes. And once again, that is going to be at 3 p.m., guys. And we will make sure to remind you of that as it comes up. But one final time, 3 p.m. for our award ceremony, and we will start with the first of our classes, so make sure to get down there for that. Mikey Waynes will be down there, as well as Jason Wygant later on throughout the day.
It's always nice to get handed hardware from Jason Wygant, right?
No doubt about it.
You get down on the podium and you're like, wait a minute, I've seen that guy on the TV screen every weekend, and suddenly he's handing me an award and a medal and all this stuff like that. Makes you feel like you've really accomplished something, no question about it.
The same guys that give it to Eli Tomac, Jet Lawrence, all of the boys there at Pro Motocross, as well as Supercross. He's doing a little bit of Supercross this year as well.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be a cool feeling to get down there and just see a familiar face, really, right? You get off the track and you're all revved up and you're like, whoa.
And to hear your name, that's the coolest. Exactly, you hear him talk about all the top pros, and then to get to hear him call out your name. So exciting.
100%, and it is a really cool feeling, even when you're just on the racetrack and maybe you go back and watch the broadcast later and you hear us up here or what Weege or anybody really saying, oh, wow, he said my name. I was up in 5th place and got a call out, you know, just a little bit of love being spread around the field. And obviously the fans watching it at home here on Racer TV also tuning in. You're probably clued into one particular racer. You're like, all right, cool, you get a little shout out on the TV.
How cool is that? You get to be on the TV here at Loretta Lynn's.
Exactly. So that's what's really special about the ranch and all the races that we get to run here throughout the week.
Which, speaking of, Kellen, shout out to all our camera operators bearing through us here in the rain, and of course Adam and all the guys there in the TV truck making sure this goes off smooth. Dan, all the guys up there, we appreciate you. Gabe, our drone pilot, all of those guys, as well as all of our flaggers. And you know, one very interesting thing, our performer, Craig Morgan, was a flagger here at Loretta Lynn's. Wow. So that just goes to show, you know, you never know who you might meet out here on any capacity.
You can take the people out of Loretta's, but you can never take the Lorettas out of the people that come here throughout the week. You know, this place changes you for, you know, every reason that we've said already this week. You know, the turmoil that we face with the weather conditions, the motos, and dealing with all the stress and the pressure of it, to all the friends that you make. Man, this place definitely, when you're a different person leaving here every single year than you were when you came through those gates at the front and drove over the hill and saw this track for the first time, and how pristine and clean it looked. And hopeful about the week, no question about it. But leaving here, definitely probably feeling a little bit different than you did coming in.
All right, so we should be just a few minutes away from letting this 250B Moto go.
Yeah, definitely a lot of track work going on, so we're going to see some fresh sections. I see now out our window that the entrance to Storyland, that has been really cleaned up now at this point in time. So that little anthill roller, which we normally see quite a lot of lines develop in any condition, we were seeing some deep ruts develop going up that inside. That's where Jeremy Fapani had gotten stuck earlier in his moto as well. But that's getting cleaned up right now, so we're seeing a fresh racetrack over there. And then down the sand straightaway in the back through in front of our grandstands and down that back straightaway, also getting cleaned up quite well. So by the end of all this, I think we're going to have a pretty, you know, fresh, it's still going to be muddy, but a fresher racetrack than we had, no question.
These guys work miracles out there on that equipment. I think you're right, Kellen. I think we will have a great racetrack for them to go out on here in just a minute. You know, you were talking about Jeremy Fapani getting stuck. Just imagine the stories that are going to come from this one day of racing here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even his in his own right, he got stuck, he got hit and then knocked over, and he had to help someone else get their bike off of him. He picked it back up, he fired it up, and he charged all the way through to win that championship. Again, just like you say, it's going to be a story that he'll tell forever. He'll be like, I remember that year in 2023, and the rain just kept coming, and I got stuck, and I had to charge through the field. Unbelievable story.
And the guys that hit him, they'll have their own story. Yep. Hey, man, I ran into Jeremy Fapani. I was running 6th, ran over him. I fell over on top of him. He had to shove his bike off of him. I couldn't get off his bike. The stories will be endless from today here at Loretta Lynn's.
It's the kind of stuff that, like we say, you know, years and years down the road, you'll reflect back and be like, oh, That was actually pretty interesting or cool or crazy or whatever. And in the moment, you don't maybe think about that kind of thing, but afterwards, you're like, wow, that was crazy.
Exactly. One thing that me and Zach always talk about a lot we've been doing a lot of these rainy events at GNCC, and I've talked a lot about, those are some of my fondest memories racing. In the moment, you don't realize the memories you're making, especially with your family. You might be button heads a little bit about whether or not to use the whole shot device or this and that, but you look back on it, you say, we came together, we persevered, we had a great time. Mom fell down the hill. Dad was running to the starting line, slid into the other guy. I dropped my goggles in the mud on the way to the line. Just so many memories that are being made here, especially here at Loretta Lynn's.
Well, how about some of the kids we've seen this week as well? When the puddles come out, they take the shirt off and they go full sprint, and dive head first and do slides and stuff like that. Again, stuff like that where you see just, they pull the trash can lid out, they start sliding down hills and stuff like that. So, incredible stories. But we hear the bikes are fired up. Kevin Wyndham's up here. He's getting pumped up and ready to go for this moto.
And let's go. Let's turn these 250B boys loose. Up after this, we'll have the 125 Junior 12 to 17. And then we will get our Junior 25 Plus, our 250C, and our WMX out on there. But right now, we are about to drop the gate on 250B.
250B Moto 3 coming up. It is time to crown a champion in this class. They have sat on the gate for plenty of time. They are looking forward. They're waiting for that 2 card to go up. And we will be off and running into the first corner.
Hey, guys, we are going to need a veterinarian at the MX Sports office. If there's any veterinarians here at Loretta Lynn's, please go up to the MX Sports office one more time. If there's any veterinarians at Loretta Lynn's, please head up to the MX Sports office. We could use your assistance.
All right, so as we turn our attention now back to the racetrack, the 1 card is up. It is sideways. Here we go. The revs are up, and we're going to fire into turn number 1. I'm trying to look and see out the window. We got some splish splashing into the first corner up the inside. I think that's Janik on the Kawasaki. Side by side with the 37 is that Landon Peppard, who got pushed wide. So Janik gets through the first corner first. I see Logan Best also on the 26. He's up in the mix around the outside on the Yamaha, as everyone already started getting washed away. The 41 machine, he got a little bit sideways back there. That was Nate Freehill. Christian Janik leading. Best down out of second place.
Look at that. One rider going for a swim as he gets ready to make his way towards the 10 Commandments, having to literally come out of standing water. Your leader getting through the Commandments with relative ease. The rest of the field, not so much.
Yeah, Jordan Renfro moving up into the second position. Dylan Blecka also looks like he's up there. I believe that was Logan Best, who was in second, that slid out coming out of the second corner, the third corner, I should say. And more riders still getting hung up as we see the rest of this racetrack kind of getting chewed up once again. Christian Janik's got that clean air out front.
And I saw Drew Adams there on that number 30 about in 7th place or so. He went 2-2, so he is in the running for the championship. We'll keep up with him as this moto continues.
Officially, they do give the STACYC hole shot to Christian Janik. He was side by side with Best going into the first corner, but I think Janik just got the nose in there and eventually led through into the second corner.
So and Janik just took a big crash going over the tunnel jump.
A big one for Janik there.
But he is back up, and he's about to get that bike going. He is going. Oh, and I see something caught up in his wheel, I believe.
Oh, he's trying to get it unstuck. I think it was maybe off to the left side. He is just now getting back on the bike. He's maybe in about the 6th spot. We got a rider down in 3rd place over here after the sand, trying to get a number on that rider as new leader is out front.
Something is going on with Janik's bike. I believe he has gotten a banner hung up in his back wheel. I see something flapping. Hopefully that is not his moose or his tube in his wheel.
Yeah. Oh, man, the 51 of Dylan Blecka is leading. It's Aiden Kiefer on the 20 and second, but he almost laid it down in the sand coming in through the Polysport Pond. And no question about it, Janik has some banners wrapped up. That is on the left side, which is on the chain side of the machine right now. So he is trying to use it and lose it, hopefully, actually, I should say. As we end our first lap, green flag is in the air, and they take us through the first corner again.
All right, so it's the number 51 of Dylan Blecka out front. Aiden Kiefer sitting in second, and Drew Adams sitting in third. Jordan Renfro and Nate Freehill going to round out our top 5 here on lap number 1.
Janik trying to shake the rest of that banner out. I'm seeing a little bit of clumps here, a little clump there of it ripping off.
reminiscent of Josh Grant when he grabbed that first Supercross win, ready to do it with a banner in the back wheel.
We had a momentarily change for the lead. Aiden Kiefer had taken it over, then Dylan Blecka went back by. Kiefer now off the track. He's going to have to let Blecka go back by. He just rejoined in the race lead after going almost down. So he's in the lead for now, but Blecka right behind him. I have to imagine Kiefer's going to get that spot back.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the plan was for the 20th Kiefer. Did he go down again on the outside? I'm not sure.
I think that's him still in the 2 spot right now, as Blecka did go back by.
Yes.
So Kiefer officially, I don't think he did it on purpose necessarily, but Blecka is in the lead again. Kiefer now second as we head out into Storyland.
And Kiefer almost comes off the motorcycle as he makes his way into Storyland over the hump. And this corner actually been smoothed out, so they're able to get through it a lot better than they had in the previous race. But you can see just mountains of mud slopped up on each side of the track. Another rider stuck on the inside.
Just rough conditions. It's tough because on this first lap, that guy, he goes over that inside line, lands in a bunch of stuff, and then he's like, I didn't even notice this was here, and suddenly he's stuck in all that mud again.
And you can see the mud just suction cupping into these bikes as they try to pull them out of where they are stuck from.
And Aiden Kiefer's got his hands full now with the number 17, Jordan Renfro, putting the pressure on, trying to get around the Kawasaki rider.
Yeah, Renfro had gotten to the outside in the sand, and Kiefer just took the inside and swooped all the way out to make sure he blocked the line from Renfro and held on to the second position. So Blecka still leads as Renfro's trying to go far inside in the sand. Kiefer swoops the outside back to in. Janik has crawled up all the way to 5th. He's behind Freehill on the 41. Seeing another Cali rider, that's Drew Adams going by in 6th on the 30. So we'll get an update on where all these guys are championship-wise at the end of this lap.
You saw Renfro in that Thor Sandsweeper get over the front end. Front end starts pushing, got to keep the weight over the backside of the motorcycle right now. Underneath all the slop, you've got some hard pack as, one rider getting closed off up and over the double there. And was that Kiefer making a move, or was that Janik?
No, that was Kiefer still just ahead of Renfro right there. They were battling it out for second, and their battle is starting to push back up to Dylan Blecka, our race leader. So it's Blecka, Kiefer, Renfro, and now Janik has crawled up to 3rd. He did get that pass down on Freehill. It's still Adams in the overall win position right now, 2-2-6. Oh, Blecka is stuck on the inside into the Commandments and sniping through the middle of both of them. Jordan Renfro takes the lead in the middle.
So how about that big shakeup, and what better place for it to happen than the Commandments?
And Janik coming back onto screen here at the bottom of your screen on that Kawasaki, going to try to move up into 3rd. Oh, and
man,
that outside where we just saw a rider stuck.
All right, so taking a look on screen, rider slipping from the outside all the way over to the inside, and going to try to keep that thing wide open. Let's see, going to scrub off, just hitting the double as they head into Storyland.
Yeah, so that was Aiden Kiefer around the outside trying to get back around. That is for the race lead now, of course, because Jordan Renfro had taken it over, and now Aiden Kiefer leads again on the 20 machine.
How about that? The number 20 doing a great job of riding defensively. He got a wide bike, making it very difficult to get around. He knows there's limited lines open right now. So Kiefer doing a great job and taking over that lead position.
Well, Aiden Kiefer, I just had Weege in my ear say, hi, Des Mud Riders. Well, Chris Kiefer, he was on the podium in his moto early on. Look at this. Oh,
yes.
No.
How about that? Aiden Kiefer's not letting off and says you're going to have to take the long way around. And it didn't work out for Blecka there.
And that was actually Renfro on the 17th.
Oh, how about that? Okay.
Yeah, so Kiefer now has a little bit of breathing room as Kiefer goes through by our announcer's tower in the lead. Janik has gotten all the way up to 2nd, so the 27 machine is trying to close up. I just saw the 17 of Renfro reach up. He may have just been about ready to toss the goggles, and it does look like the goggles are off the 17 machine now.
So riders doing whatever it takes. You try to keep those goggles on as long as you can, but eventually, as Stu Baylor said, sometimes the standing water gets underneath the goggles, underneath the lenses even. And there's Renfro still getting a great look at that back tire. And did you see that thing come to a stop right there?
Yes, I did. And Zach, that is on the side of the chain.
We've seen chains coming off already today, so that's definitely not going to help the 27's case at all.
So Kiefer continues. Oh, Kiefer just laid it down in the lead. Oh, no, the front end went. He's going to pick it up now in 2nd, and then Janik is our leader, but he's going for a little bit of a wild ride there. Oh, he's still off the front nearly.
And this just shows how incredibly tough this racetrack is. This is the 250B class, so these guys know how to make their way around here in this mud.
So now we're really trying to look like Josh Grant, leading the way with a banner in the back wheel.
Our third place rider, Dylan Blecka, just laid it down, entering the commandments. And then now that's Renfro just jumping off the inside of the commandments. He's going to have to rejoin right behind Kiefer here.
And these guys having to choose very wisely where they re-enter the track. They don't want to get in these huge mud banks.
Kiefer just spun it sideways.
So that is going to put Janik in the lead here for this championship. Drew Adams sitting in 9th place. He needs to make up a few more positions if he wants to get himself up there into that top spot.
Yeah, Drew Adams, unfortunately for him, he was a little bit further up and is starting to make a few mistakes, slip back into the 9th position for him. So this position with Janik in the lead now has him sitting in a position where he would win the overall championship on the week. But there is still racing left to be had, as we're going to see if the 2-lap board is going to come out this time by. I don't think just quite yet. Well, actually, it might be this time by, I should say.
So taking a look, that Rocky Mountain sand section, this area of track always giving us some great racing. But, man, when the weather came, it has been the spot for things going on right now. Now, take a look at that. The banner just absolutely flinging out of that Kawasaki. And this is, Jackson, we were talking about this. It's one thing when it gets wrapped in, but when it starts to come out of the back wheel, that's where the potential for things to go wrong is.
And so much banner must have been wrapped up in his wheel, because I saw it fly off all throughout the track. And still more trying to make its way off of Kiefer's bike there. And guys, obviously this is going to be about who can crash the least here in this one.
Yeah, no, trying to keep it off the ground is a must. And yeah, no, mistakes being made everywhere. It's not a matter of if, but when, and who can manage how much damage gets done. Watching your leader come by us in the tower as he heads off into the first turn area over through the woods.
So Jordan Renfro in 2nd place. He is our fastest rider on the track right now, 2:13.9 last time by. So he is trying to close that gap down to Christian Janik, as the 2-lap card is out, so 2 to go right now. Janik weaving his way through those muddy conditions, and I think that is our 2nd place rider getting hung up on the left side of the track, right side of your screen right there, coming into the commandments. The 17 right there of Jordan Renfro.
Renfro can't catch a break. Seems like this 10 Commandments area has been not kind to him. We saw him get shooting off the side of the track earlier. And Adams has gone down twice now. Drew Adams on the number 30. That would explain him holding an 8th place spot at the moment. Revin Gordon, another one we're used to seeing up at the front. He's sitting in 13th.
Oh, Enzo Timmerman and Landon Peppard sitting there in that 11th and 12th spot. That is 2 other names we have saw up towards the front here in these B classes.
Working our way back into Storyland right now. You see the 17 there of Renfro, just trying to focus forward and maybe close this gap up on Janik on the final few laps here. Trying to see, I don't see Janik ahead of him unless, so Janik's going down the back straightaway now, so he is a little bit further ahead than he was. Renfro maybe made a couple bobbles. Got a rider going down on the back straightaway, so Renfro's going to have to avoid him, go to the outside there, make sure he doesn't get caught up.
So next time around, they will be getting the white flag.
Yeah, Janik is in position. The 6-1-1 will do it right now. If you're Drew Adams, you're going to have to climb up a few more positions. He's got to get Borges, Allen, and I think maybe even up to Bernard to get a 5th. We'll have to see how the overall scores will shake out, though.
Yeah, this is game time for Drew Adams. If you're really thinking big picture, if you want to hold that number 1 plate, you have got to go. Obviously, much easier said than done. Limited spots to be able to make passes, limited lines you can actually take. But Drew Adams, he was one of the favorites coming in. Now he's going to have to show us why.
And guys, the racecraft that you're going to have to use here, you can charge, but then if you go down, staying up might be enough to do it. So
we'll take a look. Sometimes not even just staying up. Sometimes you can go down, get a banner in your back wheel, get up, get back to the front, and you still might be able to do it. So that's what Janik's plan is right now. And talk about that. Obviously, Janik was aware he had something wrapped in his back wheel. The mentality he's got to have right now. He knows. He can probably hear it. He may even be able to feel that banner stuck in the back wheel. Not worrying about it. If it's rolling forward, I'm bringing it to the checkers.
Yeah, he had a couple close calls coming down towards the commandments at the front end, sliding around a little bit. So he jumped to the left side here and made sure he found A little bit of some drier spots on the racetrack, tucks to the far inside right here, which is pretty much the line everybody's taking. It doesn't look like there's much to do on the outside of the after the commandments right now.
And guys, I don't know if we caught Janik getting that caught in his wheel or not, but it was over the tunnel jump in the back that he will be approaching here soon.
That was a close one right there. Janik's front end almost getting caught by a lapper. Something that simple could completely derail this race for him.
So there is Adams that we're looking at on screen going into the commandments. He has now made it into 7th spot. Of course, 227 scores, that would be 11 points versus 611 of the 8 out of Christian Janik. So he's still got to make up at least 3 more positions on this last lap.
And he has 3 riders in front of him, but the question is, are those lap riders or are they in the race? It is so muddy we cannot tell from here.
I think Janik has maybe lost the goggles. I'm trying to look in. I saw a little bit of his face showing right there. Yeah, no goggles right there for Christian Janik on this last lap. So I think he maybe threw him in the back, just said, all right, I know I saw the white flag waving. I got to get this thing to the checkered flag, and I got to be able to see what I'm doing because these conditions are really catching me out.
Toughing it out here in this one. No goggles.
Janik getting ready to come by the tower. We're getting a look in person here. The banner still rocking around the back wheel, and it is bringing that back wheel to an absolute dead stop. I'm telling you what, Janik's probably got to have this thing wide open at all times. Otherwise, the back wheel locks up on him.
Yeah, if he doesn't know it's there, I'm sure he's thinking, "What? Something's going on. I got to figure this out." But he's going to bring it down to the checkered flag. We think this is going to be for the championship, but Christian Janik takes the win in 250B, Moto number 3. We'll see if Adams is able to claw his way forward. For now, though, we wait to see Jordan Renfro crossing the line in 2nd, and then Aiden Kiefer potentially over the line there in 3rd. And it looks like, yeah, there's Renfro 2nd. I think that's Kiefer right behind him in 3rd crossing the line. And we'll see where everyone shakes out and see how far Drew Adams was able to get up to.
Waiting with bated breath, as we like to say, to see exactly how this championship's going to wrap up. We've seen it already today, sometimes having to wait over a minute before the next rider comes in, but that will be the rider that grabs the championship. So we'll see how far.
So we saw Adams. We just saw him go across the line right there. His head was down. I think he knows that that championship has been lost. Officially, he'll cross the line in 6th. It will not be enough. 226 versus a 611. Janik gets it done over his teammate to win the 250B championship here today at Loretta Lynn's.
And how about that? What a way to do it. What a way to win a championship. He goes down hard, gets the banner wrapped up in the back tire. When everything said he shouldn't have been able to do it, he brings it home and never gave up. So a huge congrats to your champ.
Man, I can't wait to see some pictures of Janik coming around with that stuck in his back wheel. What a cool moto, getting that 250B title.
That's what it's all about. There it is, your top 10. Christian Janik, Jordan Renfro, Aiden Kiefer, Casey Bernard, and Dylan Blecker round out your top 5. Drew Adams going to be in the 6th place spot with Colin Allen, Rodrigo Borges, AJ Greenwald, and Revin Gordon rounding out your top 10.
All right, so we'll get ready to send it down to the podium where Jason Wygant will be soon speaking with Christian Janik, our winner here in 250B.
Cleanup time has begun, but we got to get our champion on up here. Wow, you never know. I know we say it all the time, but you just never know how it's going to turn out in these third motos. And Drew Adams had his problems. A whole bunch of other riders had their problems. Even this man had his problems. But let's get Christian Janik on up, and we'll celebrate a gold medal and a #1 plate. It's not that bad on the mud side, but that was tough. A couple other riders are up there. Renfro was up there. Aiden Kiefer led for a while, and this guy had this. I mean, it looks like he has an entire farm's worth of corn husk in the rear wheel. Didn't matter. Got the moto win, and with it the title. Let's bring him on up for the very, very coveted 250B National Championship. Gold medal unlocks the #1 plate. We'll bring up the rider. We'll bring up the #1, and we'll hand it over. Ladies and gentlemen, the national champ of 250B is Christian Janik. I'll give you that, too. Dude, obviously crazy conditions. They did a ton of track maintenance, but it was still so bad. That straightaway before the commandments. Then you got this banner thing stuck in your wheel. I don't know if you knew that. It had to be nuts.
Yeah, I got off. Everyone's talking about no hose shot device. I had my hose shot device, hose shotted. Then I got off. I was in the lead, obviously, and then before the sand left-handed sweeper, before it's super muddy and deep, and we had no sight lap, so I didn't know, and slid, jumped into the tough blocks, crashed. I was in like 5th or 6th, but track is rough. I think the track work made it worse, but it's okay. It was slick. It was good. A couple of people went down, so I got a little lucky, but we came out the Moto win and championship, so I'm happy.
Unreal. All right, yeah, you're right. You did get that Stasic hole shot award. Hole shot devices do work when it's slippery. And Christian, with this big win, we'll see what's next for you, but I know you want to thank some people.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, geez, for keeping me safe. The whole Monster and Team Green Kawasaki Pro Circuit. I want to thank the whole Ethica crew, the whole Fox crew, Risk Race Guy, Pro Circuit, Dunlop Tires, my whole family that came out, my sister back at home, Hinson, Twin Air, Throttle Syndicate, and I forgot, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for him. Christian Janik. And we'll invite him back up in a bit for some champagne. I got to talk to 2nd and 3rd, so if our runner-up and 3rd place want to come on by. Crazy battle out there. It's here for Jordan Renfro taking the silver. I think everybody had a crash at one point. I think you tucked it in the sand. You still came back.
Yeah, I got off to a decent start. I was in, I think, maybe 6th or 7th. Worked my way up to the lead, and then tipped it over, I think, after the 10 Commandments. Got back up in 4th, came back to the lead, then tipped it over again. Christian and a couple other kids passed me. Then I passed them back, and Christian had a little gap on me, so he rode really good that moto, especially with something in his back tire, so props to him.
Yeah, still props to you. They're getting in the podium in the mud. How bad is the track right now?
Dude, the track is gnarly. Oh my God, I don't think I've ever rode a track that bad with ruts that'll just grab you and want to throw you on the ground, but yeah, we made it work.
Yep. Who do you want to thank, Jordan?
Well, first off, I'd like to thank myself for coming back from ACL and MCL a year and a half ago and really pushing myself these past couple months with Josh from GPF. And GPF's back, so y'all watch out for that. And I'd like to thank Monster for supporting me through my downs and ups. And Canvas, On Track, FMF, Jewel, everybody from over there. They've been treating me really good. Scott, Drew, my mechanic, he's been on my butt the past couple months about getting off the clutch and off the brake, so we've really been pressuring that, and it's been paying off. And On Track, Don, Twisted for hooking me up. I'm on a stock bike with a mapping and a exhaust, but we're making it work. Thanks to everybody I forgot, though.
Let's hear it for him. Jordan Renfro, runner-up in this 250B Moto. And this is an awesome one as well to hand over the bronze, even lead. You got one more? Oh, yeah, there you go. And let's bring one more on up. Even led some laps. Also, proving you could do it in the mud. Not bad for a high des kid. Let's hear it for Aiden Kiefer. Dude, you were winning at one point. Where did these mud skills come from?
All that rain on the high des, you know, we go out to the des, and it's honestly way worse than this. This was like nothing. This was dry compared to the high desert.
Yeah, I would imagine. I know you get so much out there. When it does rain, though, you're getting on the motorcycle, right?
Absolutely. Most definitely.
Did you even know what was going on? I mean, everybody had crashes at some point. Did you even have an idea where you were or whatever?
I mean, I think, honestly, I came off the gate pretty good, and then I came around the first turn and I got blasted. I'm like, well, this is going to be a rough moto. So then I pulled a couple tear-offs, and then before 10 Commandments, everyone bunched up on the inside. I went outside, and from there on, I knew I was kind of towards the front, and I think I saw like 8 more kids fall, and then Christian fell. I thought he was dead because he hit the flagger tower, and I was like, wow. So then I passed Dylan for first, and then I'm like, holy crap, I'm leading laps at Loretta Lynn's. This is awesome. And then I fell. I'm like, uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. And then Christian went by me, and then Hunter went by me. And then I was like, all right, you just got to keep it on 2 wheels from here. You're in a podium spot. So from there on that, I kind of rode smart. Had a couple more close calls, but then just rode her through.
On a podium at Loretta's. How's that?
I podiumed in C-Class in 2020, and this is way more rewarding, I feel like. This is way more rewarding.
Might be the toughest class we have out here. Who do you want to thank, Aiden?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad. They do so much for me. My grandma, my grandpa, girlfriend back at home for watching and putting up with me. The whole Kawasaki team. Ryan Holiday for giving me a little bit of support this year. I really appreciate it. Monster Mike and all the guys over there at Monster, Pro Circuit, Renthal, Dunlop Tires, Rob for hooking it up with the paddle tire this week. That helped a lot. Alpine Stars, FXR, Milt, Carson, my mechanic Eddie back at home for continuing to push me, and I'd also like to thank Budman for helping me a little bit in the beginning of the year. He helped a lot. My trainer Alex and John over at Troll Training, I've come a long way with them. So and my mom and dad love me. There you go, guys.
There it is. All right, Aiden Kiefer, third place, 250B. That was a wild one. Congrats out to Christian Janik and Team Green for getting the win there, and they're going to work, I think, trying to salvage this track some more. And as I said, the heat and humidity, it's back. Hey, Christian, you still got to shake some champagne. So the Podium Zeros, take some photos, and I'll hand you a bottle and live it up for the next 20 minutes. That's it from down here, boys. And my favorite, how do I do this? I love it. So we're going to peel the foil off. Just peel the foil off first. It'll help you. Even peel from the top. We're going to do it online here. We're going to let everybody see it. Oh, no, these are one of these. You might have to use a bottle opener. All right, we're going to do some maintenance down here, just like on the track. You guys take it away up top.
Thanks a lot, Jackson. Don't get it twisted, son. Everybody's hearing that real time back home. It's the worst sound. The crackling of the microphone. Which way is the microphone? Here we go. Hey, Mikey, which way's the microphone? Come on in here, Jackson. 125 Junior 12 to 17. 1-2 moto scores for Tiger Wood. Landon Hartz has 12-5 moto scores. 2-1 moto scores for Clark Robbins. We are all tied up with Clark and Tiger Wood. 2-1, 1-2 scores, so this is a winner-take-all affair. Jonathan Yelton, or Thor Powell, excuse me, with 11-6 scores. Kate Johnson, 3-10 scores. 9-3 scores for Chris Merriman. 13-7 scores for Wyatt Bass, and 17-4 scores for Nathan Abbott. 4-13 scores for Austin Schaefer. So, man, a lot of parity in this, up and down. So, hopefully you guys keep it on two wheels as we get ready to go racing with the 125 Junior 12 to 17 class.
Doing some track maintenance out there.
They got me worried which one.
Yeah, now Kevin Kelly's worried. Now he's checking his headset. You were smart enough to take it off or turn it off. And
turned it off. Turned it off. Might have broke it.
I think you're on the outside now. Well, while he sorts that out, a little technical difficulties up here. 125 Junior 12 to 17 BC coming up next. Riders locked and loaded down on the gate.
And Mikey, just a reminder to everybody out there, the award ceremony will now start at 3 p.m. We'll start with the first of our running order. So once again, guys, award ceremony at 3 p.m. Up now, though, is that 125 Junior BC 12 to 17-year-old class. Following them, we are going to have the Junior 25 Plus, the 250C, and the WMX.
Got our riders down on the gate. They're locked and loaded. They're chomping at the bit. They want to get out there. They want to get in this mess. Maybe.
Some for sure.
Some for sure, yeah. It's been a wild race day. It's been a wild race week.
This mic's going in and out. Check. There we go. Now we're back.
You're hot.
Yeah.
Tiger Wood and Clark
absolutely.
Robin both looking very strong.
Hey, we're going to say hello to Bill Savino. He's been awesome to hang out with in the tower. Just a joy, but you also have some duties for American Honda as well, don't you?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun being here this week in a complete different capacity than I've been in the past, and to be able to watch the guys, Joe and Mark Samuel and SLR and Phoenix guys, they've done such a great job this week taking care of all the Honda guys, and just wanted to give them a shout out for doing what they do. We really appreciate it. I don't get a chance to see those guys as much as I'd like to anymore, but just wanted to say thanks for everything they've done for all the Honda people here this week.
Yeah, thanks to Honda for being a big part of our race, and Bill for being a big part of this tower.
Yeah, the Phoenix guys, man, he did a fantastic job with this place. I remember being back here with you all, man, 10, 15 years ago in that little building, and we had to fight for people to get in there and get out of there before we come in and do an interview with you.
Yeah, now we got 3 stories, got an elevator in here.
I haven't found the elevator yet.
Yeah, you got to have the card or whatever.
You need special access?
Yep. All the way to the top, man, baby. We're going all the way to the top. These dudes have a great view up top as well.
I'm going to work on that. I'm going to make sure I can get in there next year.
Something to aspire to. Those tubes that you see on the bottom here, those are the elevator tubes. Right up to the top. Like a bank depot. Just shoot that money out.
By the way, you guys have done a fantastic job this week sitting up here in the air condition.
I know. That's the only reason I even try to announce every year is just so I don't have to be in that oppressive heat.
It's a little rough. I mean, look at these riders doing what they're doing. They've had, I guess they've been tested in every element that Loretta Lynn's could throw at them this year.
Yep. They've had every version of mud. Good Lord, there's had 9 different versions of mud.
I remember many years of getting rain early in the week, but I don't ever remember getting it like Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, not all the way through, and just like you just had to make the decision. We're going to plow through this now.
Yeah. I'm sure y'all are excited to see the different kind of terrain out here, see what these riders can do, you know, as far as prospects go.
It's I know Joe and the boys and SLR Racing and Phoenix guys, they're looking at everyone, and we talked about that early in the week about, you know, what you're doing on the track and how you look here. And off the track, watching your family and how you present yourself to all the people out in the pits, and even driving your little golf cart around.
Yeah, I know you guys pay attention to that.
You have to. It's not only the riding, but it's how you present yourself and the people you surround yourself with.
Yep, and it's all about relationships. So if it's like your first time at the ranch, I always say, man, just go meet as many people as you can and establish those relationships. And if the results are there, that you'll be set.
It's funny you say that. You know, relationships. Going back to like 2002, 2004, when I was here as the amateur manager running our amateur team. It's almost a little bit of a reunion with you all and Wes and Weege and all the teams. It was great seeing Wes Kane and Rusty Reynolds from Triangle. We worked with him with Brock Tickle.
Old school, yeah, serious racewear. Brock Tickle.
Super fun time. And again, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone, and I appreciate the opportunity to say thanks to all my guys and thanks to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Bill. You're always a pleasure to have up in the tower.
Great guys from the top to the bottom over at Honda.
I'm just turning stuff off now. Did I turn you off again?
Yep.
Good Lord. I'm going to use this mic instead. This one's a little more cooperative. I'm not sure about that one anymore. Yep, Bill Savino, one of the good guys. Now he calls Georgia home. What were you, Georgia by way of Minnesota, by way of California, and now Georgia?
Yeah, actually, it's funny you said that. I went from Minnesota, working at a dealership. Then I went to Kentucky, Tennessee as a rep with Honda in 1994. Yep, and I took care of Kentucky and Tennessee. Lived in Lexington. No, that's a new city. It's right outside of Waverly. But then I got pushed out to California, and now our Power Sports office is back in Alpharetta, Georgia, and I'm absolutely loving it. I'm not far from you.
That's right. Yeah, you are. You're right down the road from me. You're on the Lake Lanier. It's just a lovely spot. I saw some of the photos of your place, and geez, man, you're living right.
Well, when you leave California, you either leave and keep your house because you want to come back, but we sold our house and we're never going back, and going to have an absolute, I think, a retirement party soon someday, and I'm just going to sit back and enjoy Georgia.
Yep. So your dad's talking about retiring. What do you think about that?
I think he's going to like it for a month, and then he's going to be bored.
She's on to something right there. Bill, how old are you?
I am 29, 54. This will be my 30th year at American Honda, and like I said, I'm getting close to that end of my road. I'm on the downhill slide now.
Dude, you got a baby face, though, man. 54 years old. What about Ben Cheatwood? How old is that guy?
Man, Ben, he retired, 40 years at Honda, and I think he's 71 or 72, but great guy.
I love Ben. I get to see him once a year at Daytona Supercross, and the trivia that man digs up, he goes, well, what was the gear ratio of Jeremy McGrath's championship-winning CR250? And he'll know it. That dude will know it.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, Ben had a nickname at Honda in his 40 years there for a while when we came out with the NSX. Ben came up with the idea of giving all of our riders NSXs, and Miguel DeHamo got one. I think Nikki Hayden got one, blah, blah, blah. Well, we gave out a bunch of NSXs, and Ben was the guy that did it. So we no longer called Ben Cheatwood. We called him Ben SX.
Ben SX, I did not know that. Did he have one at 1.2? Did he give himself one? I think we should give anyone that's been here 40 years or more an SX as well.
I think he borrowed one for a while, but the funniest thing was Ben Cheatwood had a business card at one time, and it didn't even say Ben Cheatwood on it. It just said Ben. And, I mean, it was Honda and Ben, and it was kind of like, oh, you are Honda.
He is, and he's called like legit 80s supercrosses, and like he's been a part of the sport for so long and called some important races.
Totally, and it was cool hanging out with him. I know him and his daughter. His daughter does a lot of photography now. I think she's living in Colorado, and he was a good dude.
Yep, absolutely. Man, how about it, getting to hang out with your dad? That's got to be a fun. Is it fun? Let me ask, is it fun actually?
No, not at all. No, I'm kidding.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's really fun to get to experience Loretta's with him. I know he hasn't been back in like 10 years, and I never really got to come with him when he was over all the amateur stuff for Honda, so it's fun to be back, and we're both kind of experiencing it together for a first time because a lot of stuff's changed. But
great answer.
Yeah, it's been fun, and it's great to see Kira doing what she loves to do. I don't know if announcing's in her long-term career, but I know she wants to be around the sport. She can write, she does PR, so I'm hoping that MX Sports has her back next year, and maybe the whole family will be here with the camper, and we'll be hanging out with you all again.
Yeah, and Kira, you're going to the University of Alabama, just a short drive from your home for, you can tell everybody home, it's two different things, right?
yeah, so I'm at the University of Alabama. I'm starting my second year. I actually moved back in tomorrow. I'm a news media major, but I have like a focus in sports media, and then I'm minoring in digital consumer engagement, so like marketing.
Well, you've done fantastic. You've been up here and just been on it, very diligent, stayed the course. Everything that was asked of you, you've been awesome at it. Now, if you can write as good as you do this, then you're going to be set. And I think if you want to find a place here, you can find it.
You know, believe it or not, she won't say this, but she can write better than she can talk. Maybe that didn't sound so good, but I'm serious. The girl can put a computer in front of her, and she can knock out a 3-page essay in like 15 minutes, and it sounds just like you would speak. And I'm really proud of not only what she's doing at school, but I'm really proud of her coming here and doing this a little bit on her own. It was fun to come and watch her.
Yeah, getting out of it, like in your uncomfortable zone, right? Like this is probably a little bit challenging.
Definitely, especially not being a racer. It's a little bit harder to do like play-by-play on the races and stuff. Like I know enough about the sport to talk about it, but like when I'm talking with like Taylor and Jordan and people like that, you know, they have a whole different perspective on watching the races. So it's really interesting to get to learn from everyone too.
You know, to your point, to Dad's point, we can say it now. You and I and Megawatt, we talked about this. You could have very easily come in here and you could have name dropped. Let's be honest, and you didn't do that once. And a matter of fact, the only time you said what your last name was, and it was when I said, hey, give us a background. You have a rich family history in the industry. Outside of that, it was your show.
Yeah, she goes, yeah, my dad wanted me to tell you hello. I was like, who's your dad? She goes, Bill Sabino. I'm like, oh, come on.
Come on.
Whatever. But she did it right, man. Just humble and got to work. One of our apprentices, I hope this is a good story. She's going to win like the first Pulitzer Prize winner apprentice out of.
Well, you're our only hope because none of us are going to win that. None of us.
And our other, where's that other little knucklehead? I think his head's pounding right now. Yeah, rough night, but yeah, Kira's on the. She's on the up and up, man. I like where you're going here. Kira, one of our apprentices. Great, cool program that we have here. She's been in the tower with us. Bill's had the VIP treatment as well. He deserves it. Honda, big sponsor. You guys have been around for a long time in terms of the amateur scene as well, man. Many, many years. Yeah, you know, I'm embarrassed to say sometimes I think we backed out of it a little too far. And when management changes, we have to continue to push. And I keep pushing, and Joe keeps pushing, and Brandon Wilson keeps pushing, and Lars keeps pushing, and we know what we need to do. But we all have budgets, and we do the best we can. I applaud Kawasaki and Yamaha and KTM and all the other manufacturers, Suzuki. I saw Donnie, I saw Ryan. It's just good to see all these guys out here continuing to support the sport. It's not just about Honda, it's about the big pie and all of us growing that pie, because the pie grows, we all get a little better, everything gets a little bit better for all of us. So again, it's been fun being part of it. Yeah, and I ask people when they come here, like, even if you haven't been here in 5 years, the place looks different. So I'm sure you're blown away at what it looks like now, what amateur motocross looks like.
Yeah, I would say probably the biggest change is the size of the rigs. You know, when I was here, we were a lot of box vans and a lot of trailers and a lot of pickup trucks and vans. Now you come in, you see a lot of RVs, Class A's, you see the big Super C's, the trailers. Matter of fact, I went back and saw a good old friend of mine, Kyle Lewis, 23. He's got his whole semi back there supporting people. So it was really cool to see that. And again, the sport keeps growing.
Yeah, I even asked Kevin Wyndham, I said, so we were talking about RVs. I said, did you guys have an RV? He goes, nope. He goes, we'd spend all those years on the road. We had a box van with 3 beds that would fold out with all the bikes and the oils and all that stuff. And he goes, if you saw my dad in the morning walking with a bucket, just clear out, because that was his bathroom bucket, and he wasn't going to, he was dumping that. That's how they did it a little bit. That was pretty primitive back then.
That's how we did it in the old days.
I mean, it's like, what do they call those, a chamber pot?
A chamber pot, that's it.
So yeah, times have changed, but it's still the same love of the sport. Goofy good times. Sorry you were subjected to a lot of the nonsense that goes on when these mic switches goes off. It's pretty wacky up here.
We warned her. We're like, listen, you know, the comment section, they can be hard on announcers on social media.
Don't look at it.
Don't even sweat that, because whatever they say, I guarantee you, we're taking harder jabs at one another.
Oh, yeah, I mispronounced names, and I put an S on the end of wood so many times.
My name was the one being mispronounced.
Kira, right?
Yeah, I may have been the culprit of that.
I got it now, but
Kira.
Shakira?
I was struggling.
Shakira.
Indiana education.
Who's the guy you called when you first moto? Cap?
Oh.
Little Cap.
That's what.
Yep. Oh, boys, we are about to take off here. All right, so it's a 125 Junior, 12-17 on the gate, and the bikes are running, and the gate is about to drop.
Yeah, you see the posture. They slide up on the front of the bike.
See the smoke rolling off the 125s and the mud flying. Here we go.
From the inside, the Yamaha. That's a bold strategy there. If you can get to the first turn first, the guys at Yamaha with a bird's eye view there. It's the number 17, Cade Johnson, perhaps. Yeah, Cade Johnson, best start that I have seen him have, man. He wants to save his best for last. Cade Johnson with a 10 and a 3. I mean, anything can happen. We've seen some crazy finishes wind up with an overall. The number 19 in the number 2 spot, that would be Christian Merman. Standard. So Cade Johnson out front, Christian Merman in the house as well. Top 2 finishes, or top 2 running order. Address the racetrack yet again. So the whole shot is credited to Cade Johnson from Hideaway, Texas, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. Hide away, run away. There is Cade Johnson. He now has a Husqvarna in tow.
Cade Johnson, I got to give him a shout out for the social media game. That dude is on it.
Yeah, he's super smart.
He's got the whole marketing staff working with him.
Very, very bright kid when you do talk to him. Family's very, very nice, very humble kid.
Ringing out that 125.
Ringing it out. This is what we expect to see out of Cade Johnson. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there. That was our second place rider. Cade is trying to run away from that. Slowly turning this racetrack around.
Here they come, buzzing past the announcer's tower. And good battle right there.
The 51 and the 68 going at it there for that second place.
Naki Abaruzia. I get it right?
Yeah,
close.
So. And we had a pass there by the number 68. He is now your second. So that's going to be Cade Johnson out front there on the number 17 Yamaha.
Gavin Batson on the 68. Inaki Abruzua, pardon me, in third. Nathan Abbott fourth. Landon Hart's fifth. Clark Robbins, one of our early moto winners. In fact, he and Tiger Wood were tied, and Tiger Wood nor him up towards the front of the field. There's Tiger Wood coming through in 18th, so we better start chopping some wood. Cade Johnson goes through and into the 10 Commandments, so we are kind of paying attention to the progress of Tiger Wood and Clark Robbins. Robbins up to the number 6 spot. So Clark Robbins, even with the 6th place running, is good enough for a championship. So he's got a 2, a 1, and now a 6 and we assume he might progress a little higher in the field.
Man, watching the pack come through the 10 Commandments, it's throw out everything you know, boy. Just go out there and survive.
Yeah, it's a balance for sure. Trying to find some form of hard ground to hook up with.
So taking a look here at our first and second moto, Albuza had a DNF in his first moto and a 21st in his second, so he is coming out here firing here in moto number 3.
If it were to end now, Clark Robbins would take your overall. Kate Johnson would be in the number 2 spot, and Tiger Wood on that number 43 gas ride would be your 3rd place ride.
So bad starts had besieged the number 17 of Kate Johnson, and he should have a nice little Instagram post for you.
There you go.
With this moto win.
He'll be dialed. He'll be dialed. Tiger Wood with a 1-2 coming into it, and where's he at?
He is in 18th last lap around, so he has got a ton of work to do.
He can do it.
A big battle coming into the finish line turn right about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, one of the front runners goes down there. Not our leader, but that was from 3rd or 4th place, I believe. So Carter Malcolm now jumps up to the number 2 spot. Nathan Abbott, Owen Koval, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Gavin Batson actually, I saw off camera, he went down.
Is that who went down?
That is who went down. So there he is. He finally checks in the number 9 spot, but he dropped significantly.
Look who's falling down the charts, too.
Inaki
Aberzua.
Oh, still has not checked in.
Nope, still falling down. Tiger Wood picks up 1 spot on that lap. So things just not going the way Tiger Wood had hoped they would. 2-1, 1-2 score. Didn't even mean to do that.
See what you did there.
I know.
Normally the line is who would, Carson would, right?
What's that?
I said normally the line is who would, Carson would.
He would. He's chopping
right now. Thinking about it this morning, you know, you like a longer moto, you got a little more time. If you mess up, you can fix it. You can fix that mistake. But, man, with the shorter motos, it all comes at you better have a good start, and you better be in the fight early, and you really can't afford to make a single mistake.
No, and this racetrack will for sure bring out mistakes. Kate Johnson, though, looks like he's just handling it just fine as he goes into the left-hander around that big beach sweep. These kids starting to launch some of these bigger jumps. I wonder if he'll jump this big boy here. Probably not a good idea. I bet it's cupped out of the face of it as he works his way right towards us here in the announcer's tower.
Look at that clean front number plate. Mercy sakes.
Hey, man, that'll make that drive home so much better. Going home with a moto win. You know, mom and dad, I think his grandparents travel with him. Super cool people. And they are just the biggest fans, as they should be, obviously. There's the number 95, Carter Malcolm. Great ride for him. Number 45 with a handoff, like doing something, trying to get some mud off. There's Justin Turner, one of our Fast House athletes there. Fonzie, that's your guy. Locked him up, I guess, he's from Texas, little Texas guy.
Christian Merman behind him in the 8 spot. Gavin Batson, last we saw, at least in the number 9 spot. See if he's on the move. Cohen Jackman rounding out that top 10. 3 laps completed now. Still Johnson, Carter Malcolm, Nathan Abbott. There's Owen Koval, Ryder Thompson. Things seem to be settling in place right now, Kevin Kelly.
Yeah, it looks like a 204 is the fast way around the racetrack. 204 for Cade Johnson and Carter Malcolm. Keeping up with the progress of Cody Harrington. He's up to the number 12 spot. And that is lap number 3.
Gregory Jordan and Thorpe Powell, Wyatt Bass check in there, 13th, 14th, 15th. We're following Carter Malcolm on Racer TV. There's some good battles out there late in this one. Right now, after 3, again, it'd be Clark Robinson, Cade Johnson, and Christian Merman would be 3rd. So Merman right now, he's sitting in 8th. So he must be a little further back than what he had those first couple of motos.
Let's look at our championship. Clark Robbins in control with a 2, 1, and a 10. So Clark, man, he's dancing with the devil here.
Oh, for sure.
10, so that is 13 points. And then Cade Johnson can't do much. He needs some help. Cade has a 10 and a 3 and a 1. So they both have 10s. They both have a 1, and the difference is a 3rd and a 2nd. That's unbelievable. They're 1 point apart.
That's nuts.
And if you would have told Cade that, he would have been like, "What are you serious?
Are you crazy?
Are you serious, Clark?
Are you serious, Clark?"
Yeah, Clark Robbins is very serious. So Gregory Jordan moving up to 13th, along with his Fast House teammate Wyatt Bass. I call you a delicious bass. Wyatt Bass out of, I believe, Tennessee. Gregory Jordan out of Georgia.
It's crazy. I was thinking of looking through our announcer sheets, our results this morning, and I've never seen so many different riders who, hey, I had a top 5 in Moto 1. I had like a 37th in Moto 2. And the flip of that, too, where Moto 1, it was like a guy had 25th. Oh, I got a 5th place. And I think, like, as crazy as today is, and as much as you may not want to go out there,
anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Like Cade Johnson's got a 10th. There's no chance he thought that when he got that, he's like, well, that was a good run. This year's over.
But here we are.
Now he is 1 point behind, I believe, Clark Robbins. Well, Clark has now got a 7th, so
yeah, he just moved up. Yep.
So he picked up a few spots, which helps this championship. So, and if you were to tell Clark right now, hey, bud, you can stay right there. You're going to be the champion. But they probably not doing that math. But they have that information over there at the mechanics area.
That's also true. Austin Schaefer, mistake out there. I did not see him go down, but maybe it was off the machine. Falls back to the 11th spot. Opens up the window for several riders getting around him.
So the overall, again, it looks like Clark Robbins, Cade Johnson, and Christian Merman as they run. If you were to freeze the field, Merman with a 3, 6, and a 9. And I believe the Goose did drink some wine as well.
Why not? 2-lap card out, by the way, I believe. Yes, 2-lap card out.
Wrapping it up. Put a bow on it. So Cade Johnson doing exactly everything he can do to win this moto and going after a championship, but going to need some help as Clark Robbins. And what happened to our buddy Tiger Wood?
Oh, yeah, back in 21st place.
Oh. And I wonder if that was who I just saw getting pulled off. There was a gas machine being towed off the side of the track.
Could be. We won't know until the end once he starts falling down the score here.
All right, leader. White flag. Cade Johnson checking in now.
Sans goggles for that rider. No number plate on this motorcycle here. That would be the 61. Trying to save some weight.
Ooh, Owen Koval with the pass on Nathan Abbott. So Koval will move into the 3 spot with the white flag out. That puts Owen up into the number 4 position as far as the overall is concerned.
Owen Koval has a 7, 11, and a 3.
Yep, just looked at that, man. It's nuts. 7, 11, and 3, and it's right there for a 4th OA. Austin Schaefer back on the move. Good for him.
Carter Malcolm just went down. Our 2nd place rider in the 10 Commandments. He just got that bike up and running. So the number 95 having some bad luck. There is our leader, though. Cade Johnson out of Hideaway, Texas. Got the whole shot. He's like, that's what I wish I'd have done all week, man. He had to fight through traffic.
Hey, outside of the mud, from some lappers he's getting around, that bike is clean. This has pretty well been a flawless race for Cade Johnson. What do we say? Have a good start, minimize mistakes, and survive. He's done that so far.
And Mikey, I'm quite surprised at how well we have been able to tame this track.
Yeah, dude, it's something else. You look at just the last 3 days, and we mentioned it earlier, you know, there's been years past, hey, we had to cancel an afternoon or we had a day of rain, but 3 days in a row like this is just...
That's taxing on the equipment, the operators, the families, everybody getting around.
But we were saying this morning, like, you know, this is one of those 10 years from now, 20 years from now, you're going to talk about, remember 2023? I was so angry, but my God, I won a championship. It was the greatest year ever. If it rained every year, I'd be happy.
That's a very happy young man right there. Cade Johnson nails down the 3rd and final moto in this 125 junior, 12-17. And that'll be good enough for a 2nd place finish. And we'll watch Clark Robbins to see if he comes through And that really is where the championship lies. Clark Robbins and this moto finish. Ryder Thompson comes through for his sixth lap, as does Carter Malcolm, and Clark Robbins will come through in the number 6 spot on the 6th lap. Good enough for a championship. Clark Robbins is your national champion in this 125 junior 12 to 17 class. Heck of a ride. We should have Cade Johnson in the number 2 spot overall, and then Christian Merman on the number 19. Again, tough break for the number 95 as he goes down on that last lap. Carter Malcolm. These little guys are racing all the way to the finish line. There's Thor Powell charging through. As we get ready to celebrate the happiest place at the racetrack, the podium with Cade Johnson, Owen Koval, Nathan Abbott. That's your top 3 for the moto. But the championship is Clark Robbins. Cade Johnson finishes 2nd in the championship, and Christian Merman. That'll do it for the tower. We're going to get ready to send it down to Jason Wygant.
All right, he said, cool, I got the whole shot. Didn't even realize. Yamaha man pulls through to win the moto, the gold. Let's hear it for Cade Johnson. He got it right. Good job. It was a tight off the start. You weren't sure you got the whole holy there?
Yeah, I shot out like a bottled rocket, and I kind of was a little bit hesitant in the first turn. The track is super, super slick because they scraped all the mud off, so it's just rock solid bottom, and it's wet, so it's really, really slick. And in those conditions, you have to get a start, and that's exactly what I did. Honestly, the entire moto, I was just kind of cruising 70%, and I ended up winning. The other motos, I was going 100%, and I got like 3rd. So I'm super happy for this win. Can't thank the whole National Chef Association team enough. And thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank National Sheriff Association, Ed Torrance, Donnie Luce, Danny Lewis, Blue Crew, Rock River, Parts Limited, Bell Helmets. Oh, my trainer's BJ Burns. Huge shout out to him. I won this for his little boy Ashton. He deserves it. And then MTF let me come out, Brian, Colleen, Swanamex, my mechanics, Caleb, Robert, my dad, Ed, Jake, everyone that's helped me, Monster Energy, Dunlop tires for shooting out great. I think I'm running a MX-14. It's hard bottom right now, but it worked out just fine. And Dunlop tires, Bell Helmets, Parts Limited, Moose Racing, Alpine Stars, EVS, JYTR, Yamalu, everyone that's just helped me get to this point, FMF, and everyone else, thank you so much.
There it is, our moto winner, Cade Johnson. Awesome, Cade. We got to move the 17 off. We'll move the championship bike up. I'll look for our 2nd place finisher, Owen Koval. We'll talk to him. We'll talk to 3rd. We'll crown our champion. So Owen Koval, if you want to come up and take the silver. Nathan Abbott, if you want to come up and take the bronze. Owen? Good? All right, here we go. Owen Koval, 2nd place. I'm going to come out front here. I'm going to kick this stand back so they can wheel the number 9 up. They keep doing track maintenance. Is it any good still?
Not really. It's just getting worse and worse. It's really slick, hard groove. Yeah, not too much better at all.
Yeah. How'd that moto go for you, Owen?
I was good. I started probably 15th and then made a few mistakes and just kept charging until the end.
Cool. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my mechanic Justin, MTF, Colleen, Lil B, Jacob, HBI, Racing, Factory Connection, Dunlop, MX Tire, O'Neill, 100%, 6D, Gardner Racing, and I'm drawing a blank, sorry. Everyone else, thank you.
All right, Owen Koval, 2nd place. If you want to bring the number 4 bike on up, I will find Nathan Abbott and talk to him real quick, and then we will clear the decks for our champion, Nathan Abbott, if you want to come on up. And there is the Hunter Racing team bringing the bike up. Chris has raced a bunch himself this week, so the push up to the podium is a little bit tough. He is sore. I mean, you've logged some motos of your own. All right, let's talk to our 3rd place finisher, Nathan Abbott. Well, you did it. You persevered to the mud. You got a podium. It had to be tough.
Yeah, no, it was pretty tough. It was really slick out there. The first lap I almost fell about 5 times, but my main goal was just to get a good start and not fall, and I managed to do that, and yeah, got third.
Who do you want to thank, Nathan?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad. Before I came here, I trained with Robbie Raynard, which helped me a lot, and also Buddy Antonez for training me when I'm back in Cali. I'd like to thank Fox, Monster Army 100%, Maxim Oils, Throttle Syndicate, FMF, Clover Hill Suspension, and my mechanic, and everyone else. Thanks.
All right, there it is, Nathan Abbott, your bronze medalist. Got to hook up the mechanic. All right, let's bring up our national champ and the #1 plate with it. And this is a really exciting one. This is a privateer level team that got the job done in the 125 class. They tell me they got to actually bring this bike back to race another moto later today. Let's bring up our new national champ and Mike Burkeen from the AMA to give him the #1 plate. Let's hear it for Clark Robbins. Excellent job. Burkeen's happy because he represented Team USA over in Romania, right? Yep. And dude, mud races, you don't want to be back in the back like that, but you were in the back.
Yeah, I got off to a decent start, but I was trying to come through the pack, and then Hearts fell in front of Thor, and then I hit Thor when Thor fell, and I just went over the bars, so I got back up as quick as I could.
Were you worried at that point?
Yeah, I was. I was just trying to get as many kids in front of me as I could.
And you did it. What about the mud riding skills, man? Where's that come from?
I don't know. I usually just ride it. I like sand pits. There's usually muddy woods. I ride in. I enjoy it.
All right, cool. What's this mean for a guy like you to make this kind of breakthrough, your team and all that? And you got another one you could get later, too.
Yeah, it means a lot to me and the whole team. Like, I worked my butt off all summer and all last year. I got fourth and ninth last year, so I was hoping I was coming and winning this year.
You did it. All right, who do you want to thank, man?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, especially my mom for bringing me all the races this year, and Hunter Racing, Fly, SKDA Pro Taper, Exhale, and everyone else, Moto Sandbox, and everyone else. Thank you.
There it is, your national champion, 125. Hold it up, Clark Robbins. Oh yeah, plenty of photos there, and I'm going to give him champagne as well. And if your team wants to take the podium and do some photos, that's fine. This is yours, and the way that's going to work, you got to peel it off, and I'll give you a bottle opener. Let me hold on here. Let the adults handle it. That's a bottle opener, if that helps you. And we'll let Clark Robbins celebrate, and I'll send it back to the tower. It's getting sunnier. I don't know if the track's getting better, but the weather is getting nicer, that's for sure. Gee, that's a heck of a leap off the podium. Well done there, Jordan. Air Robbins, airing it out off the podium.
Well, the sun is definitely out, Jason, and the tractors are back on the track again, doing a little bit of work and clearing off some of that top slop. Really kind of the key area seemed to be that first few corners into the commandments. They're really trying to clean that area up. That's where we saw a lot of that freestanding water earlier today. And also the area going towards Storyland out of the switchbacks are getting cleaned up as well. So definitely a few areas that they're trying to work on here before we get going again. Junior 25 Plus coming up next, which will feature Heath Harrison, Ben LeMay, you got Kyle Gills, you got Lance Vincent, Kyle Swanson, Cody Williams, Ben Nelko, Luke Vonlinger, Jacob Hayes is in this race. Jacob Hayes is, we got our apprentice Kira back, and she was excited to jump on the mic because friend of Jacob Hayes, right?
Yeah, he works with Lucas Myrtle at all the pro races, so he's around the Honda track all the time, so I've gotten to know him pretty well.
Yeah, exciting to see how he's done so far this week. A couple second place finishes in this Junior 25 Plus class. Got to try to take Heath Harrison down, though. Heath has been really good.
It's going to be a tough one to do, though.
No question about it. Heath Harrison, we know he gets those good starts, Zach. He always finds a way to get up front quickly. And if you're Jacob Hayes, you got to figure out how to start in front of him, I guess, in this moto.
Yeah, absolutely. Harrison, known for getting the good starts, and this year we've actually seen him be able to have to make some passes. He shows, hey, I can win when I don't get the whole shot as well. But no, exciting stuff. Able to get the Honda inside the top 10, as does in that last race. The number 16, David Lameth Jr. breaks into the top 10. He's coming
coming out, feeling confident in this third moto. I look for big things out of the number 16 as well.
Yeah, we got results kind of mixed up the same way as we've seen in a lot of classes this week. Kyle Swanson finished up third in the first moto, but then followed it up with a 15th. You also got Lance Vincent, who was 10th in the first moto, followed that up with a 4th. So kind of a mixed bag of results so far. Ben LeMay going 4.7, Luke Vonlinger on a 5.5. So really, aside from Harrison and Hayes, Kira, it seems like we got great battles going on for third place.
Definitely, it'll be interesting to see how the results are just because of how much the track has changed since yesterday. I think with all the motos, we've kind of seen a mix-up of who's been in our top 10 because of how different the track was at the beginning of the week to where it was yesterday to where it is now. So it'll be definitely interesting to see the different battles we have going on and to see if Heath and Jacob can keep it up there and who either stays in the top 10 or gets back up in the top 10.
And it's interesting, if you look on screen right now, as you see on racertv.com, a couple of open the gates down the entire line. So that rider that, hey, man, I didn't have a good second moto. I got 26th gate pick. Wow, maybe 5, 6 plus riders in front of you maybe weren't there for the moto. So now your gate choices improved. You may find yourself in that right spot. Looks like it was the outsides earlier that were working great for grabbing hole shots, but it's kind of moved back towards the inside. And I noticed a lot of those top dogs we talked about, Hayes, Harrison, Lameth, all of them starting to move to the inside of the doghouse as the track dries out.
Yeah, what's interesting to see as well is we don't have, a full gate out here that, we're seeing a lot of gaps between where the riders are lining up, which again, we went back to it a little bit earlier today talking about just a little bit of wiggle room on either side of you, right, Kira? Getting off the gate, you don't want to be bumping elbows right away. You maybe want to get free of everybody. And if you don't have anybody on either side of you, you have a little bit more room.
Definitely, and we've seen the open gates throughout quite a few motos today. It's just if you didn't finish well in your second moto, why line up and ruin a bike?
Yeah, I guess some people decide, it's not worth the sacrifice of whether it's the machine, whether it's the risk with the motorcycle, but ultimately not deciding to line up. And so, yeah, take that as you will. And the riders that are sitting on the gate, they look at it as a benefit. Now they're able to look at the rut not only behind the gate, but the rut that comes after the line as well. And so we'll see how it pays out, as it looks like they're firing things up. And we're about ready to drop the gate on this last junior 25-plus race. Who's it going to be? Hayes, Harrison? It's anybody's guess right now.
Or it could be somebody else that we haven't seen yet this week also shining through in the mud. It's going to be a fun one to watch, no question about it. Getting one last look as our officials walk through the starting gate and make sure everyone is A-OK and ready to go. The mechanics will peel off the back, and we'll see that 2 card go up here in just a moment. We'll fire off into turn number 1.
The track's definitely starting to dry out a little bit too, so it'll be interesting to see how it develops after this race.
And think about what these guys have been watching. They had to go back, they had to get ready for this race. So the last time they probably saw it, it was downpouring, it was muck, it was slush. Now, just like you said, Kira, starting to thicken up. It's going to be harder to just push through those squiggly lines. But here we go, the card's sideways and the gate is down. We're racing in the final plus 25.
Firing off into turn number 1. I see a Honda up the inside. That looks to be Heath Harrison, who got to the corner first on the 42 as he leads him through, picks up the stay-safe hole shot. He has got the 21, I think that is, or the 71 perhaps right behind him.
Nelco, maybe.
71 of Nelco, yes, absolutely, in second place early on. And right away they get to see what they did to this racetrack, cleaning up these first 2 sections. A lot of dirt moved off to the side. So Harrison clean through on the front. It is Nelco in second. And the 37 ride, that is Mitchell France in third.
So taking a look now, Harrison already putting a couple of bike lengths between himself and the 71 of Nelco. I feel like we've been beating a dead horse here, but Nelco running the GNCCs earlier this year, feeling good in these conditions. Look, Mega, I didn't know you were about to pick up the microphone. I'm sorry. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. He's up front right now, riding motocross.
He's off-road, blah, 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 woods riders, blah, 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 blah. I am so tired.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Do you see trees in the middle of the 10 Commandments? No, you don't.
I see ruts.
Heath Harrison, Heath Harrison. How much time he spend in the woods? 0. Where's he at? Out front.
Actually, Heath Harrison was at the GNCCs earlier this year, but he was working as a mechanic, so he's studying up too, Mega.
Hey, your hero has left the tower, okay? You can stop all that. Your hero has left the tower.
All right, you're right. I like a good live engine start. I'm Team Moto with it.
Oh, man. So there we see Nelco coming down the back straightaway. He is already about 3-4 seconds behind Heath Harrison, who's putting the work in out front, trying to pull away with that early race lead. trying to see if we can peek out and get a glance at where Jacob Hayes is.
He was about mid-pack after the start. He got kind of closed off right after the start, but I think he is making his way up through the pack. I think he's coming over the jump right here, right by us.
Okay, there you go.
Into
so
the
Jacob
sand
Hayes.
sweeper.
And goggles already off by the looks of it for Jacob Hayes. So in the back section, getting roosted, maybe got a little bit of water between the lens and his face, and has already pulled the goggles. He's got to try to make some quick passes and not eat too much roost.
And that is going to be tough out here in these conditions. Like you said, the dirt's thickening up, so it is going to be getting sprayed with chunks of mud instead of just a splatter. Heath Harrison comes across the line leading the way with a 151. Ben Nelko in second. Mitchell France rounding out the top three. Lance Visit and Carlos Badali rounding out your top five. Then it is Jacob Hayes and Ben LeMay, another big name right there, 6th and 7th. Luke Vonlinger 8th. Travis Hardcastle 9th. And Brock Peterson rounding out the top 10.
We work our way into the commandments. There is Harrison going off your screen. Couple guys getting some doubles in there, but it seems like if you go to that inside line right now, Kira, you've got to roll a little bit. It's pretty sloshy on that inside.
Definitely, and that's where all the water from the track's draining is into those inside lines. So we see a lot of pileups we actually have a pileup in the corner right before the 10 Commandments right now. I can't really tell who it is.
And I believe that was 2 riders inside the top 10. I'm trying to see if the brands match up, but they came together hard as they were getting ready to enter the 10 Commandments.
And then the 14 of Lance Vincent went down after the Commandments. He just picked it up. I think he maybe lost 4 or 5 positions, so he was in 4th. We'll see where he ends up now. But Nelko trying to get away in 2nd place and keep touch with Harrison, establishing a little bit of a gap back to the riders behind him.
And I'm telling you, watch out for David Lameth Jr. He was sitting in that 11th place spot, but he's been able to keep it on 2 wheels. I've watched him make 4 or 5 passes just in the last couple of straightaways. The sneaky 16 moving into the top 10.
Nelko paddling his way through that sand section. He's going to start feeling a little bit of heat closing up. Looks like Mitchell France on that Yamaha is starting to tighten the gap down, and before long we may have ourselves a battle brewing for the 2nd position. Peeking out and seeing where Jacob Hayes has made it to. I think he is now into our top 5, or he's just outside the top 5. He's still right behind, I think that is Lance Vincent, who picked it up right in front of him. So Hayes now working with Vincent as they come through the middle section of the racetrack, and we're watching that battle just up ahead of them, still for 2nd, Nelko in France.
So taking a look, coming around the Polysport Pond, we're looking at your, I believe that's Nelko at the top of the screen, getting ready to come through the finish line in the 2nd place spot. So the 71 hanging on right now.
Harrison has opened the gap up between 1st and 2nd to 11 seconds.
Yeah, Kira, look at those lap times right there. You're seeing Harrison putting down some absolute heat in the front.
Heath Harrison's currently running a 156.8, and then 2nd place Ben Nelko is running a 203.4, so that's quite a difference between our 1st and 2nd lap times. And our 3rd place rider, Mitchell France, is actually running a 202, which is faster than our 2nd place rider.
Right, we're seeing that gap kind of tighten down as Mitchell France closes up on Ben Nelko, so that battle for 2nd starting to tighten up a little bit. And as I say that, a small mistake right there for France. Couldn't get that middle double as they started rolling their way into the Commandments. He's got his eyes focused forward, and he's still trying to figure it out. Wow, Nelko went way out into the deep stuff and lost a little bit of ground. So here we go, battle for 2nd, brewing.
Taking a look, Jacob Hayes checks in with a 206. Going to have to drop a couple of seconds to really get into even a chance of breaking into the top 5, let alone a podium. Brock Peterson was another one of those red riders on the move. The number 7 bumps it up into the 7th place spot with Hardcastle, Lambeth, and Scrotus rounding out the top 10.
Not sure what happened in the 26 of Ben LeMay, who was also up in the mix early on. Like we said, he has slipped all the way down to 16th, so perhaps a small crash for the 26, or got caught out by some of that mud on the side of the racetrack. Just takes one little excursion offline and you're stuck.
You hit the nail on the head, Kellen. It takes so little out here for you to lose upwards of 5 positions. These riders are ultimately relatively close right now, still early in the race. You get off in the thick stuff, you tip over for just a second, you've lost 3 or 4 spots.
So we continue to watch the battle. That is Nelko in 2nd, coming over the middle tabletop right there. And Mitchell France, he is closing up, but he's just not quite close enough to think about making a pass, but certainly inching this gap down.
This is the gap where France is able to study. He's able to see where Nelko's going. If he picks a spot where he's like, hey, I think this is the opportunity to strike, look for France to make a move there. As we see Umbella picking up off the side of the track, jumping into the Polysport Pond. Now back on screen in Racer TV, that's Nelko just doubling. This shows you these guys are fast. They are some of the faster riders we've had all week, and they are doubling right after the finish line. Nelko getting ready to head off into the woods. Outside our view here in the tower, Heath Harrison starts making his way through the 10 Commandments, and look at Harrison, single, taking his time. He's put in the work early so that he doesn't have to take the risks here.
Nelco, meanwhile, has a rearview mirror full of the Yamaha of Mitchell France.
Yeah, so now we get to see them work their way through the commandments again, and that's a good overhead shot of how difficult the conditions are here in the commandments. Ruts going every direction.
Definitely, and looking at our top 5 here, Jacob Hayes is running a same lap time as our leader Heath Harrison, and he has now moved up into 4th. It's difficult to pass in these conditions, though. It's one thing to catch a rider, but it's another to get around a rider, especially in this type of condition of a track.
Yeah, great catch there, Kira. Hayes making the pass for 4th just before he came into the 10 commandments. And so the Kawasaki rider making moves on that last lap. He ran a 2-minute flat, matching Heath Harrison's lap time exactly. So the number 90 is getting hungry. He's headed towards the front.
Finally, Mitchell France has gotten through around Ben Nelco. By the looks of it, he is into 2nd place. And we'll see if a little bit of clean air, he can start opening up that gap ever so slightly. And we'll see whether or not, in the flip side of that, if Hayes from behind can start inching up into our battle for 2nd place. Remember, Hayes is trying to keep a clean streak of 2nd place finishes going through this week as well. So he would love to get up there. Even if he can't get Harrison, still get another 2nd place.
Absolutely. Jacob been having a strong return to the ranch out here this year in 2023. And I think he's been enjoying it as well, but I know he'd be enjoying it more if he was able to continue that streak and at least continue to put it on the box, as it does look like Nelco has lost the position to France. So the Yamaha rider moves into 2nd. Jacob Hayes, he's starting to close up on the back of Nelco as well. He's moving forward.
Yeah, he's hanging off the back of that machine, flying through the sand, putting the foot down, doing it all without goggles this entire way. Hasn't made a pit stop or tried to grab goggles. He is just fully focused ahead. And man, you just take a little bit of roost in the eyes. That stuff is painful, but you only got to do it for 12 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are true warriors in every sense of the word. And like you said, this is a 12-minute race here. This one's going to take you a while, as once again we watch Harrison just outside our window going through the 10 commandments. That's Hayes on screen coming through the woods. There is your leader, Heath Harrison, on the number 42, just exiting the 10 commandments. And it's very rarely do you see these guys going that slow. These guys are slowing way down and taking their time, rolling the throttle on, because that shiny base under there, that's actually hard packed slick dirt.
Right.
There is one person who's not slowing down, though. He actually has the fastest lap time of the race as of right now, 1:59, Jacob Hayes.
There it is, the number 90. He's bringing the heat.
Yeah, dipping it down. He's 5 seconds faster than Nelco up ahead. And Mitchell France, who made that pass on France to get into, or I should say France, who made the pass on Nelco to get into 2nd place. But man, Nelco's not done with them. They are still absolutely fighting for it over this 2 spot.
Like we said, Nelco, no stranger to these conditions. He's going to make the most of it. He's found the lines now, and it seems like the 71 starting to push back forward. He wants to get back around the Yamaha.
Jumping out down this back straightaway, they're going to get off the back of those machines and carry the momentum through the sand. Drag a foot there, here or there for Ben Nelco. And we'll see if we can see a flash look maybe of Jacob Hayes starting to peek up in the background.
There he is. Look at that. The same camera shot. You're able to see the Kawasaki just gritting it out. Goggles off early in this one. And that is tough. Even if you don't get any roost in the eyes, just the wind, as far as these guys, as fast as they're going, it's hard to keep the eyes open. And look at that. Hayes just fighting to get up on top of the jump.
White flag just waved for our race leader out front, Mitchell Harrison, or Heath Harrison, I should say, not Mitchell. That's the other racer.
Close
enough. Couple Harrisons. But yes, that battle for 2nd still going on. France dealing with the pressure from Nelco. Hayes is charging. He is going to see that white flag and say, I got to send it on this last lap if I want to get up there and battle for 2nd.
Yeah, it is going to take a lap of the ages for the number 90 to catch back up to Ben Nelco and be able to pass, as well as have a chance to get around Mitchell France.
Oh man, just looking, you can see right there the 37 of France is hanging it out, the rear end fishtailing all the way down the straightaway. But all that matters is throttle on. Got to keep that elbow down.
Feet are optional. Throttle must be wide open at all times, though. So now watching on screen, single. There's a double. And it is insane to watch the Junior Plus 25 class taking the same lines that we saw some of the 50s taking. I mean, these guys, they're more than happy to pull a double out, to jump a jump if they're capable. If all of the riders are saying we got to roll these, that ought to tell you all you need to know. So doubling off into Storyland, and now we're starting to see more of that shiny hard pack base Kevin Kelly mentioned. We're going to start pushing all the loose dirt off the top, and it's going to be a really slick base. But right now, you can throw whatever you want at this guy. He's going to get the start, and he is going to check out right now. The 42, Heath Harrison. What a performance. What a start
Well, we talked about it before the gate drop, man. It's tough to beat Heath Harrison off the start. He rips those things, and even he chose far inside going to the first corner. We talked all about, outside gate, swoop the corner. Harrison's like, let me just go right down along the side of the flag going to that first turn.
And I'm telling you what, Heath Harrison, I know his dad probably stopped at the concessions early. He's got 2 cherry snow cones waiting on him because that's their little tradition. He knows if he's getting ready to bring it home, he's going to have a cherry snow cone waiting on him. And I think he's going to do it. Here he comes on the Phoenix Honda, the number 42, Heath Harrison, going to get the job done. And that's a fist pump of, yep, I came to handle business, and that's what I did. Grabbing the win here in Junior Plus 25 Moto 3.
Yeah, it looks like France crosses the line in second. Nelko will hold on for third. And before long, there is Jacob Hayes. So maybe one more lap, we could have seen Jacob Hayes get in the mix, but not quite close enough when the flag waved. Lance Vincent should finish up in the 5 spot behind that, with Carlos Battiali crossing in 6th. Brock Peterson moved all the way up into 7th in this one, ahead of Luke Vonlinger, Travis Hardcastle, and Tyler Scodras. Looks to be our top 10 finishers in this one. We still got battles coming all the way to the flag, though. They're pushing into the Thor stand corner around the Polysport Pond. A couple guys looking back.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, David Lameth Jr., he's trying to fight for it. This is the top 10 that we are watching coming to the finish here, so we aren't entirely sure on the backside of the top 10 yet. As we wait, Brock Peterson officially checks in the 7th place spot. Volinger does hold on to 8th, and we'll see these final 2 spots. There it is. So Scodras hops up to 9th, and Travis Hardcastle going to grab the final spot in the top 10. David Lameth Jr. just outside in 11th, with Justin Kurtz grabbing 12th. And, man, there was a lot of shuffling in the backside of the top 10 there.
No question about it. But Heath Harrison sweeps the motos here in Junior 25 Plus. It's going to regroup, talk about it a little bit down there, and then soon he will speak to our Jason Wygant.
What'd I say? Cherry snow cone. There it is, folks. And there is your plus 10. A little bit of Arma and then a little bit of cherry snow cone. That's the winning secret out here. And as you can see, Jason Wygant getting everything together. We're going to turn it over to Jason whenever you're ready for your Junior Plus 25 podium.
Oh, we're ready, baby. We're ready to pop some champagne and celebrate another national championship. Becoming a bit of a dynasty here for this man. Starts with the Stasic Hole Shot Award and it ends with the #1 plate. We'll bring the plate on up and hand it over. 25 plus champion. Let's hear for Heath Harrison. Well, you let it eat again. Your starts have been, here goes your gift certificate. Your starts have been unbelievable. Here, you hold this and talk, and I'll get that. Okay. Your starts have been nuts.
Yeah, my starts have been pretty good. Not like last year, but that one was a big one. So we'll try to go off in this next Pro Sport Moto with one of those and go from there, see how we can do in it. But I'm stoked, man. This is my 3rd championship here, my first one that my sister is able to make it to and see. So I'm excited about that. Man, my whole family's here. This is sweet, dude. I'm excited.
One sec. Well, it's a tough class. Guys are starting to gun for you, and you're holding them off. Who else do you want to thank, Heath?
Yeah, the whole Phoenix Racing Honda team. Wayne, Gino, Dalen, those guys are killing it for me today. All the Honda guys for cheering me on with their other guys in the Pro Sport and College Boy classes, so that's sweet. And just David, everybody back home watching, thank you. And all the partners we have with Phoenix Racing, and we just couldn't do it without all those guys, and thank you all.
All right, there it is. Heath Harrison is your national champ, 25 plus. All right, you can go chill and come back up later and shake some champagne. Did I give it to you? How about that? Gypsy on the medal. We jumped the gun. I was so pumped on the title. All right, go hang out, and we're going to bring up 2nd and 3rd. We're looking for France. 2nd place going to go to Mitchell France here. This is a good story as well. I mean, honestly, anybody that's surviving these motos, it is still treacherous. Don't let the sunshine fool you. Let's hear for our 2nd place finisher, silver medal for Mitchell France. How was it?
It was slippery.
I would think. Yeah, you want to thank some people?
Yeah, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe all week, and I want to thank my parents, Rosno Power Sports, Rider Engineering, Turbo Speed Tuning, OGs, Total Performance Graphics, MFR Racing, Hoosier Tires for allowing me to hook up so good on the start, JPD Construction, Action Homes, Lasco Ford, One Touch Painting. I mean, anybody else I forgot, thanks.
All right, there it is, Mitchell France, 2nd place. And real quick, Ben Nelko, I believe, was 3rd, so I got to hand out the bronze for our third place finisher. And he's on his way up, and then let you guys call lap 2 of our next division. Real quick, bronze medal goes to Benjamin Nelko. It's a good crew you got over there. Some characters. How was that moto?
Man, it was rough. You know, I've been racing GNCC for a while now, and that's pretty close to one right now.
That is true.
Like the first lap, not the whole race. Like, you know.
That's how I knew your name. I'm like, I know Nelko. I know Nelko from off-road. That's right. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, everybody at the Shoals MX, Stu Baylor, but he's been training me now for like the last 3 years. It's been helping a ton. Russ and Tracy Wood from the Shoals, Deep South Kawasaki, JDP Suspension, Callus Moto Gear, my mom and dad, 60, Scott, and anybody I forgot, thanks.
All right, let's hear it for Ben Nelko, third. That's 25 plus. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, 250C on the track. We saw the whole shot go to the 77 of Nick Durden, but he has slipped back into second place as Braxton Krakenbring, I should say, has taken over the race lead. So Krakenbring on the 30 out front. He is sitting on 9-11 scores going into this moto. Man, we're going to see some chaos to try to decide a champion in this class.
Without a doubt, yeah, Krakenbring trying to bring it right now, and that is exactly what he's doing. Durden jumps back to the second place spot. Robert Weiss on the number 16, he's one to watch as well. He's been fast in several of these C classes all week long.
Yeah, Robert Weiss sitting on 4.2 scores going in, so at the moment he's in a really good position. We also saw Gannon Lawson, who is sitting on 2.4 scores. He was down on lap 1 at the beginning of the Commandments, so he's going to have to charge forward. He's just entering the Commandments now as we watch our leaders come out of Storyland. He has got a long road ahead of him to try to even get back into a podium position for this week.
And just behind the number 16, that's going to be the number 99 of Braxton Williamson. He is currently shown as second in the championship battle, so Weiss and Williamson, the ones to watch as far as the title here in the 250C class.
And again, another class right now where we're looking at a potential where Weiss, as he's in this battle for the 2 spot, he could maybe win this title and not have to win a moto to do so, sitting on those 4.23 scores at the moment, but could be a 4.22 before long as he's all over the 77 ride of Durden there for P2.
So right now on screen, the Thor stand sweeper coming around the Polysport pond. Big kicks there. We're starting to get the square edgeness. Oh, I thought it was going to catch the one Husky there.
That's Weiss right there on the 16.
And Weiss, we saw, they were one of the first races yesterday after the rain stopped. Oh, off the back of the motorcycle. He hangs onto it somehow.
Get back on safely. Woo! Right up the side of the tunnel jump right there.
That was a pretty good line to jump back on track. That worked better than I thought it was going to.
He came up the side of it. Yeah, it was really tight, but Weiss was able to get around him as Durden rejoined the track now in third. The battle's still continuing as our leader heads into the Commandments there, the 30 of Kragenbring. We got a rider down in the Commandments about halfway through. Looks like the yellow flags are getting pulled back, though, so he's on his way.
And Durden trying to focus forward, but I did see him take a glance back over the shoulder to try to see where exactly Braxton Williamson was at. There you see him just entering the 10 Commandments. And it looks like Durden, he's just hanging on right now. It looks like a couple of times front end shooting out. He's just trying to keep this thing together, and I cannot believe how much of this hard base is already coming up, especially on that off-camber turn right there. You can see throttle control is major.
I mean, you're absolutely right. You can even see when the drone cam goes overhead, you're starting to see those real greasy, slick spots that are a different color of soil compared to the rest of it. You see chocolate cake more or less everywhere else, and then you see kind of that little lightish brown look at the ground. So these riders, as long as they're able to see that, are able to predict what's going to happen. But sometimes you might just have that little bit of topsoil shave right off, and then you're sliding before you know it.
Absolutely, and with this being the 250C class, you do have both the 2-strokes and the 4-strokes out there, and so everybody having to do it a little different. You got the bottom end torque of the 4-stroke, obviously. There you see the 2-stroke of Weiss just slamming into that berm, and he tries to keep it out of the thick stuff, but he is definitely railing ruts out there, trying to hang on. Look at how deep Weiss stood up into that rut, well past the apex of the corner before he sat down.
Yeah, great technique in that situation. Be able to stand on top of the bike, over the pegs, and if you have a little bit of a mistake, you still have the option to stick a foot out and try to save yourself from a crash. So nice riding right there. Want to give an update on Ryder Rodriguez, who won our second moto. He is currently in 17th place. He was 30th in the first moto, so it was a little bit of a shock win when he was able to win this moto, I think on Thursday, the 250C class, but not really doing so well right now down in P17.
Krakenbring checks in for lap number 3, running a 2:07, a solid ride there. Robert Weiss in the second place spot. Durden still hangs on to third. We check to see what the gap is back to Williamson. He's bringing the heat 2 seconds faster than Durden just in front of him. Colton McKnight was last shown in the 5th place spot.
I mean, we talked about Weiss not needing to win this moto to win the overall, but I don't think he cares about any of that. He wants to go get himself a win here at the ranch.
And how many times have we heard, well, I tried not to make a mistake, and that's what made me make a mistake. So maybe for Weiss, he says, hey, I got to be 100% or nothing on this. I'm going full speed, hoping we bring a win home.
Well, Kragenbrink was just off the side of the commandments and then kind of swapped getting back on. We got the 33 machine. He's down. That's Brody Land here getting going again. But you can see just off the screen now going away from Weiss is that 30 machine of Kragenbrink, our race leader. And there he is right there on your screen now. So you can get a glance if you look back in the background at Weiss closing that gap down after that mistake from Kragenbrink. There you go. It's tightening up.
Yeah, this is the story as they go through Storyland. The number 16 chasing after Kragenbrink, trying to take home a number 1 plate here in 250C. And Kragenbrink doing a great job right now. Both of these guys on Husky 2-strokes. And we're starting to see race pace picking back up. We're hitting all the jumps. We've got good flow, some good pace coming around the track. So track is drying out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of track work went on, so we're starting to see some cleaner sections. And that was Kragenbrink down right there in the sand. So that is going to give the lead over to Weiss. I didn't see if he tucked the front end or not, but he was picking it back up. Gets going still in 2nd place, but Robert Weiss takes over the race lead here in 250C.
How about that? Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure. I didn't want to say it was, but it sure was. The number 30, Kragenbrink, tossing it down. He is back up and rolling and got a mean sense of urgency, absolutely flying around the Thor Sand Sweeper.
2-lap card coming out this time by for Robert Weiss, our race leader. He is going to try to finish this thing off with a win. He's in a great position championship-wise, as behind him is still Braxton Williamson on 5-3-4 scores. So 4-2-1, definitely in the driver's seat of this championship. And we'll see if he can't bring it home in these final 2 laps. Lays down a 2:05.8 last time by. Boy, talk about sending it in these conditions. Robert Weiss not scared whatsoever.
Yeah, Weiss is going for it full speed right now. Like you said, I don't care if I don't have to win. I want to win. That's why I'm here. The number 16 holding down the number 1 spot.
Don't look just now, though.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Kragenbrink, he's starting to close that gap back down again, and he's going to try to get into the commandments a little bit cleaner here as they start rolling their way through. About 2 commandments separating each of them at the moment, and Weiss even uncorks a little double at the end there, and they're a little double at the end there for Kragenbrink, so this still has the potential to maybe be a battle for the win.
Oh! Down again.
Kragenbrink gets caught up. Looks like the front end got hooked.
Yeah.
And man, that might just be enough.
I got to give it to him. Both times he crashed, almost looks like he's going to fall over again, picking up the bike, but no, he just hits that gas, gets that motorcycle back running.
No question about it, and that we're starting to see as well. Some of these lines, not all of them, are drying out a little bit, so we're starting to get actual hard edges to the ruts, where earlier today we didn't have that. You could cut across them, even if the front end knife's in a little bit, stand it up and go over them, but not right there for Kragenbrink.
Absolutely incredible riding that we're seeing here in this 250C class. Like I said, this is a huge deal. Obviously, all of these riders, any of our C-class riders, it's their first time at the ranch, and so this is a huge deal for any of them, including the number 16 of Robert Weiss, with as much success as he's had this week.
Yeah, great week for Robert Weiss. He is your number 1 here in this one. That's going to make him in the driver's seat as far as the championship is concerned. Braxton Williamson sitting in 2nd in the championship as of right now if they finish this way, and Damian Holmes going to be sitting in 3rd there on that number 22 as far as the championship is concerned.
And Williamson is side by side right now with Durden. He just cut back up underneath in the sand sweeper and was able to make that pass, so he has moved up into the 3 spot. He's charging. He still would like a chance at maybe winning this championship if things get a little bit chaotic at the end. I think that white flag just went out. It did, so 1 more lap to go for Robert Weiss, but now Williamson up to 3rd.
How about that? What a pass made coming around the Polysport pond, ran up the inside wide open, and pretty much said, you're either going to shut off the throttle or we're coming together. Durden trying to figure out how to get back around Williamson as they've got a little less than a lap to go in 250C. So that is the battle on screen that you're seeing right now. The 99. That was a grown man move, as Mikey Waynes likes to say. He wasn't giving him an option. He said, I'm taking this spot.
Absolutely. It definitely seemed like it caught Durden by surprise. We got Kragenbrink getting all kinds of sideways in the commandments right now. Whoa, double, and now it gets sideways again. Just able to crowd together. This is where he crashed last time by. Oh, still sliding around through that corner. He is all over the
guys. He is holding it out here in this one, doing anything he can to try to get himself back up there into that number 1 spot. But right now, it's all about the number 16, Robert Wise. He turned a 2:06 last time around. That is going to be 6 seconds faster than Kragenbrink.
And I'm just saying, I can't see the Racer TV chat, but I don't want to hear any C-Class jokes, okay? It is brutal. We just saw the plus 25 riders. They got the same thing, okay? People going everywhere, feet off the pegs. These guys are having a great time out here. They're riding fantastic.
Yeah, the conditions out there are still at the point where I'm not sure you could even walk through the commandments. You'd probably be sloshing around quite a bit, and these guys are trying to double their way through them. So tremendous job by our 250 C-Class. Weiss almost went down on the Rocky Mountain right there. He had both feet off, kind of landed a little bit awkwardly, but now he's going to try to corral it back together and bring this thing home on the final lap.
So here we go. This could be it. The number 16 tries to bring it home. They've got the white flag flying right now. They're going to pull it in. And Weiss, whoa, let's bring it home, Weiss. Come on, get through that Thor sand sweeper one more time for us.
Got the legs hanging off, getting it dabbed into the dirt a little bit, kicking him upwards. But here it is. Checkered flag waves, your winner and champion in the 250C division, Robert Weiss.
And look at that. That is the goggle pull of relief right there.
Absolutely.
Like I said. And there goes the number 30. Kragenbrink does bring it home in the second place spot after everything being thrown his way to try to throw him off of that machine. He puts the Husky in the second. Williamson going to come home in third.
Yeah, Williamson locks down second overall on the week with that result. Looks like Damian Holmes should get third overall with his 10th place result. He's been charging forward this moto. Might even get a few more positions before this is over, so we'll see if that changes for second place overall at the flag. But regardless of which, a great ride for Robert Weiss. Didn't need to win the moto, but he wanted to.
That's what we talk about. These guys, they're racers in every sense of the word. Whether it's a championship, whether it's a race from here to the mailbox, they want to win. These guys have got the competition in their blood. Weiss not playing it safe, not worried about the points. He says, I want the number 1 spot, and that's what got him the number 1 championship plate. And it looks like we actually had a couple of riders come together after the finish line. I'm not sure whether they went down, but I just caught it on the bottom of the Racer TV screen. So it's still chaotic out there even after the checkered flag flies.
How about Ryder Rodriguez, who we checked in with? He was 17th at one point, got all the way to 6th. A great ride there. But unbelievable 250 C Moto here. Robert Weiss, your winner, and he's getting ready to go down to the podium where he'll speak with Jason Wygant.
I'll tell you, this might end up being one of the best weeks ever at Loretta's for my home state of New Jersey. Got a championship earlier with Clark Robbins. We got another one right here. It starts with the gold medal in the moto. Let's bring up the AMA and hand over the national championship in 250C to Robert Weiss. And as we like to say, we did it in style where you went out and won the last moto. You already had the title in hand, but you just kept trucking and you won the moto also.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I got tired of getting roosted, and then he made a mistake, and I just got by him and tried to be smooth from there.
Did you have the goal of a championship? I can get this done going in, or have you surprised yourself?
I knew I would be up here, but getting the championship is pretty cool.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Robert?
My mom, dad, Callahan Mech School. We've been putting in the work. Factory Connection, Johnny Knowles from Scott Goggles, Focus X Gear, E&K Heating and Cooling, Ains Realty, Kurt Mayberry Home Improvements, my aunt and uncle, my grandparents, my buddy Zach and his dad for letting me borrow a bike for the qualifiers, my buddy Mason for giving me the motivational speeches, and everyone else that helps. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for our champ, Robert Weiss. Thank you. You can go chill out. Come back up in a minute. I'll give you some champagne. I want to talk to the Braxtons, starting with Kragenbrink, and we'll talk to him for a second. Also, Nick Durden grabbed our whole shot, and I'll give that to him. But first, let's talk to our runner-up, Braxton Kragenbrink. There we go. Looking good. Hey, how was that moto?
It was rough. It was muddy. It was a good moto, though.
And now it's super hot and humid, too.
Oh, yeah. It's insane how quick it changes.
Who do you want to thank, man?
My family more than anything. Mom, dad, uncles, 60, Ethica, Mobius knee braces, Time Worn, Grand Handler. Everyone at home, thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for Braxton Kragenbrink taking second place. Woo! Almost got the trophy there. And Braxton Williamson was third, and Nick Durden at our whole shot. Let's talk to our third place finisher, Braxton Williamson. Man, it had to be tough out there.
Oh, it's real tough. This 125 does not like that deep stuff.
Yeah. Did you have any close calls?
A little bit. I just could make sure to keep throttle control, not slide out any, and just unleash.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, Braxton?
I want to thank Top Shot Moto, Hicklin Power Sports, Stape Suspension, RTC Training, Rainer Modifications, all my family, my dad especially for getting me out here, and everybody else I miss. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Braxton Williamson. All right, we got to go, and I'll send it back up.
Hey, thanks, Jason. Yeah, gate is down, and we are off and rolling here for the WMX class. We got Taylor Allred, Jordan Jarvis, and, of course, our apprentice Kira up here calling the action, and it's Sophia Phelps grabbing the whole shot.
Absolutely. That's exactly what she needed right now. I went down and I talked to her before this moto, and I said, Sophia, you need that whole shot. You need to get out front, and you need to start running with it. While I was talking, oh, no, Sophia Phelps goes, no, that was Kylie Stallings that went down. Kylie Stallings had got, Katie Benson goes down the 10 Commandments. Right now it's Hannah Hodges and Sophia Phelps side by side going back into Storyland.
Stallings
let me just get a whole shot award out real quick. I'll get back to that WMX battle with Hodges and Phelps real quick. Nick Durden, who do you want to thank, buddy?
The Lord Jesus Christ, of course. He's always got my back. My parents, Stan Benson Racing, everybody that believes me. My daughter, my girlfriend, my family, everybody, man. This is so sick, like a dream come true right now. Thank you. Thank you.
You're on the podium at Loretta. Stasic Whole Shot Award for Nick. Let's send it back up for WMX.
We are back up here in the tower checking out the racetrack right now. It doesn't look too bad. I was talking to Taylor about that, but we are definitely, oh no. Looking at someone down over here in the quarter just before the 10 Commandments, but back to the race, it looks like they're, no, excuse me, first is the 17 of Hannah Hodges. Finally got that start she was looking for all week. Sophia Phelps got the start she was looking for all week as well. Just on the backside of Hannah Hodges, pulling out a little bit of a gap right now. I'm not sure who's in third. I want to say it's a KTM or a Husky, but correct me if I'm wrong. Coming around to the beach corner before the finish line, and it looks like we are just getting started with the the WMX race. I almost said girls. That's Brianna Sheldman in third. Excuse me.
So watching now, Hodges getting ready to come across and complete lap number 1. We'll wait to see the rest of your top 5, how they shape out. Some chaos there early. Stallings going 1-1 so far. She's down. She was, I think, outside the top 20 last time I saw. Hard work for your championship leader coming into race 3.
Absolutely. We are also looking for the number 99 of Laughlin Turner, one of our big competitors coming into this week. I haven't seen her go past yet. A lot of bikes go in a lot of different directions, so I could be wrong.
So now we take a look. We'll give you a rundown of the top 10. It's Hannah Hodges, Sophia Phelps, Kylie Alvarez, Viviana Contreras, Sydney Mason, and Anasia Ingersoll rounding out. She's in 6th place spot, actually. Brianna Sheltma in the 7th spot. Shelby Rowland 8th. Kylie Stallings. Wow, look at that. Stallings already worked up to the 9th place spot. And Mackenzie Bricado rounds out the top 10. What are we seeing out on track?
We've seen a lot of paddles going through the 10 Commandments.
Oh yeah, those are no one's friends right now at all.
No, definitely not. If you watch at the end of the 10 Commandments, you're seeing a lot of bikes going not the direction they're intended to.
Right to left.
Oh, one more. All right. Yeah, nobody's liking the 10 Commandments right now. I can't blame them. I wouldn't like the 10 Commandments right now. On screen, we are watching our championship leader, Kylie Stallings.
And Stallings trying to remount a charge. I believe that might be Phelps. No, that is the 21. And wow, look, I cannot believe already inside the top 10. She was well outside the top 20. And like Stu Baylor was talking about earlier, we're at the thick point. We're at the dirt is dry enough, and now it is hard to push through these zigzagging ruts all over the place. I think it's easy to see that, especially in the 10 Commandments.
Oh, absolutely. We are looking at some very interesting line choices from Kylie Stallings right now. Hitting that wide line coming into the Rocky Mountain Monster long corner over there. I'm not sure what you guys call it now. I call it the Rocky Mountain. We got a battle going for the lead. The number 56 is Sophia Phelps, and the 17 of Hannah Hodges going back and forth at it.
Oh, Stallings down again, I believe, on the face of the jump. We just caught it on our camera. Back to the finish line. It is a brawl.
No, that's not. That's Brianna Sheldma.
Oh, wow.
3 of them out there on Cowleys, all wearing the same fox gear, mostly.
Wow, so
Close.
Making sure that we have a hard time deciphering who is who, and unfortunately, tough luck for 2 of those riders. Sophia Phelps checks in the second place spot. She was hot on the heels of Hannah Hodges.
She's lost a little bit of that ground. They're both coming behind us in the announcer tower, coming into the section before the 10 Commandments. The ground that she made up, I'm not sure where she made it up, has been lost a little bit, but this is a long race. Now, they're both fighting right now for an overall, because if we're looking at the overalls right now, Kylie just got, Kylie Stallings just moved back up, got the top spot back, but Hannah Hodges and Sophia Phelps were tied coming into this race, so they're fighting for second overall right now.
Absolutely, and you can see it because there's clearly aggression in both of these ladies' riding styles. Phelps was right on the rear wheel before they came to the finish line. Not sure if she got hung up or what. Stallings once again off the side of the track in the 10 Commandments. And Stallings rejoining the track.
Oh, someone down in the 10 Commandments. Man, these 10 Commandments are gnarly.
And, well, on top of the thick stuff, it is the hard pack base on the bottom. They start getting a drive, and then the rear end spins, and when it does, it kicks out to left or right, shoots them off the track. And so some tough luck there.
Parking lot.
Absolutely, yeah, chaotic out there.
Parking lot in the 10 Commandments. Wow.
Now taking a look at the Rocky Mountain sand section, that should be Phelps, I believe. You saw Hodges just at the bottom of the screen, maybe a second or so in front. So this fight for the overall in this third moto is still up for grabs.
This is where we saw Sophia catch up, was in this section of the track over here. So Sophia's definitely got some line, and that right there, I believe, was the line. Sophia's going into that really deep inside corner going around the tree over there versus Hannah Hodges that's going wide and hitting a low line and not able to jump that jump versus Sophia, who is, the face is still good over where she's jumping it. So I think that's what we're seeing that time.
Taylor, we talk about it all the time. You got Hunter and Hunted. We're looking at Hannah Hodges. She's out front right now. Sophia Phelps can see the lines. Whose position would you like to be in right now?
Honestly, right now, I don't know, because when you're racing a mud moto like this, it's so hard. You know, you don't want to, like, over push it. But I probably wouldn't want to be in Hannah's position right now, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think anytime you can try to not get roosted in these type of conditions, keep it light, keep the goggles in check, it'll do it. Now, that was a big move right there. Hodges was able to get a lap rider between her and Phelps going into a corner.
That was almost extremely risky, though. Saw that lapper, you know, kind of hook a little left towards Hannah. Oh, off the track. Hannah goes in the 10 Commandment section. This is an absolute brutal section, and Hannah's not able to get back on the track. I'm not sure what's going on there. She looks like she's struggling, but that's going to give Sophia Phelps the lead and also a little bit of a gap. But now Hannah Hodges has got the fire lit under her right now. You know, there's one. Nobody likes to get past, but nobody likes to, you know, have something along the lines of that happen to get past.
Well, and think about how frustrating it is. You could clearly see Hodges was trying to turn, but she just couldn't get the Husky to go where she needed. And so a tough luck, essentially giving the lead over to Sophia Phelps. And you saw when Hodges rejoined the track, she was in a hurry. Now you see Stallings. I believe that's the first time she's made it all the way through the Commandments so far this moto. It has been brutal for her in that section.
I mean, not just her. It's been brutal for everybody. Once again, I can't blame him.
No, yeah, it's definitely reminding me why I like being up here in the tower, because this is insane. The difficulty, it changes. It's muddy, or it's hard because it's sloppy. It's hard because it's hot. Now it's hard because it was sloppy, it's drying up, and you essentially can't decide how the track's going to react. The 56 of Phelps comes through the Rocky Mountain sand section once again.
So it looks like Hodges is back in front of Phelps again as they're coming through the sand section.
So not sure where we missed that pass. Yeah, Hodges, not only is she in front, she's in front by several seconds. Yeah, I'm not sure where that happened. Last we had seen Hodges, she was off the side of the track. So
that was
a huge shake up there. Yeah.
I mean, we can look at the lap times. Maybe 2:16.
So Hodges definitely a slower lap time there. She did go, she wasn't down, but she was off the side of the track. Sophia Phelps runs a 2:24.
So both had issues that lap. Something definitely happened that we didn't see up here.
Yeah, curious where the pass was made.
Massive gap. Wow. We can't see that. Oh, yes, we can.
So there is Hodges. She's choosing that inside line before the 10 Commandments. And goes from the inside all the way over to the far right-hand side, or left-hand side of the track, right-hand side of your screen. And Phelps, right there, she's able to keep her in sight. She sees the 17.
Going back into the Storyland section where I'm assuming that pass had happened. I would love to know what happened. I did not see it at all.
Yeah, and to make the pass and to be able to pull such a gap, that's pretty impressive. And who knows, for all we know, it could be something as simple as Sophia Phelps getting stuck. We've seen it even in these big bike classes. So
absolutely, but we're gonna throw it back. A little shout out to Kylie Song, has made her way into third. Went left to right in the 10 Commandments section. Just getting a good view of the whole track going through there.
Yeah, she can. I think she can actually say she's tried the inside and outside in every corner. There we see, wow, a big mistake there from Hodges. Feet coming off the pegs. That one could have been a big one, especially in the sand.
Oh, absolutely. We are, I believe, the white flag should be coming out this next lap. The 2 board is out right now. Tough line choice right there, it looked like, from Hannah Hodges. Oh.
And that's Phelps, I believe, right there, is it not? Yeah, so this is the battle for the lead. And Phelps going to run to the inside. Hodges going to try to go to the outside. Now we got 2 lap riders in the middle of this as well. So Hodges running tight up the inside. Phelps just behind.
That looks like that was the number 15 of Bree Sheldmo that was off the side of the track. That's a tough break for her. She was looking great coming into this race.
Hodges gets a great drive out of that corner coming across the finish line. That's the second time we've seen her open up 3 to 4 bike lanes. Whoa, look at that shiny. Look at the face of that jump right there. That shows you how beat down and hard packed it's starting to get. As we're going through the woods for the final time, white flag is flying in the air here in the WMX Moto 3. This is what it's all about. A white flag battle coming down to the line. Don't believe this one's going to be for the championship as Kylie Stallings continues to hold down third. But these two, I believe, are battling for the final 2 spots in the overall podium. So second and third up for grabs right now. Hannah Hodges has got the position. And I'm sure Sophia Phelps knows that.
Yeah, I think, well, the way me and my dad were, we always kind of talked about that kind of thing. If I needed, to beat a specific person, you typically knew by how much. Oh, we got the pass for the lead. Sorry, Taylor, go.
You're good. It looks like Sophia got around Hannah Hodges.
Maybe.
Hannah's not finished yet. Look at that. Aggressive move from Hodges. Pinches the door off.
There's a lot of lappers right there, though. It's not just over yet. We are coming back into the beach corner, the sand corner, the Rocky Mountain sand corner, where Hannah made a mistake the last lap.
And if this comes down to the very end, Jordan, one of your favorite words to describe this WMX class, aggression.
Oh yeah, you can always count on having a good aggressive race out of the WMX for the girls class. But maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. It depends on how much Sophia wants to push her luck right now. The track is gnarly. Hannah's riding a good race. She rides a wide bike. She definitely knows how to protect herself. So we're going to see if ooh, boy.
Lap rider, this could be the difference. They're side by side. And she catches a hole coming off the jump. Let's see if she's able to get the momentum back. I think that might have just done it. Hodges gets a good drive into the sand corner. They got a lap rider in between. Phelps almost comes together with it. She does. Look at that. Able to keep the bike on 2 wheels. Who's that? Is that Stallings?
No, that's not Stallings. I'm not sure who that rider was. We've got lappers in between of our 2 leaders right now. Checker flag is out for the 17 of Hannah Hodges and Sophia Phelps. going 1 and 2 in the moto, waiting for our third place rider, and as of right now looks to be our champion in this class, Kylie Stallings, to come around in third.
So how about that? That's the action we expect to see in the WMX. A huge shakeup there. Can't wait to hear on the podium how all of that took place. Like we said, Hodges going wild off the track in the 10 Commandments and then somehow able to regain the lead and bring it home. Huge congratulations to Sophia Phelps. Kylie Stallings should be coming in. There it is. Oh, no, wait a second. Kylie Stallings not in the third place spot. She checks in fourth. And I do believe that will still be enough to grab the title. So Stallings checks in fourth place. Sydney Mason going to round out the top 5. And whenever you're ready, there she is, Hannah Hodges, grabbing the win. And that might do it for us up here in the tower. We're going to figure out how everything shaked up, and then whenever you're ready, we'll send it down to Jason Wigan.
Well, that was serious right there. We finally got a raceable enough track to have a battle for that last lap fight, and it wasn't a title fight, but they just like to win motos. Would love to get Hannah Hodges on up here. Awesome to see her back at still racing at Loretta's and now still winning at Loretta's, and she was not going to be denied. It's been a pretty solid week overall, but she ends it on top. Hannah Hodges with the gold. When was the last time you got a moto win here?
It's been a little bit.
All right. Yeah, well, it showed because you weren't giving that thing up.
No, I put a fight up to the end. I wasn't going to give it up on the last lap.
That is awesome. You rode really well this week. I know you would have liked to win the title, but what do you give credit to for really putting in a solid week overall?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with the week. I know everyone here wants to leave with the title, but I mean, for how much I ride and how gnarly the track was, I'm happy with the week.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, Hannah?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. My mom and dad, Jake, Troily Designs, Alpine Star, Scott, Dunlop, Renthal, Maxima, Ethica, Power Band, and Asterix. Anyone else I forgot? Thank you.
There's our moto winner, Hannah Hodges. Great job for Hannah. We'll bring up Sophia Phelps second, and we had a flop there for third place, a flip-flop for third of the moto, right? But the title did not change hands. Let's bring up our second place finisher. If we can have Hannah's bike come off, and we'll bring up the title bike. There we go. Hannah put the bike on the stand. I'll give her credit. Let's have the mechanic take it off. Battle right down to the wire. Sophia Phelps will end up second. Let's hear it for Sophia. Well, I'm back and forth. There were like 2 or 3 moments where I thought you had it, then I thought she had it. It was wild.
Oh my gosh, that was wild. This whole week has been wild. I've been coming from the back the first 2 motos. First moto I came from 26, and the next one I came from 39. And so I didn't make it easy on myself. Oh, hang on.
We'll give you a second here. Hang on. Yeah, I seeing you in a whole shot award, it didn't even register. It didn't even register.
That's so rare, isn't it? Like, oh my gosh, my dad told me, he was like, okay, you're like quite a few points out from the championship. And of course, we come for the championship just like so many other people. But I've never had a whole shot here before. And anyway, so yeah, after my last moto, I was pretty frustrated with myself. Like, man, what could I have done better? And it seemed like so many things just weren't like, you know, like I tried so hard and it just wasn't adding up. And I had a friend come ask me basically, hey, you always say to trust in God. If it's God's plan for you to not win, are you going to be okay with that? And I was like, yeah. So I started this moto, and I was like, whatever happens, it's in God's hands, and it's the best. So this is probably my last year here, and this is a cool note to end it on. A whole shot from the second outside gate. I'll take it. So thanks to my coach, Kyle, for setting me up on that outside gate. I had an MX-14 on the back. Those things absolutely rip, and my pro circuit motor in that bike is unmatched on that start. So even with me being bigger than probably a lot of the girls, it was, oh my gosh, that was a sick whole shot. So I'm stoked on that. I'm grateful to my parents for getting me here, and my siblings, my sister for doing my goggles. My brother showed up late in the week, just did the best he could to get here, so I'm grateful for that. Rocky Mountain ATV AMC, thanks to them, and Paul Barr, Fox, Fast Company. Oh, and Matt Mora and Alex Lips at Fox set up these awesome roll-offs that just took care of everything. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to Hinson and Factory Connection, Dunlop, Blended Up, CrossFit Dixie, Works Chassis Lab, Billet Bob, Primary Drive, Tusk, Attack Graphics, and My goodness, Coach Rob, thanks to everybody. It's been an awesome week. I'm grateful to be here.
Still cool. Here we go. Sophia Phelps. Sophie takes second. I think it might be second overall as well, second in the moto. We got the championship bike on up here. Let me send it back over to the tower real quick. You guys tell us what's happening on the racetrack.
And we have, I'm not.
All right, I'll figure out third in the moto. It doesn't matter. The math adds up to this. A #1 plate in WMX. She had 2 golds, and she does what she needs to do. She's your new national champion, Kylie Stallings. I was a little worried there at first. Those first 2 motos are great. You were pretty far back early in the mud. Were you worried yourself?
You know, I knew the track was going to be gnarly, so I knew that start would be important. I thought I got the whole shot, but I don't know. I came out first, and I ended up going down the 10 Commandments first lap, and I knew I was back there. So I just knew I needed to make up as many spots, and I knew I only had to get 6 to win the championship overall, so just rode smart and, you know, made it up to 3rd, I think, and just rode there.
How good does this feel?
It feels really good. My first women's championship. It's awesome.
All right, congratulations, and we'll let you thank some people, Kylie.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my trainer, Robbie Raynard, Mike Fortner for taking me to the gate, Ajax, FMF, Roost, Monster Mike from Monster, Dunlop, Bob Fox from Dunlop, Fox, FCP, Maxima, Guts, CTI, everybody that helps me out. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much.
Here it is, everyone. Our new champion of WMX is Kylie Stallings. All right, take it away and tell us what's happened on the racetrack.
Yeah, we have the college 18 to 24 Jesse Wessel currently in control. He is in control of this race and the championship megawatt. Look at those moto scores you were talking about.
He absolutely is in control of the championship. We're looking at a 3.81 possible right now, but Kevin, lots of time left in this one. This thing just getting started, and we have seen all kinds of madness this afternoon.
Yeah, just how do you adapt? Can you move around the racetrack, find that line? Because it takes about 3 laps to really put all the segments together. It's Wessel. Our whole shot, Carson Eads, has slipped back to the number 7 spot. Carson had like a 37th place was his best finish in a DNF, so he'll take anything at this point. A whole shot is a nice little feather in your cap.
You better believe it. Our second place rider, Connor Berger, I believe, yeah, he's sitting on a 6.94 right now. That's good for, let's see, that's good for about 4th overall. So these guys, these moto wins are coming at a premium. You don't see too many guys getting more than 1 this week.
No, not with the varying degrees of weather that we've had and now temperature. So we're just throwing everything. If it snows or hails, I'm just going to call it quits here. I mean, this has been a radical day, man.
That'll be all 4 seasons. I love it. You asked our guy from Australia earlier, said, what is it? Is it next year down there in the winter?
He goes, dead of winter.
Dead of winter.
Tomorrow.
Actually, tomorrow, dead of winter.
I already know.
You're like endless summer, man. You're chasing it, bro.
Chasing the summer.
Well, Jesse Wessel, last time around, a 2-minute flat. Connor Berger, a 2-minute .485. Grant LaFrance, 2.03. And Kyle Everson, 2.07.
Yeah, normally we'd be raving about a 2-minute, and that is a good lap time, but of course we've cut off a little bit of this racetrack down by the billboard, so still a good solid time. And there is the number 79 now. Is Connor Berger taking over? No, he's still in the number 2 spot. Our leader had already flown past Jesse Wessel, and this will be lap number 3.
Hey guys, real quick, we do got the 3rd place in the moto. That was a last lap move. Viviana got the job done. Viviana Contreras with 3rd in the moto. Not quite those first 2 motos. I know you want a little bit more to be in title contention, but you still ended it with a good note.
Yeah, first 2 motos were a little bit of a struggle. I just couldn't find my flow, and ended up going down, I think, both motos. And the 3rd moto was just trying to stay up, and I actually ended up going down, but I knew I had to fight to get up there. And I made the pass last corner by doubling the jumping over, and then making it through, and barely making it to the finish line.
Hey, you got a podium out of the week. That's good. Who do you want to thank, Viviana?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, all my family, friends that are here, Ramsey, John, and my mom, my dad. Those are like the big supporters, the big ones. Fast House, Mad Moves, ASV, Langston's, my mechanic Travis, EMT Racing, and Dunlop Tires, and Moto Seat, ASV Bray, everyone else I forgot, thank you.
All right, there it is. Third place, Viviana Contreras. Send it back up.
All right, thanks, Jason. And we are racing here in the college 18 to 24. The number 28 of Wessel still out front. Berger sitting in second, and then LaFren's going to hold down third there on the number 24 KTM.
Hey, guess who's climbed into the championship picture now? Trevin Nelson has clawed his way past Connor Berger in terms of points by virtue of running in the number 6 spot. So every move forward now is awesome for Trevin Nelson, but Wessel's only doing what he can do. He's leading this moto. That's all he can do.
Yeah, Nelson's sitting on a 2:16 right now, so that would be good enough for the overall. I was taking a look at Capricornitis down there. He'd worked his way up to somewhere around 13th or something. Now he's clear back in the 23rd position, and he was sitting on a 7.2. He was in great shape there, but right now got a lot of work to do. Is the 2 card out yet?
Probably getting close.
Yes.
But, oh, it is.
Yes.
2-lap card is out, so we'll see the white flag. So running out of time is...
A lot of work to do, a little time to do it.
Yeah, and they're both doing what they're supposed to do. Wessel is winning. That's all he can do. And the rider in the number 6 spot, Trevin Nelson, has jumped up and leapfrogged Wessel in terms of the championship.
You know, you just keep saying it over and over. It sounds like a broken record, but we see these guys that should be winning 2 or 3 motos or should be walking around. It's just unbelievable to see these guys maybe outside the top 10, outside the top 15.
Yeah, that 65 class this morning had the one kid had a podium and he had 1 top 10 finish.
Right.
It's like a 9th, an 11th, and a 17th.
Right.
Good enough for a 3rd. What?
So waiting for that white flag to come out. 2-lap card is out right now. College 18 to 24.
There's Kyle Peterson, or Epperson, excuse me, on the number 4 machine. There is the 69 right behind him, Joshua Bose. Joshua going to try something here on the inside. And that is Epperson on the red Honda, the number 4 on the plates. Bose on those 10 Commandments. Man, they are just barely able to get through those bad boys. They're tough.
Yeah, we're at that point now, Kevin, where starting to, you know, some of the moisture starting to work its way out, being run out, being driven out through the equipment, whatever. But now those ruts, those are going to be solid ruts instead of soft ruts.
Oh, yeah.
Those aren't going to be ruts that give every lap. Now they're just going to start getting stiffer and stiffer, Jackson. So as you work your way through them, they won't be very forgiving.
Yeah, Megawatt, now is the time that you've got to be able to read terrain. Now that some of this, it's not all mud around the track. There is hard, slick spots. There are the muddy 10 Commandments that are still got all the squiggly ruts. And then there's other parts of the track that are relatively all right. So reading that terrain is going to be a crucial thing here in these next few
That's
motos.
a great description, squiggly ruts. With that accent, now I have an accent, but man, my man Jackson here, that's a good one.
Jason called you guys out. Okay, that's enough of the accents in the booth.
Dude, he's right.
So Jesse Wessel still out front. Last time around 158.3 compared to the 159.4 of Connor Berger. White flag, yep, white flag continues to fly right now. Less than a lap to go in this one. And Jesse Wilson looking to stamp this. But the overall champion, if it were to finish right now in this order, looks like Trevin Nelson on that number 25 Yamaha.
Yeah, he's holding tough in the number 6 spot. We'll see once they come through and hit that transponder loop again if Nelson can stay in that number 6 spot. It's all about consistency in this inconsistent racetrack for sure.
And being consistent, Nelson picked up another one. That puts him up to 5th, so now he's looking at 2.15. And I don't think he can even be contested right now if he just stays anywhere near there.
That's a little cushion there, so if he has a tip over.
Kimball Jett having a tough time of it right now in that number 12 spot on the number 90 machine.
Capricornitis still back in the number 29 spot.
Wow. That's not something we say a lot down here at the ranch.
No, you don't. He's usually up towards the front.
So on screen, you see the number 28 of Jesse Welts. That is your leader here in this college 18 to 24 for Moto number 3.
There's Berger, Connor Berger, number 79, over that big step up back to Wessel.
It looked really good, didn't it, Kevin? The traction looked good.
Yeah.
It didn't look sloppy at all.
Yeah,
Looked
if you were
really
to just
good.
see that, you're like, oh, track's great, sun's out.
Perfect conditions.
It is tough. It's very demanding right now, very tiring. And that sun, man, it is just about 95 degrees out there.
It's brutal.
1,000,000% humidity as that moisture comes out of the ground.
Trevin Nelson turned a 159.6 that last time around. He was the fastest person on the track. That is your points leader as far as the championship is concerned.
Be careful. Don't toss it away. There it is, the checker flag moto win. Here in this college 18 to 24 class, Jesse Wessel will get it done. Connor Berger comes across. Man, he was not far behind him for sure. Looking for Grant LaFrance to wrap up our podium as far as the moto goes. And Grant should be coming across. That is a Yamaha rider there. That is the 25, your national champion. That's him, Trevin Nelson.
Nelson, he was as consistent as anybody. Of course, that's why he's got the championship. Nelson with a score of 215. Able to claim that overall. Coming up next, Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Always a good one. Just about to get our college 18 to 24 podium set up. Going to be talking to Nelson, Wessel, and Bortolan. So now the game changes yet again, Kevin. Things start to heat up just a bit. We've moved the soil around a couple times. As we work our way into the evening hours, going to see yet a different track.
And there is your top 10 on the screen for the college 18 to 24 moto number 3. And we will be throwing things down to Jason Wygant on the podium here in just a second.
Let's hand out the gold medal here. Moto win for Jesse Wessel. Talking to your old Horizon Award winner coach there, that moto wasn't maybe as easy as it looked. Did you have a crash to overcome?
Yeah, I got a bad start. Had to pick my way through the crowd, and I started gapping, and then I went down with, I think, 1 lap to go. So I had to pick it back up. Somebody was right behind me and put on a heater.
You got to be proud to get it done that way.
Heck yeah, this is a dream come true. I've always wanted to win here, and for the last moto of the week to finally get it done, I'm pumped.
Congratulations, Jess. That's awesome. Who do you want to thank?
ODI, Maxima, KSR, Kite, Motivated, Rackham Racing, North Star Construction, SOBMX, my trainers, Matt and Rod Bell, Jenna, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
Let's hear it for Jess Wessel taking the moto win. Yeah. All right, thank you. But I got to tell you to take the bike down. We're getting a championship to bring up with Trevin Nelson. Thank you, Jess. We'll hand out second and third. Also, Carson Eads got your whole shot if he wants to come up. Let's bring up Connor Berger. Second place. It's getting hotter and hotter out here at Loretta's. We're going to give you the full menu. Let's hear it for the runner-up, Connor Berger. And if Trevin Nelson wants to bring his bike up, come on up. Connor, how was that moto? Here, I'm going to pull you to the middle. How was that moto?
It was good. Yanked a good start on the stock 250F. It's my first time here at Loretta's, and just having some fun.
Let's let this start go off. Who do you want to thank? Who do you want to thank for that?
My mom, my dad, Woodstock KTM, AEO suspension, Twisted for Matt My ECU, Mobius, Fly Racing, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Connor Berger with the silver, everybody. Let's bring the championship bike up, and I will hand out the bronze to Grant LaFrance, if he wants to come up. You want me to send it to the tower? You guys want to call up a minute? They're working on it.
There we go.
Yeah, call it. Let us know what's up.
Looks like the number 19 of Deacon, the Deacon of Destruction, Deacon Deno out front.
All right, let's hear it for LaFrance here, taking the bronze.
All right.
Good job. Just blasting your ears out, Kevin. How'd you do that one? Tell me about it.
I went up to the line positive. I knew I was going to get a good start, and I made moves quick and fought to the end, yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Granite State Contracting, Battaglia Foundations, Kevin at Motorsport Accessories, Jordan Driven New England, Thor, 60, and Factory Connection. They got me dialed in last week before we came down here, and it showed, so that was good.
Let's hear it for our third place finisher, Grant LaFrance. And now our champion. He had to survive the mud, and he did it. Doesn't get a podium in the moto. He didn't need it, but the #1 plate, courtesy of the AMA, you can bring it on up. You get the champagne as well. Here it is, your new champ in the college division, Trevin Nelson.
Yeah!
Wow, Kevin Kelly, thank you for that. Extra support. Trevin, what's it like trying to manage a title in traffic in the mud?
That was pretty crazy and really hectic. Got a terrible start that time, just kind of spun, and got pushed off the track the opening lap, and then honestly at that point I thought I threw it away, so I just put my head down and kept pushing.
That is awesome. Were you surprised when you came across the line? Did you even know you had it?
No, I didn't. I figured that Jackson, he's been riding really well, and everybody else is way up there, so I was really, really surprised, and this is a really good surprise.
Oh, yeah. Who do you want to thank, Trevin?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Brad at FXR, Ben, Mike, everybody at Club MX that's helped me along the way. It's been a long way coming. And I'd just like to thank Yamaha, ATVs and more, Muckoff, FXR, Club MX, Jeffrey Holmes, Skid Steer Solutions, Flow, Icon Meats, and just everybody.
Congratulations. I'm going to give you some money here for education, courtesy of On Track School and the scholarshiprace.com. Bunch of sponsors that pitched in. He can use that for his education. And that's it for our college. Let's hear it for our champion, Trevin Nelson. Woo! Take it away, boys.
All right, we got Deacon
Kevin,
Dino.
you're fired
Man,
up,
I am
man.
hyped up. This throat lozenge brings new life. Deacon Dino, there is Mortenberg, I believe, in the #2 spot. There we go. There's Dino on the clean 19 machine. Mortenberg coming through on the 37 machine. Benjamin Moya, #39, sits third. Nathan Hummel, fourth. Landon Gordon on the #4 Kawasaki. Seth Dennis back in 14th. But the clean man out on the track right now. Polished, looking good. #9, that is the cleanest bike I've seen this deep into a moto. Of course, he did get the whole shot, so he has not been splashed one time.
Hey, Kev, I got the same story right here. I got our whole shot winner from that college class. That's pretty clean for a 15-minute mud moto. Carson, do I got it right? Eads?
Yes, sir.
All right, Carson Eads. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, dad, Lord Jesus Christ to keep me safe, Steve Litz from back home, Rusty from Triangle Cycles, and everybody else that helped me get here. Thank you.
All right, Carson Eads, your Stasic Whole Shot Award. Take it away for the minis.
All right.
You're pumped up, dude.
Yeah. All right. Last day, man. The sun's out. We're actually getting a pretty good raceable track now.
Are the guns out, Kevin?
The guns are out. I took care of these sleeves. These little string bean arms are getting some sun. I'm shirtless right now from the tower. These boys are loving it. 175 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal. Sure. There's never been said. That's never been uttered about me. Ever. There is Mortenberg, Hummel behind him. Gordon coming into the picture on that green Kawasaki. And the championship, how's it looking over there? That font is exceptionally small.
Yeah, Deacon Deno looking at a possible 2-1-1. Langston Gordon 3-2-2, it looks like. Logan Mortenberg, possible 8-5-3. Seth Dennis, a possible 1-4-4.
So, we can't really see. Is it mathematically possible for Gordon if he were to catch Deno?
I don't think so.
Well, he's made one pass. I can see that he's made the pass on Nathan Hummel, perhaps. There is the Kawasaki.
Tough to get off digits, but I still think one needs some help as well.
This is Super Mini 1, 12-15. It is lap number 2. Deno, Morberg, Hummel, Gordon, Moya, Harrison, Kellogg, Timbo, and man, Canyon Richards. What a story this poor boy's week, man. He's had a great week. Got a 50 title back in the day, but this has been a breakout week for Canyon Richards. And hold your head up high, man, when you're done with this week, because you were in the mix. You were in the fight for sure.
Yeah, you better believe it. Had hands full all week in there scrapping it out. And Canyon Richards really bringing the heat here this week. Had a great week.
No two-lap board yet. Looking for the battle there.
Oh, not him. Yeah.
All right, so Deacon Deno leading the way around on that number 19 Husqvarna. Nathan Hummel sitting in second on the number 28, and then Landon Gordon made his way up to the third spot there on that number 4 Kawasaki.
Able to kind of manual out of those 10 commandments. Deacon Deno's got the full straightaway on Hummel, and now actually Gordon has gotten around both of them. Gordon got Hummel and Mortberg, attorneys at law.
GNCC stands for Hurricane Mills. What? Huh? What? Yeah, you like that one there, didn't you, Jackson? Yeah.
Jackson might fall out of his chair.
Yeah, you want to surrender right now, Zach? Who's the king, son?
Moto, baby.
All right. Yeah, who's the man? Who? Megawatt? Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Megawatt's
Okay,
talking
Zach.
third person.
That's an official confirmation here, folks.
Uh-huh.
There you
better
go.
Believe it. Mess with the bull, you get the horn, son.
Where is
Matter of
Seth
fact, I'm gonna
Dennis?
text that one to your man, Stu Baylor.
Seth up to the number 9 spot. He's got Kenyon Richards just in front of him. They both turned 201s that time around. 159 for Deno. Nathan Hummel with a 156. Good Lord. Man, that was quick. I can hear old Jackson's lips there as they smack back and forth there. He's really catching that. That's he's just, every time I hear that, it's him. He's almost ready to talk, so like, so I know he's wanting to get in there. So I'm gonna lay out next time I hear that.
Almost sounds like a puppy St. Bernard in the back seat where
Sounds like he's having ribs, man. What you eating over there, son?
drool running down his chin, slobbering out the back window.
Oh boy, 2-lap board is out. Having some fun right now is Deacon Deno. Yellow flags are out over the tunnel jump. One rider down. They're getting him squared away. Rubber boots, the order of the day for sure. As the 2-lap board is out, Jason Wygant going to do a hard 180 and go right back and do these podiums. I don't know why he even walks up here.
And wow, guys, we have a rider just down on the backside of this blind jump.
I just said that, man.
Oh,
come on, man.
I'm putting the headphone in. Sorry, I saw the
No,
red
I'm
cross
messing
flag flying.
Yeah, they are on top of that jump there, trying to divert them around. They got them rolling. Good to see, man. Good to see. And one more time around, and we'll see the white flag. There is Deno. Man, that bike is just spotless. That's the mark of a good moto. Man, Landon Gordon just jumped in the back of that picture. Did you see that? Landon Gordon is within striking distance. He's going to come into this frame here, and Deno better pick the pace up. The number 4 of Landon Gordon right there has Deno in his sights. We're going to have a race here in just a moment. Able to double. There is Deno there. He is trying to run and hide. They're going to go around the big sweeper, and the crowd knows a good race when they see it. Arms out. They are. Oh, and Deno almost went down. That would have been disastrous.
So it's even tighter.
It's very tight.
Make it happen on the last lap.
I think this is inevitable, man. He is just bringing so much pace to the inside. Can he make the pass here? It's that easy. Deno knows, I think, he can stay where he's at in the number 2 spot. You don't want to tangle with Landon Gordon. That could bring your championship right to a halt.
Deno going to try to take the long way around just in case anything happens to Gordon.
Be right there to capitalize. So Gordon will come past Deno, and they will head into that finish line turn. Deno staying right there with him. White flag, one more to go. Don't think that's enough to change the championship, as Deacon Deno will have a 3-1-2. That'll be 6 points, and then a 3-2. Wait a minute. 3-2-1. Nope, that'd be win by. He would win by points. He's going to have a 2-1-2. So 5 points versus 6. Look at that math. Public school, baby. I can count 6. Feet off the pegs. Deacon Deno to count to number 1, because he's going to be the top dog on the podium. But Landon Gordon will win this little battle here. And we'll see these kids squaring off for about the next 4 years before they turn pro.
Man, that's the cool part. When these guys get into this super mini,
yeah,
they get into these schoolboy classes, man, you're going to see 4, 5, 6 years of these guys battling, and the guys that are contenders, the guys that want to be there, we're going to see them year in and year out. We're going to get to know them. They're going to get to know each other, and we're going to watch as these guys develop. And as you say, look to achieve that goal of entering the pro ranks.
Yeah, this is where they the rubber meets the road here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell some of the players start showing up.
Where Rob Fox meets the road.
Right, there you go.
The rubber meets the road.
And these rivalries, these follow these riders all the way through their careers. I mean, Cooper Webb just talked about having a discussion with Adam Cincerello now that they're grown. And I mean, those were the two top dogs in Super Mini not that many years ago. They're my age, and so it's cool. These guys will grow up, and now even in the pro ranks, you get to see the battles continue.
Yep. Those beatings that Cooper took at the hands of Adam Cincerello, he says it shaped him.
He returned the favor.
The dog. Yeah, he's done something.
Yeah, he returned the favor in the pro ranks.
Gordon off the side of the track, looks over his shoulder. Where is Deacon Deno? There is Deno. So just a couple more turns remain for the number 4 of Gordon. Did everything he could. Played it clean when he got past Deno. Didn't try any funny business. That was classy. Make the pass. Do what you can do. Let the race happen the way it should. And the number 4 will line up this straightaway, and he will hit that double, and he will be a Moto winner. Super Mini 1 12-15. He'll win the Moto, but the national champion Super Mini 1 12-15 is Deacon Deno.
Yeah, Deno doing a good job. Like I said, he was consistent, able to respond to every moto.
Consistent in these conditions, that's the trick.
Yeah, you know, he was able to adapt, man. Did what he needed to. Watch the fallen riders, the lappers, that type of thing. Did everything he needed to do. Comes out of here with, what is it, a 2-1-1? Yeah, 2-1-1.
A 2-1-1. We're going to run these cats through the 10 Commandments, it looks like.
I'm sorry, 2-1-2. My bad.
Maybe if, Adam, you want to queue up some commercials, we can lay out if you want to roll to it. Just
who's next?
Shut us down. Well, Jason Wagon actually has a podium, so I take that back. Okay. But after the podiums, maybe we'll jump into some commercials, pay some bills.
All right, we're going to get this going. We got a Moto win, a heck of an effort there at the end. We're going to bring you right up there, Landon Gordon. Great effort to win the Moto. He went 7 seconds faster with a lap to go to get to the lead, but the points are just not going to work out in his favor. Deacon Deno is going to take this one. Logan Mortberg will be third, but let's hand out the gold to the number 4 with a heck of a ride. The lap times don't lie, but it won't be enough for the title. Thank you, Landon. So we'll bring up the gold medalist in the final Moto, and a come-from-behind charge to get it done for Landon Gordon. Well, dude, you didn't give up. I mean, that was a heck of a charge those last couple laps.
Yeah, I got off to a second place start, or third, and then kid in front of me slid out, so I almost hit him, almost went down, but bounced back, got the Moto win.
All right, man. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Lord, keep me safe, my whole family, Team Green Kawasaki, Ryan Holiday, Mario, Pro Circuit, Mitch and Snikey, everybody over there, Monster, Dunlop, Alpine Star, 100%, Maxima, AP Designs, Greg Albertson back in my gate, and we've been training at Game Moto. We've been working hard, and yeah, Jacob Hayes, everybody else, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for him. Your Moto winner, Landon Gordon. Thanks, Landon. Got to roll the number 4 off if one of the Kawasaki folks can handle it. Deacon Deno is going to come up with the number 19, and I will quick talk to Logan Mortberg, who took third in the Moto. I'll give out the bronze while we get the championship celebration ready, because I'm sure there's a lot of stuff they're going to hand over to the number 19. So Mortberg is over there, probably getting mud out of his face. All right, let's hear it for our third place finisher, Logan Mortberg. There you go. Hey, you earned hardware. What's it like out there right now?
Man, that track is gnarly. I've never ridden anything like it. My regional was all muddy. That's a whole different type of mud.
No doubt. Who do you want to thank, Logan?
My mom, my dad, HH Training, DeLand Motorsports, Viral Goggles, TLD, Clover Hill, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Logan Mortberg taking third. And now we get ready for our national championship. We'll bring him on up. He also collects the Stasic Hole Shot Award and a silver medal in the Moto. Here's the silver. Here's the hole shot money from Stasic. And then most importantly, the #1 plate. Let's bring it on up to the stage. Your national champion is Deacon Deno. And some Oakley sunglasses coming his way as well. I've been asking everybody this all day, but when you have a title on the line and it's this muddy and this nutty, that's got to be something that you're worried about going to the gate.
No, I just played it like a normal race. Wasn't really stressing it at all. I just knew how to get a good start and just control the race from there, and that's what I did.
Awesome. All right, who do you want to thank? Obviously, the whole week's been good for you.
Yes, sir. I got 2 golds and a silver and a championship now, and we got 1 more to go. I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, men up above for keeping me safe, my trainer Gavin Graysick, Bell, 100%, Monster Army, Monster Mike, 100%, Renan, FCP, Factory Connection, Twin Air, Venture Moto, Range Line, and everybody else, thank you.
There it is, Deacon Deno. That's your champ. And I'm going to send it back up.
All right, thanks, Jason. We are hanging out up here in the tower.
Got awards coming up, more awards at 5 p.m. and we will pick up with the 250B class and move forward as the day has progressed. So from that point in our race order, 250Bs, we're done with the first, I believe, 12 or so grouping of awards. 250B, your awards, and everyone after that up until the current time, if that makes sense. We'll do that at 5 p.m.
Yep, able to roll through those pretty good. Mikey handling the duties over there underneath the arena. And as you said, 5 o'clock, we will continue with that, picking up with 250B.
Looks like we are doing just a tad bit of track maintenance. And it's the wind is helping, the sun is helping. Your breath on that track, Megawatt, probably not doing this, just deteriorating.
Absolutely melted down.
Melting the jumps. Here comes one of our interns working his way back after a long night. He's back.
Brad.
And that bike looks good, and then Weege has to mess up the video. It was such a great shot of that motorcycle in all its glory, all the winning and championship history that goes along with that bike, and then Weege is a loser.
Yeah, when we were talking about classic lines, it was the bike, not the announcer.
Not the announcer.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's never looked better.
Ugh. Ugh.
I should just bomb all these championship photos all week long, all year long. I should just do that. Get in every single one of them.
So for years, everybody's walls are covered up with your ugly face.
Yeah, they just blur it.
Never been so much Photoshop, Kevin, as there has been at the Loretta's victory podium.
Like an FBI informant. Just got his face all blurred out in every photo. So the big dozers are running around, smoothing a few spots for our, looks like 65, 7, and 9, so probably not a bad call to hit a couple of low spots.
Just like talking to Kevin, man. It's one of the low spots of the day. Got to deal with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to deal with it.
It's highs and lows in this sport.
I see what you did there, Weed. I like it.
I just found a spot on the fence. I'm just literally sitting on this fence by the podium. The first time I sat down for more than 5 minutes all day. I can't believe it. We got a breeze. We got sunshine.
That's a great day at the ranch. It's
beautiful.
It's like 9 different days in one. I mean, we've seen it all. Gonna let you all take some of this mud home with you in your car. Floorboard, underwear, whatever you're taking home.
Yeah, please do not return it to us on the side of the road, in the campground.
We don't want it.
Just carry it with you. Thank you.
A souvenir. You can get your programs at the MX Sports office for $5.
Yeah.
And then in addition,
we'll sling mud at your face.
Yeah, if you act now, we'll make sure you get some mud.
Tim Cotter at the very end, right there as you're pulling out, just going to need Tommy John. He's just slinging mud at folks on their way out.
Nice.
Thanks for coming. I mean, they earned it. They really earned it. The track crew, the staff, making all those decisions throughout the last 3 days. Do not envy that position. Hard.
Kevin, you owned a racetrack, promoted races for a long time. It's easy to make everybody a decision that makes everyone happy and everyone agrees on, right?
Oh, absolutely, man. Especially when you just bring them all down for a vote.
Yeah, they all agree.
Everybody can on the same wavelength for sure.
Yes, and no one asks for decisions that help them out more than others.
Oh, yeah, there's no narcissism at all going on here. So what works best for me? I'm sitting 1-1. Let's just call it right here. What do you say?
Never. It's been pretty wild. I've been here a long time. Been about more than half of these. And we've seen rain most years, not the last few, but most years, but never the type of delays and breaks. And talking to the track crew a little over an hour ago, what they were telling me is, yeah, they could have just kept racing through the rain, but they feel like if they did that, they were actually going to do so much damage to the track. Whatever time they gained by doing 2 or 3 motos in the rain, they would have lost with all the extra track work they would have done to reclaim the place. And I hadn't thought of it that way, but when you got to spend a half hour or an hour fixing a section, you're done. So they were trying to avoid that and just try to stay on top of it, stay on top of it, stay on top of it. And also, the real time drain would have been if they had a moto with, say, 65s like are on the line right now, and half of them got stuck. So that was the main thing they were trying to avoid, having the track get so bad that they're towing 20 bikes off, and then you're adding 10, 20, 30 minutes rebuilding the track, getting bikes off. So I think people have been surprised with how many breaks we've taken today on track maintenance, but by their calculations, the track maintenance is better than one giant maintenance when the track completely goes away, or a race where a bunch of minis get stuck and they waste more time. So they're hoping that this is actually the most time-efficient way to do it. I see dozers out there again. They're headed back to the infield, and we're about to go racing.
Yeah, we are. We got the gate drop, and we are underway. The starting line is the beehive of activity there. The Stasic hole shot is going to go to, wow, what a huge hole shot for that young man there.
And man, I just saw the 97 go down in the mud off the start, 100 feet out of the gate, probably covered, could barely get going. He shakes his head, and I guarantee you he will be out there and give it his all the way to the end. Even in these conditions, man, that's the difference when you come out here. There is no giving up.
No, these kids are all champions. If you made it here, I mean, that's job one, and props to you. You're one of the 40 best in America as we even get started. The best off the gate was Nico Verhoeven out of New Zealand, not Alabama. I don't think it's Alabama.
It is New Zealand, yep. So they flew over here, bought bikes, stayed in California a little bit.
Yep.
Got a moto win earlier in the week.
There we go. Got a moto win. Looking at potentially doing it again, making that trip, that 900-hour flight over here, worthwhile.
Surprised he didn't just pack the bike up in the gear bag and check it as luggage. Sorry, that's 130 pounds worth of clothing in there.
Got a couple of riders completely stuck before they enter the 10 Commandments.
I told you the Bermudians used to do that. They would pack their stuff up, come do the mini O's, and a couple of OGO 9800 bags.
Jeez. Was that P-Dub days for them, I think, though, right? Or
65s.
Seriously?
Yeah.
65s?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
They're the best customers at Mini O. These dudes land with gear, and they just go buy every motorcycle in Florida. Every dealership loves when the folks fly overseas to the Mini O's.
Yeah, I've seen it happen before. I told the story with our leader being from New Zealand at the Daytona Rick Carmichael amateur race this year. Ben Townley showed up, bought some bikes for his 2 kids, and they both ended up getting hurt. Didn't even barely get to race them. They were going to go to Daytona and then go to Freestone. So that's a big commitment, and you got to hope things go right. But for our leader here,
it's going well.
Paid off, yeah.
Yeah, they just leave the bikes for the easy ups over there for Win Kern to deal with. Here, just take these 65s.
Just leave them here. We'll be back next year.
Yeah, just keep them warm. Nico Verhoeven, can he claim another moto win? He had a massive hole shot on that number 26 machine. I believe it's still him.
Yeah, Verhoeven checking in, leading the way still out front, and he's had a solid week. Like we said, so many different conditions they've had to deal with, and one of those riders that's somehow been able to remain somewhat consistent.
Yeah, no doubt, and especially in a usually inconsistent class, the 65s. So let's see if Verhoeven can manage this moto, because he's got a huge lead.
Yeah, look at that lead already.
Going into the 10 Commandments, that's where you will find your leader out of New Zealand.
And there he is, the number 26. I'm going to say about Commandment 8 or so before we even see. I wasn't counting.
No, that was about 4 or 5. Yeah, that's a good guess, though. Look out. The flagger just about got it from behind. He's like, get out of the way, man. He got covered. You're a part of the action. So it's Verhoeven, Herrick, Ospina, Chambers, and Workman. That's your top 5. Stephen Green, Jr., 6. Beckham Smith, 7. Nolan Cobb, 8. Jax Baker Knight, and Levi Geis rounds out your top 10.
Where's the title looking like in this division?
Right now, it looks like Verhoeven actually does lead the way with Martin Ospina And running in a 7.5 and currently holding down the third place spot, sitting in second. I was looking, I thought Herrick was in this mix as well.
Beckham Smith.
Beckham Smith just picked himself up out.
Oh, no. So Beckham Smith was third overall, but he finds himself picking himself up off the ground there. They're pointing at that kid, telling him which direction to go. That one little rider there.
Verhoeven an 11th in Moto 1, a first in Moto 2. So he's in the driver's seat at the moment.
Watch out, man. That is the number 26 we are watching. That is Verhoeven. And that lap rider just about got into his business. And he has the number 66 of Eli Herrick. Nope, that would be a lapper there as well. That was 27 of Luke Shelton.
Luke Blake Shelton.
Yep. Big country music fan, 65 rider, 9 years old.
Oh, you know it. Classic country guy at 9 years old.
Yep. Continuous flow of folks heading out of here. Gas station will be overrun. They're going to drain that gas station of all its gas and diesel.
Oh, but they're going to deposit plenty of soil in return, like a barter system. We'll give you 400 pounds of mud. We're going to buy some candy.
Some beaver pelts. This is lap 2, working on lap 3. Verhoeven. Pretty comfortable lead there.
Martin Ospina still holding on to the third place spot. Chambers in the 4th. Stephen Green Jr. on the Kawasaki. He just bumps up to the top 5. Nolan Cobb, into the 6th place spot. Cole Workman must have had something going on as he falls down a couple of spots.
What you got going on, Jackson? What's happening over there? Hadn't heard any lip licking here in a minute. Jump in here. He's all flustered.
Yeah, see what you're doing to me, Kevin. I am watching the number 37 on screen here. Oh, cutting back to our leader, Nico Verhoeven. Verhoeven, I should say.
Verhoeven's been rolling good. He has dry here.
He knew exactly what he came here to do, and that is what he is doing it here in Moto number 3. Sitting in the driver's seat in this championship.
I bet he's barely used a tear off. Everything looks really clean and fresh on that bike.
Coming into the Rocky Mountain looking silky smooth.
Look at that little hand on the front brake there on the clutch.
Yeah, technique looking really good here on the 26.
These bars look wide, man.
Elbows up.
It's coming right at us up and over that step up. That's actually dust coming up right there in between those jumps. Working their way around the big right-hand sweeper into the left-hander, and he will see another lap click off.
I'm looking at this overall, guys. This is crazy. I mean, Verhoeven could win this thing with an 11-1-1, and it's because Anderson Waldell we have down in 20th. He was one of the contenders. He's looking at a 3-4-20. And then I saw the number 5 Yamaha, Cade Nightingale. He had a 5-3. That was pretty good. He took a gamble. I think it was pretty far, way outside, probably thinking there was drier land out there, but I don't even see the number 5 in the top 20 right now.
21st.
So Nightingale and Waldell struggling, and that's why Verhoeven could win it with an 11-1-1.
And hey, guys, real big attention in the pits. We've just gotten word. We are going to cut the rest of the third motos down to 10 minutes. So the rest of these third motos will be 10 minutes, except for the Pro Sport Moto, which will be 15 minutes. And for all of you parents out there that I know are listening, that is with the hopes of being able to run the micros at the end of the day. So once again, the rest of the third motos will be 10 minutes, except for the Pro Sport, which will be 15, with the hopes of being able to run the micros at the end of the day.
I like it. Give those kids their third and final moto. I think the track has turned around enough to where they're like, all right, we're going to make a run at it. So 10-minute motos going forward for the rest of the day as we watch the 65, 7, and 9. Don't forget 250B and beyond. I believe that was race 12. We're giving out your awards at 5 p.m., and we'll try to give out those awards current to the race that's actually on the racetrack. Get as close to that as we can, if that makes sense. Get you guys out of here and on the road safely. Long drive back to New Zealand for Verhoeven.
And looking to see Anderson Waldell currently sitting third in the championship. He had a third in Moto 1, a fourth in Moto 2. He's all the way back in the 15th position right now, so not a great third moto for the 74.
Once again, those up and down, looks like the ticker for the stock market. If you to chronicle their crashes and races, there's the number 5 again, the Yamaha picking the motorcycle back up again. He's up to 17th. That's Cade Nightingale. Kept it running, but that bike is literally, oh man, he is fighting right here on this second commandment. He has to refire that machine.
And it's so tough for these kids. They get into a point where they're not tall enough to be able to pick the bike up on an angle like that. They're not quite strong enough to pick the entire motorcycle out of some of these thick spots.
And the bike weighs now another 30, 40 pounds more than normal. And it's got mud in the tires. Oh, really? Mud in the tires?
I'm not even joking. They got to get on the Heath Harrison program. Start doing bike push-ups. Start doing squats with the bike. So next time they can just...
Scott Summers just lift that thing right up. Whoa, that kid's feet were he almost ejected. Nobody at home saw that, but I did. That was the number 25. He just let go of that bike. That was Nolan Cobb. Solid top 5 finish for him. He's got a couple of guys just behind him, Geis and Workman. And we should be seeing the white flag. There it is. It is flowing for Verhoeven. One more lap for him, and he's got a championship that he can. That's some luggage you want to check. One of these big awards you get to bring home. That's a big one, man. Wonder how many New Zealanders have won here at Loretta's.
Well, we are hoping to see one here today with the number 26 of Nico Verhoeven, who we see on screen now, making his way into Storyland.
And this is a cool story. We talk about Loretta Lynn's the best racers in the country, but this goes to show there's international talent that specifically comes out for this race. And it goes to show the future's bright, not only here in America, but worldwide. These little rippers coming up quick. And all of the best come out here to Hurricane Mills to throw down at the ranch. And right now, the New Zealander, as he makes his way through the Rocky Mountain sand section for the final time, still taking his time, doesn't want to throw anything away here. Great for him, like you said, dragging the front brake through the ruts, just picture perfect right now.
He's got about 30 more seconds of work, and he will lock this thing down. I don't know if it's tomorrow in New Zealand. My guess, obviously, the time is off, so hopefully he's got some friends and family watching, I'm sure. And he's got 2 more turns to go. And he will bring out the checker flag.
Hey guys, this is one of the on-track school scholarship classes right here.
Oh, excellent.
Under Lee and the team over there at On Track put some scholarships on the line for several of our classes.
10 classes, $22,000 raised for continuing education for vocational schools or colleges.
Yes, thank you for adding that. I was just looking my notes back up, wanted to make sure I got those numbers correct, and you are correct. And some of the other additional classes are, let's see, that's our college 18 to 24, our Schoolboy 1, 12 to 17, as well as our Schoolboy 2, 12 to 17, and our girls 11 to 16. So a lot of opportunities for a lot of great riders out there to take advantage of the generosity of our friends at On Track School.
I'm going to stick around down here and make sure the math doesn't flip, or we are looking at an 11-1-1 for the overall, but we'll make sure no one else is on a unbelievable charge from the back on the final lap to try to dig it out. Nico Verhoeven, though, we know this. He has got the whole shot and the moto win.
Thank you for saying that. I'm interested.
And this is what they did all this track work for today, to 65 classes to try to make sure they could make their way around. And we did not have a disaster race where we had all these bikes stuck out on the racetrack. I wouldn't say it was a multi-line track. That's not going to happen. So we'll do the title bike up here. And we'll be right back with more.
So as we wait to get everybody else back up on the podium for this 65 class, get everything passed out, I'm sure emotions flying all over the place, excitement levels, so many different types of emotions you experience under that canopy. Riders that weren't expecting to get a plate that somehow grabbed them, riders that thought they had it and it gets taken away at the last second. It's a truly, two riders can be sitting a couple of inches away from each other, one feeling the triumph, the other feeling the defeat, it's kind of weird over there. You got the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, but man, it's truly remarkable to watch when you see somebody like Jadon Cooper. I know I saw a video of him when he got into the pits after winning. That just raw emotion. That's what it's all about. That's why this race is so special. And so we'll wait to see the number 26 up there on the box. Figure out how the rest of this overall goes. Looks like it should be Herrick closing in. It sounds like Jason's ready to roll.
We are. I don't see anything flipping in the overall. I think we have it. I think we have an 11-1-1 to win the championship. And that wasn't even the biggest journey. The biggest journey is that this kid comes out of New Zealand in the moto, and with it the title. Let's hear it for Nicolas Verhoeven. AMA #1 plate. There you go in 65. Never give up. 11th in the first moto and rolled in the next two. And 11-1-1 is going to get it done in a crazy week. Well, what happened in Moto 1? I'm sure at that point you thought the title wasn't going to happen. What happened in that one? Because you were great in the other two.
Yeah, that Moto 1, that really annoyed me, so I want to come back firing.
Did you think at that point it was over as far as winning the title, I would imagine?
Yeah, both my classes, so I had no clutch in the first two.
So what is it like now to have come all the way back and win?
Oh, so happy.
And just like I asked you yesterday, just tell me the story of how you came over here from New Zealand. How'd you even get here?
We just flew, brought some bikes, stayed with the West, qualified at Parta, and here I am with the championship.
Unreal. Who do you want to thank?
SP2s, Fly Racing, 100% Alpine Star, Luke McGrath, Rental, Works Connection, Pedaline Oil, and everybody else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Nico Verhoeven. Now, to give you a couple pictures, he gets the Stasic Holeshot Award and Andre Lee from On Track, the scholarship race. This is one of the classes they picked. There's $350 that Nico can use for education wherever he wants to spend it. He could buy even a lap for school if that's what he wants to do, like a lap. It's all good. And congrats, Nico. You can hang out. I got to get second and third on up here. Eli Herrick, if you want to come by in the 66, I'll give you the silver. It's a sharp-looking motorcycle he got down there. Let's hear it for Eli Herrick taking second place. Yeah, Eli, come right here. How was that moto, dude?
Start was pretty. I just tried getting the best start I could, just trying to hold off the position.
Good job. Who do you want to thank, Eli?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad for being my mechanic. Moto C, Rainer Training Complex, my trainer, Robbie Rainer, Dunlop, Fox Moto, Torres Motorsport, Pro Circuit, Sun Enterprises, WTT Engines, FMF, Mika Metals, Rao Designs, PC Racing, Motomuck Tamer, and Dunlop.
There it is, everybody. Eli Herrick, your runner-up. Hold up that silver. Be proud. Flip it around. There you go. And Martin, let's bring up our third place finisher. That'd be Martin Ospina. Let's hear it for third place. Yeah, Martin. Tell me about your moto, bud.
I don't speak very good English, but the third moto was good. I got a good start. The first turn was 10th place. I was a lot of mood. In the last lap, I crashed, but third place in Loretta Lynn's is very, very. I'm very happy for that.
Awesome. You did. There you go. Hold that up. That was pretty good English to me. Where are you from?
Colombia, South America.
Amazing. Who do you want to thank for making it all the way here?
To first my mom, my dad, my brothers, 12 Clicks, to Nelly, to John, to all my friends, to be here watching me, to 12 Clicks, California Extreme, KDM Power Chop, KDM Colombia, and all people that support me and all the
We got it. You're good. All right, let's hear it from Martin. Taking third. A bronze medal in 65 for Martin Ospina. Great job. Ospina, sorry. Great job. Thank you. And our champion can come back up and pop some champagne. And I'll hand over an Oakley certificate as well for some sunglasses. There we go. All right, we're going to have some champagne celebration down here. I'll send it back up.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, celebrations going down on the podium. We love to see it. And we will have our next class getting ready to take to the tracks, 250C Junior. And Jackson, I'm honestly pleasantly surprised with what I'm seeing out of this track. Like we said, the Racer TV cameras, they do a great job of covering all the action, but they don't quite do the intensity of that rain we had earlier justice. It was raining cats and dogs, whatever you want to call it, and dumping a bucket of water on this track. And like we said, actually seeing a little bit of dust in some of these spots between some of the jumps, and really starting to develop some racy lines out here.
Yeah, definitely. The track crew has done an amazing job here with this track. The sun has came out, and things are starting to look in our favor here for the rest of the racing for the day. Up next, we have the 250C Junior class. Then we are going to get the 450B Limited out there. Following them will be the 85cc 10 to 12 Limited, Schoolboy 1, and then Open Pro Sport. And we have plenty more racing after that as well. We are going to try to get our micros in here this evening.
And once again, like we said, everybody in the pits, everybody here, even those watching on RacerTV.com, cutting the rest of those third motos down to 10 minutes, except for the Pro Sport Moto. That will be 15 minutes, and that is with the hopes of trying to get those micro riders their third motos. You know, a lot of controversy, a lot of chaos going on with the weather. I don't think anybody can sit there and say that everybody at Loretta's, everybody at MX Sports has done everything they can to try to get these riders all the time on the track possible. They have, Mother Nature has thrown everything it seems she had at us, and they are doing everything they can to try to adjust and make things as fair and as fun as possible.
Absolutely, folks. You got to understand that Mr. Cotter, Davey, Kerry Joe, they're looking at all angles from all. Yeah, Zach, you got to understand they're looking at all angles from all sides, whether it's Mr. Cotter, Davey, Kerry Joe. We talk about, well, we've got to pull some bikes out. We have to have the track in a certain safe condition. We've got the forecasted weather in this direction. There are so many things to go into it, and you got to understand as parents, you're looking at it from one side. You're looking at it simply from the side of your child. Is how you're looking. I get that. I'm a dad too. But you get excited, you start making judgments, you start pointing fingers, this and that. I want to tell you something. They have done a fantastic job of basically getting us back on schedule, making sure we get this event completed, and everybody gets the due time that they deserve. And hats off to the boss and the rest of the crew. No question about that. Hey, I want to throw some love over to Larry Wozik. Larry Wozik's over on the hill with Moto Muck. Now, you guys know, I'm crazy. I'm OCD, bro. It's just the way it is. It doesn't matter if it's my shoes, my truck, my bike. Jackson, you're shaking your head. You're rolling your eyes. You're like, man, it's true. He's crazy. But the bottom line is, when I clean my bike, when I clean the underneath of my truck, when I clean the engine on my truck, when I scrub the Moto Muck is the route I go. Larry Wozik, one of the original Moto mercenaries. The guy was a bad dude. The guy was a privateer. He got out there. He rode Fox machinery. He rode factory-supported machinery. Larry Wozik, at any time, anywhere, brought it 110%, and he's done the same thing with his cleaner, Moto Muck. No brushes, the no-effort cleaner, no question about that. But what I love, guys, it's not going to streak the aluminum. It's not going to spot the aluminum. You're not going to get the white haze left on everything. And it leaves a little protective layer and a shine, so it's almost getting your protectant at the same time as you're washing. So a great product. I love it. I recommend it. Going over here in just a minute and pick up another case for myself and put it in the trailer before we load up.
And that's one of those things I don't feel gets touched on enough. The way to properly clean your machine. Sure, you can use your average soap from the store, but that stuff can damage your motorcycle, damage
absolutely
graphics, plastics.
Absolutely.
So finding the right solvents and the right cleaners to use on the bike just as important as the right fuel.
And Zach, when you say damage, I'm not just talking about etching the aluminum. It can actually weaken the aluminum. It can actually pit the aluminum. Be very careful. Do not use those automotive type cleaners that you're going to find at Advance or Pep Boys or whatever. Stay away from your purples and this and that. Those are acidic cleaners. 100% biodegradable is the Moto Muck. And I want to tell you, he has done a great job. The formula is fantastic. And again, no effort. Now, you know myself, I like to use a soft brush anyways, just to agitate just a slight bit. But it is literally spray and wash. And like I said, I'm going to run over here in just a minute, pick up another case, and I encourage you guys to do the same.
All right, thank you, Mega. Yeah, run up and get yours while you can. Everybody, I don't even care if you were just walking through the parking lot out here this week. You could probably use some. We all got stuff to clean up, so it is. It's going to be a busy day, busy week next week. Yeah, throw it on the truck. Throw it on. They probably throw it on some of those vans Jackson's been rocking all week. I mean. Okay, yeah, use it on your riding gear as well. Yeah, so absolutely take full advantage of it, and know you're using the good stuff out there. So a big shout out, Megawatt endorsed, Megawatt approved there. So that's all you need. That's all you need to know. Enough said. But just finishing up a couple little touch-ups here, and then we will drop the gate on 250C Junior. Yes, adjusting those times and dropping it down to 10 minutes. 15 minutes for the Pro Sport class with the hopes of getting the micros in at the end of the day. And Jackson, I feel like every time we talk about getting to start, it's become a little more important. As if it wasn't already when we came into this week, it was, okay, you know, you've got 20 plus 2. All right, take that back. We're going to drop it down to 15, maybe 12 now. Now, here at the 10-minute mark, getting a whole shot can make or break your entire race.
Yeah, you're going to want to get out front as soon as possible. 10-minute motos, that means you're not going to have much time to work your way up through the pack. You're going to have to figure out this difficult track in the meantime as well. So you're definitely going to want to get up front and get yourself ahead as soon as possible. Once again, next up, the 250C Junior. Following them is going to be the 450B Limited and then the 85cc 10 to 12 Limited. And we are going to have our award ceremony resume at 5 o'clock with the 250B. So once again, that's going to be at 5 o'clock. And like you said, Zach, going to shorten those motos. Hopefully we are going to get our micros. We plan on getting our micros in at the end of the day, I should say. And Zach, that's been a fun one to watch all week as well. The micro classes giving us all that we can ask for. In each of them, we have the Micro E as well. That is our electric bikes. It's cool to see them out there, completely different power. As you were saying, you don't have to get the RPMs up. That battery is right there, so you hit it all at once.
Yeah, different power delivery system on those electronic devices, or electronic motorcycles, I guess is the best way to say it. And I think it's a smart way these manufacturers has introduced it on a ground roots level. I remember years ago, Maximus Volan, he used to be ripping around on an electric KTM. And now we see this full range of electric motorcycles in these younger classes. These guys are going to be the generation that introduces electronic motorcycles into the world. And as these guys grow up, whether you like it or not, I don't want to get into that argument because we could talk for a whole nother week about it. But regardless, electronic motorcycles are a thing, and I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon.
All right, it sounds like we have our 250C Junior guys firing up the bikes now, so we will let them go here in just a second. Yeah, I see the elbows up now, Zach. It is about time to go here for moto number 3.
Yeah, I don't think the electronic bikes will ever be able to touch that sound as the revs are up. Here we go, 250C Junior, Moto 3 off and rolling. Whoa! A big domino effect, riders going left and right. Oh, a guy getting run over.
2 guys.
Man, look at that. Carnage coming across the start. As we check back in, Robert Weiss, a name we have been saying, shoot, I think within this hour alone, finds himself up front. One rider going down. See who that is. It does look like Weiss has gained control of the lead. He is neck and neck with the, I believe, 30 or 38. That is the 39 machine, actually, sitting in the second place spot. And so we will look. Weiss, no stranger to the front of the field here in these C classes, and is going to try to make the most of this start. He knows he's only got to hang on for 10 minutes out here with these adjusted third motos.
Couple riders going down there in the 10 Commandments. That's going to be the number 33 and 51, I believe. As we turn back to Robert Weiss there on his Husqvarna machine, making his way through Storyland.
And we look to see, I do believe that is the 20, maybe it wasn't the 29, that was definitely a Yamaha. Whoever it was, they're looking strong right now, but wow, we're taking a look out the window. There it is, Robert Weiss on the number 16, opening up a gap early. And that is a huge benefit early. We said if you can get out front, great, but to be able to get out front and get away from everyone, not have any immediate pressure on you, that is going to be key. We've seen riders, when they're able to sneak away early on that first lap, oftentimes they run it clean all the way to the finish.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, Zach, this one very important to get that start, get out there front. as we had a hectic start here in this 250C junior class. But Robert Weiss going to take this first lap, and the green flag is out for the number 16.
And I do believe that is the 39 of Trent Salisbury in the second place spot, a 5th in Moto 1, but a 22nd in Moto 2. So he's trying to have a turnaround in this thing on a high note.
And as we wait for our riders to check in, we will get you the times.
So we are watching Weiss on screen right now.
And there was the number 19, I believe. Oh, nope, that was just like you had said as well.
Oh, there is the 39. Yeah, I was about to say he was having such a good run, putting pressure on Salisbury, tipping it over just after this first commandment. And he's back up and running, but he lost a lot of positions early there in the back of the screen. Now popping off the side of the track is 39. And those riders, remember, you get off track, you got to get back on track as soon as possible, but as safely as possible. And so riders trying to be careful. Look at how hard packed it is right there.
One rider stuck on the left there, Zach.
Just off the side of it. He was in the thick stuff. And so you grab a handful, back in, slides out of that hard packed stuff. Next thing you know, you're stuck.
And look at the difference there between the terrains. Reading the terrain is going to be a big one here in this one, as well as the rest of the motos today, as we see some of that hard, slick stuff. And then just over to the left of it, very, very deep mud. So reading this terrain is going to be crucial here today.
Yeah, absolutely, Jackson. Such a good point. Being able to figure out exactly how the dirt in front of you is going to react. Robert Weiss was out here just a little over an hour ago. He was in slop, mud, standing water everywhere. Now he's seeing dust in between these jumps. He's able to run full speed, and he's adjusted, finds himself out front still.
And look at this number 16 as he comes into the finish line. Man, he is on the move here in this Moto number 3.
Coming up just a little short on that double. No big deal. Keeps the thing moving forward.
Already able to put quite the bit of time in between him and second place. As we move back to our second place rider now. And there is the number 16 once again on the screen.
Able to go out of frame before we even catch second place. And that is a new bike. I believe that is the 58 machine, maybe the 59 of Carson Hall on the gas, sitting at a 12th in Moto 1, a 4th in Moto 2.
And sitting in second now, Zach, that is the way to do it, improving all week long. As he goes for a little ride through the 10 commandments there, able to pull it back together, double out. And he is looking solid there on that number 59 machine.
The rider just behind him, there it goes. The hard pack bites you once again. I know all of these riders want to grab a big handful, as we see him taking a look over the shoulder, says, hey, there was somebody back there just a second ago. What happened? He grabbed the handful just a little too hard, back in, lit up, kicked out from underneath him. So
able to triple into Storyland there. Up, and there is our scoring. So it's Robert Wise out front on the number 16, the 59 of Carson Hall sitting in second. William Barrett sitting in third. William Barrett coming out of Blue Ridge, Georgia. I believe he goes by Billy, sitting there on that number 15 machine. On the number 79, we have Travis Tucker. He is holding down fourth on his KTM. In fifth is Devin Cook there on the number 34. In sixth, we got the number 55 of Ryder Rodriguez. That is another name that we have been saying a lot here at Loretta Lynn's. In seventh, though, is Dawson Baker. In eighth is Kyle Paleologos. In ninth is Evan Turlicki. And then rounding out our top 10 is going to be Anthony Palawoski.
And Kyle Paleologos, now that we officially know the proper pronunciation, that is, I believe, one of the riders in this championship battle. So now, as I'm going through trying to do the math, 2 + 1 and 1 + 2, I'm that good. I know that's both 3. And right now, Robert Weiss was in the number 1 position. Now it's showing Carson Hall jumping into the first place spot.
So what has happened to our early leader?
Where is Weiss? Did he go down?
I didn't personally see it, but I also have been looking around here. So there is the chance, as we see
Paleologos now jumps into the 5th place spot in front of Weiss. That is the championship right there. So where is?
I do still see the number 16 in the lead ahead of the number 59 there. So that might be a problem with our timing and scoring. We'll let you know for sure here in just a second.
Yeah, easily maybe a transponder issue. Like we said, we've got backup hand scoring on site as well. I'm now able to see in eyesight. There's Robert Weiss on your screen, tripling back into Storyland. So he's still looking good, feeling good, and headed forward. And the number 16. No stranger to the top box. I mean, I think there's something to be said about a certain level of confidence that comes with, hey, I've already done it. Actually, as a matter of fact, I've already done it today. I've gone through, I've had a gate drop. I know how the track's reacting. And so Robert Weiss finds himself up front early, once again, trying to bring this thing home and bring a number 1 plate with it. Looking at now we don't have the proper timing and scoring on our chart here because it shows Paleologos as the man in command of the title fight. We do know that Weiss is still in front, sitting with a 2-1 score. So Weiss trying to get this thing done with a 2-1-1, and Paleologos holding down what I believe he's shown his 5th, but I believe that is actually 6th place on track. And so as they get ready to complete another lap, hopefully it'll correct on our timing and scoring here. Here comes your leader getting ready to come around the checker flag once again.
And he is going to get the white flag this time around.
We have security videos of everybody spotted the track. We had back in time on the first lap.
Watching right now, riders trying to make their way through the so Weiss right now handling business.
So you guys saying Weiss is out front in this moto?
That is what we're saying. Jason, I'm sure you're looking at timing and scoring.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
I believe it is a transponder issue. We've had eyes on the 16 the whole time.
That's great.
He did not check in for lap number 3 when he came through. He did come through the finish, so I believe that it's just a transponder issue here in this one, as he has been in the lead for the entire race.
Yeah, and I saw him come across, so he's not about to get lapped. He's just that far. He's got 5 seconds or so on the rest of the field, as far as you know.
Yes, sir. The number 16 is on the move here in this one.
And that will be enough for the title.
Yes, sir. He is in a locked-in battle with Paleologos.
Yep.
And so as far as we know, if he is in one like we believe, that will be the title.
All right, thanks for the info. We'll figure it out. Thanks.
We'll let you know if we hear anything different. Jason hanging out down there at the podium. And we are watching the number 16 on screen.
Man,
we're gonna make sure if he goes down, we're gonna see it. We're locked in on this guy right now.
He is getting him some time there on Racer TV.
And what better way to have your time on Racer TV than to be out front? I know we have several riders, they catch their moment on camera, and it's probably not the moment they're wishing to be shown, but it is what it is. Hey, everybody at home understands. We're all racers. We know everybody falls over from time to time.
Any publicity is good publicity, they say.
This is true. This is true. So there is the man right now. He got some serious publicity pulling that hole shot yesterday, coming through the mud, and he is looking to get a little more. He wants to have some publicity, holding a number 1 plate over his head. Here we go, checker flag coming out. It will be the number 16, Robert Weiss, grabbing the win. And Weege, I know you're listening. That should be your title.
And there is Carson Hall on the number 59 machine, and he is going to be followed by the number 15 of William Barrett checking in now there. So that will be your top 3 here for moto number 3 in the 250C Junior 12 to 17 Limited. Devin Cook, Ryder Rodriguez, Kyle Paleologos checking in as well.
And as much as we'd love to get into the overalls here, how this is going to shake up the championship with that shake up with Weiss's transponder, we've got all kinds of different points at play here. Paleologos shown as checking in the 5th place spot, but I believe that is actually 6th. Polakowski 7th, Dawson Baker 8th, Evan Terlecki in 9th, and I believe it'll be Drew Embleton technically rounding out the top 10. So I'm sure everybody down by the podium trying to figure out, we're comparing hand scoring, making sure everything is properly documented. We know exactly what happened, but I'm pretty sure, if nothing else, the number 16 would be more than happy to tell you, hey, I brought this thing home.
They're celebrating. I think they know they got it. So we're going to bring them on up. This should be 2 titles today for the number 16. The 16 Husqvarna. My man Zach Osborne listening back home. Probably gives a little twinkle in the eye. 2 titles for the number 16 out of New Jersey. He does it with a clutch moto win Let's hear it for Chris, right? Chris Weiss. He goes by Chris. We didn't have you on timing and scoring. I think you might have had a transponder problem. Did you know where you were, and you know if you won the moto, you had it?
Yeah, I knew where I was, and I knew I had to beat one person, and that's pretty much it. And I just wanted to win.
That's some serious pressure, man, but you able to block that out?
Yep.
All right. Who do you want to thank once again, Chris?
My mom and dad, Callahan MX School, Factory Connection, Johnny Knowles over at Scott Goggles for keeping my vision clean, Focus X Gear, E&K Heating and Air, Haynes Realty, Kurt Mayberry Home Improvements, my grandparents, my aunt, uncle, and all my friends and family. Thank you.
We're going to bring the #1 plate on up to the podium from the American Motorcyclists Association. And once again, now a two-time champion in 2023, Chris Weiss. All right, we'll talk to second and third here. And also hand out a whole shot award as quick as we can. Carson Hall and William Barrett. Hall will bring you up here. Gate's about to drop.
Here we go.
B-class underway. Let me give a silver to Carson Hall. How'd that ride go?
Good. I just got a good start, and I stayed in the lead pack the whole race.
You look pumped. On a podium, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, Dark Tide Tattoo Studio, Factory Connections, 110 Racing, Gibson Tire, Fredericktown Yamaha, and everyone else who helps me out. Thank you.
All right, Carson Hall, wave to the camera there. He's got himself second place. I'll get third in a moment, but you guys at the tower, tell me what's happening on the track.
All right, thanks, Jason. Yeah, we are hanging out watching that 450B Limited start. And it looks like it is going to be Seth Creedy on the KTM number 72 grabbing the whole shot. And we're watching here on Racer TV. We got some good racing. Look at that, the number 72. Oh, almost going down. Not sure if he got a little help there or not. That was definitely some close racing.
Let me grab third real quick. Thanks, Zach. And we'll talk to William Barrett here in third place. Let's hear it for William. How's that?
It was good. I got a pretty good jump out the gate, but, you know, the mud kind of slowed me down.
Okay, it did, but not too bad. You beat everyone all but two. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Tyler Thompson, the whole TMA crew down there. I also thank SoPro Suspension, keeping my suspension always dialed in, nice and fresh. Mike Anthony for keeping my suspension always, I screwed up. Mike Anthony for keeping my motors always nice and fresh. I thank 110 Racing for these sweet gear sets they gave me. And everybody else I forgot, thank you for supporting me.
All right, William Barrett, everybody, third place. Congratulations and whole shot award. I'm looking for Trent Salisbury. Let's real quick, Trent, I'll let you thank some people, and then you guys can call us Moto. Trent Salisbury with your Stasic whole shot award. Who do you want to thank, Trent?
I want to thank Factory Connection, Texas Tornado MX, Van Martin, my whole family, my grandpa, just everybody else who supports me. Thank you, everybody, in Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Trent. Take it away for the B-class.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. Hey, guys, as we work our way through the rest of the program here today, I want to make it be known that, you know, we have shortened these motos. We have taken all kinds of precautions. We've set all kinds of guidelines so we can get these micros in tonight, Jackson. Now, here's the thing. We've shortened motos from everybody else. We've taken time away. We've made the track a lot better. Now, on our shaft drive class this evening, our PW class, you will be able to assist to the first turn. So if your child's having problems down the straightaway, that's the one thing that, Jackson, we really can't vacuum up. We really can't dry that start out. Last night we saw about 8 riders made it into the first turn unassisted. You will be able to assist your child to the first turn, but that's it. After that, it's up to the track workers and the flaggers to have the best interest of your child. And again, realize that these decisions are made so everybody gets proper track time, so everybody gets their due, gets those 3 motos in. And like we said, we took time away from all the other classes to make sure that we get that in. And it was a great decision by the management staff here at MX Sports.
All right, guys, so y'all heard it. You will be able to help the shaft drive class this evening up to the first turn. So when you get to that Stasic hole shot, no hands on deck. So we are racing, though, here in the 450B Limited. Our hole shot winner was Seth Creedy, and then Fapani made his way up to the front there on that number 75 KTM, and Zach, he is leading this one.
Fapani doing exactly what he wanted to do. A guy that has not had the week he was hoping for. Seems like some bad luck has gone his way, but Fapani got it figured out at the moment. He's out front. Alvin Hillen, checks into the second place spot with Wyatt Creighton holding off third. Liam Olaf, that's another name we've said a lot here in the B class. He holds down fourth. Grayson Fair fifth. Seth Creedy now finds himself in the sixth place spot with J. Don Cooper holding down seventh. J.J. Concannon eighth. Evan Stewart ninth, and Logan Riggins going to round out the top 10 for now. Look at the 72. I mean, front end shattering everywhere. We talk about braking bumps. We talk about ruts. These were developed in rainy conditions, Jackson. It was muddy. The riders were sliding. They were going all over the place. Now, in a lot of spots, it's actually dry out there, but they're still having to ride these kind of weirdly made ruts. Got to be difficult out there for the B class.
Oh, no doubt about it, Zach. It is definitely difficult out there on the track. You can see just how hard-packed and slick the inside of a lot of those ruts are, going all the way to very, very soft mud on the outsides of the track, where we have had to push that mud off of this track, and we're seeing dust kick up through some of it. So reading the terrain is going to be very crucial, as well as the throttle control here in this B class.
Yeah, can't stress it enough. We saw a lot in that C class. Riders grabbing a handful, the back tire lights up and shoots out to the side, puts them on the ground, as we see a pass on screen from one of the Yamaha riders. That might be Olioff. That could be the pass for third over Wyatt Creighton. We'll wait to see if we get an actual number. I believe, yes, so I do see the 84. So that was Liam Olaf making the pass, now moves himself into a podium spot and moves himself into the #1 spot for the championship.
Yeah, Zach, if they finish this way, he is in the driver's seat for the championship. Jeremy Fapani sitting second. And once again, if they finish this way, J-Don Cooper would be in third as far as the championship is concerned there on that number 9.
Now I'm taking a look at the scores. Liam Olaf holding down a 2-1-4 if they finish like this. Jeremy Fapani a 1-8-1, and J-Don Cooper a 5-4-7. So only a couple of points separating your top three, with several different storylines for how their week went. Look at that. The 94 of Hillen, I mean, just wide open, charging hard into these corners.
Trying to get away from Olaf. He knows he is back there and on the move as they go around the Cometic corner into the 10 Commandments. On your screen, you see the number 75 KTM machine of Jeremy Fapani sliding all the way around that corner. That shows just how slick it is there in that hard pack. And into Storyland he goes. Zach, he has been looking great all week long.
The number 75 completely slideways, making his way up and out of the 10 Commandments. And what I like about Jeremy Fapani, what I'm seeing right now, is he's picking and choosing. If he feels there's a certain section he can ride hard, charge really hard in, he does it. But you also see him check up significantly in some of the slicker spots, some of the more hard-packed areas, not pushing the pace too much, deciding exactly when he feels comfortable to open that throttle up.
Yeah, Zach, he is your first moto winner, getting 8th there in moto number 2. So that 8th place score might be what loses the championship for Fapani. Alvin Hillen sitting there in second on the number 94. We will see where he is on the championship. He is sitting in 4th if they finish the way they do, the way they are running, with a 3rd, 12th, and 2nd.
So as we continue to watch Fapani picking his way around the Polysport Pond, able to now start hopping up and over some of these bumps, getting a little bit more of the style that we expect to see here in the B class, actually launching that double. And there we go, the white flag, 1 lap to go for the number 75.
One more time around we go here in the 450B Limited Moto number 3. Jeremy Fapani leading the way. Alvin Hillen sitting in second there on the number 94, and Liam Olaf sitting in 3rd place on the number 32 Yamaha. And Zach, I have to wonder, does Olaf know that he is already in the lead of the championship?
I can't help but think the number 32 of Olaf's team pit board, while they don't go around the official mechanics area anymore, there are still mechanics lined up where they have changed the route of the track. So Olaf's still able to get information if he decides to have it, decides to look over and see it from his team. He actually gets a little sideways there through the Commandments. But yes, to your point, Jackson, I think Olaf is aware. Fapani, he's doing this to make a statement. Like we said, had that bag second moto, gotten 8th there, but a 1 to start and a 1 to end. I think that's a big stepping stone and a proving point as to who he was this week.
I agree. Taking a look here at our times, Jeremy Fapani turned a 153.0. Alvin Hillen with a 152.5, and then Liam Olaf there with a 153.9.
And taking a look down, got to give a big shout out to Alvin Hill in the 3rd in Moto 1, a 12th in Moto 2. So once again, being able to respond after some adversity and show that he was one of the top riders here in this 450B limited class as well. And there it is, Olaf grabbing the tear off up and over the tabletop. Here he makes his way through the Rocky Mountain sand section. I'm taking a look out of the tower, watching Fapani jump by me for the final time as he makes his way into the Thor sand sweeper.
We are going to be following the number 32 of Liam Olaf here on Racer TV as you see him go up and over that double, heading into the Polysport Pond sand sweeper.
And here we go, looking out the window, a checkered flag's coming out. The 75 of Jeremy Fapani going to grab the 3rd Moto win. But now we wait to see the number 32 cross the line. And it looks like it is going to be Liam Olaf grabbing the title here in the 450B limited class. And you saw that fist, that's a clinch of victory right there.
You saw him look up. I'm sure that is a sigh of relief knowing he has wrapped this championship up here in the 450B limited class. And it is going to be the number 32 of Liam Olaf getting 3rd here in Moto number 3. And he is going to be your championship winner here in the 450B limited. Alvin Hillen holding on to that 2nd place here in Moto number 3. And so there is your top 10 on the screen for 450B limited, Moto number 3.
Fapani, Hillen, Olaf, Creighton, and Fair inside the top 5. Evan Stewart, Jadon Cooper, Seth Crady, JJ Concannon, and Logan Riggins going to finish up the top 10.
All right, we got our Moto winner here. He put in some serious work. I mean, it's pretty legit hot and humid out here. I was hoping luck would go his way. Did all he could do with the Moto win. Let's hear it for Jeremy Fapani. Well, all you can do is go out there and win. You got to be proud that at least you did do that here in Moto 3. You did go out and get that win.
Yeah, you know, it was a great moto. Got off to a little bit of a nifty start, but I played it really smart in the first turn, you know, stayed tight. Yeah, it was a good moto. Got a little squirrely the last lap. Actually, super squirrely the last lap in the 10th commandments. Almost looped it out, but, you know, it's a great week. Best week I've ever had here. It's just, you know, I'm so thankful for everything that's happened this week, and, you know, I'm just pumped to be able to get 3 moto wins this week. Unfortunately, I had that one bad one. You know, ended up going down pretty good, but besides that, we're just super stoked to be here and, you know, just super pumped with my results.
Awesome. All right, who do you want to thank for that, Jeremy?
My mom, my dad, my mechanics, Tyler and Wyatt, all the friends for coming out and watching, everyone supporting on TV. KTM Order Brigade, 100%. My agent Beeks, he's been a huge help. Daniel, Maddie, Nate Dogg, Ivan, Baker's Factory, ASR7, 100%, Bell Helmets, Monster Mike, and the whole Monster crew. You guys have been the biggest support. Thank you.
Jeremy Fapani, our Moto winner. All right, we're going to clear the stage. We'll get Liam Olaf's bike up, and I'll let you guys talk in the tower about this next moto. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, we're up here. 85, 10 to 12 limited just took off, and it's going to be Darren Pine time, baby. He is first out of the first turn on the gas machine, and looks like he has got possibly the 97 sitting in second. That's Maverick Gish sitting on the third, on an 8th and a 9th. Currently sitting second.
Wyatt Thurman there on that number 4, coming in hot through the 10 commandments. He's going to get himself all the way up into the lead, so he is your new leader here in this one.
Wyatt Thurman making the moves happen and already starting to put a couple of bike links between himself and second place as he heads off into Storyland.
All right, I'm going to bring Alvin Hillen up if I can get him for second place real fast while Joe Olaf and the rest of the crew get the championship bike ready. Alvin Hillen, though, man, we saw him on the podium a bunch this week. And another one here. He's going to pick up the bronze. Let's hear it for Alvin Hillen. Wait a minute. No, you're silver. Sorry, that's right. Let's give him second place. Champion ends up being bronze. Let me just switch to this side. Oh, all good. Alvin, what was this moto like in the mud? I'll bring you out here so we can get on camera. What was this moto like in the tough condition?
It was actually pretty dry out there, but it was kind of slick just because it was so dry. They took all the dirt off, but it was pretty good. It was kind of smooth compared to normal.
Yeah, they found the hard base.
Yeah, they did.
Alvin, who do you want to thank, man?
Mom, Dad, sister, Grandpa, Mika Metals, D1 Air Filters, TLD, Monster, Luke from TLD, Alpine Stars, Scott, Shannon, Honda, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Alvin Hillen with second place in the B Moto And now we bring up our new national champion. Third place in the Moto did it. He had it under control. 2 years in a row he comes out of Loretta's with a title, proving that big breakthrough last season was no fluke. He did it in the big bike as well. Let's bring up the #1 plate for the AMA. I'll give you the bronze for the Moto. And that was more than enough to get the title. Let's hear it for Liam Olaf. Last year was great, but that transition from mini to big bike is huge. We've seen a lot of guys go the wrong direction. You got to be so pumped to keep this going like this.
Yeah, it's so good. And after what happened earlier this morning with how the track was, not having an ideal motor at all, it was actually pretty bad on my side. It was all my fault, nothing to do with anything else, just me not riding the way I do ride. So to come back and win this championship means so much to me after what happened this whole week with all the rain and stuff. Put me through some adversity, obviously. But yeah, honestly, the track's pretty good right now. It's kind of like a Cali track, so it's almost like foreign to me. But yeah, I mean, I liked it. Didn't get off to the greatest of starts, but I mean, yeah, I salvaged what I could, got to third, and then just managed my race from there. Knew just to ride it out pretty much, and then I knew I had the championship right there, so I just rode it out, and we did it.
We pushed off enough dirt to almost get it like Cali style. Is that what happened?
Yeah, it was almost like California.
Who do you want to thank, Liam?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my whole family, mom, dad, sisters, cousins, uncles, aunts, grandparents, National Sheriff's Association, Yamaha, Donnie Lewis from Yamaha, Ed Torrance, Danny Lewis, Jake for doing all the hard work he does, Moose, Alpine Stars, 100%, Bell, Monster, Dunlop, ODI, Will Hahn for training me off the bike. Made my year way much better after what happened earlier this year. It's been a roller coaster. Budman for training me harder and harder every week, every day, in and out. Yeah, everyone else, thank you so much. It means a lot.
Here it is, Liam Olaf, your national champ in the B class. I'll send it back up, and I'll get a whole shot winner in a moment, but you guys take it away.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, a huge change of events is what was our early race leader going down hard in the Ten Commandments, Jackson, and then having trouble getting that bike cranked up. Tough luck for Pine.
Yeah, tough luck for Pine there on that one. I believe he has checked in now into, no, he has still not checked in yet. We will get you an update on him, but Wyatt Thurman leading this one there on that #4 machine. Maverick Gish sitting in second there on the #97, and Chase Dashel going to round out our podium on the #96 machine.
Taking a look down the list here, looking at some names that we're expecting to see up front. I've lots of moving around going on here. Braxton Mess sitting in the 12th place spot. He's battling with the 61 of Colt Lackey. They're trying to move their way into the 10th or inside the top 10. Elliot Bowser, another one we've talked about a lot. Sawyer Geek sitting in the 7th place spot. So some big names having trouble early. Maverick Gish, Chase Dashel, they're making the most of it, as is Nolan Ford. And there is the 96 of Dashel. I believe that is your race leader on track.
Thanks, guys. A perfect timing. I got a shot award real quick while Liam Olaf drinks champagne. It's not alcoholic, don't worry. Here is the Stasic Holshot Award for Seth. Hold that up there, proud. Seth Creedy has your Stasic Holshot. Looking good, Seth. Who do you want to thank, man?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Evo Industries, 104 Motorsports, Al Hamilton, Lowell Spangler at Fleet 427, Dutchman MX, Scott, Johnny Knowles at Scott, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Seth with the whole shot. Take it away, boys.
All right, here we are still looking. Updated time should be coming any second now as your leaders get ready to make their way around. Thurman still checking in the lead, so not sure exactly whether he didn't get past when he was down or what, but Wyatt Thurman leads the way. Maverick Gish sitting in second with Dashel in third. Nolan Ford in the 4th place spot. So that is your official top 4 at the moment. Wyatt Duff on the 99 holding down 5th. And back to the action on screen. We got close racing at the front of the field. I believe this is Wyatt Duff chasing after Nolan Ford for the 4th place spot. There is the back of the 44. And he is not far off of the back of the 96 of Dashel. Now getting a look through the 10 Commandments, you see the 97 just above Dashel. All of these riders, Jackson, going to that far left-hand side of these commandments now.
Yeah, trying to make it through there any way they can. We've got a good view at the back of them, and they are starting to get very rutted up, as we have saw earlier today. That next corner being almost having a flat track through it to get through it.
Yeah, slideways, as I like to say. These guys are wide open back end. They can almost look to the side and see their back end in some of these corners because it is just fishtailing out. But this is wheel to wheel right here. These guys actually funneling into the same line in that one area. And this is what we were talking about. Track starting to turn around, becoming a lot more raceable. These riders able to focus a little less on just surviving the track and a little more on, hey, I got to pass that guy.
Taking a look now on the screen at the number 44 of Nolan Ford. And man, Zach, Wyatt Thurman out front with a big lead here on that number 4 KTM.
Yeah, Thurman just coming by us in the announcer's tower, looking fantastic up front. And then coming by, not far behind, is Maverick Gish. Maverick kind of in no man's land. He can see your leader, but not close enough to be able to even attempt a move. And got about a second or two between himself and this 3-rider battle, because it is close racing between Dashel, Ford, and Duff.
So to give you a little rundown of our top 10, Wyatt Thurman checking in that number 1 spot. On the number 4 machine, Maverick Gish sitting in second. On the number 97, Chase Dashel in third there. On the number 96, Nolan Ford in fourth. On the 44, Wyatt Duff sitting in fifth. On the number 99, Maddox Timmerman, Sawyer Geek, Forrest Zingetti, Trey Jarvis, Braxton Mess going to round out our top 10 here in this one.
And the white flag is flying. 1 lap left to go for the number 4. Thurman just has to bring it home. But I am watching Maverick Gish. He is now within the same section. There is your leader just moving out of screen. And now we are sole focused on the 97 of Gish making his way through the commandments. Just behind him, you're seeing that 3-rider battle for the final spot on the podium. And that could be the move right there, uncorking some doubles. Oh, I thought they were going to come together, pinching off the lines. Everybody trying to get to that far inside after the commandments.
Close racing, no doubt about it. Taking a look here at the screen, Darren Pine, your early moto leader there on that number 58 Gas, sitting in 19th. He is able to move it up to 18th as they check back in through the finish there. 1 more lap to go here for the 85cc 10-12 Limited at Loretta Lynn's.
And right now we're watching. This has been a fun one to watch here. These guys kind of yo-yoing back and forth. Seems like one rider has one strong section, the other has another. As they were getting close, we're side by side coming through the sand section. This is a battle. He's going to leave the throttle on, not quite close enough to make the move.
That is Chase Dashel and Nolan Ford going to battle there. Dashel able to hold him off for now. But Nolan Ford right on him, and then we've got another rider coming into view here. That is the number 99 of Wyatt Duff.
Look at that. Ford thought he was going to make a pass. Next thing he knows, he's trying to prevent from getting past himself. We jump to the top of the field, and this is going to be your leader, Wyatt Thurman, getting ready to come across the line, and he's going to get the job done. Checker flag flying for the number 4. Wyatt Thurman grabs the 3rd moto win in 85 10-12 Limited. Maverick Gish coming across the line in second. He's pumped up. And look at that. Look at how close those 3 were coming across the line, Jackson. Nolan Ford makes the pass for the final spot on the podium. Chase Dashel finishes 4th. Wyatt Duff going to round out your top 5.
And Nolan Ford is going to be your champion here in the 85cc 10-12 Limited on that number 44 KTM machine, getting it done. And Zach, that is why we saw such a push there towards the end.
Yeah, we're going to wait and see how, once our top 10 kind of comes into play, see how that affects the overall championships here. But as we are seeing on our screen, it looks like a 2-2-3 going to get the job done. That's 7 points over the 9 points of Thurman. Wyatt Duff also having a great ride. And there on your screen was the top 10. Checkered flag flying, and I mean, what a sigh of relief for these guys. A lot of these riders running multiple classes. They've had a long week, and that final ride across the finish line is huge. Darren Pine, after going down, is able to bring it back to 17th. Tough luck for the 58. And whenever you're ready, we're going to send things down to Jason Wygant on the podium.
Yeah, we got to get our Moto winner on up here. He came close to the title, didn't quite get it, but it will be a gold medal. And overall, really good week. We saw him up on the box quite a bit. We'll bring up our Moto winner. I think it's going to be second overall. Let's bring on the Moto winner. And, oh, he's getting the fresh jersey. All right, let's hear it for Wyatt Thurman. Got a gate about to drop. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Jason. Gates down, and we are off and rolling on this next race. And Jason, go ahead and take it away whenever you need. As we continue to watch. Don't quite have that whole shot yet. Take it away, Jason.
All right, we got it. Wyatt Thurman, man. How'd that moto go?
It went good. I didn't have the best start. I had a pretty good start. I came out like third, and I knew what I needed to do on the first lap, hit my marks, and I hit that 10 Commandments. I don't know if I was like one of the only ones, but I hit that 10 Commandments clean and got by 3 people for the win.
Nice. Well done. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, Alpine Stars, Bell Helmets, Guts Racing, DBK, Game Moto, Guts Racing, Daniel and Maddie, Alpine Stars, Pro Taper, Nahiblo, and everyone else, or T-Rex Throttles, KTM Orange Brigade, and everyone else that supports me. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for him. Wyatt Thurman with the Moto win. Thanks, Wyatt. We do need to take the number 4 off, and we will bring the championship bike on of Nolan Ford. I'm looking for Maverick Gish, who finished up in second. While we do that, Zach, tell us what's happening on the racetrack.
Man, we've got action all over the place as Schoolboy 1 takes charge. You can hear the 2 strokes are flying, and we wait to see your leader getting ready to come by our tower for the first time. Looking like that is going to be the number 24, Owen Koval. Had a 6th in Moto 1 and a 5th in Moto 2, trying to check out early here in Moto 3.
All right, thank you. We got Maverick Gish up here. Let's hear it on the podium. Maverick, let's hear it for him. Great job. Spin that around for you. How was that moto, Maverick?
Pretty good. I got a pretty good start that one, so just hit my marks.
Who do you want to thank?
60 Mun Racing, my mom, my dad, my mounds, my uncle, 100%, 60 O'Neill, everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, Maverick Gish is second, and with third in the moto, the number 44 is going to turn into the number 1. Come on up. We'll welcome the AMA number 1 plate as well. Here's your bronze, and with that comes the number 1 plate for Nolan Ford. It's a pretty wild class with the moto scores and all that, man. Did you know where you needed to be?
Really?
Were you a little worried?
Yeah, very.
And how's the track for these bikes?
It's pretty gnarly, but it's getting better.
Who do you want to thank, Nolan?
My mom, my dad, my whole family at home, my grandma, my grandpa, my grandma, hoping she gets better, Nolan, or my mom and dad, 100%, 7, lace belt, CP Racing Team, 707 suspension, my mechanic TJ, Craig Horn Motorsports, MX Clinic, Dunlop, OGO, and Mika Metals, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, your national champ is Nolan Ford. And Darren Pine is your whole shot winner. If he wants to come up, we'll hand it to him, and you guys take it away for Schoolboy.
All right, so it's the number 24 of Owen Koval out front, but it was the number 36 of Austin Schaefer there with the whole shot. But now Owen Koval takes over the lead, and he is on the move here in this Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC.
Yeah, Koval trying to make the most of a great start. Austin Schaefer, little Pedro as they like to call him, looking good in second place. But wow, look at that. Clark Robbins absolutely flying, charging super hard in that corner. Robbins has been up front all week long. He wants more of that here in Moto 3.
Yeah, Zach, and he is not going to have to beat Austin Schaefer as far as the championship goes. He is in the driver's seat of this one. He is still going to try to make some passes and make his way up. He's not only won the championship, it looks like he is going for the moto win as well as they make their way over towards the Cometic corner.
And it's one of those dividing topics. Some people say, hey, if you're in the position to win a championship, why are you pushing so hard? Why are you taking those risks? Other people say, hey, why are you not trying to win each and every time you're out on the track? So it goes to show the mindset of Clark Robbins. He's not only trying to win, he's trying to show he was the dominant force here in Schoolboy 1.
So Owen Colville out front, Austin Schaefer sitting in second, Clark Robbins sitting in third place, and Clark Robbins trying to make something on the outside now, not able to do it. Justin Turner going to be sitting in fourth there. Landon Hart sitting in fifth. Thor Powell sitting in sixth spot. Trinity Batchelor sitting in that seventh place. In eighth, we have Austin Parker, Cody Samples, and Dylan Sullivan going to round out our top 10. Kyle Held, Michael Pillard, Carton Malcolm, Jesse Farto, and Wyatt Bass going to round out our top 15 in Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC.
Here's Robbins trying to make the pass. He leaps up beside little Pedro as they get ready to go through the Rocky Mountain Sand section. It's Pedro on the inside, Clark on the outside, and he's got company behind him as well. That's Justin Turner, I believe, trying to make his way around Robbins. A freight train of riders here in this Schoolboy 1 class going for it. And the number 36 is leading the way as they get ready to launch by the tower once again.
Oh,
makes a mistake.
Man, what a ride.
That's going to allow Robbins to capitalize.
Schaefer pretty popular there on social media. He trains down at SOB, and this is exactly what they've taught him to do. But Clark Robbins is still going to be able to make the pass. Austin Schaefer put up a good fight here in this one.
And we talk about that. We've got riders from all over the country, some of them more well-known than others, social media a little more popular than others, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're the fastest. Clark Robbins moves his way around Austin Schaefer. So now we check in. Owen Colville checks in lap 1, running a 1:52 lap time. That's a burner for the 24. Clark Robbins running a 1:55, sitting in second. Schaefer holds down third with Justin Turner and Landon Hartz rounding out the top 5. And so watching, look at the lines coming into this 10 Commandments. Most of these riders funneling towards the inside and then gradually moving towards one side or the other of the Commandments. Not often do we see riders running straight down the middle.
And Zach, that might possibly be the worst place on the track there in those 10 Commandments. One of the few places that we're not able to easily clean up here at the ranch.
And look at the number 5 we were seeing on screen, little off-track excursion. That's Landon Hartz. He was in the 5th place spot, so that might allow Thor Powell to move inside the top 5. A big opportunity for the number 15. Got that. Hey, 5 p.m., guys. That means we are starting off the second set of awards. We're starting with the 250B class. So once again, the second set of awards is starting now. Mikey Wayne's over there handling business, and that is starting with the 250B class starting now.
And back to the racing on the track. On screen now, we see the number 9 of Clark Robbins making his way through. He turned a 1:55 last time around, but Owen Colville still out front. He turned a 1:52. He was the fastest man on the track last time around there for lap number 3. Taking a look now, and the white flag is flying. So one more time around, and they are going to get the... Yeah, one more time around here for Clark Robbins. He'll be getting the white flag this time around. Next time around, he will get the checkers. So one more lap to go here. Owen Colville still leading the way on that number 24. Clark Robbins sitting in second, and then Austin Schaefer going to round out our top 3 here in this one. As far as the championship concerned, Clark Robbins is in the driver's seat. Owen Colville sitting in second, and Landon Hartz is going to sit in third there on that number 5 machine.
Landon Hartz, I know, would love to get inside that top 5. Secure his spot on that overall podium here in Schoolboy 1. But Clark Robbins, you said, Jackson, in the driver's seat right now. Owen Colville doing exactly what he needed to do. Get out front, put myself in the first place spot, let everything else sort itself out. So a great ride from the 24, but the number 9 right now trying to bring it home.
On screen there, we saw the number 24, Owen Colville, and once again having some trouble there in those 10 Commandments.
And with less than a lap left to go, these are the longest laps of these riders' lives. They see the white flag, and they're out front. And that lap time, it might say a 1:53, but it's going to feel like 101:53 because every straightaway is just a little longer. Every mistake seems a little greater. These guys dab a foot, and in their head, they think they just lost 5 seconds. This is a tough one for Colville. This is a tough one for Robbins. They're trying to wrap up a win and wrap up a championship.
And just a few more corners to go there for that number 24 of Owen Colville. He is looking solid here in this Schoolboy 1, 12-17. doing everything he can here in this last moto. He is going to be your moto winner, but it is still not going to be enough for that championship. He has went 6-5-1 in his motos, progressing throughout the week, and that is all you can hope for here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch. And it is going to be the number 24 of Owen Koval going to take this one home here for moto number 3 of Schoolboy 1.
A fantastic job there for Koval, ending things on a high note. And there was your champion, Clark Robbins, crossing the line as well on the number 9, bringing home a silver in this medal to secure the number 1 plate. Austin Schaefer going to have a solid ending to his Schoolboy 1 ride with a 3rd here in moto number 2. Thor Powell going to check in the 4th spot with Jessen Turner rounding out your top 5.
And for those of you watching on Racer TV, Open Pro Sport will be our next class out on the track, so stay tuned for that one as Schoolboy 1 comes to an end.
And for those of you at home that are saying, wow, look, the sun's shining out, all of that humidity, all of that thickness that we've been talking about on the track, it's starting to lift up into the air. You can pretty much swipe your hand and feel the humidity in there. Now looking at the top 10 here in Schoolboy 1, Koval, Robbins, Schaefer, Powell, and Turner in the top 5. Hartz, Bachelor, Furtado, Samples, and Heald going to round out the top 10. It's heating up, and we're not just talking about the action on track. It's getting hot out here to close things out at Loretta's.
Yeah, let's go. We got a gold medal. Let's hear it for Austin Koval. Owen Koval. Glad you guys are here. Glad you guys are here. All right, Owen Koval. How was that one, man?
It was good. I started off in probably 3rd, and I know I just had to sprint quick, and I went to the inside in the 10 Commandments, and I just made it easy on myself, and I just started sprinting, and then just brought it home.
Maybe the coolest pass you ever made, considering it gets you a gold medal. It had to be awesome.
Oh, yeah, I'm hyped, and now just going to get ready for Mini-O's and do more damage there.
All right, who do you want to thank, Owen?
My mom, my dad, ADV, Loud Fuel Code, Driven, HBI Moto, Gardner Race Service, Factory Connection, O'Neill, 100%, 6D, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Owen Koval with the gold. We got to move this bike off. We're going to bring the number 9 up, and I'm going to send it back to the tower while we make the exchange.
And no surprise, the gold rims say it all. Heath Harrison grabbing another hole shot here in the Open Pro Sport aboard the Phoenix Racing Honda.
See how deep he can go into this moto. Harrison out front. Dax Bennett with a great start in the number 2 spot. Parker Ross, or no, not Parker Ross, wrong guy. Looking for Gavin Towers on the number 15.
And I'm going to look for 3rd place Austin Schaefer in this moto. I'll let you know when I got him, boys. Keep going.
So Heath Harrison making hay while the actual sun does shine here. And if you just woke up like you guys were talking about, you're like, oh, if you didn't miss the first half of the day, great racetrack. Why are they cutting that part of the track? Yeah, looks good. Couple of riders down here on this first opening lap. Heath Harrison, the gold rims, like you said. 24 karat gold. Dax Bennett trying to run him down.
All right, we got the decks clear. We're going to talk to our champion since we got the bike here. Let's do it. This is the 2nd time today, and here's what's so cool. It's the darn same bike. They didn't even change a clutch in it from when he won the title in the mud earlier today. Unbelievable. Let's hear it for our 2nd place finisher in the moto, your national champion for the 2nd time, Clark Robbins. And Mike Bertine from the AMA will hand over another number 1 plate. He's getting used to this. That moto, man. Hey, did getting the title earlier today make it easier to deal with this pressure? You just learned how to do it.
It's not working.
You're good.
Yeah, it was really hard, the first one, but I got the first one done, so I thought I'd get the second one done too.
Same bike.
Yeah, I just changed the number plates.
Unreal. Who do you want to thank again?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Hunter Racing, Steve, Chris, Ryan, Kyle from Moto Sandbox, Pro Taper Twin Air, Guts, Fly Racing, 100%, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, we're going to give you $350, scholarshiprace.com. That money can go to any form of education you want, college, high school, virtual school. Congratulations there. Let's hear it for Clark Robbins. You guys take it, and we'll get to third place in a minute.
You got it. Jacob Hayes on that number 90, Kawasaki in second. Avery Long, then you have Masiangelo. Dax Bennett back in fifth. Eddie Nord, then you have Julian Boumer, seventh. Keegan Rowley, 8th. Bryce Shelley, Daniel Bordelin rounds out our top 10. Lux Turner off the pace in 10th just a little bit. Got a little work to do, as does Gavin Towers. Towers back there in 12th. Got himself a title earlier in the morning, so GT going to have to go to work.
All right, I got my third place finisher and our whole shot winner. Let's hear it for Austin Schaefer. Tell me about that one.
Got off to a really good start, and then Owen passed for the first lap. I ran second for like 3 laps, and the Clark got around me.
All right, who do you want to thank?
TLR, South of the Border, 100%, Fast House, MX Tire, KTM and Lumberton, Dunlop, Power Band, and 100%, and Razor Image.
All right, there it is. Whole shot and third place. Let's hear it for Austin Schaefer. Go ahead, boys.
30-year-old Heath Harrison. It's not such a big deal if you think about it. There's so many 30-year-olds in pro motocross, but it seems unique whenever you're at the Amateur National Championships. One rider down in this big sweeper trying to do a little checkup from the neck up, little inventory of the injuries there. He's slowly working his way back up to an upright position. Got bike parts strewn all over the racetrack.
Actually, that plays into my...
Oh, is that Juju? Juju Boumerd. He was the rider down in the sweeper. So a rough day for Julian this morning, and it continues in this moto. He hit the deck pretty hard there. You got to imagine he swapped.
Look at this, guys. I know he's not originally from Carolina, but the Carolina boys running 1, 2, 3 here in Pro Sport. I'm going to shoot that out as long as I can.
Yeah, run that. Carolina. Is it north, south? Are they all from North Carolina?
Yeah, Heath not originally from, but yeah, he lives there in Fayetteville, where Phoenix is based out of. Jacob from Greensboro, and Daxton, I'm not sure exactly where he's from originally, but I know he's a Carolina boy.
Sounds about right. I think he is from Carolina, maybe Tennessee. I don't know. Todd, I'm trying to remember where Todd, his pops is from.
I know they're from North Carolina. Todd actually grew up racing with my dad some, and so never got to meet the Bennecks, but I've always heard of both Todd, and then Daxton obviously has been one of the standouts growing up. And Daxton put the pressure on Jacob Hayes right here.
Man, he is on a torrid pace. You're right, because he was in 5th and now 3rd, and now he is proposing a pass around the outside of Hayes.
Morganton, North Carolina.
Morganton.
The
That's
Bennett
it.
compound.
So we're going 15 minutes, I believe, with our open.
Network TV's from Bollinger? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Here's the pass.
And we were watching here Bennett trying to make a pass around the outside of Hayes.
And Bennett cutting to the inside now. Not going to be able to make it work on that one.
For now.
For now, at least. Jacob Hayes able to put a little bit of ground in between them as they go across through the finish line triple.
And I'm curious to see how much of a fight we're going to see here from Bennett. He is in control of the championship at the moment. I'm trying to look at the score breakdown. Yeah, Daxton's sitting at a 1-1 right now, so he is 100% in the driver's seat at the moment. So we'll see how much he's going to push the issue when it comes to getting around somebody like Jacob Hayes, former arena cross champion. He knows how to ride a wide bike and make it difficult to get around.
Dax able to triple out of the 10 Commandments, as did Heath Harrison. There's that third from the last jump has this nice hard packed surface. One of the few jumps you can actually see a good solid wide spot to hit. It's on the right hand side, and everybody's kind of picked up on that.
And how many times have we talked about Heath Harrison not just blowing away as far as the lap times throughout the race, but that first lap, especially when he gets that whole shot. I don't think I've ever seen somebody put down a burner on the first lap quite like the 42.
Yeah, he gets it done. Good starts, known for that. See if Heath can bang one out here. Bennett
losing a little bit of ground to Hayes there.
It's kind of settled in behind Jacob Hayes. Unable to get around, and I guess if you get off into some of that muck, you got to be kind of precise and calculated when you try to pull the trigger on a pass.
Yeah, Megawatt over here saying that is the goal. Oh, Hayes taking the short. Whoa, look at that. A big chuck hole as they get ready to come up and over that jump. That's going to cause some chaos. Look at that. Bennett uncorking the big one. He's going to try to take the long way around.
And that'll do. Flies right past Hayes. Looked up to his left like, whoa. Just drops down from the heavens there.
Absolutely, yeah. Hayes could feel it. It sounded like Bennett wasn't letting off. He's going to send it. Be curious to see whether or not the Kawasaki uncorks it on this next lap. Yeah, will he respond back to Bennett? Hayes has been in a battle with Harrison. They're sitting 5th and 6th in this overall championship.
Austin Kapakronitis in the number 11 spot. There's Parker Ross starting to climb up. Garrison Smith is 13th. Lux Turner, and then Noah Viney. There's Gavin Towers back in 16th. So Towers and Bennett ready to jump in some of those pro nationals, Jackson, and finish out with the big boys.
Looking solid here today. Daxton Bennett sitting in that second spot. Heath Harrison, though, leading the way around here still on that number 42 Honda.
That 149 lap times for Harrison, 149 for Hayes. Several 150s. Avery Long with the 150, as was Bryce Shelley. So some lines starting to develop there where you can actually jump, do some of these 10 commandments, double them, and then triple out of them on the far right-hand side. As we follow along with Dax Bennett, the red gear, the blue bike, as he has got some clean air to try to run down our leader. Doesn't have to.
That's the only way I can justify the love. I don't see how they can justify it.
On screen now is the number 41 of Daxton Bennett, making his way around through the sand sweeper and over to the finish line. This is going to be a 15-minute moto. We got about 6 minutes left to go here in this one.
Yes, that means about maybe next time around we'll get the 2-lap board. Not yet. Probably next go around. Our leader should bring out the 2-lap board. That'll put us at about 6 or so laps. Maybe another lap. Maybe another lap.
Daxton Bennett trying to track down Heath Harrison now. Has he done it? Heath not showing up on the scoreboard anymore.
Yeah, here's Harrison coming through the 10 commandments. And there's Dax Bennett behind him. He is definitely catching him. Harrison did come through.
Must be a transponder issue once again here. The mud giving us a little bit of transponder issues, but we do have hand scores, so we'll get that figured out.
Wow, guys. I have breaking news here. We have been told that there is a penalty of 1 lap being applied to the number 42 for launching the gate early. So the number 42 had quite the hole shot, apparently a little too much of a hole shot, and he's being docked a lap. So that is why you no longer see the number 42 on the top of your leaderboard. And that's going to be a huge shakeup as far as this overall goes. Jacob Hayes and Harrison, they were locked into a battle for top 5 in this overall.
The penalty was assessed real time.
Yes. Yes, this penalty has been assessed at real time. That is why, for everybody at home on Racer TV, we're getting this information live here. The penalty has been reviewed and applied real time, so Harrison is still leading officially on the track, but that penalty will be applied, and he is technically a lap down at the moment. So that means Jacob Hayes is your leader, or no, actually Daxton Bennett is your leader. He had gotten around the number 90. He's trying to get around the number 42, lap up, lap down. He doesn't really care. Yeah, he's wanting to make it officially official as he tries to get around the Phoenix Honda. Dax Bennett headed towards the front.
And through the finish line they go.
And not seen, I don't believe I've seen the 2-lap card yet. So the 41 continuing to apply the pressure. And remember, all of these third motors cut down to 10 minutes except for this Pro Sport motor that's going to be a 15-minuter. And Bennett really putting the pressure on, trying to stay out of the roost of the number 42. Still extremely tacky out there. Easily would stick to the lenses, the goggles. Last thing you want is to have to try to pull a tear off going through these commandments. Jacob Hayes not far off of these guys as well. He's kind of in no man's land, casually double, tripling his way through the commandments on the green machine. And Avery Long, got to point him out as well, now holding down the final podium spot on the 76.
So Daxton Bennett trying to make his way around the number 42 now.
And if we're looking as far as the overall championship goes, as they sit currently, Daxton Bennett going to grab the number 1 plate, Avery Long in second, and Parker Ross holding down third. But we will see, like we said, plenty of racing to go, lots of opportunities for things to shake up. There is the 41 making the move. So 41 gets in front of 42 as they go through the Rocky Mountain Sand section. Daxton Bennett, your leader on track and your leader in the championship.
Probably two lap board's out.
So the 2-lap board is out.
Must have missed it there. I see it's vertical. I just can't see how much it's sticking out. So 2-lap board is out.
All right, Daxton Bennick will be getting the white flag around this time. So one more to go here for Daxton Bennick, getting 1-1 in his first 2 motos, looking for a full sweep here in the Open Pro Sport class.
And this is what the number 41 was expecting. I think it's what a lot of viewers at home and team members were expecting. We know he's been putting in the work. He's been running with the best of the best. And this, I believe, is going to be the graduating time here for Bennick, his final trip out here before he gets ready to officially become a pro. And this is the type of performance he wants to close his amateur career on, going in, answering the call. Had to work his way around. Look at that, a lap rider spinning out just in front of him. We got to make sure he's going to take this thing home. And Harrison not giving up either. He knows all too well one simple stick in a rut, one simple bobble, and he's going to be right back into this. But once again, don't forget Harrison having some issues there off the start. He is technically a lap down right now. So Bennick in a world of its own. Hayes several seconds back.
So what's the championship look like? I know we have Bennick with perfect scores, 1-1-1. Then you have 2, 8, and 3 for Avery Long, a 3 and a 5 and an 8 for Parker Ross. So top 3 looks like Bennick, Long, and Ross if we freeze the field.
Bryce Shelley sitting in 4th as far as the championship is concerned. Gavin Towers sitting 5th.
And so, yeah, Towers, another name we have not said a ton of throughout this race. He's trying to move his way up. He's going to bump Jacob Hayes just out of the top 5 as he moves his way into the 10th place spot on this final lap. But on screen, you're watching the number 41, Daxton Bennick, coming through the Thor Sand sweeper for the final time. Going to make his way around the lap rider. And for the final time, the final corner. And here we go with a 1-1-1, grabbing the win and grabbing the title. Your Open Pro Sport champion, Daxton Bennick, going to get the job done. How about that, Jackson? What a finish.
One last time here at Loretta Lynn's.
Got to feel good. Jacob Hayes crosses the line. He's going to get 2nd. And I believe Avery Long just behind on the 76. Going to wrap up the podium here in this final Open Pro Sport Moto. And that's some great racing, exciting stuff, chaos. I mean, we have it all out here. We've seen all the different kinds of scenarios, situations, weather. It's been an exciting week, and we still got some more racing to go. We appreciate all you guys hanging out with us here on Racer TV. You know, it's pretty impressive when you got thousands of people from all over the world hanging out. They're sneaking it at work. Probably some kids sneaking it at school.
Got the laptop open, driving down the road.
I promise this is math homework. I promise. I'm doing championship math scores.
Absolutely.
All you teachers at home, that's your secret. That's how you get your kids to do math.
And guys, look at that. Bryce Shelley able to make a last lap pass into 5th. That is going to put him 3rd as far as the championship is concerned. And Parker Ross going to round out the number 2 spot there on his Honda. And there is your top 10 here for motor number 3 of Open Pro Sport at the ranch.
It's going to be Daxton Bennick grabbing the win. Jacob Hayes in 2nd. Matty Jorgensen grabbing the 3rd place spot with Masangelo. Probably saying that one wrong. Preston coming out of Canada in 4th. And Bryce Shelley rounding out your top 5. Bordelin, Ross, Turner, Towers, and Pascal rounding out your top 10.
Thank you. And now we get ready. We got the bike, throwing it up on the stand. Janolfi says, hey, I'm a lefty. Get the mechanic up here. You know what I'm saying? All right, so we get ready. This is a 10-year journey from 50cc champion all the way up to Pro Sport champion. And he does it with a 1-1-1 with a little drama. He'll tell you about that. But first, let's bring up the AMA #1 plate in Pro Sport for Dax Bennick. Well, it looks easy from here with the 1-1-1, but you just told me it wasn't easy.
Yeah, man, the track made it difficult on me today. It's super slick and one line everywhere. And I had a really good start, came out 2nd. I crashed, and yeah, it worried me a little bit. I feel like I had a little stress on me that moto. And yeah, luckily, I only had 15 minutes, but I got back to the pack, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's a good way to end off my amateur career.
Yeah, did you win a title 2013? Is that what you told me?
Yeah, that was my first one.
10 years later, here we are about to graduate, and it's pro time now.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
All right, awesome. That's Dax Bennick. We'll let you thank some people and see how things turn out in the awards. You had a great week. Certainly Gavin Towers, a great week. We'll see what the AMA does with the Horizon. But who do you want to thank?
Guys, for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, my whole family for coming to watch. The whole Monster Energy crew, Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha. Pro Taper, Dunlops, 100%. And yeah, everyone else has got me here. It's been a long journey, but finally out, and now we're going into the pros. So yeah, it should be fun.
All right, let's hear it for our champion, Daxton Bennick. You boys can take it to the tower. We'll be back to talk to second and third.
All right, thanks. And 45 plus is off here. Senior 45 plus, I should say. And into the first corner, it is going to be the 53 of Rearner with the whole shot and the early lead here in this one.
How about that? No stranger to the front of the pack. Ronnie Renner coming out of Florida, sitting on 1-1 scores, trying to add a third to it. And it looks like he's got, might be the 70. Oh, one rider almost getting crazy there. I think that was the 42 of Brett White, coming up just a little short on one of those. Take it away, Jason.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're going to hand it over to your buddy. Let's hear it for the runner-up in the moto, Jacob Hayes.
Woo, go Jacob.
Wanted to test yourself against the best here. What was it like to race Pro Sport?
Honestly, it was fun. The 25 plus class was a different challenge for me. I haven't ridden with the vets yet, really. And the first lap shenanigans is heavy. It's heavy.
More so in the vet class?
Absolutely.
They're supposed to be the smart, mature one.
So my buddy Michael Mitchell, he's always told me previous years, man, it's hectic. And I was like, I just think you're a squirrel. And the first moto I got off bad, second moto I got off bad. And then I was like, it's hectic.
Yeah.
My hands are up. I'm scared.
Okay. This class you like?
Yes, yes. The riders are amazing. Everyone rides with respect. And not saying they don't in 25 plus, but there's a little bit more sin in the 25 plus. So it was nice riding with Dax and Juju and Parker Ross and just all the guys. It was a fun week. I got better each time, and wow. I know I said the track was brutal at the beginning of the week, but they did an amazing job getting that thing back together today. I was like, this is the worst rain I've ever seen at Loretta's, and kudos to those guys.
All right, thanks some people here, Jacob.
My wife, Thor, Dave Janolfi. God, that guy gives me everything and some. Mario Testa from Team Green. Everyone, thank you.
All right, Jacob Hayes, second place. I'll send it back up to the tower. We'll talk to third in a minute, but update us on this 45.
Yeah, we got Ronnie Renner leading the way out front on the number 53 KTM. Christopher McMillan checks in the second place spot on the 89. Then it's going to be Gregory Pamart on the number 2. Paymart, I'm sorry. Frank Koenig holds down fourth, and Joe Buskirk holding down the top 5, putting one up for the RM Army.
Hey, Joe Buskirk gets the Good Guy of the Week award. I believe he was gave his medal back. He says, I didn't finish in this the particular position, came up, gave the medal back to the rifle.
Hey, I'm going to grab third place real fast. I expected to see you up here in a whole bunch of these. It finally happens at the very end of the last moto. Matty Jorgensen, third place. Where you been, buddy?
I haven't had a bad week.
Does it feel good to finally make it happen here at the end?
Yeah, it was good.
Going pro now?
Yeah, I'm doing the last 3 nationals and hopefully racing East Coast.
Who do you want to thank, Matty?
I'd like to thank my brother, my dad, my trainer, Michael Byrne, everyone at the Dog Pound, 60 helmets, MX Locker, Active, Scott Goggles, TLR Performance, HTS Exhaust, NC Racing Suspension, Engine Eyes, Hammer Nutrition, and P1 Management. Everyone else around me, thank you.
All right, there it is, our third place finisher, Matty Jorgensen. Let's send it back up. Let's hear it for Matty.
Great job from Jorgensen there. Picking up where we left off, 6th place, Scott Rockwell, Jason Matthews, Gary Benton, and Jeremy Parsons. Tim Zebro actually now checking into that 10th place spot. On screen, you're watching the battle between I believe that's Scott Rockwell and Joe Buskirk. So that Suzuki going to lose a spot. Still holding on strong though. Senior 45 plus, Ronnie Renner absolutely on rails. McMillan getting ready to come by the tower as well. And as we watch, I believe that is Koenig, and you can see that huge hole.
There he is. What's up? 2? Probably upstairs. Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. Back on screen, Koenig holding up that inside, trying to prevent the 17 of Rockwell from getting around. Rockwell holds it on, and I think he's going to get the pass done just as they make their way across the finish line. So now Rockwell checking into the 4th place spot. Paymart holding down 3rd, chasing after McMillan and Renner. Parsons holding down the 6th place spot, getting around Buskirk and Matthews. Zebro moves into the 9th place spot, and David Nichols holding down 10th. And Jackson, this is great racing right now, but Ronnie Renner coming in with a 1-1. He's looking pretty untouchable at the moment.
Yeah, Renner, the man to beat here in this senior 45-plus class. Christopher McMillan still sitting in second there on that number 89, and Gregory Paymart still sitting in third on the number 2.
Seems like there's a Renner here about every year. Sometimes got a younger brother that did some work back in the plus. So there's number 17 that hit the deck. That was Scott Rockwell. So Scott picking the bike back up. Renner running that 2:04 on lap 1.
And on screen now is Paymart on his Kawasaki number 2, making his way around.
Jason Wygant stoked with his fresh new kicks. He got some MKS shoes, some Moto kicks. They're black and green. Jason, those are his stepping out shoes. He got them, and as soon as he leaves the track, he rolls in with those, puts his fresh new shoes on.
Nice.
Cruised into the hotel room. That's all he had on. It was just the shoes, looking great.
Oh.
Renner riding to the hills right now, bringing that lap time down, a 2:02. Ronnie in control, obviously, of the championship, 1-1-1. Paymart solid in the number 2 spot with 2 and a 3 and a 2. And then you have Christopher McMillan. McMillan with a 9-2 and a 2. Yeah, 9-2-2. So that 1/9, man. What could have been? Well, might have gotten Paymart. That would have helped. That's about it.
Paymart sitting in that number 2 spot on the number 2 Kawasaki. Christopher McMillan moving down to third there on that number 89.
And Paymart changing that number for this class. He has the number 2. He's the returning 2nd place nationally ranked rider in this class, and aptly so. He is 2nd in the class again. Ronnie on the 53 machine. And the number 8 goes down in this big sweeper. Who would that be? The number 8 is Tommy Boyd out of Alabama. Tommy trying to pick that bike back up. And that is some soupy sand. That's where we pushed all of the muck down. You got to just pin it. And that is lap number 3. We are watching these plus 45 riders make their way around.
The 2 card is out.
That card, that's what I was looking for. Got the roller dogs on here, getting this place ready to go. Smells like Quick Trip.
So give you a little rundown of our top 10. Ronnie Renner, of course, out front on that number 53. Gregory Paymart sitting in 2nd. Christopher McMillan holding down 3rd. Jeremy Parsons going to be in 4th. Joe Buskirk holding down 5th. In 6th is Frank Koenig. Jason Matthews, Scott Rockwell, David Nichols, and Tim Zebro going to round out our top 10. Sitting in 11th is Mike Luma. In 12th is Wayne Powers. James Max holding down 13th. Edgar Fodish in that 14th position. And Keith Goet sitting in that 15th place position. And on the screen, you see your leader, the number 53 of Ronnie Renner. Going to get the white flag this time around. So one more lap to go for the number 53, and he will wrap this title up here in the Senior 45 Plus. He has won his first 2 motos. Gregory Paymart sitting in 2nd there as far as the championship is concerned, going 2-3-2 if things stay the same as they are right now. Joe Buskirk, if things was to stay the same, will stay in 3rd as well. Gregory Paymart checking in now at the finish line there on that number 2 machine. Christopher McMillan still holding down 3rd on the number 89 as we see the number 53 of Renner make his way through the 10 Commandments and over into Storyland.
Yeah, Ronnie, the Dade City Assassin.
Watching right now on screen, there is the 53 picking his way around. None of your leaders, they ever look like they're in that big of a hurry. They're just smoothly putting this corner to this corner, just putting the pieces together. Yeah, white flag is out.
And that's a great point, because you can't override this racetrack. You will hit the deck, and Ronnie Renner knows that all too well. 45 years. When we saw the class name, I was like, wait, is this plus 30? He's like, no, man, it's plus 45. No, it doesn't. That just tells me I'm getting old when these dudes that I used to announce back in the day are in the plus 45 class. I'm announcing their kids' or grandkids. So a few more turns remain for the 53, the Florida native, Ronnie Renner. The Red Bull Ride to the Hills. What was that, a little knack-knack?
Yes, sir. That is how you do it, Renner style here at Loretta Lynn's.
One more turn. Ronnie Renner. He's old, just like the tricks he's pulling on the racetrack, the old knack-knack.
And a cross.
And the double-double, the checker flag. Ronnie Renner, you are the man. 1-1-1.
Now race Mike Jones. That's what I felt like. Now race Mike Jones.
Some Ben Gale, get that shirt off, get Jason Wygant to rub down, get you all slicked up. Jason Wygant's been doing that to all the vet riders, so just make sure he has just a big vat of Ben Gale for you. And we're looking for Loretta to come through. Paymart will finish second on the number 2. Second again, foil.
And that is going to make him second in the championship as well here in the Senior 45 Plus. I'm sure we can see him again here next year with that number 2. And Christopher McMillan there on that number 89 is who we are waiting on. We'll see if he is able to hang on to this 3rd place here. And here he comes now. The number 89 going to get it done here today. 3rd place for Christopher McMillan.
Hell yeah.
And I believe I hear Jason Wygant down on the podium.
Oh, yeah,
now.
we're hanging out with Ronnie Renner, and this might have been just as important as the gold. This thing right here, which is the Stasic Hole Shot Award, that unlocked everything in these conditions. Stasic Hole Shot, that leads to the gold medal. And we told the story earlier in the week. This was basically 3 years in the making to finally be healthy enough to get here. He gets the gold medal. And now I will welcome the AMA number 1 plate to the stage from American Motorcycle Association. Let's hear it. It's our new national champion in 45 plus, Ronnie Renner. Oh yeah, he's energy drink agnostic now. He can do whatever he wants. You going for the Mountain Dew?
The original energy drink right here. Florida represent.
Oh yeah, many a construction site. Proud of you right now. I heard, yeah.
It don't give me wings. It's no Red Bull, but a Florida redneck was born and raised on this. That's how I used to stay awake getting up here.
Yeah, long drives, get your Mountain Dew. All right, you earned it. I'll let you have a swig. I heard what you said. Really good that you got that start.
Yeah, I was so laser focused on that start, and it was really tricky because I've been watching all day, and they're either inside, middle, or outside, no in between. It really comes down to when that dozer comes out and cleans it up, and I was scratching and clawing for some traction. Got it, this KTM 350 with the Yoshi pipes, burning it out there, so Tamer hole shot hookup, Maxxis scoop tire on the back, the SM, dialed in, man.
Awesome. Hey, did you ever win one of these before in your days coming to the ranks, or is this number 1?
I've been here in 86, I've been here in 94, 95, 96, I think 99, 97, I don't know. 2000, like not 10 times, but I've never won a moto. Been close, landed on my head a lot, and now I got 3 in a row in a championship, so that's what it's all about.
Oh yeah, I'll let this gate drop and I'll let you thank some people. We're underway. Wow, that start is gnarly. Who do you want to thank, Ronnie?
I have so many people I'd like to thank. First of all, Northern Tool and Equipment for helping support the trip here. CF Moto for really reawakening my eyes to motorcycles this year. I've been having a blast riding all their products. Been hopping on the dirt bikes just like a bonus. So got a whole list. Furman Power Equipment FXR with these new 24 duds looking good. Vortex sprockets. Got to send a shout out to little bro Robbie Renner with Enjoy Graphics. Even MacGyver back there in the trenches. They hook me up with the most dialed kits all the time. Thrill Seekers seats, seat covers, GT bicycles, Risk Racing, Fastway, ODI. Man, I hate leaving people out. I know what always happens. GoPro, OG, GoPro athlete right here. Free ride stuff. ODI coming in clutch, Vortex. I could go on and on. A lot of people helping me out. I want to send a shout out to my kids at home watching on the tube. Chloe, Jet, Josh, Nate, the whole crew. My lady Nicole, all the people helping mechanics, FXR boys here, always front dead center helping out. Can't wait to come back at plus 50. I'm going to take a little break.
Okay, you earned that break. You earned the Mountain Dew. All right, that's it. Semi-retirement for now. Let's hear it for Ronnie Renner. Take it away, boys.
All right, and we are off and rolling here in the 250C Limited. Is going to be the number 19 of Kyle Paleologos with that hole shot and the early lead. Now on screen, we see the number 79, Kawasaki, making his way through. Up and over the Rocky Mountain he goes. And Kyle Paleologos is still your leader here in this one.
Whole bunch of podium hardware. I'm going to talk to our buddy Frenchie Greg Paymart again. I know you want the title. Keep ending up number 2, but these aren't bad weeks for you.
No, it's good. It's trying to be consistent. I screwed up every first lap there is. But, you know, kudos to all the 50 and the 40 and the 45 to go out there, man. They don't have to, you know. And whoever makes it here and stick to the gate and wait for that gate drop in the vet class, you're a badass, you know. And, you know, it was the condition this morning where, I know you heard it all day, I'm not going to tell you, but the smile on people's face and staging for that mode, that it sucked so good. That was, people get started and stuff. But anyway, Kawi helped me out. FMF, FXR, of course. I've been with them since the early days. And Crossroad, Twin Air, with those guiders for the radiator, that was key here for the bike. I didn't lose any coolant. So everybody had helped me at home. My club, Pagoda Motorcycle Club, was a big part of my life when I moved here back in the 90s. So, hi Presidente, Ranchi Gasso, my girlfriend Shannon, you know, everybody. It was a crazy week. One to remember, you know. But keep in mind, I'm like a French wine. I get better with age. And I'm going to come back with a 50. I'm training, like I said earlier, I broke my back in December, end of December. So spent New Year's Eve on a stretcher in a back alley when it was terrible. So we started the year rough. I wanted to be a strong 50-plus year. And I'm happy. It's good. I worked my ass off, you know, and here we are. Ronnie killed it. It's nice to see the same faces, you know. I want to say hi to Will Kanagers, like broke his wrist in the race in Romania, representing the U.S. We tried to help him to go there and stuff, and he had a title in him this year. So Will, you'll come back. You know the name. He's a solid kid, so I know he's bummed out, and great family and great kids, so he'll be here next year killing it. His name's he's going to be right there on the top.
Awesome. All right, that's Frenchie Greg Paymart right there. Thank you very much. I'll send it back up.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, out on track right now, 250C Limited. Kyle Paleologos, no stranger to the front of the field this year here in the C class. And the number 19 trying to bring it home. He's in a battle with your second place rider, the 79 of Chase Haynes, the Kawasaki rider. And it looks like that's the 31 of Tanner Johnson, I think we're showing on screen. Johnson not having quite as solid of a week as far as consistency goes, so he's trying to end this week on a high note, Mega.
Absolutely, that's how you want to do it. You only remember by your last ride, okay? You're as good as your last ride. That's as simple as it gets, Zach. And,
hey, I'm going to throw it to Chris McMillan here on the podium, third place, 45 plus. Sir for Chris. Take me to that race, and then thanks to people for us.
I made a last-ditch effort on the last lap. You know, Frenchie blocked my line, and, you know, 10 Commandments, went for it, and just crashed. So It is what it is. You know, you got to be consistent, and I had a bad first moto. So.
Okay. You got speed, though, so maybe next year, right? Maybe next year.
Yeah, I think I had the speed to run up there. I mean, Brenner was top-notch. I mean, he was, you know, he was above everybody. So.
He said he's taking a break, though. Who do you want to thank?
Hey, I need to thank my buddy Flying Brian Jordan again for the bike and everything, the girlfriend, the kids for coming down, enjoying all the time. Jim at Championship Power Sports, you know, Kuzo at 100%. He kept me clear vision all weekend. You know, Tamer gave me, you know, a new whole shot device, and, you know, I got best starts I've had all, you know, the 8 years I've been down here. So, you know, the Peterson family, you know, he's always up here. Congratulations to Brock for the 30-plus championship. So, hopefully to bring one home next year with him.
Awesome. All right, Chris McMillan, everybody. Send it back up.
All right, early into this one, Kyle Paleologos out front. Chase Haynes in that number 2 ride. Tanner Johnson sits in third. Cameron Arthur in fourth, and William Barrett rides in fifth. Taking a quick look at our overall standings, that could be Chase Haynes, Kyle Paleologos, and William Barrett. 1, 2, 3 for that overall podium. Still got some time left in this one. just about 4 minutes to go, a little under 4 minutes to go. Going to be seeing that oh, it looks like the 2-lap card is out. Yes, 2-lap card is out right now. So next time around, Paleologos is going to pick up that white flag next time around.
Yeah, and the number 19 doing everything that he can. Once again, currently shown in the second place spot as far as the overall goes, but he is leading right now. And that's tough. Jackson, we were talking about it earlier. The rider, man, you're winning. You're doing everything you possibly can, but sometimes you just need a little luck to get one of these titles as well. On the opposite side, if you're the 79, consistency pays off. Probably not pushing the pace. Going to hang out, take a second in this moto, and hold up a number 1 plate.
Yeah, Chase Haynes going 1-1-2 if they finish the way they are now. Kyle Paleologos, though, good week for him, going 4-2, sitting in first as of right now here in Moto number 3. So a solid week for him all the way around. Paleologos, how many times have we saw him on the podium here at Loretta Lynn's? Nothing to be ashamed of whatsoever. I'm sure he is very proud of the week that he has had, and he should be.
Absolutely, yeah. No, we officially know exactly how to say his name, and he made sure of it. As we had
called us out, dude. He said, all y'all got it wrong.
He said, hey, that's fine. And he said, I'm going to give you more than enough opportunities to get it right. And
he sure did.
Yeah, my hat's off to him. That is great. And Billy Barrett there, or William Barrett, on the number 15 KTM, shown as 3rd in this championship, 5th on track at the moment.
And Zach, that's what Megawatt's been saying. If you want us to say your name, give them a reason to, and that's exactly what Paleologos has done here this week at Loretta Lynn's. As we see him on screen coming around the finish now, he has got the white flag this time around. So one more to go for Paleologos here at Loretta Lynn's, and he will be 2nd in this 250C Limited Champion.
Yeah, Chase Haynes just got to hang on for one more lap. Kawasaki rider still not quite checked in. Just now has made his way past the finish, running a 1:57, same lap time as your leader. Chase Haynes is feeling good. He's just trying to bring this thing home. But to your point, Jackson, yeah, absolutely. We're always looking. We want to say something cool about you. We want to make you look good. And the number 19 of Paleologos, oh, said it wrong there, Logos, getting it done. He's getting through the 10 Commandments this time. I mean, just a solid way to close out the week if you're the 19.
And Zach, I hate to be the one to say it, but look how dry this track is.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it? I took a video earlier today. You could have run a boat all the way across the infield. Now we're actually seeing some dust kicking up between the jumps. Just once again, cannot say enough about the track crew here, the entire staff, and how they've handled this. It has been as difficult as possible, and they have tried to make it the most raceable track possible. We're going to try to get all of these third motos done. We're cutting minutes. We're doing everything we can to be as fair as possible to everybody. But for right now, the number 19, overcoming the weather, overcoming the track, and overcoming the competition. Only about a quarter of a lap left to go, and he's going to grab a third moto win.
All right, give you a little rundown. Kyle Paleologos sitting in first there on the number 19. Chase Haynes, your first and second moto winner, sitting in second on the number 79. Tanner Johnson holding down third. William Barrett sitting in fourth. In fifth is Cameron Arthur. Samuel DeGrange sitting in sixth. In seventh, we have David Canfield. Anthony Palawaski holding down eighth. In ninth is Tyler Lynch. Maddox Brown rounding out our top 10 there on the number 73 Kawasaki. Chase Engelwitz sitting in 11th. Eric Kinsley sitting in 12th. Caleb Najaro sitting in 13th. In 14th, we have Evan Taralecki and Brevin Wilson going to round out our top 15 here in this one. And the checkered flag is out, and Kyle Paleologos on the number 19 is going to take the third moto win.
Waiting to see, and it is the number 79. Chase Haynes going to come across the line in second, but going to be your overall championship winner here in the 250C Limited class. Waiting to see. Billy Barrett had moved up to that fourth place spot, and that should secure him third place overall in the championship. We're waiting on Tanner Johnson to check in, who we last saw in
And look
third.
at that. The
How
Blue
about
Ridge
that?
boy going to get it up there into third. There on the number 15, Tanner Johnson moving down to fourth. And Cameron Arthur going to round out our top 5 here in this one. Take a look at the championship. It is Chase Haynes in front. Kyle Paleologos going to round out second there in our championship. And then William Barrett going to be third as far as the championship is concerned.
Yeah, exciting stuff there. How about it? William Barrett fighting tooth and nail all the way to the finish. Grabs third overall on the day and third overall on the championship. Kyle Paleologos ending things solidly up front.
He did. Let's talk to him. Can we do it?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Kyle Paleologos is going to grab a gold and a Stasic Hole Shot Award. Good to see the legend out here. Shea Bentley out here to congratulate him. That's cool stuff. Let's hear it for Kyle Paleologos. You got moto wins. You were consistent. Still ended up just short of the title, but overall, a great week, man. You got to be proud.
Yeah, that was definitely a great week for me. I'm a little bit bummed that I didn't win, of course, because I'm a racer and that's what I want to do. I want to win. But just being able to ride this legendary track, like in 2 classes, is great. I've been wanting to get here ever since I was here in 50s, and I finally got back in the C class, and it's great to be here.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
I would love to thank Triangle Cycles. They got me the whole shot. The bike ripped out of the gate, and I just never let off, and it gave me the whole shot. I pretty much just was able to get it from there. I'd like to thank the local tracks by me who give me a place to ride on the weekends after school. Warrior Boy MX and Monster Mountain MX. Of course, I would like to thank the trainers who helped me out at those places. Shea Bentley and Kendall Mason, they do so much for me. James Ragsdale is another one. He taught me how to ride back when I was on 50s, so that just gave me a great foundation. And just everybody else, Answer Racing, Dirt Chicks, everybody else, thank you so much.
There it is, Kyle Paleologos with the moto win. Congratulations, Kyle. All right, we're going to clear the deck and bring up the championship bike of Chase Haynes. Thank you, Kyle. I think Tanner Johnson held on for 3rd there. Let's bring up Chase Haynes' bike, and I'm going to let the gate drop here in this next moto, and you boys can take it. Hey, we're here. Let's take it right back. There it is with 2nd in the moto. Here is the AMA #1 plate. Let's hear it for Chase Haynes. Take it away, boys. We'll come right back. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Jason. And look at that, perfect timing. The gate is down, and we are rolling here on Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC. And we'll see who's going to be first through the first turn.
It'll be Casey Cochran with a hole shot.
And a big hole shot.
Yeah, he needs some good luck.
Boys, you got to just have so much confidence in your starting ability. He's got it. Hole shot looks like maybe Logan Best right there with him on the Yamaha, perhaps. On the 26, yep, there's the 30 of Drew Adams. The boys are here to play. This is a good one, the 27, Christian Janik there as well. There's the 81 of Enzo Timmerman in about the number 6 spot.
All the players out in this one.
Love to see it right there.
Hey, I'm going to talk real quick. Chase Haynes, double #1s, 2 championships today. What was this moto like? It looked like you knew exactly what you needed to do.
Yeah, I had a moto early this morning. It was a little more wet, but just tried to get the best start I could and try to stay out front.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for another one?
I like to thank my mom, my dad for getting me out here to race. Team Green, Fly Racing, Realty Providers, Adrenaline Motorsports, and everybody else. Thank you.
2-time champion in 2023, sweeps his classes, Chase Haynes. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, we got one cooking right here, son. Out on the racetrack. It is a 3-way battle for the number 4. Oh, a full flip for our Kawasaki rider there. He is stuffed under that motorcycle. The front end absolutely tucked violently. Casey Cochran, hand guards, hole shot, looking good. 32, Landon Pepper to 2nd, Logan Best 3rd. The 27 of Janik, that must have been the number 30 of Drew Adams. He went down violently and quickly.
And I believe
81 of Timmerman, so it absolutely is Drew Adams. That is a bummer, man. He's having to reassess everything. Thankfully, that was soft dirt. That's even great. So fast, and it tucked him underneath that bike. He's still trying to get an idea of what happened. It was like a mountain bike crash. It's over before it started.
That is the 20 of Kiefer there. That's down in the sand section. That was Aiden Kiefer. I thought that was down.
No, that was Drew Adams on the number 30 machine. Yep, that was Drew Adams.
He was right there with those guys.
Hey, we're going to take one more for 3rd place down here. Tanner Johnson, you're back. Been a good week, man.
Been pretty good. I got a good start and finally got the track dialed in.
All right, who do you want to thank again?
Jesus Christ, keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, and Pro Suspension, keeping my suspension always nice and fresh for me. Mike Anthony for keeping my motors nice and fresh. And Bruce MX, and Tyler Thompson, the whole teammate crew, for just getting me trained up for this event. And I'd like to thank 110 Racing for my sweet gear sets, and Meat Log Racing for supporting me out here, and everybody else I forgot, thank you for supporting me.
All right, let's hear it for our third place finisher.
Man, that's a big guy right
Barrett. Oh, that changed right then. That's William Barrett. Yeah. Dad's pumped. William Barrett, good job. All right, a couple podiums for him. Let's send it back up.
Better be glad he's nice. That's a big guy you just disrespected. Here comes the 66 of Cochran. He is disrespecting this field. That hole shot was obnoxious. There's Landon Peppard out of Alaska, the Bushman in the number 2 spot, getting some heat from Logan Best. We go back to number 75 of Casey Bernard. Esquire. Colin Allen is rounding out our top 5. So it's good to see Drew Adams back up.
And moving.
Riding out, yeah, for sure. That was, did you guys see that crash?
Yeah, I want to apologize to Chris Kiefer. I gave him a heart attack. Yes, I just want to make that very clear. I apologize. So, no, Kiefer having a good ride. He is up and rolling. And like you said, good to see the number 30. That was a tough one. Sometimes when they hit that sand, it's so not as soft as it looks. Yeah.
It tossed him right over. Oh, tough break for Peppard. Loses 1 spot there. Few spots. Oh, and a Yamaha rider is down as well. We'll check back in with our leaders to see who that was.
And how about the number 66 of Cochran? You talk about disrespecting the field. This track has disrespected him multiple times throughout the week. He's trying to go out on top here.
My mistake. Kevin Wyndham's like, what are you talking about? Landon Peppard's right here. He's good. Peppard's solid. Yeah, he's in 3rd. He lost a spot to Logan Best, who's moving forward. He's about to get some heat from Casey Bernard. And Christian Janik, another one of the riders. So all of the Kawasaki riders having problems there. Timmerman back in about the number 8 spot. Janik was up there. He had an issue on that first lap. All 3 of those guys were inside the top 8.
So things shaking up early here in this one for the Schoolboy 2 third moto.
Colin Allen having a good ride in 5th. Enzo Timmerman 6. Hayes Edwards 7. A.J. Greenwell 8. Jordan Renfro and Gavin Betts round out your top 10. And then Janik back in 20th.
Casey Cochran, fastest man on the track there for lap number 2. As he
had to put his shoulder back in a few days ago. That's impressive.
It is very impressive. Shows the grit here of Casey Cochran as he makes his way back around to the finish line.
Did you teach that? That was a little wild ride there. Landon Peppard was on a bull right then. He had to squeeze that thing and keep it going. That looked crazy.
Peppard having a solid ride. I know he's been doing a lot of training with DB Daniel Blair, working hard to get ready for this race, and good to see Peppard having a solid performance here in race 3.
He does some of that, but his trainer right here, Kevin Wyndham, goes, well, he lives down at my place and he trains with me.
Wow, this is awkward. This is awkward.
No, it's like Kevin laugh it off. You can do that. There's the 27 of Christian Janik. Is that Kiefer, or it is a Kawasaki rider directly in front of him?
All right, folks, I'll see you all next year.
No, don't quit on us now, buddy. We need you. We got to finish this thing out. Man, Drew Adams got the visor all jacked up. The kid is just digging, man. Pretty sure that's him back on the bike.
Uh-oh, and Logan Best is down here in the 10 Commandments.
Logie Bear. Where's he at?
So that is your second place rider sitting down, getting passed now by the number 45. So he is going to fall in line about 8th place behind Hayes Edwards.
That was my mistake. That was Christian Janik that was hustling. I still see Drew Adams, I believe, is going to hang out and just call this one a done deal. He sat there for a lap. That was my mistake. But Janik is going to work. There he is going into the 10 Commandments on the 27 machine. You can catch him in your screen there. Yellow or red pants, green bike, 27 on the plates. But Casey Cochran handling business, in control of this one. Is that correct in the terms of the championships, what I'm seeing, right?
Yes, sir. Casey Cochran is sitting in the driver's seat of this championship with a 151 if he finishes there in that top spot.
7 points for Cochran. Then you have a 6-3-3, so 9 points for Landon Peppard. So Landon can really only help himself by 2 points by picking up 2 spots. So another rider with his leg ripped off the motorcycle here, coming in this big sweeper. That rut is not nice to folks. There's the 81 of Enzo Timmerman. Saying about stopped him cold turkey as well.
And the 2-lap card is out here in this Schoolboy 2 third moto.
That was fast. These guys are getting through it. There's the number 66. You cannot play around. You got to get a good start. He did it from the dead inside and like a flash of lightning. he was gone.
Well, and it's been interesting, Kevin. We talked about it when it was super wet. We saw a lot of hole shots start coming from the far outside. Now they've worked their way all the way back inside.
Yeah, they can actually chop the throttle now and not worry about crashing. That would normally be the most rutted, rough little right-hander up and over that. But we've gotten down to the hard asphalt there, basically, where Casey Cochran just cleared that spot as we go into Never Never Land. Now we changed it from Storyland to Never Never Land because it's where dreams go to die back there. But it's coming back around now.
Enzo, oh, go ahead.
Buddy, you're good.
Enzo Timmerman able to make it up into that 5th spot there on the number 81 Kawasaki. Colin Allen sitting in 4th. Casey Bernard Jr. sitting in 3rd. And Landon Pepper going to sit in 2nd here on the number 37.
So the white flag will come out this time around. Casey Cochran into that crazy Bermuda triangle turn there. Saw Amelia Earhart stick her head out of there and pull Drew Adams down to the ground. Tried to take him to the dark side. It got radical there on that first lap for Drew Adams.
That's a lot of
Yeah.
The Monster Energy is flowing up here in the tower.
No idea what I'm talking about.
Cochran up and over this jump. Going to be getting the white flag, I believe, next time around.
Yep, white flag is coming. Casey will hit this left-hander. This nice smooth straightaway. Have a seat. Just chill out. No rush. I don't know the lead, the deficit, but it's pretty comfortable. There is Peppered. He's got the 75 of Casey Bernard. Looking back at that rut that just grabbed him. And still on the move is the 35 of Colin Allen. He's up to 4th. Timmerman right there behind him. Allen trying to hang on to 4th. So Bernard trying to track down Landon Peppered back up in the number 2 spot. There's Logan Best, who is running up front. We lost a bunch of guys, and now they're all circulating around the racetrack in unusual positions. We lost Drew Adams on that first lap. Glad to see him get up under his own power. We know that Janik had a problem. He's had to work his way through. We know that Logan Best was up front. He's having to now fight back through. So this track giveth and it taketh.
Drew Adams going to try to finish this one out. I just saw him pass by. He is on the move, tripling out of the 10 Commandments. So glad to see he is okay after that big crash there in the sand section as we watch the number 66 of Casey Cochran head into Storyland.
Speaking of big crashes and what the week looked like, it looked pretty scary there for a minute when Casey popped his shoulder out. I'm sure, well, that's it. Has to go over and get a pit stop, not for the bike, but for his body. Popped that shoulder back in real time during a moto, kept on going. That is gnarly.
And now, had he finished that moto, he'd have actually been disqualified because that would have been outside assistance putting that shoulder back in.
True story. We had that conversation.
Precisely. Just stating fact, but I couldn't agree more with you.
Watching now on screen. Last cut. There it is. There's your leader, the 66, making his way around. Look at that. Taking a check back, double checking how early he can celebrate.
You see that discoloration?
Kevin, you went underneath when you got up, man.
And coming through the sand section one more time is the number 66. Into the left-hand corner he goes. And it is going to be the Husqvarna machine of Casey Cochran going to take the Moto 3 win here in the Schoolboy 2. And that is going to wrap up our championship as well here in the Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC. So once again, Casey Cochran going to take this one here as well as the championship. Landon Pepper sitting in 2nd. And he is able to hang on to that. Casey Bernard Jr. going to hang on to 3rd place here. Colin Allen in 4th. And Enzo Timmerman going to round out our top 5 here in this one.
Kev, thanks for hanging out in the podium and or at the tower with us, man. We've enjoyed the heck out of it.
Yeah, it's a great view, of course. I love having this building that was donated in honor of
from Phoenix.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the short-minded, but not only is it a great view, man, the best announcers in the game, and really enjoyed visiting with you guys this week. And thank you for the hospitality and let me hang out with you guys.
We'll see you on a bike. That's what. Jason Wygant has to get down there. He's got to get down there and see Landon Peppered, who he trains. It's all good. Rounds out our podium, and we will get ready to talk. There is the bike. It looks great. Kevin Windham has left down to see his guy. That bike is fresh looking. Number 1 spot for the 66.
You never know here at the ranch. This guy started the week on fire. Then it all started to go away. And then it looked like he wasn't going to get either title. But the rain god shined down. He performed when he needed to. Our national champion on up. What a comeback. He had a shoulder injury at midweek. I thought it was over. We'll go racing in 85s. I'll be right back. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, we are off and rolling here. Girls 11-16. And a big lead, big hole shot there for one of the, it's either a KTM or a gas rider. It looks like that is going to be the number 18 of Hannah Cole.
Number 19 of Malaya Herrick, actually there on her Husqvarna machine, getting the whole shot here in the girls 11-16 class. And it looks like it is.
So Mela Herrick leading the way on the Husky, looking to see who that is in second. Oh, almost getting over the front end there.
All right, we're ready on the podium. Good luck to the girls. We'll be right back with that. Way to dig it out. He started the week on fire. Then I thought it was over. He comes all the way back, 1-5-1 to win the title. Casey Cochran. Here's your number 1 plate for the American Motorcyclist Association. Sometimes you got to believe. We saw you on the side of the racetrack holding your shoulder. I thought it was done. Did you think it was done?
Honestly, not really, because it's happened before, and yeah, as soon as I hit the ground 2 days ago, I knew it was out, and I dislocated it, and I was just screaming. I was like, someone put it back in, because I was like, if I can get it in, I'm finishing Ltd Moto, and I wanted to be able to win both titles here, but I'm so happy I was able to push through some pain and come out and win this last moto.
All right, did you know in this moto you were in position, or did you not know where Christian and a lot of the other guys were?
I just knew on the gate that I had to win this thing, and we got it done, and the cards fell in my favor with everyone else, and I'm stoked.
All right, who do you want to thank, Casey? Great comeback.
Yeah, the Lord Jesus Christ to keep me safe, my mom and dad, the whole Husqvarna Rockstar Energy factory racing team. They've been putting in the work day in and day out, getting this machine dialed, and this is the whole team around me, my family, my mechanic, Grizz, Pro Taper, Factory Connection, Fly Racing, and Baker Factory, Alden Baker, Mike Brown, all the boys that are watching, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys.
All right, I'm going to bring Andre Lieb up. You're an on-track student. There's $350 that the industry raised that can go to education of any form that he wants. He's already got the number 1 plate and the gold medal and the whole shot award. He is Casey Cochran. Take it away, guys.
Back on track, it is Lachlan Lala Turner grabbing the lead now away from Mela Herrick. The number 19 now finds herself in second place. Brandy McClarty rounds out the top 3, and then Josie Schuff and Logan Schottenoff rounding out the top 5.
And Zach Lala Turner is one I think we will be seeing for a long time to come there in that WMX class, as she makes her way around through this Loretta Lynn's course here in the lead of the girls 11-16.
Yeah, absolutely. Lachlan Turner, 16 years old, so the final year for her here in this girls 11-16. I believe we actually saw her in the WMX as well, and some strong performances already. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, thanks. Really ending the week on a stronger note. Landon Peppard, let's hear it for him. Second place, Landon Peppard. Kept getting better as the week went on.
We started off pretty struggling, and we just kept putting our head down and working and working and working, getting suspension dialed with Todd at Factory Connection, talking to Kevin, getting the lines figured out, getting the track figured out, and got a good jump on that last start and just rode my butt off.
Who do you want to thank, Landon?
I want to thank Gas Fox, 100% Monster. My dad, he sacrificed and done so much for me. I couldn't be here without him. I want to thank Kevin Wyndham and Farm 14, everybody there, Cranny, and everybody for helping me out and working with me to get here. And I want to thank Todd at Factory Connection. We've put in a lot of work to get the bike working good, and everybody else helps me out. Thank you so much.
Landon Peppard, everyone, second place. Send it back up, and then we'll talk to third.
Thanks. Back on track. We've had some shaking up as far as the podium positions go. Brandy McClarty found herself on the ground at one point. Not sure exactly how many positions she lost, but I do think she's going to slip off the podium right now. Lachlan Turner checks in for lap number 2, running a 1:58. She is on fire right now. But Mela Herrick, currently sitting in second place, is in control of the championship at the moment, coming in with a 1-1 score. Lachlan Turner sitting at a 2-2. So this is the battle here. She's going to need a little more help getting somebody between Herrick. And it looks like Jason's standing by with another one of our racers.
Hey, I got third place right here. It was changing the whole darn race. These guys are battling through traffic. CJ Bernard ends up in third. Hey, that's no joke in this class. You got to be pumped.
Yeah, it's tough. You have to get a good start and you have to run up there.
Cool. Who do you want to thank?
Thank my mom and dad, my trainer Jay, my mechanic, Canvas, 518, or EdLab, Dunlop, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Third place here for CJ. I'm going to give some champagne to the Casey Cochran gang, and you guys take the rest of the girls' class moto.
We need the golf carts in front of the MX Sports Center office moved immediately. You are blocking the fire lane. Can't get our ambulances through there. Got to keep these roads open. All golf carts in front of the MX Sports trailer. We need those moved. You are clogging up the arteries. If you just got off a golf cart right there in front of the MX Sports Center office, we need that thing moved.
Yeah, look at him.
There we go.
I love it, Jack.
No, he said, no, I'm not. One thing. Same goes for all the roads. Keep those roads clear. We need all of our micros. All of our micro 50s need to be in the staging lane. You're coming up very shortly. You will follow the last race, the big bike race, and then we'll do a little sight lap with you. And you guys got the track coming up, man. We've been waiting all day to get you guys these third motos. Carved off a little bit of time for you. We also stoked to bring our little micros back out here to do battle on what could be the best looking version of this racetrack.
Another announcement in the pits. We have a red Ford pickup truck near the bathhouse that needs moved. Once again, a red Ford pickup truck near the bathhouse that needs moved. License plate ZE7NE. ZE7NE. You need to move your red Ford pickup truck from the bathhouse.
Yeah, speaking of blocking again, we need those roads kept clear. All of the roads, all these main roads, man. If you park your stuff and it clogs up the road, we've got to be able to get ambulances anywhere on this property at any time if there is an emergency. So golf carts, big trucks, little trucks, don't leave your vehicle once you pull out. Kind of get moving and get on down the road. We cannot clog these roads up.
So as we are watching now, believe that is the 97, maybe the 57 coming across on screen. Yeah, that is the 57. That's Jamison. And some solid riding there through this top five. Casimir been another one we've said a lot throughout this week as well, Jackson.
Looking good in this one, sitting in third there on that number 4 machine. Lachlan Turner leading the way around still on that KTM number 99.
She goes by Lala Turner. Hey, also transponders, want to return your transponders when we are done with racing. We need all those transponders returned, or you're going to get a ding on that credit card. And these folks would rather have the transponders for their next event. So please return your transponders when you are done with racing for the day. Man, that's Jackson, that's a clean motorcycle right there, bro.
It is. That is going to be the number 19 of Malaya Herrick there. Following her is going to be the number 4 of Madison Casimir.
Walking in through that little rut there, that's Mela Herrick, Madison Casimir, Hannah Jamison, Logan Schlauderaff, there we go. Callie Sutton, Kiana Kirkson 7th, Caitlin Lane, Zoe Moore, and Isla Phillips. Rounding out your top 10, this is girls 11 to 16, but you guys knew that.
And you can see, Kevin, we've got some great lines developing, but we've seen several of these riders. They fall too far to the inside in this Thor Sand Sweeper, and it is multiple feet of just muddy, sandy slop motorcycle. I think it was actually standing up on one wheel. I don't even think it was on two wheels.
Yeah, I would make this suggestion to dads down there in that staging lane. I know you guys can pretty much hear us. Make sure your little guys don't go to the inside of that big sand sweeper now, because it is still thick and it's still gobbling up even the biggest of bikes. So little dudes, you guys that are coming up here shortly, if you're going to pay attention to your dad one time, do it right here, right now before you race. Just listen to him. He knows what he's talking about.
Ride the wide track.
And have an awesome time. Your final moto is coming up, man. It's all smiles. And Dad, do your part. Be cool with your kid, man. I like to see the good dads just give them a big hug when it's over. Just get through it safely. got a long trip ahead of you back home. Let's don't ruin it by getting all crazy on our little micros, because they are the best part of the sport. Want to keep the sport, man. I've seen kids that they just get burned out because their parents are just overbearing. So I like to see the fun side of things. That's right. I tell you, announcers out, man. We go hard up here.
Oh yeah, you better have thick skin. You better be ready to go. I'm going to be thinking about everything you said the whole way home. I got 9 hours to reflect on it, man. So
I just wish you guys were a little nicer to me. I'm trying my best. Okay.
You're doing great, Zach.
I appreciate you
Jackie
guys.
Legs, you can use some work, but there's always next year, man. That's the great thing about Loretta. You can blow it all week long like you have done.
Oh, exactly. Exactly, and we are going to bring you back regardless. So yeah.
Well.
Zach dropped off the pace, got lapped one time, but just held in there. You know, showed great heart and fortitude.
100%. Looked great. Lala Turner, congratulations. As I blow the finish, Lala Turner, we're over here running our mouth, and she's up here busy winning a championship. But Mayla Herrick will get the overall. Lala will get the race win, finishes second in the championship, and Madison Casimir should come across with 3 threes. And she will. That was a consistent ride for Madison Casimir. 3 Moto scores, I believe. That's how it's going to shake down. Lala Turner, Moto win, second in the championship.
Riders continuing to make their way across the line. As we said, it's as chaotic as this week has been, a lot of just sighs of relief. I'm sure Pops is over there, even without the best finish. It's like, you know what? This has been a wild one. This has been a week for the ages. We'll be talking about this for years to come. And for those riders that do find themselves on the overall podium, it just makes it that much sweeter. And we'll turn it down to the podium to Jason Wygant whenever he's ready with your podium.
All right, just trying to get this mic to work. We need our Moto winner to come on up. Lala Turner getting the win in the Moto. She's going to just miss the title. Let's bring her on up, though. Our Moto winner. If you let him go over to the tent, you never know if you're going to get him back. So our Moto winner, we need her to come on up. All right, we see some activity down there. So a gold medal up front in both classes, also battling in the WMX class as well. Let's hear it for Lala Turner. How'd you get that Moto win?
Honestly, just actually got a good start this time and just had fun out there for once.
That's what you got to do. It's hard, though, I know. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Fly, Hope, Dunlop, Rob from Dunlop, Clover Hill, Mika Meadows, DT1, 100%, FMF, Nick and Dave from 100%, NLab, my trainer Jay Whipple, and everybody else who helps me.
All right, there it is. Lala Turner with the Moto win. Great job. We do need the 99 bike to move off, and we'll move the championship bike up. Mayla Herrick and Madison Casimir, we can give you the bronze. And we're ready to rip behind me with another Moto. So we'll bring up Mayla Herrick and hand out the AMA #1 plate for the number 19. And here it is. We got a championship motorcycle, a championship rider. Let's hand out the championship #1 plate. Plate, let this gate drop. Come on up, Mike Burkeen, and we are going to present the girls' championship to Mela Herrick. Take it away. Tell us who's out front, and we'll talk to our champ, Mela.
Well, Easton Graves with a great start, the number 31, trying to get back on track. He had a rough morning with some of the mud, I believe, and now he looks fantastic.
Mela, let's talk about that championship run. Here, move a little closer to the middle. Looks good on the camera. How did that go? You got the start, too. They got the Stasic Whole Shot Award with your name on it. Did you know what you needed to do to ice this championship?
Yeah, I knew. I just had to get second, just turn on cruise control, and I was good.
What's the track like right now?
It's really slick. I lost the lead just sliding around. It's just really slick, and yeah.
Good job holding on. Mela, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad for being my mechanic, my Moto family, Raynard Training Complex, my trainer Robbie Raynard, Fox Moto, Matt Mora, Torres Motorsport, Race Tech, Pro Circuit, Sun Enterprises, WTT, Brian from WTT, FMF, Moto C, Dunlop Tires, Rob Fox, Tamer Whole Shot, Moto Muck, PT Racing, Rao Designs, Forgive My Graphics, and Mickey Metals, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, we got a Whole Shot Award. We got a #1 plate. We got $350 from the scholarshiprace.com. We'll hand that over to her, and let's celebrate with Mela Herrick. Take it away, boys.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. Congratulations, Mela, on that championship. And we are watching Easton Graves throw down on the number 31, the Walker, Louisiana native, picking and choosing all the right lines. And he is right beside us here in the announcer's tower. Clicks down on the gear shifter. He's got the number 70 of Jackson Vick. Vick had a good morning on that 65 early. Remember, the track was treacherous, and these kids made it look like it was, I mean, it was rideable. They proved it.
Vic has been pretty strong no matter the conditions. If you remember, he was the lone rider that took that sight lap, ended up backing it up with a third-place finish. So Jackson Vick, as you see him launching.
Look at that. He's closed in.
Yeah,
let me grab third place here. Yeah, Jackson Vick got a title earlier today. Don't forget that. Let's start to Madison Casimir, third place. How was that?
Good. I got a horrible start, went down in Storyland. My plastic fell off, so it was a little bit of a struggle to catch back up, but I did it. A little bummed with my riding this week, but we're going to get back, train, and come back next year.
Okay, Madison, who do you want to thank?
The Lord forgive me safe, my mom, my dad, Motorbikes Plus, Moto Sandbox, Fly, 100%, Arma, Asterisk, Wrist Brace Guy, Dunlop, MX Tire, Factory Connection, Lynx, FMF, Guts, ODI, Aturbeast, Chris Canning, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
Let's hear from Madison Casimir, third place. Send it back up.
All right, one lap in the books. Easton Graves, Jackson Vick having a go here. Aiden Steinbrecher in the number 3 spot. Craven Earl, Dylan Graham, Trey Jarvis, Chase Brennan, Brody Bircher, Brayton Craiglow, and Waylon Ballinger round out your top 10. So the players are kind of up towards the front now. That's what you like to see. Jackson Vick want to take a shot at the champ. And he's bringing Aiden Steinbrecher with him.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 on track is 1, 2, 3 in your championship at the moment.
So what would need to happen, Graves would need to lose a couple of spots to Jackson Vick in order to lose the championship. So he just needs to keep Jackson Vick behind him. There is Aiden Steinbrecher looking fresh on the 24 machine, the 31 of Easton Graves. In your shot there, the white gear, the red helmet.
And I got a shot of Easton Graves earlier. He was leading bike malfunction. We saw him pushing the motorcycle through the rain earlier, and that's a tough one. So he needs a little break, actually, right where he's riding through right now. He was off the side of the track pushing that bike. And so good to see Graves back out there and probably enjoying it much more here.
Oh, it's so much funner when you are winning. Top 3, no change there. Pick your way through this race. The number 15, Craven. Ferry edition number.
On screen, coming around the finish line, it is the 31 of Easton Graves still in the lead. He's going to be followed by the number 70 of Jackson Vick. And Aiden Steinbrecher there on the number 24 Gas machine holding down third.
They're over here near the pits, working their way out of the mechanics area. And the 31 of Graves has company now. I don't know if he asked his mom if it was cool if Jackson Vick came over, but Jackson Vick just kicked the door in, and he's playing on his Xbox right now. He did not even ask, because we got one cooking. Steinbrecher trying to double through the 10 Commandments, just a little out of sync there.
Graves able to double through him.
Yeah, I saw that. That was clean. Heading off towards Storyland. Graves trying to shake the number 70 of Jackson Vick.
So on screen, you see the number 70 of Jackson Vick trying to chase down the number 31 of Easton Graves. Graves able to pull a little bit of the gap on him there after the 10 Commandments, doubling through those 10 Commandments.
This is where he kind of closed down, though. He's kind of starting to do it again. Graves pretty quick on this part of the racetrack. I don't know if he can just manhandle this sand a little bit. I don't know, but Graves now looking strong, says, I can manhandle this.
Yeah, Graves looks like the weight's a little further back on the bike. He's able to kind of manual through those rollers, whereas Jackson Vick kind of slamming into him, loses a couple of bike lengths.
Man, I hope they showed that on TV. Easton Graves just carved that little left-hander. That was perfect. Up and over this little tabletop, not going to send the double. Haven't seen a 65 do that, I don't believe.
Don't tempt
that's a
him.
big hit. Don't tempt him. You're right. He's not afraid. It's probably just out of horsepower. All right, so things have settled down now. Vick slips back just a tad. Steinbrecher still in that number 3 spot. Earl 4th, Chase Brennan 5th, Dylan Graham 6th, Brayton Craiglow 7th, Brody Bircher, Trey Jarvis, and Waylon Ballinger round out your top 10.
And the white flag is flying on this one, so one more time around for Easton Graves and Jackson Vick.
And don't forget, guys, race 29 coming up next. Any of our 50 riders looking to do a sight lap, you need to be in staging by the time this race goes off. I cannot stress it enough. We have said it multiple times now. Any 50 families, if your rider's looking to do a sight lap, you need to get them to staging right now.
It is a jammed up affair down there in staging for sure, with our last race on the gate. And that would be our Super Mini 213 to 16. And then we have our micros, the micro E, 2, 3, and 1 classes all coming up. There's a little sight lap. And then we will put them on the gate, and we made them wait all day again. But I think we did the right thing. The track is as rideable as you could ask for as we watch on this white flag lap here. Easton Graves got the whole shot. Handle these ginormous ruts. Impressed me in that left-hander, the big sand sweeper.
Let's see if he can do it again, Kevin, as we come around. Red cross flag out. That means we have got to roll the jumps in that area.
Little bike in the way there. Yeah, he's coming up on that sand section now around the Monster Hospitality area. He was super clean in this little turn. He probably won't do it just because I said something, but and it looked good last time.
Good old announcer's curse on him. Oh, he took it bad. Yeah.
All right, about a half a lap, not even that. Now Steinbrecher though, and Jackson Vick, one bike length separating the two of them. So a late moto surge for Steinbrecher. He is wanting to get past Jackson Vick. Great battle for that number 2 spot. They're going to come down the midway here, dead center of the racetrack. And he just did it. We had bike problems for Jackson Vick. He's trying to give the bike the gas, and it's not going. Come on, buddy. Got to ride this thing in. See if you can nurse it to the finish line. Steinbrecher will make the pass. Let's just hope. I think he's got a flat tire, perhaps. That bike is doing something. Now, just get it to the finish line, my man. You're going to get a 3rd place.
Yeah, and Jackson Vick sitting on a 2-2 right now, so I do believe regardless, he's going to hold down 2nd overall.
And Easton Graves has gotten the checkered flag there on that number 31 KTM, so he is going to be your winner in Moto 3, and that is a clean sweep here in the 65 10-11 for Easton Graves, going 1-1-1-1.
That's right. Your
Who knows how many
10-11 national champion. The number 31, it will be Easton Graves, Steinbrecher, and Vick will round out your podium. Final moto in the order, and then we'll get into micro racing. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16.
So watching as the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Looks like it's going to be Easton Graves, Steinbrecher, Vick, Brennan, Craiglow, Graham, Earl, Ballinger checking in 9th, and Landon Lee grabbing that final spot. Easton Kirby was making some passes too, coming towards the finish. But a great ending there to the 65s here at Loretta's 2023. Man, they have been some of the most fun classes to watch. We've seen some sheer grit out of these guys between the weather, and they're just fast enough to where they're able to ride hard through that stuff. But man, when they get stuck, they're just a little too small to be able to pick it up. And I think Jason Wygant is hanging.
Oh yeah, we're partying down here. This dude was super fast all week, and he finally gets the title to back that up. Let's bring up the #1 plate. While I'll wait on that, let's just cheer. Let's hear it for Easton Graves. That's big time. We'll get the AMA #1 plate up here. Dude, you're ripping. I honestly feel like the muddier it got, the better you rode. It didn't matter what happened. You were good.
Yeah, I love mud. Being from Louisiana, got a good start. Jackson was right there, made mistakes on the last lap. I was just pushing so hard. Finally, after 8 years of hard work, I got it done.
Man, you're on fire this week. That is awesome. You gonna get more of these?
Oh yeah, walk away with one from almost every year. Let's go.
Let's go. All right. I'll wait on the #1 plate, but let me let you thank everybody who helped make this awesome week possible.
My dad, my sister, my whole friends and family, my buddy Cash, all my friends. My buddy is on the gate. I have to hurry up and go watch him. Rides Unlimited, FMF, 7, Bell, Scott, Dunlop, Lynx, Pro Taper, Thrill Seekers. I don't even know. Bees Moto Lab. Everyone else helps me out. Thank you so much for helping me get this champion.
Let's hear for Easton Gray. Take it away, guys. We'll be right back.
That was a great start for the rider on the inside. See who that was. It was Deacon Deno. That's who I thought it was. Number 19 of Deacon Deno from the dead inside. And then the number 50 right there in tow. Deno, he had to really stay in it late into that turn because he didn't quite have the whole shot, but he did not let up. Deno earned that here. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. And Deacon Deno comes in here with a 5 and a 1. So we'll see how everything else shakes down. We got a 1 and a 2 for Landon Gordon on the Kawasaki. And Gordon, look at that. He is, I don't think he's even in that top 10.
All right. We will see how that turns out for Landon. I'm going to talk to Aiden Steinbrecher taking second place. Hey, you made some passes right to the end, man. How was that moto?
It was great. I messed up on the start, but it was great the whole entire race.
Cool. Who do you want to thank?
Lord's guys keep me safe. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, Fox, Emerson, Dunlop, Gas, everybody at Gas, Rob Fox, Dunlop, MX Finick, Sandbox, FMF, Pro Taper, Factory Connection, and everybody so thank you.
Aiden Steinbrecher, your runner-up, silver medal. And we'll bring up third place should be Jackson Vick. I think he held on there. Oh, thank you. Oh, what a class act. Good job. Let's bring up third. I know he's bummed. It slipped away there with a problem there late in the race, but he still ends up with a bronze. So let's talk to Jackson Vick. Real quick, Jackson, who do you want to thank, man? Here, we'll go down to the center. Who do you want to thank?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, JK Cycles, Adventure Moto, Huxon Brand, Answer Racing, Enzo Suspension, Dunlop, JGV Consulting, Answer, MCT, Mac leaving my trainer. Thank you so much.
Let's hear it for Jackson Vick, third place. Send it back out for the minis.
We got a good one cooking. The Husqvarna breaking up the all KTM top 10, and that is Deacon Deno trying to shake Seth Dennis. Deacon Deno pulled a nice hole shot from the inside. He dragged the number 93 of Dennis with him. Canyon Richards trying to do it again. See if that motor will go the distance. He's had some rough luck with the motors this week.
And this is going to be tough. I just saw the number 3, Landon Gordon. He both feet off the pegs, hanging off the back of that Kawasaki as he was trying to get through the 10 Commandments. He's outside the top 10 right now, bottom of your screen.
That is Landon Gordon just outside the top 10. He has 1-5 scores. Deacon Deno with pretty solid scores there. Landon Gordon with the 1-2 scores, that is, and Deacon Deno with the 1-5s. That's it.
With the 5-1.
5-1, yep. So Deacon Deno currently has the championship. Seth Dennis sits second in the championship. Cole Timbo, Landon Gordon Logan Mortberg. Well, that will change if Gordon makes some passes, but we are watching a great battle out front. Canyon Richards going to leave nothing at the ranch. He's going to just leave it all out here, take nothing home. There's Gordon with another pass on the 13 of Mason Raynor. Raynor just, the front wheel gave way on that one. I'm not sure if he clipped him or not. Dennis is about to get some heat from Canyon Richards.
And Richards is fired up. This has not been his week. Hey, he's had the speed. We've shown that he's capable of running up front, but for various different reasons hasn't been able to put the end result together. So I think this final moto, he's just coming to mess up the program, basically.
Just go for it, man. You got nothing to lose. Canyon Richards all over Seth Dennis, and he has Deacon Deno right there in his sights as well. We have got a great moto cooking here as they flash across the starting line. Deacon Deno comes through in the number 1 spot. He's led it from the get-go. And Richards now applying the pressure. You can see him closing in on these turns here, different lines there.
But Seth Dennis is not backing down. It looks like Richards is almost pushing Dennis up towards Deno.
Wow, what a great job on the inside.
What a pass from the number 16.
Canyon Richards laid it on the inside of that little rut, and it just stuck. See if Seth fires back.
Dennis wanted to try to take that outside, but Richards, very smart, closed the door, moved over just a little bit to prevent the 93. And now he sets his sights on the back of Deacon Deno.
Yeah, he is. He is moving. He is kind of pulled away from Seth Dennis pretty quickly now. See if he's got a shot at running down Deacon Deno. They ran 154s, 1 and 2 did. And then Richards now, who is in second, ran a 153. So that explains his move to the number 2 spot.
And watch these lines. Richards going inside, outside, switching it up depending on where he's at, not using the same lines we saw a lap ago when he was trying to get around Dennis. So see whether or not the lap time improves. He ran a 153 the last lap around, a second faster than Deacon Deno and Seth Dennis.
Up and over the Rocky Mountain. They'll touch down, smash down to the ground on their Super Minis, probably one of their last rides they will do before they hop on the big bikes. Up and over this tabletop, and Deacon Deno has company. They're getting the cue to move over. There's a rider that is on the inside of the racetrack. Well done. They both follow their orders.
And you can see Deno just staying a little further to the inside than Richards. They both go towards the outside, but if you get up towards the very edge in those Thor banners, there's actually almost a lip that has built up from riders dragging sand that caused Richards to lose a couple of bike lengths.
Riders now able to jump that jump after the finish line over the Tunnel of Love there. There goes Deno across, and the mechanics area kind of had to shift. Remember, we were down in that little hole there. Now they fly right past their mechanic. I doubt you're getting much on the board there that they're seeing. They're doing about 45 miles an hour.
Breath.
Yeah.
Remember the breath.
Just remember the breath. Clean run so far for Deacon Deno. Landon Gordon is up to 5th, and that has leapfrogged him into the number 2 spot over Seth Dennis in this championship. So it's Deacon Deno, Gordon, and Dennis as Landon Gordon has moved to the number 5 spot.
Yeah, Gordon doing a great job of picking riders off. It looked like he was maybe fumbling a bit, riding over his head, trying to make things happen in a hurry. Settled into a pace now and finds himself inside the top 5.
He's got Cole Timbo right in his sights as they head off into Storyland. Got a little bit of time to make up. Micros should be down there. All of our micro riders, you have your marching orders. Micros should be down getting ready for their sight lap. The final micro races, final races of this 2023 Monster Energy AMA Loretta Lynn's National Championship as we watch Deacon Deno and Canyon Richards square off. Man, it's just, Richards going to have to get out there and just get out of his comfort zone. He's starting to overjump stuff now on purpose to try to reel in our leader.
There it is, Richards, like we said, once again, not following. And to your point, Kevin, yeah, he's absolutely sending every one of these jumps to flat, hanging off the back of that KTM. And you see, once again,
outside,
far outside, gets caught on that lip, has to chalk the throttle, loses a little bit of time.
And guys, this is one of the on-track scholarship races. That is a QR code on the right side of your screen. If you want to scan that, you can go check out what it's all about. Donate as well, I believe. So go check out that on-track scholarship, trying to make sure these guys have a school scholarship from racing, and that is very cool of them. So once again, that QR code on the right side of your screen, give that a scan.
Yeah, white flag, this is it. It is all in for Canyon Richards.
Here we go. He's got to make something happen now. Got to find a spot.
A little bit of a miscue. He might do it. He did it to Seth Dennis right here.
And he is trying. He's squaring him up.
Right inside. He follows him right through there, through the 10 Commandments. He's on the right-hand side. He's got a good run. Ooh. Off the side of the track, and that just might do it. Deno with a big mistake. And just like that, Canyon Richards, but Deno fires right back, pushing him off the side of the racetrack. Deacon Deno not having that.
And I'm telling you what, Canyon Richards, he is an emotional young man, not afraid to get physical with it if it comes down to it. This is going to be a fun final half a lap.
Let's watch him go away into Storyland. So, that was just good, aggressive riding. Nobody putting anybody down there.
Absolutely, yeah, Rubbin's racing, baby.
That one more good shot, I think, in that sand turn, if he can make something happen there, and he is trying to get as close as possible because he's going to really have one shot at making a pass here.
Yeah,
a couple of these sand spots.
Here we go. Let's see. Does he tuck to the inside?
Oh, and Deno goes down.
Oh, a huge one.
Big get off for Deacon Deno. Now this changes the championship. Here comes Seth Dennis. Here comes Landon Gordon. Can he get the bike running before all these guys? Then they fly past. It's a three-way battle there with Timbo, Landon Gordon, and now new life for Landon Gordon. And see how this changes everything. Deno is now in 5th, and Canyon Richardson is going to get a moto. Will get a moto win here. What a wacky end of this race.
Man. One more turn to go here for the number 16, and he is going to do it. Canyon Richards
Seth Dennis goes down. Landon Gordon goes by Dennis and another rider. He goes from 4th to 2nd. And that will shake it up. Let's just watch how this math starts to change here. See if Deacon Deno is going to be good enough for the win. Richard gets the moto win. And this is all about to change here. Landon Gordon now will become the national champion, I believe. That's what we're seeing on the screen. As everyone has come through, and Landon Gordon will get 2nd place. And with all that craziness happened on the last lap, he will be the victor here. The national championship goes to Landon Gordon. Unbelievable finish.
So Canyon Richards going to take this Super Mini 2 Moto 3 win. Landon Gordon getting 2nd in this one. Cole Timbo going to get 3rd. Deacon Deno and Seth Dennis rounding out our top 5. There is your top 10 on the screen. Landon Gordon going to take home the championship here in Super Mini 2.
Yeah, Stefan.
What the heck? That was crazy, guys.
Landon Gordon was 5th. Deacon Deno goes down. Then there's this crazy race in front of him. Seth Dennis goes down. He blasts past Timbo and Seth Dennis and jumps up to 2nd, and that gets him the championship. Remarkable finish there. Ryan Holiday can cruise on down there and watch his guy accept the hardware. Unbelievable.
Well, they also told me that Gordon stalled on the line and started last coming out of the gate. Came all the way back to that 5th, and then chaos with a lap to go and wins the darn title. Unbelievable.
That 3rd moto, man, that's why we race all 3 motos.
And what was the last one we had? We're going to get the 50s in, but this is the last moto we expected to do. We're going to get the 50s in. And I also want to talk to this guy who, with bad luck, isn't going to get any titles, but he rode phenomenally all week. Let's hear it for Canyon Richards. I'm bummed for you, man. Bike let go with a lap to go and another moto. Could have won the title, but you showed everybody you're back. Motocross, GNCC, it doesn't matter. You can win, buddy.
Yeah, it was awesome. The whole week I've been struggling with bikes blowing up and everything. And it's awesome to get a moto win.
Yeah, you showed these guys what you can do. It's emotional to come out here at Loretta's. Who do you want to thank, Canyon?
Jesus Christ, my mom and dad, KTM, Red Bull, Foley Cat, Clear Chiropractic, Bell 100%, Moose Racing, the Wrist Brace Guys, CTI Knee Braces, Alpine Stars, Traction MX, Recluse, Lynx Racing, Renthal, PR2, Dunlop, the Shoals MX, my mechanic Chris Van, Timmy, and everyone else.
This dude had speed this week. Let's give it up for the number 16, Canyon Richards. There you go. Great job, Canyon. You showed everybody what you got. We got to roll the 16 off and bring the Kawasaki on up with the title. That's a shocker the way it all went down late. So let's bring up the championship machine, the number 3, and also talk to Cole Timbo, who finishes up in 3rd. And are we doing it? Do I see? Are we going to get some little guys out on this track, which we didn't even think we could get done? I don't know how we pulled off this magic trick. Let's bring up the championship bike, and let me bring up Cole Timbo as well. Well, this is one of the wildest motos we saw all week. Kind of fitting that it was one of the last ones, because that's how it works at Loretta's. Bringing the heat at all times. Let's bring up our 3rd place finisher, and then we'll crown our champ. Whole group, As always in Super Mini, they were battling all week, a whole group of them, 5, 6 riders. This guy was in the hunt the whole time. Let's hear it for Cole Timbo. Good job, Cole. That moto was crazy. Was it pretty smooth for you, or did you have issues as well? Because everyone was all over the place.
I had a couple issues in the sand. It's getting a little stuck out there, but other than that, it was a good moto. Came from behind a little bit, but other than that, it was really good.
Cool. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my whole family for getting me here. Paul at Toyota Redlands, Chad at Jaeger Diesel, Titan Real Estate, Troy Lee Designs, Luke Hanlon, Max Lee, Buddy Antonez, Lynx, Greg at Lynx, RJR, WP, Clover Hill, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it from Cole Timbo. And now we'll bring up the national champion. Good job, Cole. Drama right down to the end to get this thing done. It will be a silver medal, a come-from-behind charge, a title that seemed like it was gone, back for the number 3. Here's the silver, and with that, we'll get the number 1 plate and congratulate Landon Gordon. First of all, they told me you stalled it at the gate. You were last.
Yeah, man, I thought it was over.
And then guys were crashing all over the place. Did you even know where you were at the finish? Did you know you had it?
Yeah, I pretty much knew. I mean, I got lucky, but I mean, I've never put so much heart into a moto before.
Yeah, that was everything you had on that racetrack, right?
Yeah, I'm so stoked I somehow came away with that.
That's what it's all about here at the ranch. Who do you want to thank, Landon?
I'd like to thank the Lord keep me safe, my whole family, Team Green Kawasaki, Ryan, Mario, Derek, the whole team. Pro Circuit, Mitch, Snikey, everybody over there. My dad, he puts so much into it, and I'm so glad I could win this. And yeah, I'd like to thank Throttle Syndicate, Maxima, 100%, Monster, everybody else back home watching. Yeah, that was insane.
It was insane. It went down to the final lap. Let me bring up Mike Bertine from the AMA to hand over a very hard-earned Super Mini National Championship number 1 plate. Let's hear it for Landon Gordon. Unbelievable. Deacon Deno has the Stasic Whole Shot Award. I don't know if Deacon's still around. I know it was a tough one on him. We'll bring him up. I respect that. Come on up to the podium. Everyone had their issues in these muddy conditions. Great sportsmanship here. Says a lot about the character. Let's hear it for Deacon Deno. Well, you got one earlier today. Almost had 2, but this track's nasty. Things happen.
Oh yeah, it's gnarly. Led the whole race, and then the sand section, I just caught my foot and it slung me, but I'm glad I got up from that one because it felt like it hurt. So yeah, I'm glad I got back up and still got 4th.
Okay. Hey, chin up. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, the man above for keep me safe, Gavin Graysick, 100%, Bell, Monster, FCP, Factory Connection, Alpine Stars, Adventure Moto, Pro Taper, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, Deacon Deno at your Stasic Whole Shot. Landon Gordon, you're going to get some champagne. You can spray it here. Although we got to find someone either with a bottle opener or someone smart enough to bust this thing open with the side of our stage. I had a bottle opener, but I think someone thought it was a souvenir. Good for them. It is a souvenir now. Somebody help them with the bottle if you got a bottle opener, or just press it up against the side of the stage. Maybe one of the mechanics can help out because it's not a twist off. But he'll have some fun with that, and we're going to have some fun with this. We are loading mini micro e-bikes into the gate. There we go. Champagne for Landon Gordon. Trust me, he's off to the side. I know you can't see it on camera. Well done. That's what Loretta's is all about. Drama to the end. Unbelievable. And this should have been the end. This could have been the end. But incredible that we're going to get some bikes out here somehow, some way.
Hey, Jason Waggett, turn around and take a look at the starting
what
line.
am I seeing here?
Yeah, they're building an impromptu start line on up the start area to get these kids out of that muck. So you can see the backdrop that's been created there. The muck has been pushed to the side. They've got a white chalk line.
What in tarnation?
And we're going old school. Well, that's right. We're going old school, buddy.
Okay.
It's the best option. I guarantee you they would rather do that than start in that muck.
Oh, that was a disaster, at least for the oil-injected shaft class yesterday. So, yeah, we're going to have a chalk line. And I've never seen anything quite like this. But then again, that start yesterday, I never saw anything like that.
Look to your right. This guy's got his bike. He's got the bike in the air. There we go, two-man team there, 3 guys there.
That's how you want to keep those wheels clean, baby. All right, well, this is going to be wild. We're going to get micro racing in. Hey, I'm going to give credit. These people wanted to race. They asked to race. They didn't give up. They get to race. Good for them. We'll be right back. This is going to be fun. We'll get to our micro racing. We're going to get all the motos in. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's all about the kids, man, and we can all say we were a part of it. The track crew, all of you guys, and every moto that gave up a couple of minutes of your race so that we create time on the back end of this schedule. And that's how we all got these little guys, because they deserve a great chance at this race as well. A 3 moto
I'm going to credit the track crew.
Exactly what we'll give them.
Everyone says it all the time, kind of like stamped normal, just cliche, like, oh, I can't believe the track crew did such a good job. They were doing a ton of track maintenance today, and every time those dozers went out, everyone, including myself, was saying, why are they spending so much time? They don't have time. They can't do this much track maintenance. They're not going to get it in. They absolutely nailed it. I mean, we're going to be down to the minute with the most raceable track they could get, yet getting the motos in. They absolutely nailed it, and a lot of people were questioning each time those dozers went out and how long they were out there, but they're going to get it done.
Yeah, they've made a few tweaks to the racetrack around this big sweeper. They've got those 2 yellow Thor hay bales. So if you guys are coming through the staging area, take a look at the big sweeper, guys. They've chopped off about half of this sweeper. So when the riders come, they can't go inside on that big sweeper to keep you guys from getting stuck in that part of the racetrack. So that's just a quick note. Tell your little guy, your little rider there, that there are some hay bales around this big sweeper towards the finish line, the big sand sweeper. And there's some dozer work there. They should be able to tell, but one kid might go to the right of that hay bale, and it will be the end of the moto for him. So we are touching up the racetrack. And again, I haven't seen this before, Jason Wygant, at this ranch. A start way up here. The old green flag start. Folks on Racer TV, you guys are going to be greeted to a great racetrack, great race with these micro kids. They have waited all day long, a full day, in fact. We could have went with a 2 moto format, but we decided on the 3 moto format after we consulted with all the riders. Some strong dads out there. Just that's a flex right there. A couple of those dads. It's impressive, gentlemen. There's a mini Scott Summers out there carrying those bikes.
It's one of those mental advantages.
Man, look how strong my dad is. Your dad is strong, so if you want to mouth off to your dad, just take a look at him carrying that motorcycle by hand. I would think twice about that. Yeah, you weigh less than that bike, and he's handling that bike no problem. Come on, dads. Making your way down there. A sea of 50cc humanity down there, or megahertz in some cases. The Micro E 4 to 7 will be first, then the Micro 2 4 to 6, then the Micro 3 7 8, then the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drives. The ground pounding thump of the PW riders. Once again, friendly reminder, dads, moms, everybody in that little crew with your kid, make sure they're having fun. Let's keep the pressure off of them. Make sure they are all smiles. Give them a big hug. They have sat all day long. They've kind of probably felt some of the pressure you might have been exuding. Make sure they know this is all about the fun for sure. It's not about how much money you spent, how much time, this, that, and other. It's all about the experience. The drive to and from the race, the actual race is a side note as the years go by. And unlike most races, we do invite folks out to help these kids when they do fall on the racetrack. So that is the one time of the day that we do allow outside assistance for these little guys. And here comes the Honda boys. They're all nice and clean, but not for long. Appreciate the help, gentlemen. I think that's the Phoenix Honda squad. Yeah, maybe they're just coming up here to watch. I take it all back. Once again, a reminder about your transponders. Please return your transponders when you are done. And that means pretty much everybody, because you're all done except for our little 50 riders. And that's a reminder to you, 50 dads, whenever we are done, grab that little transponder. Good time to check, make sure that transponder's on there. We're slowly working our riders. So what we've done is pushed the starting line probably a good 60 yards up to clear all of the heavy mud. Just couldn't dry that stuff out today. Cleared them off a nice little pad, an official little chalk line.
Yeah, and I mean, the rest of this course has been beat in by these other motos so much. I think they're going to be able to carry a decent amount of speed around the track, but that start straightaway absolutely could not be touched.
So, Jason Weigand, are you down there? What's the general vibe down there on the start line, if you can hear what's happening, if you're not busy talking, Jason?
Mike Burkeen, please report to the Monster Energy Arena. Mike Burkeen, please report to the Monster Energy Arena.
Looks like they did mark off little gates that you could choose, little mini gates drawn into the dirt there.
So hanging up here in the tower, Jackson, man, our first week up here announcing our first Lorettas, and it has been historic, to say the least. The weather has been crazy. We are apparently doing a sight lap underway for the micros, about to get started. So waiting to see exactly.
Looks like they'll send all of them out at once, basically.
Yep.
Want the sight lap.
A huge 50. Yeah, absolutely optional there.
And of course, the electric motorcycles, they don't want to go with the sight lap because it might deplete the battery, and they want to give all the attention to the race itself. And we will get these little guys out on the track, let them take a look at the racetrack. Nice little sight lap. Take it easy, boys. You want to finish this thing. Look at that. They're already just like battling. Hard to tell a 6-year-old to just, you know what, go out there, be smart, take it easy.
You can stop after that. Just try it out there, bring it home.
So the next group of riders will have the benefit of seeing just how this start works. And we're going to rely on some honesty with these little guys. They're going to make it through. Yep, they cut them through the 10 Commandments, too. I told you there would be a few course changes. Just before the 10 Commandments, they have rerouted the track to where they don't even go down the 10 Commandments. And then the flaggers, this is like a local race.
Yeah, this is cool.
You just kind of reroute them, take all the bad sections out. So they will go to the right-hand side of the 10 Commandments and then pick the track back up.
And so far, so good at the moment. Watching this sight lap underway here, the micro. And like Kevin said, these guys not quite getting the memo as far as, hey, just cruise around, find some lines. Or maybe they are. Maybe they just look like they're full sprinting to us. But for right now, these guys, and pleasantly doing so. I mean, I'm watching right now. We're on Racer TV. You've got a shot of the start. That's that micro E class. But out on track, I'm seeing bikes moving, and that is better than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, getting caught up just a little bit going into Storyland. So if I am watching that, I want to stay to the far left of that kind of off-camera jump. It takes you off into Storyland. The ruts are kind of deep, the first 4 or 5 to the right. So I would say all you little guys maybe stay to the left-hand side going out to Storyland. Basically just avoid the big ruts.
Yep.
Slow down, take a look, try to remember where those big ruts are. I know you little guys got ADHD basically, and it's kind of hard to even keep your attention for more than a couple of minutes, but try to pay attention. All right, so this is that other part where they kind of push the track to the outside to avoid having to go into that deep stuff. There you go. So again, it seems foreign to do what we're doing here at Loretta Lynn's, but this is done on a regular basis at local races to avoid some of the muddy, more technical parts of the racetrack, shorten the racetrack sometimes. Not necessarily doing it in an effort to shorten the track. We're doing it to give these kids a raceable track where they're not stuck. If we sent those kids through the 10 Commandments, it would be bad news. We've seen the big bikes have trouble with that all day long, so they have been rerouted around the 10 Commandments. That's really the biggest thing we've done to this racetrack. That's actually it. And then we kind of pushed them wide in this big sweeper. Other than that, same racetrack they've gotten accustomed to as we give them a sight lap. And again, kudos to all the families, the riders here in the 50 class that soldiered out here with us, waited this thing out as the sun begins to fall, and all the families and riders that gave up a minute or two of their races because we had to cut laps to make time for these little guys. It's awesome that they get their full 3 Moto championship experience.
Now, what a championship experience I think is going to be in some of these classes. We really have seen fantastic racing in several of those different micro classes. Sounds like one kid.
He's right back up. Well, look out. Another one goes down.
Both of those riders look to be okay getting
Looks like the number 61 and the number 17 had some problems there, but he got the lights out.
Tough luck for the
yellow
17.
flags.
He was just trying to avoid the other guy. And oh, look, a now rider goes down in the sand turn.
Was that the same one? It was, the 61. Poor little guy. All right, take a breather, little man. Settle down. And you got a couple of motos now. You can kind of relax for a minute before you might get to yours. The micro classes are going to be our first.
Oh, he goes down
again.
We'll yeah, those bars are bent bad.
So the electronic motorcycles.
Yes. So little man has fallen down several times in the course of one corner. I definitely think the bars or maybe even the front wheel was bent in that big wreck. He did go over the front end, so a hard hit to the front side of that Cobra.
That is the third crash for that young man.
In that corner.
In that corner, poor guy. He crashed big over on the tabletop and a couple times around the sweeper. A sight lap for the memories for that young man.
One he'd like to forget. And so riders still making their way out onto the track. It looks like it is the shaft classes starting to move towards the track. So we're doing a massive 50 sight lap, like we said, for those of you at home that are watching. I know you just have a shot of the start. See if we can maybe pull up a camera shot from somewhere around the track, show exactly how these guys are making their way around. Now we're seeing the 50 shafts. One of those guys getting a little help off and rolling.
Now they'll know how they'll have a good lay of the land. Got the yellow flaggers down at the end of the turn, pointing them in the direction of the racetrack.
And actually seeing, it's impressive. We talk about the way some of these riders take a sight lap. You know, they basically just do a lap and they ride around, and where they ride is kind of where they go. Actually seeing some of these riders
pulling off to the side of the track, looking back over their shoulder, looking over to the left and right, trying to say, hey, all right, I need to take this line. I need to avoid this line. Some real intelligence as far as that magic word, racecraft, as far as how to properly do a sight lap and actually assess the conditions of the track and find those good lines. So big props to those riders showing some real maturity out there, even in these micro classes. So we've still got, looks like a couple of our shaft riders making their way out onto track.
And Zach, man, all things considered, we have had a great week here at Loretta Lynn's. I hope everybody has a safe drive home.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been one for the ages, like I said, and people may think, I mean that in a negative way, talking about the weather. No, I don't. I mean that in a positive way. Yes, thank you for that. Please remember to return your transponders. Once again, return those transponders. And as we watch, looks like the last of the riders making their way through Storyland, getting close. There's the pre-race preps, getting a little fanning there from Pops, waving the pit boards. Don't need the umbrellas for shade or rain at the moment, thankfully. And the Micro E going to be kicking off this Micro third set of motos here. This is going to be exciting.
Taking a look here at our Micro E scores going into this one. Jared Tincher got your Moto 2 number win with an 6-1 in his first two motos. Taking a look through the rest of them now. It was Levi Meyer with second there in Moto 2. He won your first moto. He comes out of Okeechobee, Florida. Then getting third there in Moto number 2 was Huxley Nolan. He went 16-3 there in Moto 1 and 2 on his Cobra Moto Australia Clipsal Oakley VP Racing Fuels backed ride. And we have our Micro E lined up. Just as soon as we get the rest of the riders off the course for their sight lap, we will turn our Micro E loose here on this Loretta Lynn's course. And it is going to be one for the ages.
Wrapping things up, pushing the bikes off the side there. And we will be kicking off this Micro E class, starting the micro programs for this afternoon, the third motos. Curious, we're seeing some like puffs of smoke around some of these bikes. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Fog machines out here.
It is. So it's some sort of cooling device there, like Freon. That's all right. That's what it looked like. Wow. I thought it was like a Guns N' Roses show, man. Let's go, man. Let's get these parties started.
Final motos. We're having fun up here. We're ending on a high note. Micro racing, getting ready to get started.
All right, let's see how this whole thing works. Tim Cotter's got the whole squad down there. Make sure this thing goes off correctly. And green flag, we are racing. That was it.
Green flag flies.
See if we can get these kids through the first turn.
It's the inside line, looking like it pays off for one rider as they grab the whole shot. And already opened up to a couple of bike length lead.
4 or 5 riders down, but they gather themselves right back up.
Couple of riders.
Make sure you get on the right bike.
Get collected in the, entering the woods. Your leader out front, a little bit of clean air behind, and we will try to get a view.
Looks like number 16, perhaps. Unfortunately, they don't really, 86, they don't really cross our start hole shot area to know who got our hole shot. And the number 86,
that is going to be Mason Wheeler.
All right, Mason.
He was 4th in there in your second moto. He was 7th in your first moto.
Okay, he's got a shot.
Got a serious
4.71. Like it.
Shot at the title, and we see staff members and team members running around ready to help these riders. Look at that, one rider doubling off into Storyland. So Mason Wheeler getting credited with the whole shot on the number 86.
One rider having a bike problem just next to the 10 Commandments. That's a bummer.
That is going to be the number 89 of Rider Club there. And taking a look on screen, it is the number 25 out front.
So the 25 rolling out front, but in a neck-and-neck battle. Oh, casing that jump. He was sending it, but that one definitely did not feel good. Now they make their way through the Rocky Mountain sand section. And there is the 86 of Mason Wheeler leading the way right now.
Using all of Storyland. Long, long day for these kids waiting for this to happen. Long day for the guys in the media trudging up and down this racetrack, getting all the footage, all of our camera guys. And here they come right past us in the announce tower. The 34 right there with him. Mason Wheeler, your leader, though. Who's the 34?
Taking a look now. We wait to see who. Let's see.
Nope,
34.
14.
14. That is going to be Landon Kahn coming out of Oregon. He's got a 10th in Moto 1 and a 35th in race 2. So definitely looking to respond here in race 3. Landon Kahn, I'm sorry.
Landon Kahn, good job. Enzo Posca in the number 3 spot. Jarrett Tincher 4th. Huxley Nolan 5th. Nathan Tucker, Justice Pierston in the number 7 spot. Lap 1, green flag is flying. Ty Price is 8th. Grayson Hinich is 9th on the gas.
A couple of riders coming together through that Thor sand sweeper. On screen, you're seeing your leaders neck and neck, side by side as they get ready to head beside the 10 Commandments. Not sure. I think that was the pass. I think Kahn made the move.
I think you're right.
And so, yeah, on screen, you see your new leader, the number 14, out front leading the way. The 86 just behind Wheeler. Both of these riders tucking to that inside, coming after the 10 Commandments.
Your championship has Jarrett Tincher, sits in 4th in the Moto, but he has 6.14 scores. Mason Wheeler with 7.41 score. So Wheeler doing everything he can, but he's still a point or 2 behind Jarrett Tincher. Now if Tincher falls down, that could change. So obviously this thing could go in a million different directions as they go into Storyland. But for the moment, 4th place rider Tincher.
Guys, I got the heartbreak maybe of the century here. Give me the number 29's moto scores coming into this one in Micro E, the number 29.
29, that's going to be Levi Meyer sitting at a 1 and a 2.
His bike didn't start.
No way.
Oh.
Everybody took off, and his bike was done. So, heartbreak. It's tough. That's racing sometimes.
Unbelievable. We've got a great battle, though, out front, so...
Yeah, not sure what happened. Obviously, I know people are like, they're electric bikes. What do you mean it didn't start? It didn't go, or it went in like a limp mode or something like that. But, I mean, we literally just saw Canyon Richards in tears on the podium in our previous Super Mini Moto, knowing he should have won that title if his bike had not broke in a previous Moto. So, unfortunately, that's sports.
Yeah, you got to take the highs with the lows, and sometimes it's beyond your control.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worst of the worst.
Ooh, third place rider with big get out. So it's green, white checkers. Our 3rd place rider, Endo's in the sand. The front end just tucked. Gosh, I hope it's not that 61 that crashed 4 times in that turn.
No, that was the 57, I believe, of Enzo Posca, unless they had changed.
I think
we'll
you're
see.
right.
Landon Kahn does check into the number 1 spot. It should still be Wheeler in the 2 spot. And we'll see. I think he only lost 1 position, so Tincher might make the pass for 3rd. We wait to see him cross our line here. And no, Justice Pierston actually jumps up into the number 1 spot. Tincher into 4th. Enzo Posca, that rider that was in 3rd, falls back to 7th.
We got a race up front, boys.
Absolutely, a race for the win right now. Your leaders going at it.
We got a new 3rd place rider, too.
I think Tincher might have jumped into the number 3 spot,
That who it was?
which further helps him, I believe.
Dude, that was clean back here. I mean, he just came around the outside.
It's a number, I can't make that tiny little number out. I think it was 84, though. I can make the 4 out. So Tincher just helping his cause, I believe, as he moves up to the number 3 spot. But now Justice Pearson now has moved into the top deck here with a 2.53, and Tincher with a 6.14, but now he just changed it to a 3, so maybe it will flip-flop back to him. I don't know.
Yeah, this one is going to be one that's going to come all the way down to the line. I think your 2 riders battling for third are essentially battling for the title here.
That's exactly right, because when they came through, Pearson was in front of him. Now he's gotten him back. So that is the battle for the number 3 spot and ultimately the championship. So we're looking at the number 84. If he can hold off Pearson, Justice Pearson on the 25.
And how about this? Tincher, a 6th in Moto 1 and a 1st in Moto 2. Pearson, a 2nd in Moto 1 and a 5th in Moto 2. So neither one of these guys, as far as really knowing for sure whether they were in the title chase, coming out swinging here in race 3, battling for a number 1 plate.
So a lot of fun out on the racetrack. Landon Kahn trying to get a moto win. Pearson trying to beat Jarrett Tincher, but Tincher, I believe, has gotten around him, and that could be for the championship. Here comes one more turn, I believe, for the number 14. Can he keep it on 2 wheels? Oh, and he goes down, and literally,
wow,
as I said that, unbelievable. Our leader goes down. Hang on. So the 84,
I believe,
and the 86 and the 25 will go past.
Wow. What that is. It looks like he just got a little too far to the inside there, and the front end dropped just enough to toss him over the front side, and he is still trying to get that bike up and going.
Unbelievable. I mean, that is unbelievable. I hope the little guy's all right. Looks like he's trying to get that bike sorted out, but it's going to be, I believe, Mason Wheeler will close out the moto with a win, and we're going to see how this all sorts out, and it's going to be Jarrett Tincher, then Pearson, but it's going to be Tincher with the championship. Pearson will get 2nd overall, and Mason Wheeler will get 3rd. What a crazy, yet again, finish to a moto.
Checker flag flying here. Wow, what a heartbreaker there for your early race leader. I mean, mid-race leader. Geez, that was tough right there. My hat's off to the number 14. Looks like he's going to check in the 8th spot here in this race. So glad to see he was able to get it back rolling and take it across the line. Grayson Hendricks going to finish behind him. Jet Rao in the 10th spot. And so micro racing underway. 3rd moto's rolling. Micro E4 to 7.
Wow, that was crazy. No doubt about it. Mason Wheeler is going to get the whole shot and the moto win. And let's get this party started. Wheeler starts with a whole shot. I'll give him that. Stasic whole shot award. I don't think the crews are even over here yet. We're trying to move as quick as we can. Let's hear it for our moto winner, Mason Wheeler. Trying. Rocking the mullet, getting the whole shot. How's the track for you guys?
Oh, muddy.
Yeah. Super bad or not too bad?
Super bad.
Super bad. Okay, it's still super bad. Mason, I'm going to make you move over here. It looks nicer in the pics. Get your bike, get your logos. Who do you want to thank, Mason?
My mom, my dad, Big St. Charles, the Lord for keeping me safe, and that's all.
All right, Mason Wheeler, your moto winner. Congratulations, Mason. And, yeah, this title got flipped a bunch of times. Heartbreaker for a rider who was the points leader coming in. 2nd place, Jarrett Tincher, should be enough for the title. So we're going to take the 86 off, and we're going to bring the next bike on up and crown a champion. And also Justice Pearson finished up in 3rd. We'll give him the bronze as well. Jarrett Tincher pulling it out on the last lap. Boom. Things change in a hurry here at Loretta's. We got the last moto in, and it will result in a title. Let's bring the number 1 plate in Micro E to the stage for Jarrett Tincher. You did it, Jarrett. You did it, and you had to pass people on the last lap. How awesome is it to have the number 1 plate?
Good.
Oh, how'd the moto go? He said good. Hang on, I got it. Who do you want to thank, Mason?
Mom, Dad, Baxter Electric, West Virginia Karate Academy, OGs, Rob Minton, Minton Cycle, PR2, HTMX, Dunlock Tires, LST, HTMX. That's it.
Mason Wheeler is your champion. Oh, sorry. Mason Wheeler, your winner. Jared Tincher is your champion of Micro E. You did it, Jared. Well done. He was in the hunt all week. It flipped, I believe, in the last lap to get that title. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Lots of photos, lots of videos, lots of happy people. We want to thank all the parents for working with us on that start to allow us to even get that in. I will bring up our third place finisher, Justice Pearson. He was so close. I'm going to let you guys shake champagne in a minute. I got to interview third, and then you get some champagne. That's good sportsmanship right here. Let's hear it for Justice Pearson. Come on right here. Hey, you rode hard, man. How'd that moto go? You rode hard. Tough conditions. I know you wanted it, but you still end up on the podium.
It was pretty good. After the 10 Commandments, I kept sliding a lot, but I almost went down the first lap, but I saved it.
All right. Coming back next year, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Cobra, Mitten Cycle, my brother Dan Beebe, A-Boss Suspension, and everybody else.
All right, let's hear it for our third place finisher, Justice Pearson. Champagne time. Give me some knucks right there. Champagne time for our champ. I'm going to send it up to the tower for our next moto.
Well, I did have a great story to tell you, but he's gone down. The number 7, he's only lost a few spots. Our whole shot was Cameron Buckman. He was the cause for the 2-minute hold. They could not get that bike started. And last second, it gets started as they go to just going through the start procedure. And, of course, we said it. Cameron Buckman will get the whole shot. And that bike fired out of there, and he got the whole shot. He is credited with the whole shot. Unfortunately, he goes down, loses about 5 spots, but he's back up, so he's still got a shot. He didn't have a shot for a minute because that bike wasn't running the entire time. They had the 2-minute hold up. That was awesome.
He used every last second of that hold up as well. They were counting him down the last couple of seconds. He jumps on, grabs the whole shot, and he's sitting on a 1-1 right now. This is your championship leader. And so Buckman.
My man just stopped, put his goggles off. He's like, I'm already done with these things.
I'm not feeling it.
He did save on those down, like, don't you throw those goggles away. All right, this is the Micro 2. So these little guys are 4 to 6 years of age, man. Are any 4-year-olds out there? It shows their little age. I wonder if there is.
Let's see here. Most I'm seeing is 6 and
7?
6, yeah, 6 and then 7, technically AMA 6 here.
Yeah, there you go. There's another one of our victims of the e-bike race there. They're getting him sorted and pulled off the racetrack, but we have our eyes trained on our leader here, showing some poise as he looks behind him. Hang on, little dude.
I think that's Edwin Meyer leading the way on the number 16, a second in Moto 1 and an 8th in Moto 2.
Okay, see if Edwin can pull it out, a 2.8